The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The challengers and legends stages take place in May in France. For the challenger stage, 16 teams compete in a Swiss format across 4 days. Initial matches are best of 1, and all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. 8 teams from the challengers advance to the legends stage. For the legends stage, the 8 teams from the challenger stage are joined by 8 teams that advance directly from the RMRs. These 16 teams compete in a Swiss format. Initial matches are best of 1, and all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. 8 teams from legends advance to champions. Champions is the final stage of the Major. The 8 best teams of the competition play in a best-of-3 knockout bracket. The winner will have their name cemented in Counter-Strike history and will walk away with $500,000 US. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Players have arrived, and we're finally ready to get this show underway and see what it's going to bring to us right at the close of CSGO. I'm so pumped for this one, Anders.
I can't wait. We're finally live. I feel like the last day and a half of waiting here in Paris has been really rough. I just, whenever I'm at a tournament, I just want to get it started. I just want to get things underway. Yeah. We are finally going to be. We've got some great teams that are going to be coming up and some amazing matches that we're going to be ready with. Yeah,
I mean, this is the tournament where some legacies are going to be completed. Some legacies are going to end on a open, heartbroken note. Some of them are going to be nice and tidy at the end of the day. There's so much cool stuff that's going to happen over the next 2 weeks, and I'm obviously very, very honored to be here with Blast.
It's a great time. It really is. I agree. Like, especially because it's the closing. Like, if you wanted to have a win in CSGO, then now is the time. And there are a lot of teams out there that haven't accomplished that. Some players specifically as well. Maybe we should go through what teams we actually do have here. Should be a really exciting run. Some of them you could say should already maybe be at the legend stage, but they're not. I mean, you look at G2, look at FaZe there. What are some teams that you are excited for in this group right now?
I mean, I'm excited. I mean, the FaZe and G2. I mean, there's some X factors there throughout some of their matchups, but obviously, like, you know, those guys part of the top 5 have kind of solidified themselves as the top of the pack, but it's like really the tier kind of, I guess, 1.5 teams that you'd look at and you'd say some shaky. Like, I want to see what Mouz is coming into this with. I want to see what Team Liquid, they've been very, very confident in interviews leading into this as well. Guys like NIP, and then you have kind of some of the upstart ones, like Apeks has a lot of excitement around them. Pain has a lot of excitement coming out of the Americas region as well. Complexity is a huge X factor question mark, especially with their recent performance in Melbourne as well. So this is, yeah, there's a lot of interesting teams here that could go either way.
No question about it. It's notoriously unpredictable, and we do have a little bit of a look at the bracket here as well. Obviously, we haven't played any games yet, but eventually they're going to be seeded into the 1-0 or the 0-1, depending on what happens in the early matchups here. The logic of this format is, if you win 3, you go through to the next stage. If you lose 3, you're out, but you can't really get knocked out or go through without playing a best of 3. Yeah,
exactly. Both the qualification and elimination games are best of 3s, but best of 1s leading up to it, which, as we all know from the previous majors, causes a little bit of chaos, causes a lot of upsets to happen. These majors are where most of the upsets we have in the scene actually occur, and that's going to be really, really interesting to keep track of. And I mean, just to talk about, like, just right out of the gate on the A stream, FaZe versus Monte is one of the most hyped up matchups in this initial group, just because the upset potential is there in a best of 1.
It definitely is. Notoriously tricky to figure out. But yeah, I'm super excited for it. No question about it. Yeah, we have a lot of Counter-Strike that's coming up throughout the day. Obviously, at the end of the day, we've got ENCE versus OG. Then later on, Apeks and Liquid. Then early in that, Complexity and GamerLegion. But starting off here on the B stream, we've got Fluxo and Pain Gaming that are going to be fighting it out.
Yeah, and if, I mean, even like the end of the day matches are a little bit crazy. The OG, NIP, Mouz, and ENCE, like those 4 teams, like the winners and losers of those kind of, you know, Launders was bringing this up yesterday. The winners and losers of those play each, or Scrawny, I think, play each other depending on who wins and loses. So like 2 of those teams are going to be like playing in the 0-1 matchup, 2 of them in the 1-0. So there's a team there where you'd kind of put those teams on like right on the edge and probably should make it through, but someone's going to be a little bit heartbroken.
That's how it always goes. Winning some of these early matches could definitely save you a lot of heartbreak later on. So I guess we'll find out. The teams here, right? Battle of the Brazilians to begin with.
Yeah.
I think it's really excited. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Yeah, I mean, Pain Gaming obviously are the bigger name. Fluxo, I don't know, in my book, they have a little bit of hype around them, but obviously you actually did the Americas RMR, and you said they weren't playing that well. What's up with this lineup?
No, I was not super impressed with it, but I mean, first thing you got to say, like, some cool names, obviously. Zeus is the coach, 2 times major winner with the old, like, Luminosity and SK Gaming. Yeah, he's got that little bit of hype, but you have VSM, who's, like, this has been his dream to play it as a major, previously banned. He got unbanned, now he's finally here, gets to live that dream. Luke Cowsey's got a lot of excitement and hype around him. We all know Phelps as well, from a guy who's tried to slot into some of those legendary Brazilian lineups as the 5th player, and struggled to really make it work, so he's here as well. So you look at these pieces and you think, like, History, as well, is like someone who's got some potential and is a little bit exciting, but they did not look cohesive and they did not look effective in the Americas RMR. They had a very easy route to get here, and I think they got very fortunate to even make it to Paris.
That's interesting to think about. I mean, obviously, yeah, some legendary names amongst them, but that lack of cohesion, they haven't had a lot of time to fix it since, so you have to assume, you know, if they were going to make it from beyond this, it's going to have to be one hell of a turnaround for them. All right, a little bit of boxing to begin with. You appreciate that?
Yeah, he's been in the gym.
All right.
Yeah, you see the pictures? Yeah.
Yeah, more power to Zeus. That's one of the reasons why I was excited about this team, you know.
Well, this is the guy you look for on Pain. Those 2 that we just saw, Skulls and then Big Uzero. Extremely heavy hitters. Big Uzero transitioning in the in-game leader role for Pain has really distinguished himself as a solid leader for this team. Everyone on the team has complete faith in him, and Skulls has just been absolutely lights out. I mean, so this team is playing very, very well. A very cool style, a very effective style, very strong players. And the X factor, maybe not in this matchup, but as they go deeper into the Challenger stage and perhaps even the Legend stage, if they can make it there, is going to be the supporting cast. That's where some of the question marks come in, because against the Americas teams, everyone on Pain performs at a high level. But now that you get to the harder competition and the best teams in the world, can that supporting cast around Big Uzero, around Skulls, actually keep up that kind of a level?
I mean, they lost to them at the Americas RMR. They did fairly well against some lesser-known teams. I mean, Paqueta and Bestia down there in Europe. It's obviously, yeah, these were even close games, you could tell, the best of ones there. So
yeah, but look at this route. Look at the teams they beat to make it here. Like, you're not going to look at that and say this is a dominant run to qualify. Either way, we've got an interview with Zeus, so we got to hear what his thoughts are leading into the Challenger stage.
Hello, welcome to the Major, Zeus. It's great to have you here. Coming into Paris, obviously you guys have been in Europe a little bit. Can you tell me a bit about your practice coming into this?
Yeah, we had a bootcamp pre-RMR and post. So we stayed in Germany, 5 ping, everything was amazing, great FPS, and we got to practice a little bit of variations against the teams. That was our main goal, just to get a little bit more up to speed and more in the sense of having more variations of play styles, teams that we practice against, higher level, weaker level, find a little bit of everything, but it was good. And for us specifically, it was good to just flip a switch, and actually we've been trialing and erring a lot, and now I think we found something that we can play with a little bit.
When you guys played at the RMR against Pain Gaming, it was quite a one-sided victory in their favor. What did you learn from that loss?
Nerves, quite a lot. That we're still a young team. We need to control our nerves. We know that we went too focused as well on one aspect of the game, trying to counter it, and that left us open to many other possibilities where we weren't playing what was in front of us. Many players say that, but it ends up being a reality. And so our main takeaway was, let's take a step back, realize what our identity is, how we want to play, and how we want to approach teams. And from that match, as well, let's realize we're a young team. Let's control our nerves and realize there's no pressure. Everybody thinks we're on in 3 already, so let's just have fun.
Are you happy with the progress you've made since then?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always. Our main goal for the season was to qualify for the major. For Fluxo as an organization, and for my boys, like Phelps wanted to come back to major, I wanted to come back. VSM has his entire storyline about being banned and coming first major history, first major. Woody coming back from MIBR days where he was let go. So it was kind of main goal is, okay, we are what we say we are. We can get there. Let's start to progress. So happy with the preparation to get here. Now we're that team who can go 0-3 or can go 3-0. Dark horse in every sense of the way, which makes it a little bit more exciting and fun.
And another exciting factor is you're playing a domestic matchup team. I think a lot of people talk about how difficult that can be. What are your thoughts on playing a team from your own nation?
I mean, yeah, domestic matchups are always just that, but my thought on this match is pretty simple. Last time they were more focused on yelling against us than celebrating that they were qualified, so we're here with a vengeance plan.
Perfect. Good luck. Thanks for talking to me.
Thank you, Dinko.
All right, you love everything about that. Some hash in there for Zeus, and obviously a lot to talk about. Yeah, the team all really just needed to improve. It's a bit of a rematch from the Americas RMR and Pain Gaming. They do. I mean, they are a hard-hitting team. They have a lot of players here that can do some real damage.
Bro, look at Skull's rating at the Americas RMR. Like, what more do you need to say? That's so actually insane. 1.41. Big Uzera was a monster as well. But this is what I mean. The whole team was delivering on this kind of a level of competition, and I'm anticipating that there's not going to be that much issue as well against Fluxo here today.
You could be right. We actually, speaking of Big Uzera, we had an interview just to hear his words and his thoughts before the game.
Well, we've seen you guys in Europe before the major, getting some preparation in Big Uzera. How are you guys feeling coming into this in terms of how your preparation went?
We are feeling super good to play here, and our preparation was good. We made a good boot camp in Serbia. We played a lot of good things and this kind of stuff, and we learned a lot with them. And of course, we did a good job in the practice, and I hope we can show this.
Now, we've seen you guys play really well recently. We've got a lot of fans now of your calling style. What was the main thing you focused on coming into Europe in terms of your preparation?
I think the European style is so different than Brazilian style or North American style, and I think I got some of this style and put on our team, you know. So I think this kind of things is sometimes it's little details and sometimes it's bigger, but I think this kind of things that we made gonna be in practice right now, and I hope we can show.
Now, looking at your opponent, Fluxo, you played those guys back at the RMR. You guys won really convincingly. How much preparation have you done for this matchup?
A lot. I mean, I know the last match was pretty easy for us, but I know, of course, they are good players, all of them, and we know about them as well because they are Brazilian, so we know each other a lot. So, but our preparation was the same than the last RMR. So it was insane, and we studied a lot of them, a lot of all the maps can be, and I think we are prepared.
Now, you studied them a lot. What do you think of their style and how your style will match up against them?
I think their style is more aggressive than us. They play more fast. I think their start of the rounds of them is more aggressive, and a lot of Phelps and MongolZ sometimes made a lot of fast things, and we know how to play against them. Very good.
Well, I'm very looking forward to seeing it. Good luck in your matchup.
Thank you.
Wonderful stuff. That's not bad. You can tell the confidence. He's definitely feels like they have a good read on their opponent here, and from results, I mean, that seems to be the case.
Yeah, they should be very confident coming into this. And I mean, you even heard the mention like this boot camp was like bringing in some of the elements of the European playstyle into the game. And I mean, they just played in the Brazy party just last week. You know, we all know that was a little brazy, but they got like a little bit of a lesson, right? They got beat by Cloud9 2-0. So yes. I mean, you get like a front row view of that style and a little bit of match preparation on the things you've been practicing. So those officials, when you're actually trying to win a game, feel much different. So they had the boot camp, and they also had a small tournament of officials to be able to kind of incorporate some of the things and actually see what it's like when you get into a live match environment as well.
Yeah, not at all bad. Right at the lip of the major, able to try and test some of the things in a live environment. Probably a pretty good idea. I think this is going to be an interesting game nonetheless. I think, you know, the best of one format is just notoriously tricky. Jason, you're laughing already.
Well, I'm just remembering, like, you picked Fluxo. You predicted Fluxo to win this. So let's not gloss over this, because you and I have been having a little back and forth all morning. Like, I'm hardcore in the pain camp, and you, for some reason, are swinging for the fences right out of the gate.
Yeah, my boy Zeus is playing over on that side. I'm going to be with him all the time. Plus, I mean, we have this thing here for the talent at the major, something called the 9 out of 9 gang. That I am ready to shut down already. I'm happy to see those people fail. A lot of people have Fluxo in their 0-3, so I also think it would just be funny for them to upset the first one.
Sure,
game.
That's fair. Yeah, that's a good point. I have them in my 0-3 as well. Veto
Through the 9 out of 9 gang.
Yes, but yeah, we can be united on that front. As you can see, the veto process is a little bit different from most of the tournaments you'll see throughout the year. One team gets to ban 2, the other team gets to ban 3 in a row. Usually it's a little bit alternating, but it always kind of ends on a middle of the road map where both teams are going to be happy and content, and that one is going to be Mirage, obviously on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great best of one kind of map. There are some maps you maybe don't want to play in a best of one.
Now,
Nuke and probably Anubis come to mind as maps that could be really hard to play in on a one map series.
In the series that they played at the Americas RMR between these two teams that Pain won 2-0, they did play Mirage. Can you guess what the scoreline was?
Probably pretty close, I'd say, like 16-14, just something like that.
It was 16-1 in the favor of Pain.
Okay,
so I mean,
close.
Now you can go through this a couple different ways if you're Fluxo and like you want to think of the logic of this. Like one, you're saying is okay, we played them on the map, we know what they like to do.
Yeah.
You obviously are going to say in a 1-16 loss, we did not play very well. We did not get to play our game.
We found all the mistakes.
Yep.
And we made them all in that
Fixed
one game.
all of our mistakes, and we spotted all their weaknesses. They lured it out of them.
That's what I mean.
It's still a massive risk to let it come to this position.
It's hard.
No matter how many positive spins you can put on it that sound realistic, it is still an incredibly large risk to come back to this map.
I think you underestimate me. I can spin this a lot if you really want. Like I think maybe
take it away, baby.
Maybe they did a dive back then to set them up for this at the major.
Okay.
So like it's already part of the trap. Like you just don't know it yet.
Sure.
Like, you're looking
they've sprung the trap.
Yeah, you're looking at the short game and they're playing like a much deal. They're actually saving strats for the major.
Gotcha.
There are a lot of ways to go with it. Yeah. But I mean, obviously everything kind of points to Pain here. Here's what worries me. Every major when we do the pick'ems, I look at the teams and I just pick what I think are the most obvious teams, and every major there's just a bunch of crazy upsets that make it really hard for me to figure out. So now I'm just going into it with more of all right, let's just try and roll the dice here a little bit.
An open mind, yeah.
Yeah, because I just feel like it's so hard to predict these best of one games. Either way, I think it will definitely be exciting. I mean, either Pain are going to show that they have this team figured out and that they know what they're doing and they just have them in a box right now, or we will see that kind of weird upset. And Fluxo actually did spend the time and they're a little bit more prepped. Either way, I definitely think it's going to be an exciting game.
Yeah, absolutely should be. Pain's going to be starting on the CT side, the defensive side of Mirage. Fluxo will be starting on the T side, the offensive side of Mirage. As we get this game underway, the Paris Major has officially begun and we are live into the pistol round. Pain taking on Fluxo, a little bit of a Brazilian battle between these two teams. And we're going to get it started. History and VSM over in middle. Defense is set up with Skulls, Big Uzera, and Zevi at the A bomb site. Hardzao and Neck is playing B.
At a very, very slow start. You did hear from Bigusira in the interview just saying, you know, they're a fast team. They have some players over there like Lukowski and the Phelps that like to play really quickly. But so far, it's slow. They're taking some mid-control, and that's actually a really deep smoke. They can run up behind that and try and take some control. Skulls almost messing that up. That's dangerous, but he will take down Woody at the very least. So it's a good start nonetheless for the CT side. Neck is back here throwing out bullets. They're going to run one of them down, but what a great couple of headshots. VSN and Phelps just both get blown up, and they've lost the bomb at the corner as well, Jason.
Yeah, that deep smoke is allowed to give some space to move up connector, but it was all a fake. Up catwalk we go, and the defense holds very strong with Nekis getting a double kill. And now the bomb is dropped. They have to come attack this position, but everyone from Pain has shifted over. Nekis has a third, and the pistol round has slipped out of control of Fluxo. It's Lukowski in a 1v4.
Should be almost unwinnable here. They're all just waiting for him. All right, he's trying to jiggle out some of the shots. I mean, he's doing the best that he can right now, but yeah, there's no way that he can really get back into this round. Some really clutch shots coming through from Nekis at the back of the bomb site. That made a huge difference, because there was a chance there, even after VSM went down. But yeah, he just shut it down. Two beautiful headshots and a great start for Pain Gaming here. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, I like the setup in general. That deep smoke that's a really tricky one. If you're on the CT side, you see it go deep, but you don't really know what it means.
Especially the pressure of the first pistol round in a major might be able to pull that one player away from the B bomb site just a step, and then all of a sudden you have the opening. But I mean, a good patience from Pain, and it's 1-0 on the board. Fluxo without a plant, without a whole lot of kills as well. They're going to just stick to unarmored deagles on a couple of players, mostly Glocks. And we're going to wait for the next round to get the AK-47s on board. You can see the odds there as well from Unicorn. Heavily favoring Pain Gaming.
Yeah, not really surprising. I think a lot of people probably took a look at the history, same as you, and thought this looks like it's a bit of a layup right now for Pain Gaming. Some damage here would be really nice. I mean, these rounds, you probably don't expect to win them, but it does kind of make a difference if you can get a couple of kills in a round like this, because it just slows down the opponent a little bit, and it just stops them from having quite as good an economy as they could have had here. I mean, they're going to probably walk away with a lot here. Only one kill with the SMG so far, but they'll be fine with it. History is just walking around over those B hallways, not really able to do much of anything.
Yeah, it's not the kills you get excited for, it's the lack of deaths for the moment for Pain. Not losing any of those resources, not having to reinvest whatsoever. No one's going to go down to that pea shooter. 2-0 quickly for Pain, but the rifles come out now for Fluxo. Now, at the Americas RMR, one of the things that really had me worried about Fluxo, because this was one of the teams, even when we interviewed Pain earlier on at the RMR after like a round 1 victory or something like that, we asked Skulls, like, who are the teams that, you know, in Brazil that are kind of popping up? Brazil seems to be pretty deep. Like, who are the other teams that we should start like being a little bit worried about and keep our eye on? And he named Fluxo. Yeah. Everyone going into the RMR had all this excitement and hype around Fluxo, I think partially because of some of the names that are on it, but what we saw as that tournament progressed was, especially there, it felt like for me, if Phelps wasn't being the proactive one on the map, Lukowski had a couple of games, but those are the two guys that are going to be trying to make things happen, try to create opportunities for the team. And unfortunately at the RMR, the reason I don't have confidence, more often than not, it was just Phelps. The rest of it was like, what's everyone else doing? Why is no one else getting involved in this? So we'll see if the boot camp helped get the rest of the team activated into this lineup.
I'm not gonna lie, when I saw them at the Blast Showdown for the spring series, I thought they looked really interesting. I had a similar feeling going into obviously they didn't really deliver the way that you would want, but I still feel like there could be someone here. I'm gonna hope that they will have found a way to turn it around, because they do have some players. I mean, Lukowski being one of them. Huge buyout to get him on the team, and I've seen some games out of him that look really impressive, but now's the time to really step it up, hiding just at the edge of the smoke. It's a double setup on the other side, and VSM, he's going to get blown up. That was such a great setup for that exact kind of play, and they spin it around. Sevi with a good kill on Phelps. Finally, there's a bit of a return, but this might be a little bit late in the day. There's still another player. It's a double over at the ramp, and do they realize Skulls? He's probably going to get shot in the back here, going for the kill. I can't believe he's still alive. There we go. History a little bit late to the party, and it's still a 2-on-2.
Yeah, this is a huge victory for Fluxo attacking mid. Look how much space they had, and Connector get all the way up. Pain's actually lucky that this level of a defense was mounted. Good job from Zevi, from Skulls to get the 3 kills, but now they have a 2-on-2 retake. And Hard Zhao using the deagle because he's at range. He's got an SMG as well. There's one kit on Nekis to try and make this work.
So tricky. Molotov goes way behind him. And Woody's just waiting. Oh, History gets one wide swing out for Woody, and they close out that 2v2 just fine. Really kind of a good comeback into that round. I really thought it was going to get out of control as soon as Sevi spun around to get that second kill of the round. It just looked like that was going to be the end of it, but Good little comeback. Fluxo at least on the board early on.
Yeah, that's a 3v5 conversion for Fluxo. You got to give him props. Those are the opening 2 kills of the round, and they still managed to come back. But this is, I don't want to say it's a mistake on the defense. This might have just been a call, but no eyes on middle. There was so much space, able to get up all the way to the top of stairs without any kind of resistance whatsoever until you're at the A bomb site. That's something Pain will not want to let happen as this half goes on. And if you want to go all the way back, if you want to get in the way back time machine, the hot tub time machine, Phelps, when he was brought into some of those OG Brazilian lineups,
yes,
part of his prowess on this map was his ability to aggressively lurk in connector, into window. He loved this map for that reason. So we'll keep an eye on it and see if he's still bringing out the same style, because it could be very impactful. Opening kill again for Pain.
Oh, that's really tricky. Gives over the AK-47 into the window as well. Don't like to see that. Phelps lurking around down here, and yeah, that is a good bit of history to maybe bring into it. See if he can put that to play. Another smoke goes up, so blocking them off a little while longer, and it looks like Big Uzira actually might want to try and make a play around it. They're going to be boosting on the other side. I don't think he's actually looking for the boost, but now that he sees it, he'll take full advantage. I think he was looking for someone up on the catwalk itself, but still, you'll take whatever you can get. So they did the 3 versus 5 conversion once. They're going to have to try and do it again, and I would venture to say this time it's going to be more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at least this round compared to last one, they have no position on the map. They have no aggressive stances whatsoever. They're not in any kind of position to exploit anything. So here you're relying on Woody to find you a pick to set up the 2 players attacking into the A bomb site. But Skulls has one. Hard's out with an off angle. It's a very clean round from Pain. All 5 players surviving so far, and history's going to have to save.
And obviously, for anyone that's new to the game, hasn't been watching a lot of Counter-Strike, one of the reasons that this is also a huge round for Pain is that if you look at the money down at the bottom right there, they almost have none of it left. So if they would have lost this round, Pain, they would have been forced to save. They would have had pistols to fight with. Big problem, obviously. So they get to avoid that. They get to save. They even get to upgrade into 3 AKs so far. That's huge. That's obviously massive for the CT side. Everything is working out pretty well for them. A little bit of a scare, obviously, with losing the last round, but they're right back on track. It's good times.
And the other side of thing with the money, just to continue down that thread, is, I mean, even if you lose 2 or 3 players and you're Pain and you have to reinvest, you still have low economy going into the next round. Fluxo probably chooses to force up here, right? They choose to force buy to keep some pressure on the economy. Now they're stuck in a really hard decision where you don't have the money to get the stronger weapons. You don't have money to get all the utility. So you're in a very weird place with your buy if you're Fluxo's offense, and they play it very, very conserved. Lukowski with the Deagle and armor, Phelps with Tech 9 armor, but it's just the M4 that history saved that they bring forward in terms of rifles.
Yeah, not particularly impressive at the moment. 3-1, and a bit of a slow start here all around. Pain actually going to go and aggress onto the middle, and it's an interesting timing for it. They don't straight run to the middle, they just kind of wait it out a little bit, but they have a strong presence. You could see on the minimap up at the top left, there's a couple of people at the extremities, but then the rest of the team is really centered around this defense. We'll see the smoke off. All right, good spray at range with the AK. Pretty impressive for Nekkers.
Ooh, nice nade as well. Follow up onto Woody down to 7 HP. Zevi's looking over the top of the smoke. Nobody challenging quite yet. Molotov to perhaps make it a disjointed defense, or disjointed attack, I should say. It finds the kill. It spreads just enough to grab Woody. Poor guy.
Sets, yeah. I mean, he was already practically dead. He's probably fine with it. And sit it out. Tech 9 on Phelps, but yeah, it really is that M4 in history that is, if anything, going to do a little bit of damage. You know, you brought it up in the last round. Just getting a couple of kills here is going to be really, really important. You can't let Pain get away with another flawless round.
The problem is there's no utility to set up the M4, right? So you're kind of in a situation where you're hard baiting your teammates. Like a teammate's life is going to be what you have to use to set up and find the fight that you want. Oh, they might have it. They might have it here. They know they've got one trapped. Zevi's occupied over towards Palace. They want Big Uzira. History challenging, but can't win it out. Zevi's going to grab another, and it's all said and done. 4-1 for Pain.
Yeah, well played. VSM was really baiting them out with that Palace play at the, he's just jumping around up there with a Glock.
Trying to keep attention in his way. And he succeeded. Yeah. It's just not enough, right?
Not quite enough, unfortunately. Not this time. But yeah, this is brilliant, obviously, from having no economy at all to winning back-to-back flawless rounds. Something that Pain are going to be really excited about. It sets them up now in a position where even if they lose another round, soon, they can still keep the pressure on. They can still keep it going. So a little bit of a pause coming in, I believe. And we'll see how quickly we can get back into the swing of things. But so far, it's a great start for Pain, 4-1 in their favor.
Yeah, in the last 3 rounds that they've won, they've had all 5 players survive.
Damn,
so,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's been 2 in a row in this little bit of a winning streak with all 5 surviving. So money building up just a little bit. We're going to get a little tech pause as the player's dropped out of the server. He's going to hop back in. We'll get things underway. If you're on a Blast.tv as well, you can obviously go to the drop-down menu and switch over to the A stream as well that has FaZe taking on Monte.
True.
FaZe on the T side of Ancient is currently up 4-1 over Monte at the moment, and that's one of the more interesting opening round matchups that we have going on. So good to keep track of that.
I believe as well you can submit questions to be asked by our interviewers for some of the winner interview match. I think that's another feature over on Blast.tv.
Ooh.
Check that out. So, you know, if you've got a crazy question you want to throw in there, you can participate in that sense. Really good. Yeah, I've got to say, I think Zeus mentioned it, how at the RMR he attributed some of the loss there to nerves, you know, a young team and all the rest of it. If you come back in a matchup like this where you know you're playing, I don't want to say their arch nemesis, but definitely a team that they've had a hard time against, you have to assume it actually makes a big difference for Fluxo to have a good start. And it's a best-of-1 game. There's no recovering this on a third map or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
So they already have a bad history against Pain, and they're off to kind of a bad start here. So those nerves, they're going to be showing early.
And the biggest event these guys have ever played in.
True.
I mean, Phelps has already been here. Zeus has already been here with 2 championships under his belt as well. But I mean, someone like VSM, where this has been his dream, like that adds so much pressure onto yourself individually. So yeah, having a slow start can be very, very tough to claw yourself out of. We're going to get a tactical pause, timeout from Fluxo as they want to talk things over coming out of the tech. Zeus is going to get activated. You can see him being very, very vocal within the team, trying to switch some things up to get a little bit more life, a little bit more energy, a little bit more production out of his players. There's been a number of rounds already where they've started, I mean, two gun rounds they've started out in 3v5s. One of them they managed to convert, but you're not going to do that too often.
No, obviously, it's statistically quite unlikely that you're going to be able to convert those rounds. Those aren't the rounds you're trying to win in general anyway, right? Like, you want a round where you get one of the openings here. And obviously, on the other side, like you mentioned, there's been 3 rounds where Pain have lost nobody. And the other side of the coin, there's a Fluxo have almost no kills at all, right, in the moment. And that's just feels kind of bad. It feels like everyone is a bit flat from the start. So, yeah, they have to change that now. It is their time to do it because, again, it's a best-of-1 game. So every single round here early on, they all matter. They all have so much more weight than playing those best-of-3 series that are happening later on in the tournament where you can make up for a bad map. You can come back and do it. We've seen that over and over again whenever you have the best-of-3s. But this is a different matter altogether.
These past few rounds as well, Pain putting a real emphasis on having some kind of standing in middle on the defensive side. They want to deny access that to Fluxo. They want to send the message. If you guys want to execute anything from middle, you're going to have to fight every step of the way.
Oh. This is great timing. The Molotov going down. They're running through. They're burning alive up there. Nekis gets one and Hardsa with the other. That was such a well-timed Molotov. It just slowed them down, and nobody had time to put out the smoke to stop that Molotov from burning them alive. They're getting absolutely shut down. It's a team kill and another flawless round here for Pain. That's 4 now that they've won, losing nobody. They're going to be rich beyond belief here.
Yeah, and I think that's also, I don't think that's the call out of the timeout either. I think that's a call that they change up out of their opening just because they feel that mid-presence. They say, okay, you probably have at least, 2 to 3 players in middle. Let's all reconvene into the B halls and try and exploit this B bomb site because usually that catwalk player is going to be more towards middle. We might be able to overwhelm this one player, but a perfect defense from Pain shuts it all down.
Could be really tricky, but yeah, the timing on those grenades to the B hallway, right? There are a lot of times if you're the B player on the CT side, you miss the timing by a second and you just get actually overrun. You just can't even do anything. Not the case right now. 5-1. We've got some Tech9s out, suggesting a little bit of a faster play coming through. Deep grenade will soften up just a tiny bit. Sevi's actually pushed to the smoke, and he's just here to take the fight. Look at the confidence of this guy. He's just absolutely ready. He finally does burn alive, but it might be a little bit too late. Lukowski, at least he's doing some damage here, but he's got no shot of this one. 1 versus 3.
He needs to get the bomb right now and get the bomb planted while these smokes are up. And actually, just as I say that, the smokes all fade. So yeah, he's kind of screwed. He's kind of in a really tough place. Look at the little triangle setup they have around him. 1 in con, 1 over in jungle by window room, and 1 all the way back at the ticket booth. So there's so many angles, so many different peaks he's going to have to deal with off of the initial contact. And it's his job to find a way to isolate those fights. And at the moment, he's hoping for a mistake, hoping for somebody to walk into his crosshair to make this a little bit easier on him, but it's not coming.
Yeah, I like the discipline as well from Pain when he gets the first couple of kills, that they don't just keep running at him, because that's a classic mistake you could have made. A lot of discipline here. Nekis is finally going to come in with the execution shot there. He's had himself a really good start, Nekis. Some great kills coming through on his side. He's 11-1 right now, so you like to see it. What a beginning. Pain absolutely look flawless. What did you say it was? 16-1 last time they played Mirage?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to get too nervous, but, you know.
I think they started like a 12-0 run, though, if I remember that match correctly. So, I mean, I think we're going to be fine. I think Fluxo is going to be able to beat the previous scoreline.
All right.
It's a low bar.
Words of encouragement from Jason. I think you can do better than utter annihilation. That's great.
Oh, the AWP almost gets the follow-up. He's legged history, but going to back away with his life.
And Nekkes could have been there as well. Just to the edge of the smoke on the other side. You got to be really careful about that. And some more mid-control this time for Fluxo. They're kind of taking it aggressively. The bomb has dropped far back, so we kind of know already that this is just posturing to try and get some map control. Hard Sal making the jump. Nekkes good with the spray once again. And he's going to make the jump out of there as well. This is looking really good for the defense once again.
Defensive smoke is going to negate that entire stance, that entire play from VSM and Woody as they back away. Don't want to sit behind it for the next 16 seconds.
Big Usira, look at this mission that he's on. Oh, he actually got spotted. And there's a second player, VSM. He must have seen it. Now he definitely knows Skull's been moving up. The bomb has been recovered, but they're really hunted. Look at how boxed in they are on the map. Yeah, sure, they're taking middle, but walking up behind them as well. It's a 3 versus 4 right here. Low on health is history, and VSM is out of the round, so it's just going to be up to Woody in the middle. 40 seconds for the 1 versus 4. Seems impossible. He's going to walk right into this one. Nekkes will shut it down. 7-1 in favor of Pain.
Yeah, this one's toast. This one's done. Get him out. Pain's doing such a good job of just dictating this entire map from the CT side. The push into CT spawn, the mid aggression that's coming in round after round that's making it really, really tough for Fluxo to do anything in middle. And as we saw from the one round Fluxo won, it was all based off that mid control, that mid presence, that mid map control that they got all the way towards Khan without resistance. Now that Pain has closed that off, Fluxo don't have any other options. They're not attacking the extremities anyway effectively. So, I mean, Pain just say, okay, all we have to do is keep shutting down middle and denying that access and making it difficult, and we're going to have a nice, easy ride.
Tech9s are back, and you know what that means. Meant to be speedy on this one. Again, deep Molotov to slow them down. Hard Sal, this is such a lot of damage being output already. Phelps and Lukowski both go up, and yeah, Stutter stepping into that one, not going to be working out. History gets AWP'd by Sevi. And Woody, no chance here. If you want to do these B rushes, the absolute key thing is either to get the entry in the hallway if you can, but at the very least, you need to get a couple of players down on the floor of the B-bomb side. They have to get out of the hallway. Once you get stopped in the hallway and people just kind of block each other, there is no way to get that working. So yeah, it's all on that opening to try and get through. Woody on his own here, but yeah, this is looking really, really rough. It's a very flat performance from Fluxo at the beginning here. And, you know, on the other side, not to discredit Pain either, they do look like they have absolutely dialed in on this team.
Yeah, they know everything that's happening at all times. They're having no issues. I mean, and you mentioned, like, kind of sometimes that B defender sometimes getting caught out with nades, like missing a weird timing. That hasn't happened once. In fact, his utility, his timing has been perfect when he spotted teams out, when they've deployed nades and Molotovs and defensive smokes. It's all been picture perfect.
So it's just Woody walking around alone in the hallway, waiting for something, hopefully, you know, mistake. He'd love someone to be aggressive. But again, you gotta credit some discipline here on the Pain side. Why go and be aggressive? It's absolutely not worth it. Just wait it out. You know he has to show up eventually. If you go push him and he gets a kill, you know, maybe picks up a rifle, makes it more expensive. It's a major after all, so if you're Pain, you have to treat every round like you have to optimize everything.
Nekkes had 16K before his buy. They're rich. They have all the money in the world. They have all the money in the world. Another timeout taken from Fluxo to discuss things. Zeus again being vocal.
What would you buy with 16,000 right now in real life?
In real life?
You had to spend it, like you have to go crazy. We're in Paris.
Yeah, I'd go buy some. I'd go buy like a really nice piece of jewelry for my wife.
Nice.
Yeah, get brownie points with that answer. Mother's Day's coming up.
That is true. Wow, that's a really important reminder.
Yeah.
All right.
Mother's Day is coming up, everybody in the States.
Don't forget about it.
Call your mothers, buy some flowers now.
Or $16,000 worth of jewelry if you got the chance.
If you were Nekkes with 16K.
Yeah, if you got that kind of bling, then go for it. 8-1. Yeah, this is looking, it's pretty grim at the moment. I can't deny it. I was obviously hoping for a funny upset. Mostly betting against the 9 out of 9 gang.
It is an Anders classic. Just go for the outrageous upset.
Yeah, every once in a while it works and people get excited, you know. Again, the Molotov timing is godlike. As they come out, they're just getting shut down. Not even close to an entry here. Hardsau, he's just, you know, practice shooting at this point. They finally get him out of it. And actually, Woody coming back into it a little bit with a shot on the Sevi, making it fun. History now in a 1 versus 3. He's already taken down Nekis. And he maybe could get the bomb plant. But, you know, that's the closest they've been to winning a round. It's probably this 1 versus 3. Skulls is going to come in just as the bomb is planted. So everything is working out at the moment. Defuse is going to be coming through. But, again, that didn't even look like it was a winnable round. And yet, it's the best one we've seen for a while.
And I don't even mind the play call out of a timeout. I think that time the B execute was actually planned from Fluxo and called as the tactic from the get-go. And you can't even really argue with it too much because they've been getting shut down every time they've gone mid. They're running out of options. So to try and alleviate some of that pressure they're feeling in middle, they want to be able to have success on the extremity. And execute in towards B. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an execute towards A at some point. They want to make Pain feel like they have to worry about the bomb sites early on in the rounds so that they can't stack up in middle and they can't put a utility dump in middle.
Well, 9-1. Sebi through the flames. He'll take down Woody. No problem at all. He just saw that. Could be a little bit tricky sometimes to watch through the Molotovs there. Bigosira at the edge of the smoke in that window. Very, very tricky. Just enough for him to get the shot. That's something you have to be worried about. I don't know if he body blocked it or if it was Molotov off from the start, but either way, that gap in the smoke in the window is absolutely lethal if you're on the T side.
Oh, nice shot from History. Brings it back, claws it back a little bit closer. 3 on 4 now. Another 3v5 they're trying to recover. They've got the first kill necessary. Big Uzera. It's his responsibility, both connector as that smoke is up and for the boost in towards window room. So he's got to be heads up about what's coming, and he walks right into it. Phelps has found the equalizer. Now into a 3 on 3.
Slowly but surely, yeah, clawing their way back into the round. 54 seconds. Sevi set up real out in the open right here. The smoke is going to fade. Let's see how quick he is on the trigger. They're all behind it. And they don't... Oh, they actually have a flashbang. Maybe they could try and get through like this. But here we go. He sees the feet, and he's going to get the one of them there. But a good wallbang in return. Skulls. They should know that there's still one more player at the bomb side, and they're checking for it. Phelps, he's lurking for that kill, but can't get it in time. Skulls just creeping on in. And with 30 seconds in history, yeah, he's going to get shot either that way or he's going to get shot in the back. Good shot from Skulls at the end of it. And Pain Gaming, one of the rounds they really had to struggle for, but they still come out on top, 10-1 in their favor.
Yeah, that one got a little sketchy into the 3 on 3, but well handled. I think actually Zevi got a little bit fortunate with that op shot. That first one he had, I think he was actually aiming for the person who showed through the smoke, yeah. Missed and got the guy behind him, which is a little unfortunate, but he'll take it. This is a nice double kill from Skulls as well. 19 HP in that final fight to sink the headshot. 10-1. And I mean, we came into this saying, Skulls with that 1.4 rating at the Americas RMR, he's chilling. He's 8-1 right now. Great game, obviously, but not huge numbers. Big Uzera, 4-5, another heavy hitter. It's Nekis and Zevi who are delivering in spades right now for Pain.
Yeah, they're having a fabulous game at the moment. There's no question about it. No money still on Fluxo here. They got the 1 AK on Phelps, and that's about it. And Neck is going to continue that ridiculous scoreline, 17-4 right now. It's absolutely wild. I mean, this game might finish before he can break any records, but he's on the right trajectory at the moment.
You know how every major, when you do your pick'ems, there's like that one team that you don't predict to go through?
Yes.
But you're like really heartbroken about it?
True.
That's Pain for me.
That's Pain.
I don't have them going through, but like they are
but
such
you want it.
Yeah, I want them to go through. I want to be wrong. They're such a cool team to watch. They've got such cool individual players, I think. And I think you can obviously see their prowess and how well they're able to kind of dominate the regional competition, other Americas teams as well. It's the question mark of when they actually get to the tougher opposition, the European teams. Are they going to be able to stack up against them? That's my question mark. Because against a team like Fluxo, against even like a Complexity, I would have them winning. But you put them up against, you know, the FaZes and the G2s, and that's where I think there's going to be a barrier. But obviously no issues here today in their opening match.
No, this is smooth sailing right now. Both Sevi and Nekis at the moment are 17-4. So they have two players that are just outright destroying the opposition. And there's nothing on the other side. I mean, the most that we have in terms of kills is Lukowski on 6 and History on 4. They are so far behind. I think the total combined kills right now for Fluxo is 17, and we've got 2 players on the other side that are both dropping about that same distance. That's pretty wild.
I actually didn't even notice that. That's a good point. That's that's a little bit frightening.
It could be a 2-on-5 right now. Those 2 would still win.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, obviously not, but still, it looks disgustingly one-sided, but in a cool kind of way. Yeah, if you're Pain, why wobble right now? Why not just crush them? If you have the confidence, and you could feel it in Big Uzira in that pre-game interview a little bit, talking about it, saying, well, we have them figured out pretty well. You hear that a lot, but sometimes turns out to be exactly right. So.
And if you haven't gotten the indication from the way I've been talking about Pain, if you're someone who doesn't pay a whole lot of attention to the Americas scene or doesn't really bother with it a whole lot, Pain is one of those teams and that has players as well. Keep your eye on this team. Keep your eye on these players because they are rising through the ranks slowly but surely. And I mean, depending on how they do here in Paris, they could be put on the map right out of the gate in this major, right at the end of CSGO.
Yeah, they're well on their way. I mean, I don't disagree with what you said. I mean, I think they are one of those teams that is exciting. They do have some really cool individuals. Lukauzi trying to beat the timing. That is a kind of an interesting play, but he just got caught in the middle of it. Big Uzira, and then Hard Sow at the end with a secondary AWP taking down VSM.
I was going to say they've opened up the playbook, but I think they might have just tossed it out the window. This is a little bit more of like, okay, guys, nothing's working. We're not doing strats anymore. Everyone kind of just kind of go for the flow. Play off intuition, play off feel. Let's try and get a couple of rounds on the board right at the end here, and obviously not working in round 13. 12-1 for Pain now.
Really just, I mean, we can only say impressive in so many different ways, right? But it's looking just so good for them.
Look at the supreme confidence on the CG side. And that's the point I brought up a few rounds ago. They're just dictating so much of the action from the defensive side of this map with pushes, with different looks on their defense, and Fluxo have no idea really what to do.
Well, finally we got some weapons back. They're maybe not the best of weapons. We do have a Galil, a Mac-10, and a Scout in play for Woody. A couple of AKs as well, and Phelps looking to try and see if he can get up into connector really fast, and surely, yeah, he's going to be walking through the smoke. Here's a great opening, but he's got the Mac-10, so still questionable. A good shot, and Big Uzira, he's going to get traded. Change of pace, aggressive plays through the connector there on the side of Phelps, and this should be the opening. They surely must win this round.
That's the first, this is the round 14. This is the first round they've got the opening kill in a round. Yes. The first time they've ever played with an advantage.
That's a bit late. You'd want to see that earlier. Obviously, so many T rounds are set up based on the openings, right? If you get, that's why you do the default spread half the time. You want information, and secondarily, if you get a kill somewhere, you can formulate the rest of the strategy behind that opening kill. They just haven't got any. You're right.
Yep, I mean, history's going to get credited with it, obviously, and that's just, yeah, you're not going to win a whole lot of rounds if you're not finding any of those initial kills.
No.
I don't know. That should be a pretty self-explanatory theory. 10-round lead.
But already better than last time, Jason.
Twice as good as last time.
Good, in fact, yeah. They're doing it. Sick. Again, that gap in the smoke here. Big Uzira, I'm assuming that's the Molotov that to cause that little gap there, which is super dangerous. They've already lost the middle once to that play. This time might be a little bit more careful. Out in the open and battling it away. Phelps. If they Molotov that corner, this is going to be instant death for Nekkes, but no one's checked it yet. Big Uzira's going to find a headshot. Surely they're going to find out. There's the jump down, but Nekkes will get at least the one kill, and that'll slow everything right down. They're coming for him quickly, though, and it is a 3-on-3.
Oh, Skull's a little off angle, though. He's jumped over the ticket booth. They're dropping Molotovs behind it. He wants to play with this smoke. Oh, he backs away. He backs away. It might have been a perfect opportunity. Nade is out. It's not going to stop the plant. Decent enough chip damage, and there's Hardzao with an up shot. That's from Jungle. Now the retake can begin, and oh, it's just on history. He's done. He's toasted. It's Pain with a 13-2 lead after the first half.
Absolutely one-sided. What a way to get started. 13-2 in the favor of Pain. We'll be right back with the second half after this. We're back once again. It is the second half coming up. We've got Pain versus Fluxo, and it's been a ridiculously one-sided match.
I tried to warn you.
You did.
You know me, I don't like to be the guy who says I told you so, but I told you so. I told you so many times.
Several times, actually.
I gave you ample opportunity to pull the ripcord.
I think you actually, you were 100% sure. Like, I've never heard anyone jinx a game as hard as you did. And you've turned out to be right. I can't really deny it.
Can't jinx this one. This one's unjinxable.
It's unjinxable. That's how much they're winning. Yeah, it's just very impressive. You got to give it to Pain. I mean, this is great. Sometimes you do see this kind of thing happen where, you know, they play again and suddenly it looks like a different team, but just supreme confidence on the side of Pain going into the second half. It's VSM to start this, at least with a kill. So far, so good, but Skulls and Hearts out. They come back into it, picking up a couple of kills each. The bomb is being planted, and oh my god, he sniped it away. He just deleted him from the round. Woody trying to do something here, but Phelps to follow it up, not going to happen either. Hardsow has just cleared this round, no problem. Oh, and he comes back for another one, a quad kill to start the second half with. He can't hardly believe it.
I know, he's just so confident. He was just like, whatever, I'm taking every single fight. Even potentially ill-advised to a certain degree, like fights that might give them an opportunity to actually have an advantage in the retake. And he bangs them all out. Quad kill for Hardsow on the pistol. And I think that's the final nail in the coffin. Now it's just a matter of time.
Steals the USP. Just some great shots, this one. Really impressive stuff. All right. Well, it was hopeful for a minute. At least you'd want to see what Fluxo can actually do on the CT side. But losing the pistol, you have to wonder how much they're even going to be able to show here.
Now, there's a little bit of an X factor here because Phelps did drop the FAMAS over to VSM. So there's a rifle in play. And yeah, I know it's a FAMAS, but this might be something that could actually turn the tides a little bit. Maybe something you don't expect, although I think NECA's already got an encounter with the FAMAS, so might have called it out.
Yeah, I think they know. Mac 10 as well, going to be running around the map.
The Mac Daddy?
The Mac Daddy, that's what we love. Great weapon, a lot of speed, obviously. Smoke up, Neckers, is he going to respect it? They've already traded places inside. That's very awkward. I think Phelps might have realized. He might have bumped into him, and sometimes you can almost feel that. Neckers now, I think he definitely knows. He's going to come running out, and he still will win the fight. That's the A-bomb side lost, and...
Might as well save.
Yeah, I mean... I don't know if there's a wrong or right answer here, but because if you save, you're banking on a 13-round comeback into overtime.
Yeah, there's a kid on the ground, but you have none in your hands at the moment, and I mean a scout as well. Like, you're not going for this whatsoever. No one's budged from the B-bomb side. Big Uzera has found history, traded him off, and this is going to be 15-2, so 13 chances for Pain to close out this first map. And, you know, we kind of talked about the difficulty of Fluxo kind of going into a hole like at like 5-1-ish, saying, you know, this is the match for them, important on an individual level. Also, just like the previous history between these two teams, you want to get a good start. If you look at it from Pain's perspective, man, like what a great way to start your major run. Like, 1-0, obviously. You can't take any overconfidence from this, or you shouldn't take any overconfidence from this, but obviously going to feel really good for Pain coming out of the RMR, the Americas RMR, to start their bid 1-0 in the Swiss system. Yeah,
you're not wrong. I mean, this is definitely going to set them up pretty well. They told us in the pre-game interview they have a pretty good read, they have a good understanding of how this team plays, and now they're proving it live on the broadcast. So pretty good stuff.
We like that.
Yeah. Sometimes, you know, teams always say this. They're like, yeah, we had a good boot camp. Things are looking good. We feel confident. Like that's sort of the common refrain that we hear all the time. But actually getting a real display of it here for Pain is pretty impressive. Biggest hero in the middle. They try to do a bit of a boost in the corner, but he's shutting it down. 2 kills on their side. VSM and Phelps both get blown up. And what a quick match this is turning into, Jason. We're not even getting a chance. I mean, I guess we're getting back on schedule a little bit here, but this is just so one-sided. I can't remember the last time I've seen a match be actually this one-sided.
Yeah, Pain's a very sharp team at the moment in this matchup, and obviously going to come to a close. You have to go for this one. No saving when your opponent's on 15, so everyone's going to come over and give it one last college try.
See if they can do it here. They don't have much to do this retake with, and Neck is already out hunting. Takes down Woody, and it's all over. 16-2 in favor of Pain Gaming as they absolutely demolish Fluxo.
Yeah, and that's exactly how we thought it would go. 16-1 when they played on Mirage at the RMR, 16-2. Not as much progress, not as much of a forward step as Fluxo would have liked to make, but for Pain, handled business. Everyone delivering in spades, everyone having a good game, just like we saw them do at the RMR.
Yeah, I mean, if they keep doubling the progress like this, Jason, eventually they will get there.
Yeah, by the end of CS2, they'll be ready to play Mirage.
Yeah, next time it'll be 4 rounds, and then we're up to 8.
Okay, you're thinking an exponential improvement.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're working on here. So I like it. I think it's you know, it's something.
Yeah, I think, but I mean, you know, to hear, as you mentioned, kind of in the pregame interview from Big U's era, we know what they like to play. They like to be an aggressive team, like to be a little bit faster plays. You could see that in the game plan of Pain that just shut them down is all that mid-aggression, all the aggression on A ramp that they had. They pushed into T-spawn a couple of times. They were really kind of exploiting that by trying to slow down the initial aggressive and fast-paced play and find advantages elsewhere on the map. And I mean, the B defenders as well, just absolutely on point with their utility, stopping any kind of a B pop every time it happened. There was nothing for Fluxo to do across the map.
Look at the scoreboard. So the ADRs alone tell a little bit of a story. Yeah, this is just, it's one-sided by every metric. Like it's not even, there's almost nothing positive we can bring up about Fluxo and say, oh, this seemed to work. You know? Yeah,
one opening kill on their entire T side. Like that's a disaster, and that touches on what I mentioned, which is what filled me with the lack of confidence in Fluxo from the RMR. Is it felt like if Phelps wasn't being a hyper-aggressive player, they had nobody who was really able to create anything right out of the gate at the start of these rounds, and we saw it today. They had no answer for the first 30 seconds of the round. It didn't matter what the game plan was in the mid-round, what the game plan was at the end of the round. The first 30 seconds were so rough that they never even got a chance to execute on those ideas and those plans.
Yeah, I mean, the first round that they won in itself was like a 3 versus 5 conversion. And even then, I think we brought it up and said that's probably not how you can win rounds reliably. It turned out that was true. Like,
and it was based off some mid-control that they had. And then Payne said, okay, we're just going to start putting 2 players, an Hopper, multiple nades at top mid, and we're going to make it really hard for you to have that kind of space in middle. And it never happened again. They never got caught off guard by that play-up connector.
Yeah, and you know, on the CT side, you mentioned the B control, right? Notoriously, one of the worst, I think, positions to play is probably B Mirage. It can be really gruesome because sometimes you do nothing for such a long time, and if you are doing something, you're retaking the A bomb site in probably being a man down. It's just not a fun position. You're really bored, and then all of a sudden it's like hell on earth, and there's Molotovs everywhere. Yeah. But that B defense just held up so well for Pain that there was not even a question about whether or not that was going to work out.
Yeah, and I don't know who Pain's going to play, but as I kind of mentioned, this is a team, and I hope they kind of converted you in this match at the very least. We'll see when they get to some tougher competition to play some closer games. This is a fun team to watch. This is a team I want to see make it to the Legend stage. I think it's going to be really, really difficult for them to get there. I mean, you know, Fluxo talked about the inexperience of them as a team.
True.
Same for Pain. Not experienced at this level of competition, but it'd be great to see them move forward.
Yeah, and they could be like a true, genuine sort of dark horse team, so that'd be really exciting stuff. Well, listen, we do have a break before the next game, so stay tuned. I think it's going to be about 20 minutes-ish before we're back, so just don't go anywhere. And B-Stream is going to continue soon after this. Already with the second match here on the B stream, we have got Complexity, and they are going to be playing up against GamerLegion here. Best of one, of course. Quite an exciting game that's coming up. You know, some, I won't say unknown players, but definitely some, you know, some teams that maybe aren't, you know, the biggest brands here at the challenger stage. But I think this could be a fiery game. Yeah,
it very much could be. I mean, it's going to be an interesting game to like kind of talk about, because I think both these teams may be like disappointing, building off some of the success we've seen them have in the past. Obviously, Complexity's success, you know, back in Katowice, a little bit more recent, but not able to really capitalize on any of that. But I think both of these teams, this is kind of like a 50-50 match, but you know both these teams are looking at this game that's like a very winnable, like neither of them are considered underdogs. Like this should be a pretty even affair. But for GamerLegion, I don't know, my biggest question about these guys is just like, man, where have they been since the last RMR, since like the last major cycle? Like, I haven't seen them, and I was like, they were a cool team to watch back at the Rio qualification process, at Rio itself, and then it's like, I haven't seen you since then. Playing a lot of like the tier 2 like European events, and they've never been able to kind of break into the tier 1 events.
It's been questionable, there's no doubt, and some of the games I've seen from them more recently, they have looked a little bit weird. It hasn't really been the GamerLegion that did shock everyone during the last major and did kind of play, you know, probably way above expectations. So I don't know, I don't see them as being quite the same team at the moment, but I'm willing to be wrong. I think there's still something here to work with.
Well, one of the guys who's got them exciting is Shui, the leader of the team, and we had an interview with him earlier today.
Well, here with Shui from GamerLegion ahead of their opening game here at the Paris Major. First of all, welcome to Paris here at the Major. First question I have is, what have you guys been up to in terms of preparation before the event?
I think we've been focusing a lot on how we approach the games, every single game individually. We're making sure that our mentality state is in the right state. We want to focus on each game one at a time, so we're not looking further into the future.
Now, did you guys boot camp preparing for this? Seeing you guys playing an online cup as well before this event?
Yeah, we boot camped, and I think we did a really good boot camp. It was very productive, and it for sure will help us coming into the major.
Now, looking at your opponent's Complexity, what are your thoughts in terms of how you guys will match up against them?
It's definitely going to be a tough game. Like I said, there's no easy games here. It's the major at the end. So we're expecting a very tough game. We have the preparation done for them. So we feel prepared, and it's all about how we go into the game at this moment.
What do you think the biggest problem they'll give you is?
I'm not sure. We'll find out.
Now, looking at the RMR, you guys had a pretty slow start in that opening game. Now, if you have a slow start at the major, seeing how difficult the opposition is across the board, do you feel like that could really hurt your chances?
I mean, we've gained a lot of experience through these slow starts, so I think we're prepared, and it's going to be good to maybe even start good, but also we're not counting out that we can start bad and move into a good state further on.
In your mind, what was the problem with some of those slow starts? What was the reason for it?
I think it was just maybe lack of experience. It was also early games. The first game of the tournament, it happens to the best teams as well. So I don't think it was necessarily something on our side. But yeah, I feel like now that we went through it already, we feel much better and much more confident.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Good luck in your opening game.
Thank you.
All right, looked really confident. You like to see it. You want to see a confident team coming. We just had one earlier in Pain that just crushing obviously Fluxo on that opening game. But yeah, GamerLegion, they're hopefully going to be they're going to have to be ready for this one. I think Complexity are still they're one of those weird teams that really can cause a couple of upsets.
Yeah, they're good for an upset or two, right? They can make things happen. They can really disrupt your flow, and they can you know, find a team in this challenger stage to really ruin. But yeah, for GamerLegion, I don't know. There just seems to be so many questions about like what level they're going to be at. They've had like a really rough run of matches leading into this. They obviously lost like the decider to go to the Legend stage or the Challenger stage to Bad News Eagles back at the RMR. At Brazy Party, the event they played just before this during their boot camp, they lost both of their games against ENCE and against Astralis and just got eliminated right out of the gate as well.
Yeah.
And then you also go into like the question mark of the players, of someone like your boy, Acor, on this team. Like, is he going to be able to deliver? We're still kind of trying to nail him. He was one of the great like rises in performances of the last RMR that they went through. He was incredible, but he's kind of been quiet since then. Shui, what's his development like as the leader for this team and as a really strong individual player as well? There's just question marks abound, I feel, not only for GamerLegion, for Complexity as well, but yeah, it makes it an interesting matchup that we're going to see.
Yeah, I don't really disagree. Obviously, yeah, on the Complexity side, someone that was obviously, in a lot of ways, was kind of like, he was named as one of the big up-and-coming stars in North America, Grim. I feel like has actually found his place in Complexity now. I've seen some really great matches out of him. Holzerk, you know, the crazy sniper that's coming out here, and he's dropping some really impressive, you know, ratings as well.
You've nailed the 2 players that Complexity absolutely need to deliver, and the 3rd player in that you want to see step up that hasn't been living to his potential is Fang. And
Yes.
Dinko spoke to him earlier as well, so we have that ready for you also.
So fine, great to have you here in Paris for the major. You guys have been on a crazy schedule all year, traveling all around the world. Straight to Australia before this major. Are you guys feeling well rested coming back?
Yeah, you know, long flight. We're used to it though, and you know, we were in Poland for a little bit, just boot camping a little bit before, get a few days in before the tournament. So coming here, you know, we had a few times just to reset with the jet lag and everything. Coming here, we're ready to play.
Now, you're going to an event before a major. How do you feel about that? Like, how does that make you feel personally when you go away and you have to come back after playing an event?
I enjoyed it a lot just because also Melbourne was a different environment for us. It was the first event for me and Holzerk personally with crowds and just our team. So it was really nice actually getting that experience and just, you know, being able to come here with like good intentions for our team, realizing, you know, what mistakes we had in our previous event, just how to overcome them in this event and just play our A game.
I think Holzer called it a kick up the ass, right? Coming back in from Melbourne. What are the main things you have to fix coming into Paris then?
I think it's just little micro details, whether it's like, you know, calling our rotates and stuff and just, you know, making sure we're on the same page with our teammates throughout each round. But I still think we didn't even necessarily have a bad tournament there in terms of the quality of play. So just upping our intensity a little bit and just making sure we pull through for these matches.
I know you guys are a team that like to prep a lot for your opponent. You're looking at GamerLegion. How do you think you guys shape up against them?
I think we shape up well. You know, they're not a bad team at all, so we just need to make sure we're playing our A game, like I said. And, you know, we've prepped against them, but same thing, just making sure we're on the same page with each other and just, you know, keep on reassuring ourselves that, you know, we're whatever situations come up in the game and just quick to problem solve and get over the line.
I think with Pro League and obviously Melbourne, I think some people maybe question the confidence of Complexity. If we were to give a scale of 1 to 10, where would you place yourself in confidence right now?
I won't speak for my team, but myself, I'm feeling like a 9. I think, you know, I've just been enjoying playing, and especially with us, a lot of our practices and stuff have been going really well. So as our team, like as a team, I can say that from a practice perspective, it's been really well for us, and, you know, we've been gelling everything like that. So just about showing it on the server, and I'm expecting to do that today.
Well, awesome. Looking forward to it. Good luck in your opening game. All right, we're all good.
Talking about having good boot camps, good practice coming into this. I know that's a particular pet peeve of yours.
Yeah, it's just you can only go so many years listening to teams say we had a great boot camp and then they show up and it just doesn't really play out. I don't doubt that that's how they feel. It's just that the boot camp is just a different environment, obviously. They know that, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they're supposed to say anyway. Like, are they supposed to come out and say, yeah, the boot camp was kind of a waste of time? Like, no one's ever going to do that, right? So, anyway, we've got the veto going on here. Vetoing away to try and figure it out. Interesting to see Ancient getting banned here. I thought that was one of the maps they both played pretty well. Inferno going to be the final and deciding game. Map that's become less and less popular in the last couple of months, I would say.
Yeah, but obviously everyone's going to know how to play it. So both teams,
True.
If you don't have Inferno in your map pool, you're in some trouble. We've seen that historically. But yeah, I don't know. This Complexity team is such a weird X factor for me because it feels like they show a little bit of NA love between Liquid and Complexity. Liquid Boys trying to hype them up, get them into it. Everyone wants to see the Americas region have a little bit of success, so the whole region banding together, that's a cute moment.
Yeah, they do need that, don't they?
But I was going to say, this Complexity roster feels like at the moment it's very much living on potential. Like that seems to be the gas in the tank is just potential. And this has to be the event where you judge that potential and you say, if they don't rise up to it here in Paris, you have to think about changes. Yes. This team feels like it's hit a ceiling.
Yeah, I don't really disagree. Although, I mean, that potential, some of the Grim games that we've seen, where he's just running wild with it. Actually, I think especially on Inferno, I've seen some Grim games where he's dropping, you know, 30, 35 kills. Yeah. And it's just really, really impressive. That's the kind of, that was the hype that people were bringing out initially when he came onto the scene. Obviously, playing in Liquid and all the rest of people were like, oh, this is it, you know. And we just never really saw it. Obviously, that Liquid team was also probably a lot of pressure in there, probably a lot of things going wrong, but ultimately it was, you know, I feel like now it looks like he's found more of what he was meant to be.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of comfort where you get to go back to this team as Grim and be like the star player, the guy, and you kind of felt like you probably got lost in the shuffle of Team Liquid, put into roles and put into positions and like not having a whole lot of emphasis in the way that the team moved around, so probably a lot more comfort for Grim. But I'm not super worried about him. He's had his ups and downs, but I think Grim can deliver. It's guys like Fang and Floppy that I'm looking at, and I'm saying one of you guys has to consistently be there game in, game out throughout this major if you're going to do damage. One of you guys has to live up to that. The potential of Fang hasn't been realized, and Floppy feels like he's kind of like lost a step from like the intriguingly strong player he's been in some of his previous lineups.
Yeah, because he really was the other NA prospect that people were talking about a lot for a while, and for good reason. I mean, we've all seen those games out of Floppy that looked really impressive, but you're right, I agree. It has kind of disappeared for just a little bit. Hopefully that's something that's going to come back right now. They're going to need it. I mean, on the GamerLegion side, I would say you are sort of the question mark about something like A-Core. I still feel like there are games from A-Core that just look so stunning and so shocking. And a map like Inferno is actually one of the maps that he could play really well on. He does look like that close combat, crazy AWPing where he's just in the middle of it and fighting everyone all at the same time. So I obviously love that style. I have a soft spot for it. So I'm not going to lie, I am biased in this sense. But,
yeah. I mean, this would be a perfect game for it because you are playing against a complexity that's not exactly like the most fundamentally strong, not the most disciplined team. You can hear Fang even saying like sometimes one of the things they've had to work on is communication and details within round being on the same page. That's sometimes where you see some over peaks or some ill-advised peaks, and that's exactly what A-Core's AWPing style is kind of designed to punish. That's where he thrives, that's where he lives. So potential for him to have a great game. Shui as well, impactful player in the leadership role. And the other guy that you got to mention for GamerLegion, I'm their top-rated player at the moment. True. Another guy who's going to be massively important to this team. So, yeah, there's your kind of core heavy hitters for the GamerLegion side as well, and like question marks abound in both of the cores, as we've just kind of highlighted.
Yeah, very, very curious. Obviously, A-Core is going to be essentially or potentially opening up against Holzerk, who's no slouch either. He's hit some crazy shots in the past, so he's going to be, I think, hard to deal with as well on a map like this one. I definitely would not underestimate him. His
addition to the team marked a huge jump up in complexity, like their level, their ability to beat top teams. Like it was immediately noticeable, and some of their best upsets have come when Holzerk is having incredible games. Some of their best performances and most important matches have been Holzerk having good performances every single match here. Again, if you don't have Grim and Holzerk delivering for complexity, it's scary. It gets dangerous, and you wonder where it's going to come from next. So those two guys have to be there for complexity.
Am I right in saying these two teams have never played each other?
Correct.
That's interesting.
We have no data to go off of.
Zero data. So that's probably quite a little bit nerve-wracking as well if you're in this match and you're about to play and you think, well, we don't have any real experience here.
And it's kind of a weird contrast too, because Complexity's been at the Katowices, they've been at like the pro leagues, they've been at the tier 1 events, they've had time to play against the top European teams in like live match environments, while GamerLegion has been playing in most of like the tier 2 online events that don't get the top teams, but obviously being in Europe, they get the consistent practice against them as well. So like a weird contrast of how that's all going to play out.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going to come into play. I mean, you don't want to be making your first experience just on LAN at a major, trying to figure out how this is going to be playing out. You wish you probably had a little bit more. But obviously, they've been studying hard and I'm sure trying to figure this out and get a read on the other team as much as you possibly can. I don't know, do you have a favorite going into this one? Which team did you pick?
Again, I think this is very 50-50. I think this could very easily go either way. And in those kind of situations, I go with my heart, Anders. I go with complexity. I go with the Americas side of things.
Okay, I can respect that.
Yeah.
To be honest, I looked at the match very much the same way. I thought I don't know how this is going to go. So I went with GamerLegion, but I don't have even like a really solid reason why I would flip. I feel like you can make arguments both ways.
No, my argument is Americas.
All right, that's it.
That's it. That's all I got.
Well, how many? Yeah, we are kind of. I guess Pain had a good start. We're counting them as part of the Americas now. That's how.
Yeah.
That's how to keep. That's
how it works. That's how we keep afloat.
We still have Liquid out there.
Yeah, Liquid out there. They're playing up later today. Apeks, another game that has some upset potential on.
Oh, it does. Yeah. Really does. That I think actually is another one that kind of hard to predict completely.
And we were laughing about it this morning, and we'll get into it when that match comes along. I believe that's the next match in the day that we have. But some of the interviews that Liquid have been popping off with is cool, but also worrying.
I like it. I love the confidence, but you're not wrong. And just in case you're wondering, there is also an A stream going on. It's obviously the B stream, where right now MongolZ are playing up against G2 on Inferno as well. So you can keep both open at the same time. You are allowed to do that.
And obviously so many eyes on like FaZe and G2 and their opening games and the ability to drop opening games. And FaZe narrowly survived theirs in a 16-14 victory over Monte. Now G2's up against it as well. And it's been a minute since G2's played. It's been a minute. So I mean, there's still, you know, look, the MongolZ have their own issues, the player swap and everything coming into this event, but you know, there's always that little bit of a % chance.
Oh yeah, in best of ones, hell yes. You just never really know. So I'm definitely excited to see how this is going to be playing out. Now our own little best of 3 here as well. Complexity, I don't know. I mean, this does feel like it's super 50-50 at the moment. There's just no way to really know how this is going to be playing out. A-Core with the AWP, that's something that I'm looking forward to. But I've seen games from them as well where somebody like Chaos, who's on the screen right there, can suddenly pop off and have a really good game. So I wouldn't really count it out. In terms of the win rate overall, GamerLegion are pretty good on this map. It's an 85% win rate on Inferno and closer to about 70 for Complexity, and also a map that they play a little bit less. So maybe the map could be a factor in this best of one.
Yeah, that very much could be. Let's bring up the schedule for the day while we wait on an SSD. You could see Halzerk there still warming up, so hasn't joined the server quite yet, just waiting on a small issue to be fixed to the Complexity side, and then they'll get involved. But we can show you today's matches as well if you missed the pre-show. Get an update of what's going on. Obviously, FaZe beating Monte, Pain beating Fluxo as well. Those are the first 2 games of the day. G2 MongolZ on the A stream. Complexity GamerLegion will get going any second now. Apeks Team Liquid is the next match on this stream, while Grayhound and Forze face off on the other one. And then those last 2 matches in this opening kind of stage of the day, pretty intense with Mouz, NIP, ENCE, OG. And then we'll have obviously a redraw. Yes. And then there's going to be another set of 8 games going on between the 2 streams.
Jason, what's your 3-0 team for the Pick'ems?
I am not part of the 9 out of 9 gang. I'm part of the 5 out of 9 gang. You know, nice. C's get degrees, as we say in America. So I have Forze as my 3-0 team.
Okay, sensible.
Just throwing the Hail Mary out there.
I like it.
I could see a world in which they catch the momentum and make it.
I can't wait to laugh at the 9 out of 9 gang.
Yeah, I'm taking the FaZe and the G2 down and just like the regular make it through. I'm getting my points, baby.
For those who don't know, we have a group of hardcore people here at the major who are determined to try and get every single pick correct, which is obviously
it's admirable, but stupid.
Yeah.
At the same time, if that works, does that work?
It does.
Can it be admirable and dumb?
Yeah, it's sort of like watching people jump from tall buildings or something like that. You're like, this is kind of brave. Like, there's something exciting happening here.
I like the parkour at the top of a skyscraper.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, it's kind of cool, but at the same time,
like you're a psychopath.
Yeah, that's how I feel about that. So when they eventually fail, which I'm sure they will, we're gonna be here to laugh at them.
Yeah, the risk reward isn't quite there for all these things, is it?
Not at all. But yeah, I picked NIP for that one. So similar thought pattern, right? It's like it's a team that I'm not really sure if they're gonna be going through or not. I mean, they could.
Yeah, I have them going through, but it wasn't super confident.
Yeah, they have been playing better though, to be honest. To give the NIP some credit, like the improvement for NIP looks like in the last month or so even has actually been quite impressive feat. So that's not. I don't think it's crazy to imagine. Well, it is starting to look a little bit grim on the other stream. We're still waiting for the update here, the last SSD hopefully getting plugged in.
Complexity's just starting to join the server, so while they're kind of filling things out, the fourth and fifth player, we can bring up the other stream going on, the G2 versus MongolZ matchup, just to see how it's getting started, because we can hear Harry and Hugo yelling in the room next door. So things over there are getting spicy. That one's also being played on Inferno, as will the Complexity GamerLegion matchup. You can see it there. MongolZ with a 3-0 lead for the moment, which is a bit spicy, and obviously...
I think this is the replay. It's about to be 4-0.
Yeah, this is about to be 4-0. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not the start you want if you're G2.
No, not at all. Not at all. And, yeah, I mean, you just don't know. Obviously, being out of the economy now, this is going to be a very, very interesting game. All eyes on that. The other matchup, right? The one that we just had with FaZe and Monte, it almost worked, right? It was almost the upset.
And think of it this way for your friends who are in the 9 out of 9 gang, because you either have it in your 0-3, you either had Fluxo or you had MongolZ.
Yeah, that's true.
MongolZ completes the upset here. I mean, it's still early going. Let's not get too excited for it, but there's a world. There's a world in which the 0-3 is out of the gate right in day one.
Yeah. 9 out of 9 gang already in
shambles.
Already in shambles. To be honest, I picked MongolZ as my own 3, which could be devastated right off the bat here if things go well for them. But
come on, Hooksy, yeah.
All right.
They're gonna win this round. They're gonna win it, Anders.
With just pistols.
With just pistols. Look at the MongolZ. They're in the pit. They got nowhere to go. They got some Hunter behind Haycard. He doesn't have to move. They're never going to clear that. He's getting at least one. Oh, they are going to clear it.
He wanted to. He got distracted.
Ooh, I like that.
He really wanted to, didn't he?
He did want to.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, this is looking great. What a round to win for G2. That's a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah. We take those, though.
Yeah, get him fired up again. I'm guessing a lot of people also did pick both FaZe and G2 to be in the 3-0 bracket, right? Which is always so risky. It feels so scary.
If you're in the 9, yeah, it sucks when they still go through, but they're not 3-0. Then you just feel horrible.
Yeah, you're like, oh wow, I wasted a pick for no reason. Well.
Floppy there.
Yeah, it's true. You mentioned it earlier, like bringing it up. He is one of these players that just. I don't want to say disappear, but just didn't live up to the hype yet. There's been some sort of like a couple of steps back in his career. Would love to see him sort of join Grimmer at that level, or maybe Holzerk as well, just because, I mean, especially at the major, they're going to need it. They're going to need it a lot. And we know that he's got the skill somewhere. Yeah, hopefully they can get this up and running.
Floppy's one of those players where, like, when he has one of his games, extremely fun to watch. We're just not seeing it a whole lot within this complexity roster, which is kind of like a shame, I feel. But you know, also, I mean, you look at some of the skill sets of someone like Fang. Those are the two players, as I mentioned. Like, those are the two that you're looking. You're like, one of you guys has to be there consistently, and I would put my money more on Fang, considering the roles that he's kind of placed in the style that he plays, and in the positions he has on tactics. Like, that's the guy I want to see pop up, because he's considered to be one of the next up-and-coming players.
And he is Canadian. I would say typically Canadians out of the Americas. There's a lot of really powerful Canadian players out there.
And I mean, even if you extend that, the one guy we haven't really touched on the complexity side of things is JT, who I've kind of been critical of in the past, but I think he's become a pretty solid in-game leader for this team, and I think a valuable in-game leader in the region for sure.
Yeah, I think that criticism, though, was pretty warranted, because there was a real point in time where it looked like he was an actual liability for the team, as in, if he was sneaking up behind like one or two players, you were always wondering, is he going to screw this up somehow? But I feel like that's actually improved. I agree individually, he seems to be doing a little bit better in that sense, so that is, yeah, they're going to need everyone here. They're going to be a potentially quite a tough game that we're going to be watching once it gets underway, obviously. Still waiting for it. Oh, he's joined the server now. Yeah, massive improvement.
All 10 players are in the server, so we should be getting going. Just to give you guys the update, there was an SSD issue that got resolved and fixed. We have all 10 players in the server, just waiting for things to go live, so should be any moment now.
Yeah. Holzerk with that.
I asked Holzerk about his mullet a while back.
Yeah, I was going to mention it just now.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course it was on camera. You have to mention it when it's
glorious.
When it's all in its full glory. I asked him. I was like, what prompted it? Like, tell me.
Yeah, how did we get here?
How did you look at it and just say that's the hair I want?
What was the answer?
I actually don't remember. I think he just saw a picture and he was like, "Yeah, that looks cool. I'm not gonna go for it." Like, literally, it's that simple.
It's such it's more interesting, I feel like, especially because like you know where he's coming from. I feel like, yeah, if you were from like, I don't know, one of the truck heavy states in America, it would make more sense, you know.
They're all truck heavy.
They're all truck heavy.
They're all truck,
That's true.
Except for California.
All right, fair enough. Either way, I think it's a fantastic look. I love it.
It's powerful with the mustache when you combine it. It's like the pairing of the mustache and the mullet is wonderful. That's where he gets his power from, I'm sure.
Solid 10 out of 10, there's no doubt.
He's another opera that's just like fun to watch when he's having a game.
Oh, yeah.
Just goes absolutely wild. And like you could see the confidence build up in him as well. So, I mean, that kind of op-on-op battle is maybe one of the most compelling here between Complexity and GamerLegion. But, I mean, it's kind of a bummer we get a map like Inferno where the op on the T side is notoriously a little bit difficult to manage.
It is, but I mean, you know, Holzerk is one of these players that will probably pick it up anyway, and you see him go for these flick shots that just, it looks like it's not even worth it. Like, you know, against people that are jumping array on banana and all the rest of it. Like, I've seen him do it so many times, but I agree it can be very, very tricky, and obviously it's a very expensive weapon, so throwing it away to try and get it done, it could slow down the T side a little bit too, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to do it anyway, just for the hell of it. He does have a really crazy flick shot coming out, and same could be said for Acor, so I guess we'll see. Yeah, that is a potential battle that could be unfolding in the middle of the game. That other game, while we're on the topic, is evening out a little bit. MongolZ has cooled off. G2 starting to get back into it.
Nothing like winning a round with pistols to really deflate your opponent, like to really take all the wind out of their sails.
Yeah, like, oh.
Yeah, like we could have had, like, this could be like 6-1 right now. Instead, it's like 4-4.
Never feels great, does it? Well, you said that this was a 50-50 game, Jason, but yeah, the odds here showing us that it is close to that.
Close,
I was going to say it's pretty close to being something like that. High level of uncertainty. I don't disagree.
Yeah, I think it's one of those 50-50 games due to uncertainty more than anything of like either one of these teams have really shown us like a consistent level that they can come into game in, game out versus like 50-50 because we know both teams can play to a certain level. It's kind of like, what are we going to see from the players, from the teams? How's it going to look? Should just be a couple minutes away, we're getting word, to be ready to go and get this game started and underway.
Yeah, you on the complexity side, me for GamerLegion. What are the players that you? Because on the GamerLegion side, you want IM, probably Sue, and probably Acor as like 3 players that need to step up. If you had to pick 3 for complexity, which 3 are you picking?
It's Grim, Halzork, and Fang. Those are the 3. Those are the 3 I look at and say
Fang over Floppy.
So we have to have him. Yeah, I don't think Fang's the more important one. Just again, due to the roles that he plays within the team, within the T side, within the CT side. Either way, both teams have readied up. We're about to get this started. It's going to be Inferno versus Complexity and GamerLegion. Thank you for sticking with us. And as you all know at this point, if you're watching this on Blast.tv, make sure you're checking out that replay bar. Any clutch you miss, any moment you miss, it's all going to be there down in the replay bar. You can skip directly to it and come right back to live action. 4K, ad-free. It's beautiful. It's magical. It's wonderful.
Yeah, you have quite a bit more input going on over there, so definitely do that. Inferno for a best of 1. You love to see it. Definitely a map that has become a little bit less popular in the pro scene now because people feel like there are fewer options, and to some extent that's true, although I still think there are some really cool strats on this map that I just love to see. I don't necessarily hate the map, but I understand why it's fallen out of favor a little bit.
It's the economic aspect of it because both bomb sites are very difficult to retake. Both bomb sites are relatively easy to win if you're even if you're disadvantaged on the T side, even if it's like a 2-on-3, even if it's a 2-on-4, you have ways of winning at the B bomb site. A bomb sites are really difficult to retake, low percentage retake for the CT side, so I think both teams are just kind of like, why do we want to put our, teams these days are like, why do we want to put ourselves in this situation where we can't even go for retakes? Either way, you know what that sound means. You know what it is when the beat drops. Complexity, GamerLegion, Inferno. Best of 1 to kick off the Paris Major for both of these teams. And we're going to be live into the pistol round.
Yes, we are, Jason. GamerLegion going to be starting on the T side with Complexity playing on the CT side. We've got 2 sets of dualies coming out, and we'll see if that's going to be enough to stop here the GamerLegion side. Fang already making a bit of a jump. It's a little bit dangerous, but you know what? He's going to be just fine. So good information. You can already call it out to your teammates that are playing over to the B-bomb side. If they have any grenades, they don't have to throw them yet.
Yeah, you see numbers, you see pacing, so you get a little bit of early intel just to know exactly if your defense out of the gate is a little bit misconstrued. Nobody's shifted off of that information quite yet, and GamerLegion is going to start marching up. Now, Fang has to be careful. Doesn't want to get caught here, and he's the early warning system. Again, information for him if he's able to find something. Already sees one challenging in middle. That's going to start pulling JT back to the A-bomb site, but it'll be too late.
Yeah, they're not going to slow down. They want to keep going. Great timing on the flashbang. Fang, he still picks up one. Floppy down to the pit on the other side. Oh, and Fang, he's hitting all the shots. Floppy now to take over finally. Acor and Kios left, but only for a second here. Acor trying to battle away for the smoke. Not going to get anything for it. Yeah, the bomb plant here. Just try and go for it. You're probably not going to win this round. He's going to actually try and play for the round, and he gets the 1 kill there. But the bomb plant would have been nice to have had. I think that probably was the better play at that point in time. I like the pacing, and I like the attempt there for GamerLegion, but Fang just way too powerful.
Yeah, I mean, again, like we talked about him enough during that little bit of delay leading into this map, and even in the interview, it's like, how are you feeling? He says he's a 9 out of 10. Looked like it in this pistol round. First kill is his, and that first kill, that second kill as well, just slowed things down for GamerLegion. Floppy as well bought some time for Fang, bought some time for the flank to come in down Banana, and Complexity swarm before the bomb can get planted.
Yeah, typically in those kind of rush situations, whether it's pistols versus pistols or later on, getting the opening frag if you're on the defensive side like that, it just makes a huge difference. It slows everything right down. Oh, and here we go. It's going to be another pop trying to get... No, it's not. They're going to be Molotoved up. That absolutely is cancelled. They wanted to, but that's really well timed.
Absolutely shut down. That'll make you feel horrible. Grim's now got a position at the base of Banana. JT's in some far back to cause a distraction, to lure them right into Grim's SMG, so potentially a lot of money made for Grim in this round as the unarmored Glocks reconvene to Banana.
Yeah, there we go. Like you said, just a distraction back there. The spray is pretty good. And they're going to lose Grim, but he will not make a big difference. Who cares? MP9 down on the ground, but he made enough money to make it worth it. So, second round on the board for Complexity.
And you know the AKs are coming out in this round, so Grim with that bonus money, 5,100 in the bank, and get an M4, all the utility, the armor as well. So he's going to be set up just perfectly to contend here in round number 3 right out of the gate. We'll see what GamerLegion bring to bear in their first gun round.
Yeah, the only M4 that they're going to have as well. So potential little bit of a bonus round coming in here for Complexity.
We talked about the ops on the T side. Acor's just gone for a glass cannon. He had 5,300. Yeah, screw the armor. Go for it.
Yeah, you love to see this. See if it's going to catch anyone off guard here. It's a lot earlier than you would normally expect it. Maybe if you're on the CT side, you're not quite anticipating that kind of peak. Could be tricky though, because with the SMGs or even the FAMAS or the UMP here, like you're going to be wanting some close range fights, right? You're not going to be peeking down the middle nearly as much as if you had maybe an M4.
Now, Floppy and Holzerk are aggressive towards top mid, but they're just there to delay. Floppy has a smoke he's going to want to put down shortly, I would imagine, because the real trap is set up over in Banana as Fang throws a pop flash to activate things. Molotov to slow things down. Here comes that smoke on top of the flames. This might make this hit a little bit disjointed, but GamerLegion's coming right through it. Holzerk with one. It's the SMGs, not as clean as they would have liked. Holzer caught in the open, can go nowhere, but now he's got an AK-47. And it's Acor. How is he alive?
I don't know. He was there for so long, finally gets picked off by Acor, but what a lot of trust Holzerk had. There were bullets just whizzing through the smoke right in front of his face, and he just absolutely ignored all of it. I can't believe it. It is a 4 versus 3, but what a great way to begin here. You could tell both teams absolutely not backing down from that fight in the middle, and JT's now waiting out here. That smoke's gonna fade soon. They're shooting right through, but JT almost with the double. That would have been such a lockdown if he would have had it, but there's a good chance here. And they got to think about it too on the Complexity side. Do you want to throw away these 2 rifles? And they've already made the choice. And, you know, it goes back to what you said already, Jason, at the start of it. This is the problem with Inferno. Retaking either A or B is just very difficult.
And if you don't have a jump on the rotation, like there's no standing in there. No one, I mean, Grim and Fang had to be kept honest due to all the presence in middle, but GamerLegion with a very swift call just to fall back to the B bomb site and bust it open. That's a round that very easily could have gone either way. Obviously, the end of it looks very clean and very easy for GamerLegion, but that exchange with Holzerk in middle, Acor with no armor, very easily could have just caught a bullet at any moment and changed the entire nature of the round. So much closer than this round probably looks at the end of the day, but GamerLegion's still going to have their first on the board.
Yeah, all that spray through the smoke, if which one bullet connects for Holzerk there, it could completely change the outcome of the round. And had no armor. I mean, for Acor to playing that close to the middle with no armor at all is obviously very, very risky all on its own. Yeah,
that's the shot he was looking for as well. He got the exact shot he was looking for. He knew Holzerk was well committed, that it was going to take him a little bit of time to get back. Takes a bit of a risk and it pays off. A little golf clap there at the end as well. You like that?
Yes.
Not too hyped up yet. It's only round 3.
Respectable, civilized approach to the whole situation. I do appreciate it. 4th round is coming right up, and they did get the AK and the M4 into the next round, so that's pretty good. As we said, it was a bit of a bonus round coming in for Complexity, so they maybe don't expect to have all of the luck in the world for that one. Oh, a little bit of a shot through. That might have been heard. More spam in there. That's risky.
Yeah, it might have been. They bail out. Holzerk eats the bullet through the wall, and just him and Floppy decide to back away. Floppy's going to stay tucked into the corner. Flash peek after the Molotov phase, sees absolutely nothing. Minute and 20 seconds left in the round.
JT swings out for it. Chaos will take him down. Really committed to that play. I feel like, you know, once you don't get the instant kill, or you see that there's a couple of players down there, it might be worth to back on out of there, but he didn't get a chance to. And now you get this awkward split on the defense, right? 2 at A, 2 at B. It almost secures a 2-on-5 at one of these bomb sites.
And the problem is Grim has no utility off that flashbang, off that flash that he sets up JT for, so he has to call for support. Fang has arrived here. Grim with the flash is going to transition him. Oh, no, he's not. I thought he would transition himself with Fang in this position. Now they're both stuck. They're both going to be blocked off by smoke, but a boost up over the top might turn the tides.
This is a very risky play. Let's see if anyone's going to be checking for it. Sui certainly wasn't. He goes right down, so 4-on-4, but they're going to know. They're going to realize, all right, there's a double position there. Bomb gets planted, and look at the A defense. They're so far away. Another smoke to go down. I mean, what do you even do at this point? You almost have to flash your way through that smoke to try and get this retake on. This is going to be very tricky.
Well, Floppy surely has to have a flashbang set up to get them to turn this corner by coffins. This is going to be really hard to clear out. Grim's going to lead the way. The op is not in position, back in triple boxes and new boxes. There's the utility being spent. Good flash, good trades for both teams, and Holzer comes out on top at the end of the day. There's one more. Oh, he's gonna stick this. He's sticking it all day, and the bullets don't connect. Floppy's got the defuse. Complexity have a third.
Oh, that's very, very questionable, I would say. Obviously, it's a tricky position to be in because if he fakes it and you push for the smoke, you might just end up going down. But that's such a wide open angle. Just trusting yourself that the first couple of bullets that you shoot through would be enough to stop the defuse is obviously very, very risky. Close round, but a good retake nonetheless.
Yeah, it's the only option too, like while that smoke is up. Like if you're ever going to stick the bomb, it's going to be while that smoke is up, right?
Yeah.
And I think part of it too, I think he got on the defuse while that other fight was happening while Holzerk went down, so he realized like maybe I have the sound cue advantage. Maybe IM didn't actually hear me begin this defuse.
Well, with the bomb plant and with the amount of damage they did, that ended in a 1 versus 1. They know that Complexity won't have any money at all, so they want to try and force up into this round by whatever they can. GamerLegion losing IM early on, so 4 on 5. Yeah, this is really interesting. Imagine if Complexity win this round, then they will have such a great beginning to this half on their hands. Because GamerLegion won't be able to buy after this one, and they've lost a player, and they're just instantly setting up for this B execute. They're going to go straight for it. But there's 3 people here. The smokes are down. Molotov to slow them as well. And they're catching fire, trying to get around the corner. Grim really close to dying, but staying alive is everything. And they boosted up on the other side. Oh, this is a lock right here. Good flashbangs on top of everything else. And Acor entirely on his own. Grim will take him down. This is a great defense.
Yeah, that was close to being a disaster, though. Grim shuffling between the nades, almost did not get that Molotov out in time. I think a defensive flashbang actually slowed him down enough for him to get the flames on the ground, and that's what stopped GamerLegion in their tracks. Here's the aggressive play on the other side of the map. Holzerk to open things up, and then a good boost up and a good crossfire from Fang and Grim, and it's 4-1 for Complexity.
Even the initial push there against IM looked super weird. They were sort of stumbling down the stairs, looked like they were almost body blocking each other, so it doesn't really matter, I guess, when they win the round. They've stolen a total of 3 AKs now for the Complexity side, and everything is looking kind of smooth at the moment.
And this is a great start for Complexity because I feel like a lot of their struggles against top teams come from like a lack of confidence, like in your decision making as a team, and obviously not having a whole lot of those wins and scalps that you've been able to take. So anything you can do to build that confidence in the early going of a game is going to be massive. And obviously if they're able to complete the win, that would be great for Complexity as well. But it's a very good start recovering quickly from a 1-round loss.
Yeah, you're not wrong, and especially when you add to a round like this one where they don't lose a single player. They don't even have to slow it down. They don't get to spend all of their nades, so their money is going to be working out. GamerLegion off to a tricky beginning all of a sudden.
Yeah, 2 rounds straight that Complexity survived with all 5. So that's going to do wonders for their economy. They probably have 2 rounds of buying behind them, even if they're to lose this next round, sitting pretty. Feeling very comfortable in that scenario. And GamerLegion's going to have to work to grind that down. Out of this tactical timeout, they'll have a buy in their pocket and starting to try and come up with a solution. Full losing bonus is built up for GamerLegion early on. They've lost 3 in a row now.
Yeah, they have slowly but surely slipping out of their hands the beginning of this first half here. Floppy having a good time with the AK. There we go, even jumping, still going to be able to pick it up. See some smiles on their sides. I mean, you don't really blame them for it. Yeah, this is quite the beginning. Everyone is, look at the scoreboard, Jason. They all have either 6 or 5 kills on Complexity, so everyone is tuned in. Everyone is here to play in GamerLegion. They have to prove to us right now that they can bring it back. They need to stop this little run from happening because, yeah, the money is already out of control. Acor, good shot in the middle. And Floppy feeling adventurous.
Yeah, I hate everything about that, actually. I hate everything about that peek from Floppy. I guess maybe, I don't even know. I could venture a guess as to what he's trying to do, but I don't like it.
You sound disappointed.
I'm trying to come up with like something to it. I guess like, because it looked way too wide to be just a jiggle peek. He might have been trying to take attention for some aggression in Banana, but it's backfired massively. Now Complexity has the right rotation, the right read. Fang's gonna put out the Molotov, he does go down. Grim is here though. They've been buddied up throughout this half over at the B bomb site, now towards A. Another easy kill for Grim, but he wants more than one.
Oh, this is so sick. It's like he might have just realized it. 3 on 3 now. Grenade down on Holzerk. He's good for only the 1 kill. Going to be swiftly traded, and Grim trying to reposition. He's so mobile. Oh, that's a teammate, but he's back for it. It's all just jokes at the moment. Don't worry about it. He's almost going to get that one too, but Chaos will take him down. I think Grim had the right idea. JT now in a 1 versus 1 on the other side, and he'll defeat Chaos at the end. What a close round. And look at the laughs that are coming out. Complexity. They're making this exciting.
Oh, that made me so uncomfortable from start to finish. Start to finish, that round made me feel really awkward. Grim is just so cracked. He's shooting at anything that makes a noise.
Look at how Grim is defeating some of these. Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it.
Those are the details Fang talked about.
Yeah.
The communication, being on the same page. How did he not realize?
Like you said, he's just so hyped up. But listen, he defeated both of those players by positioning, right? You go into the corner that's just been Molotov, you push so quickly onto that graveyard position that nobody's expecting it. That's really sick. That's just movement for Grim that's putting him in a prime position.
And I like the aggression as well of just like the confidence to push towards that A bomb site, like not playing it too passively. Ooh, JT takes a shot to the forehead. Still keeps his position for the fight, and he gets a headshot for it.
All right, also missed the first shot in the middle, but he's back for it. Probably an unnecessary fight when you're essentially in a 5 versus 3. But yeah.
And now JT's left alone at the B bomb site, and he's only got 33 HP. If they press the issue, there's a real chance here. Halzerk has shown up in support with a little bit of utility in the ult, but JT's got to be really careful. Really careful. Now the ult slides out. Good shot from Halzerk. Isaac can't make it back around, and it's a 4-on-2.
And again, some damage here would go a long way, right? If GamerLegion can get another 2 kills in this round, I don't think they're going to be able to win it, but if they get another couple of kills, at least they put the pressure on. We're not seeing that at the moment. Even if JT is a bit low, at least he has got some backup now. Halzerk on the coffins with the AWP ready to pounce. Sui still got 0 kills. 0 and 7 right now on him. Acor's done a little bit right now, but they need so much more at the moment. Pushing forward with the Deagle. Yeah, not lacking in confidence behind that play. Going to be walking for the smoke even to try and look for it. Another chance there, but surely he can't cross this barrier. JT at the corner, able to spray him down, and nothing you could do on this one. 1 versus 4. I'm hoping to bait one of them out into it, but it's not happening. Fang will take him down 7-1. 5 in a row. That's Complexity catch fire.
Yeah, a couple tight rounds, but Complexity is going to be more than happy with this, obviously. 6-round lead, 5 straight. This is how it began, and you're right. I mean, after the next kill from Grim, they could have very easily fallen back and stuck around to make it a little bit spicy just for the entertainment value. Halzerk's there to keep things in their control, and another timeout called from GamerLegion, their 2nd of the half so far.
Yeah, they need to slow this down somehow. I can understand why they're burning some of these timeouts a little bit early on, because things are spiraling out of control. You can even see on their faces, Complexity are having such a great time. They're laughing their way through the early stages of this best of 1.
You see Coach Ash being very, very vocal with GamerLegion as well, trying to get them to transition into a new idea, new philosophy, maybe, you know, swap into Plan B, because Plan A has fallen flat in the first 8 rounds.
It's not necessarily easy either. I mean, Grim is, we said in the beginning, a really powerful player, and having him at the B bomb site could be almost a deterrent on its own. But the problem is, if you go to the other side of it, you might run into Halzerk with that AWP. He could be there. You don't know. He's a very mobile AWPer. So, you know, this time 3 at B early on. And this time it's Halzerk up front. Molotov'd out, and Acor is ready for him. They're taking him down. Yeah, he just got absolutely outplayed.
And Complexity need to start being really careful about these aggressive plays out Banana, because they're not actually panning out all that well. Flashbang peek, Kios was not ready. JT can't convert the 2nd. Shui's on the board, it's his 1st kill. Do they want to actually put a little bit more pressure? Fang's going to go for a hunt. There's a player at ult mid he's got to be worried about. Timing's perfect. Timing's perfect for him, and he's going to try for one more down mid.
That looked so winnable for him, didn't it? But wasn't quite good enough. Grim, even though he didn't get the first shots over there, it looked like Sui had a little bit of time to maybe find it, but 2 versus 3 here. The spray is almost good for Grim. He nearly had the spray down. Acor is almost dead already, but you know what? With that AWP, it might not make a difference. He's going to go for it, and Floppy, he's slowly walking up Banana at the moment. Acor, he's set up perfectly for it. He knows everything. There is a Molotov on Floppy, though, so you have to be careful. If he can get that Molotov off in time, Acor might just auto-lose this one. He's already walked into it, checking every position. This is really bold. He knows it's the open play, and there we go. He gets to the right chase, and he's on fire in the back, and Floppy, that's how you deal with it. The one-on-one being won, and Complexity, they're looking so hot right now.
Yeah, they really are. That's a good clutch. That's a great round from Grim as well, as you mentioned. All the pressure on his shoulders. Wins that initial fight somehow without getting the first shot off, but doing massive damage and a second kill to follow it up. But they need to be careful now because this banana aggression is actually punishing them. It's made things more difficult more often than not, but they're still winning the rounds. So they're not going away from it, but it is making it way, way more tough. That's about the third time we've seen GamerLegion find that kill in that exact position. Acor makes the only play he can. Swings out for a fight. If he had a little bit more health, maybe could have survived one more tick. He might have had one shot at Floppy.
Well, they go back for it again. They're ignoring all of your advice, saying let's try and keep the aggression on. And Holzerk did burn a little bit for it. 8-1 in favor of Complexity. This is starting off better than they could have hoped for at the moment. Money is looking, once again, very dire on the GamerLegion side. They've invested everything into it. Of course, they get the round loss bonus now, so any bomb plant will get them all the way there, basically. But this is a bit of a rough beginning for the Legion at the moment. JT takes a couple of bullets and will decide to back on up from that position.
Yeah, dinked again, weakened up. And GamerLegion aren't even trying to do any kind of map control, not even spreading out into a default, really. This is just full-blown out of the gate, 4 players in Banana to take control, and they might just fall into a hit. No utility left on Grim, 1 smoke left on JT to delay a little bit longer. But Holzerk's going to have to be on his horse when he decides to rotate.
Yeah, and you're going to be rotating into more smokes, right? That CT spawn position is going to be smoked off probably forever. So either way, I don't think it'll be easy. And with JT being low already, he has to come up with something. Yeah, he has to distract from this a little bit too. Here comes the smoke. 27 seconds. Grim only good for the 1. And JT knows 1 bullet through that smoke and he could be dead. Definitely going to be a bomb plant coming through here. You have to assume JT's on the other side, and challenging that bomb plant is very dangerous. He's going to go for it anyway. Flashed in by Holzerk. He wanted to try and see if he could find the timing there. IM is walking through and Floppy's just waiting here. I'd be so angry if I'm IM in that one. Let's see if they want to do it.
No, stay away from it. You're running out of money yourselves. The next buy is going to dig really deep, so keep these guns. This is a lost effort. Fang should even bail out as we speak, but he's investigating a little bit. That's just a smart play from Floppy, knowing it's likely going to be a save, and make sure you stop the player from backstabbing all the weapons out of your hands. And Complexity will concede a second round over to GamerLegion's offense. Fang gets 1 parting gift and bails out.
Kios just got to keep running. Remember that new bomb plant radius is, there we go, he just blows up. The blast radius is heavily increased on Inferno.
Yeah.
Not really a new thing anymore, I guess. But
more powerful explosives being used.
Yeah, people still haven't adjusted to it. See it all the time, same as on Ancient. Okay, so GamerLegion find a round finally. Second on the board. And they needed it badly. This first half can still be recovered for GamerLegion. It's really worth thinking about.
Yeah, very much so. But, I mean, one thing that they're really hoping for at this point is to find a reset of this economy. And as we mentioned earlier, Complexity was able to build up a lot of cash flow early, so it hasn't been a problem. If GamerLegion win this round, then it will be a problem for Complexity.
Oh, the push in behind the Molotov, catching Acor out in the open. He had no teammates nearby that could help him.
Is that maybe what Floppy was trying to do a few rounds back? It just didn't have the Molotov in that position? Maybe the Molotov missed?
It could have been. It seems like it, because that's a really sick play. Forcing him out. 4 on 5 right here. Smoke down. I don't think they could see anything. That's probably going to cancel out the boost. But either way, look at how deep they are on Banana. They can be in to try and reinforce this bomb site almost immediately, and Fang surely going to be good for 1 kill right here. A lot of spray through, and that's the bomb on the ground as it's happening. Look at the instant push through. Grim not even worried about it, and this has just been blown up. Complexity. What a great, really proactive defense that's coming out. 9-2 in their favor.
That's actually a super cool round. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it back what I said about the Floppy's play earlier, because if the Molotov's there, that's really cool. A really cool way to take control of the round. And you even have the backstab coming in from Banana, so Complexity just disrupting everything GamerLegion wanted to do in this round.
The timing on this one for Grim on top of things, right? Obviously, you can imagine at that moment for GamerLegion on the T side, there are a lot of calls coming out for the T side, and as they're all worried about middle, they're getting shot in the back instead.
And that whole fantasy of resetting the economy for Complexity and getting a couple easy rounds under your belt if your GamerLegion to close the gap is drifting away. Now they're going for a Hulls pop, but you've already lost one player deep down middle. And a Molotov to slow any kind of a hit. Floppy's going to transition in towards the pit as well, so all of a sudden the defense against this... Oh wait, pop flash, here we go.
Yeah, they're setting it up. They might just cancel it out. The spray is pretty decent. But there's a lot of players on the other side, and Tech9 will at least give them a slight opening. Might be taken away from MongolZ here. He notices the jump down. Pistols out as well, looking for the headshot. Acor and Isaac are left and looking tough for them at the moment. Bomb on the ground, and MongolZ, he knows he's going to be taking down Acor. Great round out of him. They are just cruising through this game.
Yeah, quad kill for Hulzark. And we'll look at the top three that we talked about a lot before this game began. Hulzark, Grim, and Fang. 13 on Hulzark, 12 on both Grim and Fang. That core trio delivering. And then you have to say, Floppy's doing a really good job over at Halls, not actually blowing it up, but he's just doing a good job containing every time they've attacked into his position. He's been solid. He hasn't lost control of pit. And JT's done a pretty good job over at the B-bomb side as well. Couple pushes that haven't gone his way, but he's done a good job falling back and using utility to delay as long as possible. And things are all just clicking for Complexity right now.
3 out of 4 timeouts used by GamerLegion at the beginning here.
Yeah.
Just burning through them.
They just need rounds at this point, right?
Yeah. Anything they can get to feel like this first half is, not just a complete wash, which is kind of looking likely at the moment. Great work for Hulzark, just stepping up when they need him.
Sensing weakness.
Yeah.
Sensing he's got an advantage and hunting it down.
10-2, what a lead. All right, some very one-sided games here on the B stream to start the day with. I mean, we'll take it. Nearly a pick off there. Acor, definitely an opportunity. JT gets dropped quite low, but everything is on fire back here. The grenade will finish off Shuri. Acor's trying to fight his way back, but he just can't get out of the smoke in time. And once again, favoring Complexity at the start of the round. Oh, and Grim, this is wild. He's flashed right through to take down Kiosk. He's just feeling the confidence flowing through his veins right now. You have to say, some of these plays you might say that's not advisable, but it's hard to talk him out of it. Look how good he is.
Yeah, I would say, that last engagement didn't need to push all the way down middle. This is a recoverable situation for GamerLegion right now. Fang's just going to be tucked behind the boards, but Complexity's doubled up at the top of Banana with Floppy here as well. And even if you get this kill on Fang, even if he gets no frags, you'll never expect the second player behind sandbags. Although Floppy pushes, now you'll never expect Fang at least one more, but this is the danger of that extra push from Grim. Now all of a sudden the stack doesn't work. You go 2 for 1 and you put Hulzark in a 1v1.
Yeah, he's got the AK, he's got a bit of time as well. He doesn't really know where Isaac is going to be hiding. Should be able to pick up a kit in transition if he didn't have one already. Oh man, yeah. He's got the whole bomb site to check out. He's got a Molotov so he can clear out one position out of a potential 10. What do you even do with that? Smoke up, Molotov goes in, and Isaac is just already here for it. Oh, a little bit of an early spray through, and Hulzark will find him. Oh my god, that is a little bit early to try and do that. He wasn't quite sure if he was inside of it, and it's going to be another round for Complexity, 11-2. As they are heavily winning this first half right now.
Well done from Hulzark. I mean, that's utility that puts all the pressure on his opponent. It makes him the one who's got to make the decision of when to actually shoot. Unfortunately for Floppy and Fang, the setup was perfect until they kind of wanted information. That's 2 1v1 clutches for Complexity in this game. Floppy won one earlier, and now Hulzark here in this moment, 11-2.
If they can win the last couple of rounds, if they can make this an 11-4 half, then yeah, it's a real uphill struggle, but at least there's something to still fight for here. And now a change of the defense again. In fact, rushing down the middle, JT to open it up. He swings back towards the rapid. JT's on a rampage, just blowing them up. They even burn Fang in the middle of the round. It will not make a difference. That is so aggressive, and it works beautifully.
And this is Complexity, again, just disruptive defense, just not letting GamerLegion get anything they want going. This is disrespect that we don't normally see Complexity bust out in a server. Really, really cool to watch, and obviously flush with confidence with a 9-round lead.
What could he do here? I mean, there's no real solution for winning a round like this. They're going to peek him in the middle, although he did just turn the corner, so at least they're going to know real soon, I have to assume, with that jump back there. What a suffocating first half that's come out. Complexity. We said it was like a 50-50 game, but it's been anything but.
Well, and it's also like the nice thing about it is we mentioned it's a 50-50 game because there's question marks for both teams, especially with Melbourne. The performance in Melbourne was atrocious for Complexity, right? Yeah. So you're a little bit worried coming into this. So now some of those question marks get answered. They've come in, they've looked clean, they've looked good, they've got hot hands, individually look on point against GamerLegion. So you start answering some of those questions.
25 seconds, you need a couple of mistakes, and they're not going to give them any. Grim on the hunt will find him. And things go from bad to worse here as we're going into the last round of the half. And just nothing that's a positive sign right now for GamerLegion. 12-2. And this kind of a play right here again. Talked about the confidence on Complexity. Maybe at times looked like it was going to blow back in their faces when they were fighting a little bit too much, but on the other hand, they've taken this first half away from their opponents. What do we got at the end of it here? A couple of AKs, a couple of Galils, and one MAC-10.
B-Rush.
Yeah, why not? Oh, right into practically a nuke that was landing on the net. JT ready in case they come around the corner. That's the bomb delivered right at his feet, and they're low on health. JT, what a time to step it up for him. And Shui on his own out here. He's going to get run down 13-2. Jason at the end of the half. What a shocking beginning. We'll be back with the second half right after this.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm going to walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm going to get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with Simple as the first guess.
Let's try. Okay, let's type Monte, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like.
Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
And I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monte, alright? I just have to go for Monte here, I think.
But Monte is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done.
What? Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
We are back once again, and so far things are looking good for the American squad here. What a great first half they had going on. Yeah.
Yeehaw.
We're loving it.
We are.
I've got to say I'm really impressed. Like, I think the odds at the beginning were saying close to 50-50. We were saying the same thing.
It's a very slight favorite for GamerLegion, yeah.
Yeah, slightly, but this is
looking good.
It's turned out very different once we're actually in the server. Complexity just look really, really hot. That CT side, 13-2 in their favor. Surely they can't screw this up, Jason. There's no way.
You just had to. You had to throw it in there, didn't you? You had to just give your attempt at it. Yeah, look at how they've shifted.
Oh,
look at how they've shifted.
Yeah, 15-1 odds now. Pistol round coming up, and obviously for GamerLegion, don't even need to say it.
No, but first step for GamerLegion, if you want to even think about you starting to bring this closer in the scoreboard and start making a bid to try and have a massive comeback here, is you have to kind of put Complexity's confidence in place. You have to shut them down enough and emphatically so that they don't have this surge of confidence. Remember, on the CT side, that half ended with Complexity rushing down middle. Like, you can't have that.
They haven't brought any dualies into the... What are they thinking, Jason? No dualies on the CT side?
Psychopaths.
Yeah. It's like they don't even want to win anymore. Shui goes down at the start. Not the best beginning here, but that was a nice back pedal for Isaac. Going to be taking down Floppy, but on the other side of things, though, the bomb is going to be planted right here. This is very intriguing. Kios will find a shot, but it's still a 3 versus 4. This is doable because they have one player that could be flanking this position here. Fang in the middle. Is he going to realize? Surely he is now. Holzerk, though, he drops, and it looks like IM has every idea of what's coming next. Good read for him here. It's all on Grim. He's low on health, and it's a good retake, all things considered, for the CT side of things. That looked sketchy for a minute.
Yeah, that's actually a really good round from GamerLegion, considering the first kill goes to Complexity over in Halls, but they never got deterred. They knew we were going to be a B hit the whole way. I'm just ignores Fang's position entirely and gets an early flank up banana. Just knows it's going to be B the entire way through. And GamerLegion stuck to their guns and add some nice headshots into the mix, and they've got the pistol.
Not at all bad. They needed to win that round desperately, and they need to keep on winning. Like you said, take away their confidence, try and make them feel like they are not on top of the world. Right now, they're all playing super well. Everyone on double digits on the Complexity side.
We've seen it plenty of times on Inferno, how occasionally there's like a CT side that's just so strong, this map feels very suffocating. We obviously just saw it in the first half, and that's kind of the feeling and the vibe you need to inflict into the Complexity lineup. Make them feel like it's hopeless. Make it feel like they don't have any options of where to go, and that's how you can start closing the gap. Opening kill to Im as Holzer goes down. Can't get the follow-up. Good conversion from Fang, although he's brought very low.
Yeah, that could have probably been a duel that went the other way. But they're going to group up onto the banana position outside of the B-bomb site with only one person defending with an MP9 in there.
He's got another smoke, though, so he can delay this, and towards the end of that smoke shoot, he'll start rotating back from the other map, from the other bomb site, and he'll start coming back to the B site. He's doing it just now. So Complexity's going to be blocked off for a moment. Does not look like they're motivated to come through the smoke whatsoever. And then Shui's going to be here with another smoke if he can get there in time. Unfortunately, no support flashes if they're needed.
Yeah, just going to be putting it up at the right time here. Oh. Do they want to go for it?
They've just thrown their smokes.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate, right? Because you feel like, well, now this is our one shot. They don't have another set of grenades in the back pocket. If they wanted to go for it, it is now or never. 40 seconds, flash comes through, but Shui's good for the one. Actually, great spray with FaMAS is so hard to do, but he does make it work. Tamping away Floppy at the end, and wow, they get absolutely shut down.
Yeah, Shui, perfect timing on the rotation over. That's perfect in so many different senses. The utility drop as well. They exchange smokes at the exact point, and it's probably at that moment where Complexity know they're pretty much screwed. Coming through that smoke is so very difficult, especially with no information of where anyone's playing. 2 in a row for GamerLegion to start the second half. Still a long way away, but this is the best start you could have asked for.
Couple of flashbangs on the T side being picked up here for Complexity. If you get a kill and a bomb plant somehow, I mean, that's a bit of a miracle in itself when you don't have anything more to work with. Oh, that's making me very awkward. A-Core, one of the flex his skills in the middle. I guess so far so good. There is a deagle or a couple of deagles in play on the other side, so you could be in trouble.
No, this is great. I like this. I like this push. I like this suffocating style. Again, it's not going to be like the most perfect Counter-Strike you'll ever talk about, but it's more about the mental game. It's more about putting that fear into him and just making him feel like the map is shrunk and is very, very small and limited.
Okay. 15-1 odds, Jason, at the start of the second half here. What do you think for the potential comeback? GamerLegion? Do they have it in them?
It's very possible. Like as good as Complexity looked in the previous half, I don't think they've gotten it. They've shown us enough to like feel supremely confident that they're going to be able to necessarily close this one out despite such a huge advantage. Let's see what this first gun round looks like though. Previously it was Galil's, now they've got AKs, they've got the Krieg on Holzerk, they've got utility.
Oh, okay. A little bit of nade damage. MP9 looking for the aggression, and just as the nades route, the jump on top. Yep. Oh, that is what the MP9 is all about. The speed behind that run and gun, and you just cannot handle it. 2 casualties early on the Complexity side, and a 5 versus 3 to ensue. This is looking a lot different for GamerLegion, just a different team from the first to the second half.
Really good timing as well, as that Molotov is just put down underneath Bell. So, I mean, you have a perfect moment to push up as the smoke is being extinguished. Good trade. I don't know how I managed to get 1 out of that. Floppy's probably going to be frustrated. 2 on 4. And Complexity's locked out of everything, looking for a mistake, but no real good options available to him at the moment.
No, there really isn't. I see A-Course moving up on the other side, and I was just about to question that, but you know, Fang, I think, displaying a Y. Sometimes pushing in 2-on-4s can be real dangerous. Now it's a 2-on-3. It's a very different feeling. Sui almost screwing that up, but not quite. I don't trust the FaMAS spray either. I don't blame him. Holzerk now in a 1 versus 3. He's got that Krieg. We saw him warm up with it, and it looked pretty impressive in the warm-up, but then again, it is just a warm-up. Who cares about that?
That skin is beautiful. Just going to throw that out there into the world. Okay, he knows the location of 2, but can't manage a shot. So Holzerk likes to use the Krieg on the T side. I know Floppy enjoys the AUG from time to time. Little off-meta weaponry.
I like it. I think the AUG on certain maps is really, really worth it. And I think I don't see a reason why people shouldn't buy the Krieg every once in a while. I'm sure there are places to put it into use. Wow. Yeah, it's an early turnaround here. The dream scenario for GamerLegion, it has to be exactly what we're seeing here. My God. Are they raiding a village, or are they playing Counter-Strike?
After a 13-2 half, you got to get yourself hyped up somehow. Got to get the guys into it. So those good rounds, those strong wins. Another good pop flash peek. Brim goes down. No chance for a rebuttal. Complexity on a half buy, but playing a man down for a 1.5 minutes.
I'm starting to really get worried for Complexity.
Yeah, you should.
Starting to feel it. 13-6, and
if we're feeling it, you know they're feeling it as well.
Yeah, that's true. Hopefully, I mean, hopefully not.
Because what they're saying right now is like, okay, GamerLegion in pretty much every round has been able to find the opening. Outside of the pistol, they've been able to find the opening kills. They've been able to read where we're going on certain rounds. They've pushed down middle a number of times. They've had perfect utility usage everywhere we've gone. So there's not a whole lot of positive for Complexity right now. Good trade from Holzer. Can you get anything more? AK in hand and the bomb. Oh, okay. Go for it, baby.
They actually had one guy push through already. Fang's been waiting at the tree for a long time, but it's going to get hard cleared. Yeah, he probably wishes someone would have rotated earlier, but when that rotation is so late, it's more likely the CTs will check that one. Floppy now 1 versus 4, and he's going to get blown up. Obviously, not going to be working out. I mean, that was pretty cool, though. 2 kills and a bomb plant for what they had. It's not that bad.
Yeah, but when do we start saying it's an issue if we don't see something on this T side soon? GamerLegion's now 6 rounds back. Still quite a ways to go, but you want to see some life out of this T side. The plant is going to help give up some money. So Complexity should have 2 buys in a row no matter what, but 5 rounds straight for GamerLegion to start the second half, and Complexity is going to call their first time out of the game.
Yeah, GamerLegion really burned through their timeouts at the beginning of the game on the first half, and now it's Complexity's turn to try and see if they can figure something out here. Wow, what a change of momentum! It happened so early. It was looking great. It looked like Complexity were ready to send them packing and just win their opening game of the major. But now I'm not so sure anymore.
Yeah, now they got to battle for it a little bit. They got to be a little bit grindy. Out of the timeout, what have they got for us? Up in the hands of Holzerk, full kits of utility, 4 AKs around it.
Spray right
like
through.
We said, guys. Perfect.
Look at the job done. Perfect, he says. I can't really disagree.
No, this CT side's looking just fine for GamerLegion so far. There's another opening kill. Holzer goes for the dry peek, the dry challenge. He's picked off.
should be a more favorable fight for the T side right there, but doesn't click the trigger quite quick enough. And a 4-on-5 to ensue. Bomb is in the middle. Yeah, and Acor, I mean, we've seen it a couple of times now push when maybe he didn't need to, so I'm glad to see him fall back from this position and just sort of say, all right, we've got the opening, that's all we need, let's be reasonable. They set up in a 3-man defense over at the B-bomb site, and it does leave a huge gap right now, the archway. If they start to wrap around there, if Complexity somehow realized, that could be a real problem for the A defense.
Yeah, but the question is, does Complexity want to actually take this without utility? Do they just kind of want to walk up and don't give away the game? Because 3 players have shifted over towards the B-bomb site. Acor is there. They're now going to start falling back. They just cleared Banana. In fact, all 3 of them are coming back as this wrap is being executed. The A defenders can hear everything. Acor picks off 1. Isaac another from Pit. Add Grim on top. And Complexity get nothing done.
Let's fucking go! Nice.
What he said.
I'm telling you what, that confidence Complexity displayed in the first half is gone. No more smiles, no more energy.
Listen, I did jinx them at the start.
You did.
I feel bad for it now.
Yeah, you should.
This is sick though. Isaac, beautiful shots here.
Good fucking job! Let's fucking go! Nice one.
13-8. And Complexity have disappeared from the match in the second half. They must come back. They need to do this. They just need 3 rounds. It sounds like nothing at all. 3 rounds on the T side of Inferno. Of course you can get that. But right now, they don't know where to be. Halser caught sleeping in the middle. What was he doing? Showing off the mullet?
Yeah, looking over at a teammate, looking over towards Banana where there's some deep utility being thrown, whatever it was. It makes him an easy target for the AWP of Acor. He was quiet in the first half with the AWP, but now you switch sides on the CT side. He can be so dynamic. This is back-to-back rounds. He's found the opening kill for GamerLegion. And Isaac is starting to warm up into this game. I think that's a 1-tap onto Floppy down halls. Fang's gonna step up next. He falls as well. And Complexity getting dismantled.
They actually fell on top. It looked like they were hugging each other on the floor of the hallway there. JT hoping for a second, but he's not gonna get it at all. What is happening, Jason? What is going on? How can a team play that well in the first half and then just disappear in the second half? We've seen it before. It's not like a once in a lifetime kind of thing here, but it's something slightly depressing about it.
The tough part is GamerLegion in the first half, like there were a couple rounds where they were able to get into a bomb site. They had a couple 1v1s, right? They were actually challenging on some of the executes and losing out on the duels. Complexity hasn't even really gotten into a clean execute yet. Like the best execute they've had on the B bomb site, Shui had a perfect timing on the smoke that disrupted everything. Like, they're not even getting into the mid-round is the scary thing. So, as I mentioned, first step for GamerLegion, like removing that confidence for Complexity, they've done that, and now they're building on it. And now, yeah, you do make the map feel very small. Complexity probably feel very limited in their options.
It's good to see Acor come alive with some of those AWP shots to start the rounds with. And then immediately disappear behind it. Wow, yeah.
Yeah, and all those old familiar feelings of despair start coming back if you're Hulzerk, right? That little head shake.
Yeah. Yeah, slowly but surely.
So here we go again.
The ride you don't want to be on. You just want off this ride at the moment. JT, aggressive push forward, but there's just so much happening in front. He can't see what he's shooting at. And now they're going to try and recommit AWP and rifle right next to each other. All right.
They have no presence elsewhere on the map, Complexity. It looks like they're considering falling back with all 5 players. But, I mean, they don't know it yet. This is the wrong call because Shui is shifting over through CT spawn right now to come over towards the A bomb site just in case, playing between the 2 bomb sites.
2 smokes and a flashbang to set something up with. I mean, this is actually exactly the kind of round you could win, right? Because, with just the Tech 9s, one good kill, and you crack that A-bomb side up. I'm calling it right now, Jason. You can feel it. It's already going to happen here. Sui is going to get run down, and now the double defense, they're slowing it down. I thought they were going to keep on going.
It's all at Acor. He needs this first shot and to survive, misses it, backs away. Molotov might slow them a little bit, at least isolates Floppy. That's the bomb as well. Now they have to be committed to the B-bomb site, but they have to wait for the flames first.
What a time to throw that Molotov, although he misses the next shot. Now he's boxed in. He's all in this position. He's got Chaos here as well. The communication on GamerLegion is sublime in this round. That is perfect play. The spin around and JT gets blown up. Oh, they almost got caught with their pants down, but well done.
Very well done.
The fact that he was so far forward, he could hear the footsteps of the players that were running close to him.
Yeah.
On that little highway, but he manages to throw down the Molotov, slow them down. Oh, GamerLegion are right back in the mix.
And you can see on the faces of Complexity, the head shake on MongolZ, not feeling confident. Fang, that focus just born out of despair and desperation at the moment. What a run GamerLegion is on. 8-0 to start this second half, and they're within striking distance now.
13-10. It's just Complexity have found nothing in the second half. They have 0 rounds so far. I can't believe this is happening. It looked so good. It looked like it was going to be a great day in the office for Complexity. Again, winning the first, map of the major. Obviously, that's how you want to start. You don't want to start in that 0-1 bracket. You just want to feel fresh right out the gate. And they were for the entire first half, and then it just disappeared. GamerLegion, on the other hand, building something quite amazing at the moment. Isaac's up to 18, Keel's at 16, and everyone else a little bit further behind. So he's going to start it off, but good return from Grim.
Important trade. Important positioning as well over towards the A bomb site. This position from Fang is wonderful at the moment, but they've had issues getting past the spawn arch. Acor's had a couple nice shots. Kioz is here now.
Still got 35 seconds. We wanted to do it. Fang's going to be moving up as well. It's perfectly timed. Flash in hand. Only IM could stop this round, and there's no way Grim will take him down. So finally, after all those rounds in a row, Complexity get up to 14. And you know what? I bet a lot of the loss of confidence, it can be pretty quickly recovered, right? Because that's a huge step towards winning the series.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a nice change of pace for Complexity. This round a little bit slower, a little bit more calculated, not a full-blown execute, not a lot of bodies in one place, just players sliding into map control when they feel that it's open. And Fang's able to capitalize. 14th round for Complexity. Finally on the board, finally putting a stop to GamerLegion's run.
Yeah, what a run it was, but not all has to go wrong here, right, for GamerLegion. That's kind of the downside, I guess, of being up against the wall like this.
The nice thing, though, is the money's there. Cash flow is not a problem.
No.
Isaac has 16K. I think most people above 10K at the very least, so they've got plenty of buys left in them. They can't just lose based off no economy.
Wow, the pressure is on once again.
But are you going to expect Fang to be able to slide up into that kind of position in Cubby without getting spotted in the future? That's really the first time we've seen Complexity test brackets without a whole lot of indication that they were coming.
No, that is an unlikely way to get the entry that they needed. It would have been fun if he hadn't got killed to see what the flash timing would have been like for that flash that was going to go in to on top of the A bomb site. Timeout used for GamerLegion, the last that they have, to talk things over, to get a bit of a sense of whether or not they can come up with a plan here. They don't need much more. 8 in a row right here, as you could tell. Just a huge run to start the half with. But a couple of mistakes, and this could all be for nothing, right? Complexity could still walk away from this, brushing it all off, saying, yeah, that was a bit scary, but who cares? We made it out. You just need a couple of mistakes right now. All right, trying to open out. That's a nice idea, but Floppy's going to get him instead. Acor blown up at the beginning of it, and now they're going to have to back that up from that position.
That's a huge find from Floppy, because Acor's been a guy who's gotten a bunch of opening kills for GamerLegion, 2 or 3 in this half alone with that all peeking down mid, this time completely punished. And a rare opportunity for Complexity to play a 5-on-4 for the majority of this round.
Super well done. Floppy's had a little bit more of a quiet game, but hanging in there to find that one opening here could be all the difference they need.
And GamerLegion are going to have to take a risk playing 4-on-5. Like split 2 and 2, you have to kind of gamble a little bit somewhere. This is a calculated one, not evacuating the A-bomb side entirely, but playing 2 players on ramp side to actually contend and challenge for any kind of mid control. And Complexity might walk right back into. So the question is, how do Isaac and I want to play this?
But they're doubling up right now in the arch position. Could easily just get smoked out from this one, and if they ramp the other way, then it's probably almost a lost round to begin with here. Molotov to push them back a little bit. It's actually pretty well timed. Look at the clock, 30 seconds. If they bring a third player back to this A-bomb side, they might have a really good crack at defending it. But right now, I would say it's still pretty questionable. 25 seconds, and there's no rotation happening from the B-bomb side. This is all on this defense right here. IM gets overrun. Isak is surely dead as well. JT will pick up both of them. And even with the money, I mean, you might try and go for this because you're going to be buying anyway, no matter what. So 2-on-5, I mean, maybe this is a 1 in a million round that you actually win. But it is looking almost impossible.
Yeah, you're right. You might as well challenge for it. See what you can get. See if they give up 1 or 2 kills to make this doable. And you can see picking up resources along the way. Kia's looking for anything he can get. Smoke is still up, so they can't even peer in. Needs to be a 1 fight, and it's not. Now it's impossible. Now there's no chance for Kia's. It was low percentage from before, but the bomb is too far gone as well, and Complexity. All the struggles aside, they've got 5 chances to close this out. And with the way this half started, your Complexity, you just want to get it done.
Yeah, yeah. Don't give them a second chance to come back into the game.
Don't give them a second streak.
Exactly. You don't want to be experiencing that, but well played. Good find. And you see the difference it makes to get the opening kill, to play the 4-on-5. And they gave themselves plenty of time and space to figure out where they wanted to go. This is really well done. 15-10. And they just need 1 more round. That's all it takes. A-Core in the middle, still thinking about it. Not as aggressively peeking. I think he just did the jump in there to take a look. Holzberg out here, going to get slightly naded. Oh, another one to follow, but he could have had that kill.
Yeah, he had a crack at it. That's the fight he wanted. He always knew he was going to be harassed by utility. Wasn't going to be an easy shot, but almost lands. Don't throw that utility. They're going to know your position, JT. Going to back away from the fight. Chewy's going to be aggressive, spamming through the smoke. A little bit of damage onto Holzberg, down to 54. Grim down to 59, and back to mid we go.
Yeah, A-Core hanging out at the arch position right now. Gonna Molotov it off. Actually instantly worried about someone coming through. He does not want to get pressured like that. It looks like they're rotating a 4th man in. Nade, another one landing on top. They're so soft already. It's just Grim and Holzberg eating all the utility in this round. And one of them through the smoke. They just had no health to fight with here. This is looking a bit dire at the moment. JT, though, is that enough to bring it back?
40 seconds. It looks like Complexity wants to reconvene towards the other side of the map. They know they probably pulled so much defense over. They have utility for this. They've got 1 smoke for the spawn cross. They've got plenty of flashbangs, and they've got Chewy in the back of the B bomb site. They've got to find him first, and JT with low health might just be the bait.
A-Core's going to be showing up, but he's going to get smoked out surely. So this AWP, I don't think it's going to be... Oh, wait, there's no smoke, and he bros up JT. Where's the smoke? They
Floppy.
had one as well.
Floppy's lurking. He didn't come all the way over. And I don't know if that's designed or a miscue, but without that smoke, that was always going to be impossible. Perhaps a miscue from Complexity, but it makes things easy down the stretch for GamerLegion, and they're up to 11.
I just saw the smoke on the HUD, and I thought, all right, surely they would have brought that with them.
I thought everyone would come over. But, I mean, Floppy's left in that lurk position on defaults in most rounds, so, again, could be a miscue, could have just been a call to try and take advantage of it. Maybe they didn't think that GamerLegion would catch on to it this quickly, but this is very easy for A-Core, obviously.
It's a very tight shot, the second one, but... Yeah, that's unfortunate because they could have made him quite irrelevant. Like, you're not going to get a lot shooting for the smoke typically, but obviously if there is no smoke, it's all good. 1 out of the 5 chances down. GamerLegion need another 5 in a row here to get us into overtime. And again, the utility, pretty aggressive in the banana position here. Holzberg this time is going to get the reward for it. Shui not aware.
I think he's going to be kicking himself for that peek. Oh, Floppy adds on top of it. It's all coming crumbling down. That Halls push, Floppy's exploited it yet again.
Really well done. 3 versus 5 to begin this round with. This could be everything Complexity needed.
And Complexity can call anything at this point.
Yeah.
Not only 5-on-3.
Oh, look at this.
But they have all the utility in the world. Okay, yeah, this is fair. GamerLegion just saying, if you come to B...
Baby, we win.
We win.
What a roll of the dice, Jason, to try and do this.
I can't even blame them in a 3v5. And there's no way Complexity can know this. Everyone's pausing on the map looking for the next play, which they assume is going to be aggressive, but it's this passive stack. And they could walk right into a trap. This can be the avenue to stay alive for GamerLegion.
It absolutely could. I can't believe that they've actually picked the right bomb site as well. Kios, a little bit of an early shot. Molotov down on front. He's going to be careful he doesn't force them back, but they go around the corner and they're going to get mowed down here. Oh, the HE on top. Grim gets blown up. 30 seconds. They're going to bring it back. They actually defended it too much.
Fang's making his move. Fang's making his move right now. Complexity's calling out that it was a stack, that everyone was there, and Fang should be in perfect position as long as he doesn't misplay this.
Oh, he's actually mind-gamed them. He throws down a smoke like he's meant to go the other way, and then he just goes for it. A-core gets blown up. They were too good in their early defense. They almost needed to wait until they were fully committed. Now the bomb is planted. And Isaac, what could you do here? Pushes through, gets it once, taps the bomb. He does have a smoke, actually. This is slightly doable. He goes for it again. Now they have to spray him down. There's the headshot. 16-11 Complexity. The nightmare is over, and they take down GamerLegion on Inferno.
That was way, way too close if you're Complexity, considering how strong that first half was. 13-2, but a very labored second half, and it got dicey. But it's good to see them shuffle that pressure off, right? And buckle down and get it done at the end of the day.
Wow, that got so scary, but what a weird way to lose it as well. You actually get the stack perfectly. It's just it worked so well that it actually backfires on you.
I think you nailed it. They took the fights in the wrong places, right?
Yeah.
You want them to be committed in towards water. You want them to actually be trying to enter that B bomb site because with the way the fights were taken, they still had the avenue to fall back.
Yeah.
But you got to give it to Complexity. Leaving Fang in that lurk position in a 5-on-3 to open up the other side of the map. That's very on meta right now at the moment, and obviously it works out perfectly.
Yeah, very well played. Grim playing really well. Fang playing well, like you said.
The core, yeah.
Yeah, the core of it is really delightful. That first half, obviously, very, very impressive. I'm sure it was a shock, and I'm sure that's something that they're gonna want to go back and think about. Like, how do we lose so many rounds on the T side?
Oh yeah, and if you're GamerLegion as well, you're a little bit frustrated because that CT side looked good, looked solid. You just didn't give yourself enough runway in the first half. They're gonna be doing the same thing. Like, what went wrong on this T side that we could get absolutely nothing done?
Yeah, questions for later.
3 timeouts burned as well to try and find the solution, and it wasn't possible. Regardless, we've got one of the winners. We've got Grim down with Dinko.
Thank you very much, Jason. Yeah, here with Grim, a great first half showing from you individually as well. Obviously, a little comeback coming through there. Must just be a great relief to have that first win.
Yeah, we're definitely glad we closed it out. Yeah, when we lost pistol first gun round, it starts getting scrappy. Lose another round, all of a sudden 7 rounds down. I mean, you have the lead, but in this CS, like any lead can get close pretty quick. So you just have to stay calm and collected, figure out what's going wrong, and fix it. And I think we did in the end, and we pulled through.
Let's talk about that first half, some more of the positives, right? You were looking really strong individually. You guys were getting very aggressive, getting in their face. What was maybe a weakness that they had in that first half that allowed you to be so aggressive, so confident?
For us, we know that they're a bit passive in banana, they'll give it pretty easily. So we got a game plan just going in banana, making sure we get in their face and get them out of banana. And once we have banana, we're really comfortable in our Inferno. So getting banana control is the main thing. They definitely tried to change it up, but when they did, we just brought more numbers with us, and we ended up playing pretty well against them. So I definitely think our aggressiveness came through for us.
Well, the second half started really slow. The gun rounds also very slow. What was a weakness for you in your mind?
I think that we weren't expecting them to be so aggressive, but they are probably going to be aggressive because they're down 13-2, right? They have nothing to lose, so they're just going to run it down, and it caught us off sometimes with their aggressiveness, at least for me. And I think we just need to close it out, stay alive in the early round because we kept getting picked off pretty early, 5v4, instantly. It's really hard to play from the back foot, especially on Inferno. So we just said, let's just close the gaps, let's make sure we're always having trades and making sure that we just play a bit more slow in the early round. And after the early round, we can see what happens and close it out from there.
Well, the first half things are positive, everybody's smiling, energy's high, but when that comeback starts to come through, you see the dip in energy, the focus has to come back in. How tough is it to go from the highs of the first half to then having to refocus for the second?
I say it is pretty difficult sometimes because when you're getting smashed, losing 8 rounds in a row, you don't really know what to do, but like I said, you just have to stay calm in those situations because if you start getting mad or start getting tilted some of the rounds, it's going to get out of hand pretty quick, so you just need to stay calm and collected, figure out what the problem is, and just keep going.
Well, Complexity take their first win, back over to Anders and Mouz.
Cool, calm, and collected there.
I don't know. Grim doesn't seem cool, calm, and collected in that interview. He still seems like the adrenaline's pumping.
Yeah, who can blame him? I mean, it's a wild game that we saw, but I think they played it really well at the end. They didn't lose faith in the project, and as a result, you see here the scoreboard, Fang and Grim. Wow.
Yeah, we mentioned the core. Fang and Grim were obviously there. Holzark was there in the first half, but as we saw in the second half, JT had some very impactful rounds on that T side. He started stepping it up, and we've seen that a number of times for JT when his team needs him. Like, not the biggest volume fragger in the world, but he's very good at finding his impact in games. And for GamerLegion, a lot of that coming on the CT side, obviously, just not enough done in the first half to be able to recover, despite a good half.
Tiny bit more. Now, we have a lot more games coming up for the day. Obviously, we're on the B stream here, so Apeks and Liquid up next. And at the end of the day, ENCE and OG.
Forze versus Grayhound just went live as well on the other stream.
Yeah, exciting times. This is day one of the major. I can't wait to get more Counter-Strike. Stay tuned, and we will be right back.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Coldzera. But is Coldzera old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe he's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
We are back. It was no break at all. We're ready with the next one. And Apeks arriving on the scene. They better be ready because they're going to be playing Liquid in a best of one. Jason, how do you feel about this game?
Yeah, this is another one of those games that was pegged to have some upset potential in it in terms of Apeks actually being able to take down Team Liquid. And I think a lot of people became fans of watching this team at the RMR, their qualification, surprising in its own right, and very pleasantly surprised with how high Apeks can potentially go. However, as we referenced earlier in the day, Liquid's coming into this with a whole lot of confidence.
That's what they say. I like that. I want to see a confident Liquid here. Obviously, one of the few American teams that are here, that are fighting for it. So you'd love to see them go really far. But you're right, Apeks has kind of captured the community just a little bit. So wouldn't be too surprised if they're going to be doing well. The lineup is right here. They have some real experience. Someone like Jacob, Stico as well. They've been playing it forever and ever. And you look at the ratings, JL on the side and Nork as well. I mean, there's a reason why these guys are playing pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of experience on this team as well between Jacob and Stico. And actually, we have an interview with Stico to get this one underway.
All right, Stico, we got you here in Paris, start of the major. We were looking back at some photos HLTV put out there of you at 17 trying to qualify for the DreamHack major the first time. Must feel pretty cool to be here at the last CSGO major.
Definitely cool. I mean, I've been part of quite a few majors, but it's nothing too spectacular like compared to Legends at the game, but it's pretty on the relevant teams and on top of the tier 1 or 2 throughout the whole 10 years. So I'm pretty proud of myself, and I hope that this is the finally one where I advance the most with my team. So quarterfinals in Boston was last time, so hopefully we're aiming a little bit higher, despite being like heavy underdogs in the tournament.
Well, the story of your career has been, starting and changing roles and adapting throughout the different teams and years you've gone through. Now, Apeks as a team has gone through a lot of changes, and there was even pauses in that team being a thing. So we're looking at Kixan, a player that a lot of people are starting to see now, but this is by far going to be his biggest audience watching him. How would you describe his IGL style for the guys at home?
I mean, his IGLing is something unique. We try to play a style that fits us as a team. We're not trying to copy the best teams in the world or anything, because it's kind of pointless with the tools that we have in the team. So we created our own identity, and I think he's really good at bringing this identity to us through the strats, through the defaulting, through the calls that he's making. And it's really important that this identity stays with us. It's in our blood, it's in our DNA. This is how we practice, and if we practice well, that means we're doing something right, and we just have to translate that practice into official games and tournaments like this. I know the pressure and adrenaline and everything within will be factors that we might drift away from this identity, but that's why we're here and what we've been working on for the past couple of weeks and months, to not drift away too much and be really capable of fighting the best teams in the world.
Now, I know you've been documenting your practice a lot on social media platforms. Now, we look at that practice and we got a little bit of an insight. Are you happy with how things went?
I think I'm happy. Practice is a different thing compared to official games. There's a lot of talking and a lot of work is being done on the empty server, not actually practicing other teams. So it's hard to say how much we've advanced, but we're confident. We were playing well lately. We had a lot of officials, a lot of online tournaments that we had to attend, and we made it quite far in those. So I think something's right that we're doing. And whether teams here will be able to figure it out and how to play against us or not, that's up to them. But I think we're ready to do the best here, and we're at the best shape that we've ever been in Apeks, I think.
Now, quick thoughts on Team Liquid coming into it. A very solid team, a lot of experience in the majors as well with some of these players. So you're looking at this team. What are your thoughts on your preparation so far against them?
So I said in an HLTV interview as well that I think this is one of the best matchups we could have gotten, actually. Like, people see us as heavy underdogs, and I mean, that's true when you look at the ranking-wise, but they haven't had a stellar year so far. They've been struggling, some players individually and as a team-wise as well. But I feel like it's kind of shame we have to face them in best of 1, because I feel like in best of 3s we have actually even bigger chances to beat them. And as I said, it will come down to, like, in best of 1s, it will always come down to close rounds, clutches, pistol rounds, anti-ecos, and stuff like that. So it's going to be close game, but Liquid as a team, they don't scare us. We obviously have a respect for them, but only outside of the server. On the server, we're going to try to show them that we're a better team, because we believe so.
Thanks so much. Great insight. Good luck at your opening game.
Thank you.
Sick confidence coming out there from Stico, but they're going to be up against Liquid, who are not lacking in confidence either. They look really good right now as well, so this could be one hell of a game. I can't wait.
Yeah, we'll get to it. We've seen interviews from Yakinder and Nitro where they both expressed extreme confidence, and we've got an interview real quick with Nitro before this game goes live as well.
I just want your quick thoughts on your opponent today. Looking at Apeks as a team, what has your preparation been like? What do you think of them tactically?
I mean, they're a good team. I see that they are doing meta things, and specifically on some maps, they're doing something a bit different than the usual macro game plan of teams would be. But it's interesting to see. It's interesting to see that they have a different approach, and I think they're playing really good. I think they have talented players, and I think their way of calling is a bit different. And it's going to be a test for us. It's the first game of the major, and it's a best of one. So we will try to win, and I hope we win at least one pistol.
Well, as you said, first game of the major. Good luck.
Thank you.
Sorry, interview with Yakinder, obviously, as we got the map veto going. Yeah, some of the interviews from Team Liquid heading into this, Yakinder saying, you know, just as a headline, people are going to notice a different style that we're going to play in this tournament. He was referencing some of the work that they did in the boot camp and all the progress they made there that he felt was very positive. The big one was from Nitro, where he says, I don't see a world where we start slow with how we're playing right now, which he might be one of 5 people in the world who cannot see that universe.
I love it. It's so great. I really like that kind of confidence, you know, they're saying, like, we're definitely going to do it. But especially because both teams are coming into this match apparently with that level of confidence, and someone's going to be wrong at the end of this. So, yeah, what a delightful way to get started.
We saw on the screen there, for some of you new viewers in Counter-Strike, you may not realize, Cuban, the coach of Apeks, obviously championship pedigree in the majors himself, winning Katowice all the way back in 2014. So
yes,
championship caliber of the legendary Polish squad that housed Neo, Taz, and Pasha, and Snacks, and Bialy as well. We're about to get this match underway. Liquid, Apeks, odds here on your screen. Liquid, pretty decent favorites, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think even Stiko's going to recognize that, saying, if you look at the world rankings, this kind of makes sense right now. But these teams have never played, Jason. They've never played each other.
It's always the X factor of the slow starts from Liquid, which apparently won't be an issue.
Pistols are a problem.
Pistols apparently a problem, as you could have said. But also, Liquid is like notorious for having such an incredibly high ceiling. They've beat like all the top 10 teams recently, but also an incredibly low floor. So there's still that question sometimes too of which Liquid comes out. So trying to avoid a slow start is Liquid as they get their Paris run off here against Apeks. It's going to be on Ancient, and we are going to be live into the pistol rounds.
See how this goes. Apeks starting on the CT side, Liquid on the T side, and already with the bomb out here. They do have Yakinder in the middle, so I don't think they're going to be straight rushing the B bomb site. And yeah, they're going to divert. They're going to try and take a step this way. He's not heard anything. A sneak up from Stiko. He's dealt with the dualies. This is dangerous, and he's going to already spot it out. So important information for Yakinder to find out. Even if he just dropped very, very low, the other set of dualies coming into play and finding Nitro. And oh dear, he's just going to keep on going, hunting and running down Naf. I can't believe it. 3 versus 4 to begin with.
That's the bomb. That's the bomb. They've got to come find it. Good goosh immediately. Now kicks in. He's got to manage 2 different angles. He knows Yakinder was in mid. Spotted out earlier, so it's all down to timings. Oh, and he gets dropped right from the front. Good find from OC as he comes back with the Liege to handle business. Yakinder is very, very low at 2 HP.
What a weird round. They find the bomb, but then they still get shot at the back and just don't get the timing quite right. Stiko's in the middle, ready and waiting, and what a position to be in. They have no tools to check this with.
Do you clear this? You certainly do if you go at mid, right? Someone looks right. Someone does it at least as just, you know, going through the motions. Maybe not. Oh, 2 line. Oh, they miss. The dualies betray Stiko, and the A bomb site is open for the taking.
He had that on lockdown. They did not check, and now it's Jacob trying to see if he can get some last USP headshots coming in. He's got the right read. Yakinder is back there. All right. They're not firing blanks here for the rest of it on the Apeks side, but to be honest, Stiko probably could have won the round right then and there. It looked so winnable. Now instead, Jacob trying to do something there, but without the kit, how do you even win this round? Even if they're low on health, you have to go so deep to try and find them. This slow play right here is not going to work out in your favor. It needs to be a bit quicker. Missing a couple of shots. He almost had it on Elise. It's close, but it will be Liquid to pick up a pistol round.
Yeah, a little micro detail there. Give a shout out to Elise. That's just really smart positioning, moving to the right, or I guess Jacob's left side of that donut so that he could actually peek off of his teammate.
True.
Otherwise, he's swinging around for a very far distance to play off OC. So a nice little reposition to make sure he can be buddied up with his teammate. And I think you're exactly right. And a player of Stiko's experience is going to know that he botched that pistol round, and that one's going to hurt.
Yeah, 100%. But
just 1 kill is all you needed.
Just 1 would have probably done it. Could have easily been the double, but Yakinder got his wish. Which
they got a pistol.
They got a pistol round.
You know what I was thinking about during the Stiko interview when Dinko asked him how good their boot camp has been, and he's like, I like to think it was pretty good. We talked about how you don't really enjoy hearing teams say the boot camp goes well. So was that where'd you fall in this particular boot camp assessment?
Well, I think he said it as well. He kind of said later on, he said in the same interview, you know, practice is kind of one thing, but it's got nothing really to do with the official games. I think that's probably my stance on is that you could have a really good boot camp, but I think for a large part of it, a lot of that feeling can disappear in the first 10 rounds of a game where you could be like, oh, you know, we thought we had a good boot camp, but
we didn't prepare for this.
We're getting blown up anyway, you know? Yeah. So not to say that it means nothing. I mean, I think obviously you could have a good boot camp where you identify, you know, crucial mistakes, you get some roles sorted, like you can really improve the team. So I'm not saying it's nothing. I'm just saying when a team says that, I just don't even know if I don't put a lot of value in that statement on its own. That's just me. A little bit cynical perhaps, but yeah, I try to just look at what we have in the server more than anything else. And so far for Liquid, close call on that pistol round, but they've picked it up. Going to be buying AKs, Mac 10s, a single Galil, and on the other side, interesting stuff. They actually bought 2 MP9s here, so they're ready to fight.
Okay, yeah, a heavy fight in this round number 2.
See how that's going to be playing out for them.
Well,
it is a bit aggressive.
Yeah, and it's also a 5-man stack at the B bomb site where Liquid is not headed whatsoever. They've actually taken mid extremely quickly. The Kinder's looking to get positioned in red room very, very early on. Flash through the smoke. He's going to come through, clear things. But that's obviously been heard by Apeks, so it freezes them shifting back to the A bomb site. And Yakinder's doing a great job of keeping attention in this location. Nobody can move over. Nobody can stop this attack. And it looks like Liquid should be able to have a relatively easy round.
Yeah, and for Apeks, almost at the point where unless you find a headshot right now, just wait it out. You might as well get this stuff into the next round. It feels unlikely. There's JL. Gonna find a Mac 10. That's something about itself. The retake is not gonna happen here, right?
No, it gets weird now. That kill right there. Oh, that kill on top of it, and now the retake's coming in. This relatively easy round has slipped right out of the hands of Liquid. A classic round. All the advantages, and it's on OC, and he's so good in clutches, but he has no idea where the second player is at the moment. Now he hears the footsteps coming out of A main, so he should know where both players are. There's no kit on either one of these CT sides, but a deep smoke is gonna make things difficult. OC's gonna have to come through if he wants it. And all this defuse is going to work out just perfectly. OC can do nothing. He gives it up. And it's a round for Apeks.
I can't believe it. That should have never been. Even in the 4-on-5, I can't believe they managed to give it up. It's the lack of the defuse kit that made me super question whether or not that was ever going to be possible. But somehow they found a way.
Oh, it's a classic.
It is unfortunately a classic.
Oh, Yakinder's got his pistol.
Explain this for us. What is it? What is wrong with Liquid? Why is this happening?
Yeah, this is just, I mean, man, that kill in middle, knock on a Nitro is the one that turns it, and just one good deagle shot, right? Like, those 2 kills you can still survive with that bomb planted and a post plant. With that third headshot and Elige being boosted up with very few options, he's just deathmatching essentially till the end of his life.
Oh, man. That's going to make everyone feel real uncomfortable. It's the monkey paw, Jason.
Yeah, you get.
He like Yakinder. He's like, I wish we could win a pistol round, and they're like, you can, but not the second one. You have to specify your wishes a little bit more.
Yeah, you do. You have to really make sure you get the fine print in those wishes. I should correct myself as well. Maybe after this round, hang on a second. Nice opening kill from Nitro. Tech 9. Utility starting to be spent. One player in Donut to contend with. That's going to be Knock. The rest of his teammates rolling over in support will be out of the fight. Liquid's got a chance to reverse things, but through the smoke, Naf trades right back, and still Liquid progress into the site.
Oh, look at Yakinder. He is going to be flanking it. So if the bomb goes down, all of the attention for Apeks is going to be on this bomb site. This could be a huge play.
They're not going to plant it, though, because the utility's all gone. So this is a long time. Liquid have to hold on, and this is going to be very difficult to Liege. They're going to peek. They're going to try and trade this quickly. Now Naf has to stay alive inside the bomb site. Never saw the Donut player. This lurk is way too long for Yakinder.
Oh, no. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
The options as that smoke fades is like, Yakinder's cleared that out. It's almost like you need to just fall all the way back, but being trapped in the bomb site waiting for this flank to come to fruition, this map is huge.
Yeah, and Yakinder's already made a fair few footsteps. They know where he is. 18 seconds. As long as they don't peek him, they should be able to do this. Yeah, no chance. Nort will take him down. Kixan on the other side also with a couple of good kills, and everything has been working out. Just the one kill for Kixan, but still 2-1. Apeks cutting it kind of close in that round, I'm not going to lie. But Liquid fall off just a little bit, and now they're going to be out of money.
I'm gonna correct myself. Go back to that. My man John Brown corrected me on Twitter. Thank you for that. Cuban was not coaching the VP that won that major. I just always associate him with that Polish lineup. He didn't start coaching until a little bit later in 2015.
Yeah, but the legendary status thing is not wrong.
Yeah, no, it's not at all.
Cuban obviously a legend before we even got to CSGO in some sense.
Yeah.
Really cool stuff. He's a really nice guy outside of the
major winner.
But not the major winners. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Good correction. We appreciate it.
Keep us honest.
Yeah. Well, we've got pistols and a single smoke here. But Liquid off to a slightly rocky start. Now, it's early on. A lot can still happen. This could easily be changed around. But in terms of the confidence and everything else, I mean, they are still, we've got to remind you all the way throughout the day, best of 1 games. So you don't have a lot of time to recover from a bad start. See, GamerLegion almost manages to do it in the last one, but just not enough for it, really. JL and 3 of his teammates, 2 of them actually pushing down. Very aggressive. They're blocking each other. They can't move back. This is really sloppy. I have no idea why they're doing this. Liege going to be walking through. They'll probably still win the round here, but there's no reason to be blocking your teammates like that.
Yeah, a little bit uncomfortable, but they still manage it at the end of the day. 3-1 for Apeks.
Okay. Well, it's a good start now for the Apeks side of things. How many Norwegians do we have in this one? Holzerk, Jakim, and Rain? Anyone else come to mind?
Not really. But there might be one more somewhere. There's a lot of international lineups now.
That's maybe something for Twitter or the chat to solve for us. Those are the ones that come to mind for... Hope I'm not leaving anyone out. Not a lot of them left in the current top-level Counter-Strike. At one point, there were a lot more.
Yeah, Norwegian Counter-Strike used to be one of the best in the world. Way back when.
There was a definite moment in time. We had some interesting players out there.
Towards middle we go. Liquid just marching right up. And this is the second time we've seen them come attack middle this early in the round. Look at Stiko, pushed out A. So both teams taking advantage of weaknesses they've probably prepared for. Needs to be a trade. Stiko not expected. That's the bomb dropped. Nitro can get nothing done after that. And Liquid crumbling, falling apart in this round. Ali's going to pick up the pieces with 1. Got to be aware of the position of JL tucked into his left. And he's going to clear it for sure. Good shot into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, it did cost him a fair bit of health, didn't it? Still, they got a minute left. The bomb, though, I think, did they see it? I wonder if Stiko's found out.
Yeah, he did, for sure. He knows it's down, but he doesn't want to protect it, right? He's saying, it's going to take you guys some time, Liquid. You have to be cautious coming back, so I'm going to move back into the bomb site to your end goal. You can have the bomb back. It's going to chew time off the clock to recover it, and when you get to the site, you won't have options to clear me out. Good find from Kixon. And it's all on OC.
He was waiting for it there as well. He had the right idea, but just couldn't get the timing right, unfortunately. OC, 25 seconds. You probably can't actually do this now. It feels like now to get to a bomb site, you have to run the whole way, almost knife out. And they're going to hear it. They're going to know everything. This has already been found out. Stiko, just perfect positioning there. And that will be another one. Goes the way of Apeks. This is starting to become a really good start. The only thing you could say for Liquid is they are doing significant damage to the economy, right? They are getting these rounds close.
Yeah, you need to turn that corner at some point, and this kind of fast towards middle wasn't nearly as impactful as I think Liquid would have liked. Obviously negated a little bit by the push from Stiko really early in the round. And I think that works because Naf is there to support and activate that early push from Liquid up middle. So he's out of position to normally where he'd be watching for that A push in the early going. He'd be just looking for any kind of aggression. He's not in that position because he has to throw the utility and help his teammates get into their position in red room. So backs against the wall early for Liquid, down 3. No time for panic just yet. First time out taken.
Yeah, probably a good time to do it right here. Get everyone back under control and don't lose sight of what's happening here. Still early days. 4-1, and I still have to be looking at that money on the Apeks side and saying that's the way for Liquid to get back in, right? One good round here, a little bit of a shocking round, and that's all they need. They're right back in the opening half. Nitro, let's go of 1 from the Tech-9, but not able to hit the headshot just yet. Oh, and they line up with a spray. Jakim absolutely flawless here as he gets the triple. And yeah, whatever dream they had of getting the bomb plant, it is done. And even worse, it's a flawless round. So now the economic aspect is a lot more questionable.
Yeah, now you don't really have them as close as you would like if you're Team Liquid. Guns coming back out, AK-47s being picked up for Liquid across the board. Let's see if they transition out of those mid plays. Find somewhere else on the map to take.
Oh. Starting to look a bit grim. Kills on Elige are looking good. OC is trying to get there, but it's 1 and 2 on everybody else. They have 3 players right now, Jason, that haven't really shown up. And that's not a great beginning for them. 5-1 in favor of Apeks.
Important players as well. Yakinder is just a really active playmaking guy. Who's gonna have a chance here? He's got another one. Good find off the opening kill from Elige. But then the other one, Naf, who's just been so consistent for Team Liquid this year. Probably best player from start to finish all across the board for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Both of them starting out a little bit quiet, but plenty of time to recover. And they've got a 5-on-3. Must-win round for Team Liquid. Just for your mental.
I don't disagree. 3-on-5 especially, this feels like it's locked in. Now, they are giving themselves a chance here because normally it's not uncommon for a CT side, if they lose a player or two, to go aggressive behind it and look for more information. So Liquid are giving them that space to say, if you are going to push, we're just going to be ready for it. 5 versus 3, 50 seconds, and playing at the edge of the smoke. Kicksan's expecting a push in there. He's not wrong, but timing is everything. He's going to get the kill on Nitro and almost drops Elige on the other side. Some spray for the smoke, and it's getting real scary. What a play for Elige. He pushes on through. He's still got a little bit of health left, but got to be careful. Wedged up against the wall, and he goes down eventually back into a 2-on-2. They have to win this round, Jason. They just have to.
And OC's so far away. He's made footsteps. Oh, he's lucky to be alive. Lucky to be alive. This is 2 isolated 1v1s. Round's over. Round's done. OC can do nothing about this. Or can he? He's on his horse. There's no kit. There's no kit whatsoever. But OC's ignoring the defuse. He's gone back for the ult, and he loses that as well. Scrappy, but Kixan saves the day. A quad kill from that position. And how heartbreaking is that for Team Liquid?
Oh, I can't believe it, Jason. I can't believe it. Everything was lined up for them. The 3-on-5. They were really cool about it. They made sure to Molotov. They made sure to smoke. What a round from Kixan. Look at Cuban in the background. Head pointed towards the sky, just relieved at what he saw.
Yeah, it's the other direction for Team Liquid. Head pointed up at the sky, just in like, why God have you forsaken me like this?
Yeah. Oh, we said there was a chance. This was a real potential for an upset game. And it started early. Apeks up 6-1. Kixan going to be moving forward. The time it could not be worse. Elige caught with a grenade in hand. I think he was going to try and grenade that back corner, which you can by the stairs. It's kind of a new-ish Molotov or grenade that people throw. OC's going to get one in return, but it might be too little too late here. 3 versus 4.
Yeah, this isn't uncomfortable for Apeks at all. They're going to be confident in their retake with a man advantage as well, and they've been able to retake this A bomb site as we've seen a number of times already in this game. So, few Molotovs being thrown out to delay. That one misses its mark. JL's going to get denied access to try and slow things down. Bomb being planted by Nitro. And let's see if Liquid can hold on.
There is still a couple of smokes there on the CT side. What a shot from OC. Takes Jacob out. No more flanks coming in. That's beautiful. But here's the one smoke, and JL has the other one for the eventual bomb defuse, but this is great. The setup nades are so good for the retake. Nitro pushing in front, but he can't get the spray down, and now they're in trouble already. Straight onto the defuse. They tap it the once, and finally they actually have a defuse kit, but it won't matter. OC, he's got 4 already, looking for this one to try and ace clutch them out of the round. They're already defusing. He's out of bullets, pulls up the Glock, and the defuse coming through. Oh, OC, another no-scope on him, and a 7-1 lead. Apeks, they're shocking the world right now.
It's all going wrong. Everything that can go wrong for Liquid is going wrong. That started to look really good. But again, confidence in that retake. Great utility usage on the retake as well. Blocking off Donut, you know he's there. Naf can get nothing done from A main. Liquid's getting stumped.
Yeah, what are we even witnessing right now? If he had more bullets, it's possible that he just sprays on and just finds that angle. But that little delay in pulling out the Glock, and it's just not the same thing, is it? Second time out called from Team Liquid. Man, they need a turnaround moment here.
And remember too, part of the reason he has no bullets is because he got the double spray down initially.
Yeah.
You know, like he had to use all of them. It's a good start for OC, but impossible to realize after the fact. Oh, I don't even know if JL saw him. This is unreal.
What was the Elige quote again?
The Nitro quote?
Or was it Nitro? I can't remember.
I don't see a world where we start slow with how we're playing right now.
You're almost asking for it. I love it. I think it's fantastic. I want all teams to feel like that when they come into games. But man, hard not to call this a bit of a slow start at the moment.
I'll give it, that's a little truncated. I'll give it the full quote. He says, it would be better to start slow in this stage than the next one, right? I don't see a world where that happens with how we're playing right now.
Okay.
Just for some added context. I don't think it changes all that much.
I like it anyway.
I just wanted to make sure he wasn't misquoted.
Journalistic position, I appreciate it. Don't want to cut it out of context. 7-1, Jason. It's a very liquid game that we're seeing here.
It is a very
I'm not going to lie.
They got that pistol round.
They did get the pistol round. Yeah, it is the monkey paw. It turns out, like, can we please win a pistol round there? You can only win a pistol round.
You will actually only win the pistol round.
Well, 45 seconds. They're set up for it. They got some nades to throw out. Oh, but this counter from Kickstand. Look at how deep that is. That's just going to slow them down forever. And he even pushes behind it. So aggressive. The confidence is starting to really show on the Apeks side. 30 seconds now as they try to make the push through. Elige trying to get this opening, and it's a beautiful shot. Kickstand just gets blown up. Elige, he's doing all the work.
Yeah.
That's 12 kills on him right now. Even that shot onto JL, a triple entry for Elige. That's the round. Instantly won. What a way to lead from the front.
He is gaming right now. 13-7. Naf at 1, Yakinder at 2, Nitro at 2. OC's got 9, a couple of them fluff kills towards the end of, in almost unwinnable situations, but give him the credit for being up there as well. But this is a one-man army for Liquid at the moment. Elige has him a second round with a triple kill.
Yeah, behind that round, he's actually top fragging in the server, in spite of the fact that, they're 6 rounds behind. That's pretty sick, but it's about to get a little bit better. 7-2 to the scoreline going to be. So just, tightening up that gap, making it more of a winnable round. We've already seen once, if you are going to make a comeback, at least allow yourself some space to do it with. Like, don't just be stuck on 2 or 3 rounds for the first half.
And we said it in the previous matchup as well, when GamerLegion was down 1-8. There's still time to recover this half, and it's the same for Team Liquid. There's still time to recover this half.
Yes.
Plenty of time, yeah. And this might be a great round to do it. Apeks is going to buy back up into this round. Another win here, you put the money in a precarious position. A couple players are already going to be low between JL, between Jacob. And you have a chance to start chewing into this money. Cuban getting involved in the conversation. A little bit of gray in his beard. Speaks to the experience.
Yeah, I think that's just what being a counter does to you. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Looking at you, Jason.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking at you. Yeah, things have not worked out the way that Liquid wanted off the bat here, but there's still time to change it. It can be turned around. 7-2 is the scoreline as we have a little bit of a timeout. Now we're back into the swing of things, and you're not wrong. Money, almost 3,000 on Nork, but he's the richest person right now in Apeks. Prime position right now for Liquid to revitalize their team a little bit and get back into everything.
Yeah, put a little bit of pressure on this defense. See if they can win 2 in a row. This time a lean towards the A bomb site. Might be trying to get Naf involved in the conversation, involved in the action. Elige's paired up with him for the trade. But they want to look for a fight here first. Yakinder's waiting in middle to make his move. It's just starting now as he starts to peer around the corner. Utility being spent. Seiko's going to drop a defensive smoke to give himself space right into the Molotov inside the bomb site. Backs away, and Yakinder's got the opening kill in middle. All the attention at A, and Yakinder takes advantage towards Donut.
Yeah, holding that mid position is huge. That's going to put so much pressure on this retake. Bomb not even planted yet. Seiko alive on 3 health. And Nitro, he's trying to find that plant zone. He looked lost in that moment. JL goes down, and the advantage is still with Liquid. Finally, they're going to go for that bomb plant, and they're going to get it as well. My God.
Yeah, but when does anyone turn and address A main? When does the alarm bell start ringing for Naf? Does he turn his head and clear? Okay, find safety. Puts the single box in position to block his position.
what they don't know. Why would they ever check this? They have Yakinder in the middle. They think this is safe. Now they realize Elige goes for it, but Kicksan's there for the headshot. Oh my god. Surely Yakinder has to move. He needs to get a little bit closer, but he's holding the AWP. I suppose that's something. There's the shot, and Nitro on the other side. This is still winnable, but Nitro on the spray. Great work. Finally, Liquid will pick up a round. But even that was close. Even that was really sketchy.
Yeah, due to the flank. I mean, during all that action, we didn't really see it a whole lot. We cut to it for a brief moment. Kicksan was clearing out the B lane and the B double doors, and then he's got a very, very fast angle. And Yakinder knows he has to go passive after that kill. He knows they're going to be expecting him in middle, so just keeps the ult pinned down, make sure he cannot be involved in the action, and a really, really important double kill from Nitro to make sure Yakinder's not put in a tough spot. 7-3, and now the economic problems hit for Apeks.
Yeah, and I suppose that's kind of credit to Liquid for the work that they've been putting in, even in the rounds that they lost. They did make it competitive. They did do a lot more. And that's kind of what you have to do. That's the payoff is now, that you actually can put them back on pistols almost immediately. Jacob trying to get boosted up in the corner there with the 1 M4 that they do have, but they're not going to find anything for it. And they will fall back pretty swiftly.
Pretty swiftly. Liquid being patient, defensive smoke plumes, just as they start to clear out Jaguar and Cave. Nitro's going to be on contact, wins the battle against JL. That's pretty much the B-bomb site taken, and Apeks is starting to move across the map because they realize they're on the wrong side of things. But can anyone actually mount a defense to allow time for these flanks to come to fruition? And the answer is probably no, especially with the weaponry. A single M4 in the hands of Jacob. And if the Deagle doesn't create anything, I think you just got to choose to save the rifle.
Yeah, that's what it looks like right now. Not even going to get a chance to do it, just blown up instead. Stiko, yeah, I mean, the Deagle trying to do something. There's a nice little shot on the OC. And they're going to know everything else. So, good job. Oh my god, it's a team kill, but could have been a 2-for-1 Deagle shot as well. It looked like it could have gone either way. All right, we'll take it. Liquid back on track. They're up to 4. And I mean, if you just dropped in right now and you didn't know anything about the context of the game, but you're just joining and you're saying, oh, it's a 7-4 scoreline, that looks okay. That looks like Liquid could still do all the work.
Yeah, but it's just this mini run they've got on that's got them back into it. Got this starting to look good. It's all good, he says. Naps back down to 0 kills after the TK.
Very forgiving. Yeah, that's true. It does take off a kill, obviously. Yakinder in the middle, going to get timed by Kicksan. Flashbangs all around the place. If he hadn't jumped the second time there, it looked like he actually had the timing on him. OC, all right, bang, shots down JL. And it's a 3 versus 4 with control of the B-bomb side in favor of Liquid.
Nice cover from Elige to get the jumping up player because OC might have gone down. Nitro's going to hold on to the swing from Jacob. And this is Liquid making a play off of the move from Yakinder. All the information gathered, the numbers in middle, and they really exploit towards Cave. Knock and Stiko can't even contend with this one. Money's still a problem for Apeks, even in this round with the buy. Light on utility. And a 5th round now on the board for Liquid's offense.
Yeah, they've held on, right? They've really held on in this first half, and the reward is here for it. 5-7. It's starting to look a lot better. And that economy for Apeks is not getting any better, right? At least they have 2 rifles that they managed to save, but overall, that CT side is slowly but surely crumbling. And 5 it's within the sort of margin of error for Liquid, right?
Yeah, and it's nice if you're Apeks. It's I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's easier to build in momentum when you have all the resources, all the things you need. Money's not an issue. It's so much harder to get that momentum back once you're put into a position where you can't afford all the nades behind the weapons, once you don't have the utility to make the early aggressive plays, to put a stop to the early aggressive plays from Team Liquid. So now it's about clawing back into the game for Apeks, and we'll see if we can do it. A big test for them. Op and M4 saved from the previous round, but everyone's hovering right around 3K. No real ability to buy up in this.
Second timeout used there for Apeks.
Or is there? They're going to drop some weapons over from the players who saved the guns.
Ooh.
So a pair of M4s dropped over.
Oh, you wonder about this, don't you? Makes me feel real nervous. Could either be kind of genius, kind of a way to set themselves up to really crush Liquid here, but man, it could backfire.
Yeah, I mean, if this goes wrong, if they end up losing this round and getting wiped out entirely, Liquid have a great opportunity to extend this lead all the way up to 8-7. Take a lead into the second half.
Oh, there's nobody. Look at this. They're rushing the A-bomb site straight up. It's one person far back in CT. Spawn knock with the AWP, and he's going to be good for the one, but they should get the bomb plant here. Might be worth it. 4 on 5. Let's see. Oh, the crouching. It's awkward. The first jump by, and Yakinda just couldn't recover the game. And now the bomb gets dropped. What's happened? They didn't even go straight for the bomb plant. And now instead, 2 versus 5. And this should be unwinnable, but maybe not.
Good kill from Elige. Seiko goes down as well. There goes Naf. Elige left in a 1v3. He's got to get all 5, and he wants to pick up that bomb. He wants to give himself options, but lost in the edge of the smoke. And Apeks, the force buy, wins out.
I feel like if they lose the first player to Nork, but then get the bomb plant and it's a 4 on 5, it's still an acceptable trade for Liquid.
I think it's because OC doesn't have the safety to plant the bomb at the default spot, right? He doesn't. If they're in donut, they have the angle to stop that plant, so he's got to take the fight entirely. Just both Yakinda and OC just kind of get caught in that hallway where there's no options after you miss your initial salvo. 3-round lead for Apeks, but money for Team Liquid to buy.
Yeah, but only money for this round, right? If they lose this one, it's starting to look really questionable for them again. Oh, in the middle, Stiko, perfect timing. Actually, Yakinda takes him down.
Rinse and repeat. Same tactic, a little bit slower, but I mean, this is deja vu. Knock with the exact same angle. He got the first kill. This time they're going to smoke him off before turning the corner. Deep nade. Does some work. Does great work, actually. 58 damage taken off Naf.
And there's Jacob again, strikes and takes down Naf. And he's going to keep it going. Just absolute shutdown. They didn't even stand a chance in this round. They've done a little bit of damage to Jacob, but that's about it so far. OC, 1 versus 5. I don't know if there's any way to win a round like this one. Oh, especially not when he missed that flick. There we go. But Jacob will take him down. It's a great triple for him. And this is looking, once again, it's a little bit of a moment of breathing for Liquid where they could build something. They've secured themselves a bit of a buffer into the second half.
Yeah, that's the least we can say.
That's the best way we can twist this.
Hasn't been the best looking T-side in the world. Obviously, a couple clutches go against them in the early going for Apeks to get out to that lead. Winning the pistol round, but losing the second round was painful as well on top of those clutches.
Good job, yo.
I don't think anyone's going to be leaving this T-side from Liquid happy with how this went. Going to be a tough defensive side when they switch over. Final round of the first half.
I just said earlier, I mean, Naf technically with the team kill, but he's 1 and 11 in terms of actual kills. Really rare. I rate Naf super high. Not even just in North America. I think Naf is just a brilliant player, but hard start for him, no question about it. Want to see him return in the second half.
Remember too, I'll give Naf I'll give him a little bit of a parachute here on this one for this game.
Go on.
I mean, if you're coming into this tournament and you, as Yakinda said, they're going to change a lot of they change some things up, and we're going to see a new style out of Liquid. Naf's consistently the player on this team who takes the most sacrifices in terms of comfort, in terms of what he's doing. And this might be a product of that as well.
Yeah, he is the guy that's going to compromise and say, all right, I'll take the harder role. I'll do whatever you guys need, basically. Which is great. You need that. Molotov's out. JL could have been pushed into the spray, but not quite. Yakinda in the middle, not finding anyone either. There's already a strong lean towards the B bomb side. There could be 4 people defending this bomb side in a matter of seconds. North with the AWP. All right. They've used most of their grenades on the CT side, so this actually could be working out for Liquid. We'll see if they can mount a good attack onto the bomb site. They walk into the AWP. 1 shot there to bring down Nitro. The flash is great, though. But a counter flash coming in. JL, nearly lined up for him. It's a great double, and we've got 20 seconds left for this 2-on-3.
Yeah, but everyone's here from the defense. These smokes aren't going to be up for much longer. Jacob is waiting in one of them. Good win for OC. There's another off to your right. Oh, it's Kixon again from this position. Has been so strong all game long. Yakinda dinked up in no time. 10-5 lead. An emphatic half for Apeks. A well-done defense. And we'll see if Liquid can recover after the break.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
All right, now I'm going Leash.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain, see what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Lost it.
Well, even Nitro might be seeing a world where they come out to a slow start after that first half. It was a little rough. 5-10. Liquid back by 5 going into this second half. NAF on 0 kills, as we highlighted a number of times. If they want to come back, I mean, this was a one-man ENCE army on the T side. That's got to change.
If ENCE doesn't show up the way that he does here, then Liquid just probably get blown out and have no chance of coming back into it. So, yeah, he's paved a way for the team. It's not impossible. It is just going to be a little bit uphill. 10-5 in the first half. And yeah, that statement might just come back to haunt them for a little while at the very least. We'll see how this goes. I'm not going to count Liquid out yet. I think they can still make it back on this one.
Win this for Nitro. Otherwise, he's going to get some flack on Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. That's the motivation right there. Want to see, obviously, NAF return back into this second half.
He's got dualies, the perfect weapons for it.
Yeah, you're right. Up close as well with Yakinda as the potential distraction. Everything is set up nicely for it. 3 people at the B-bomb site and 2 here at the donut position.
The only thing is this play in donut has got to work. It has to work because the rest of Liquid is deep into the B-bomb site, very committed. NAF's calling out, they're headed towards middle. They're not coming in towards donut. It's going to be a split towards the A-bomb site, so they're bypassing the donut stack, and that's a disaster for Liquid.
Oh, ENCE, he wants to come through, but inside of the smoke, Nork, he's lost in there. He comes back out, and ENCE is ready for him. All right, that's important. Bomb being attempted right now. He'd love to stop it, but at least they get a bomb plant. So far, so good. And NAF and Yakinda are a little bit tagged up. That's another one for ENCE. He's really working his way back into the round. Double on him already. See how much more he could do. 3 versus 5. They don't have a defuse kit right now, so they need to be a little bit quick with it here. Already getting slowed down, but not good for the kill, unfortunately. All on Stiko here. Even the 10-second defuse, they're going to get it. Just too many players left alive on the Liquid side.
How does he keep doing it, ENCE? That's an incredible round to just find 2 kills for yourself. The first one in middle, the second one, you're like starting the retake before your team's even there. He's finding the frags that are activating Team Liquid to go for that retake. Well, hey, Yakinda wanted a pistol. We got 2.
That's good in a best of 1. That's not at all bad. They just need the rest of the game to kind of be summoned around this. He's got 20 kills, ENCE.
I know.
He's doing real well for himself.
He's doing God's work for Team Liquid at the moment. keeping them alive in this, buying time for his teammates to come up into the game. Give an honorable mention as well over to OC, 16 kills, so not too far back. He's been delivering as well. It's everyone else who's struggling to get involved in this opening game of the Blast TV Paris Major.
Okay, well, Apeks decide to put the pressure on. They get the bomb plant down. They're going to buy some Mac 10, some Galils. Nitro looking off onto the side, and he comes back for a casual double kill. Looked like he was a little bit distracted, but what a spray down.
I think he was surprised to see him so well lined up. Elige and Jacob exchange the exact same HP. Nitro can't clean it up. But Apeks being forced back all across the map with Naf's mid-aggression as well. Apeks have nowhere to go at the moment. They're blocked out of everything.
Yeah, this is such a solid beginning. If you can shut down this round, Liquid suddenly have a way back into it. 3 versus 5. Elige, a little bit low on health. Don't need to fight too much in the middle. It's not really necessary at this point in time. If you just defend the bomb sites and stay a little bit further back, then Apeks should have no way back into this one.
Yeah, but you kind of touched on Elige, a little softened up at the B bomb site. This is where Apeks is readjusting. Nitro's here close up, pretty much in the same exact position, a little bit more of an off angle. And Yakinder just arrived as well with the M4s. Beautiful shot from Kixon. And Nitro able to hold on despite being dinked, spammed down, but this is where Yakinder comes into play.
Yeah, it is. A bomb plant here would be kind of nice. Kinder out in the open, and they're going to go straight for it. I don't really blame Stika for this one. There should be no way for him to escape behind this. Even if he gets one, they're just all on top of him. But you know what? That's pretty respectable anyway, right? A couple of kills going the way of the T side. They get a bomb plant as well.
Yeah, they get the M4 recovered from the hands of Elige. Naf can upgrade to a M4 as well, so he's got that. 10-7, the rifles all picked up off the bodies. And we play on. Now the question is, I don't think Apeks did enough damage to really force this one here with only 2 kills. So maybe a half buy and you buy in the next one. But actually, excuse me, as I'm saying that, Jacob snap buys a Galil. So it looks like we are going to get that complete force up from Apeks.
I mean, if you feel like you have Liquid in a soft position, you feel like you got them up against the wall, economically speaking, yeah, maybe you just go for it. Maybe you say, screw this, let's just try and see if we can come out with a huge swing.
Yeah, but look at the compromises. Galil's, no utility on some of the rifles, just 1 nade on most players. Nock has to drop down to a Deagle to be able to buy up the nades that you'll need. So you're giving them a lot of rounds where you're giving them rounds where you don't have all the resources you'd like. And that could equally allow them to close the gap a little bit quicker. 1-for-1 trade. Yakinder goes down, so does Kixon.
Not that many nades left, you're right. 1 smoke right at the moment on the T side to try and set something up with. So definitely a scary position to be in.
Well, I mean, the nice thing for them is there's no real presence in middle. Naf is the closest towards Donut, and he's the only one on this side of the map. We said he was going to have to deliver in the second half if Liquid's going to make this comeback, and it's got to be right here. Puts out the Molotov, still wants to challenge around Donut. Defensive Molotov to keep some space. Towards Red Room we go. It's Elige who's going to contend with the attack.
Yeah, making a fair bit of noise coming into this one. They know they're all on the other side. That's maybe a bit too telegraphed at the moment. Elige goes down. Jail to catch one of them. He's ready for it. He actually did see that coming. OC just very, very quick on the trigger, but they know where he is. This is no surprise. And they're just going to smoke him off the bomb. Oh, the spam is amazing. OC taking down Nock. I did not see that coming, and I don't think Apeks did either. 2-1-2, and it's possible OC just saved his team.
You got to let OC lead this. You got to let OC lead this to sell the double flank. Oh, another one looking in this direction. Oh, Naf, the timing. Oh, he goes down. Now they know OC's the last one left. There's a kill. Into a 1-on-1, and it's Jacob on the other side. He's going to challenge, and he's going to win.
Oh, it's so close. I get your point, though. If you let OC lead that one, they still don't know where Naf is. Obviously, the other way around, they have more of a lead. My God. There we go. A vote over on Blast.tv. A cruel vote.
Can he get 5 kills?
About a third of the people in the chat over on Blast.tv don't
Well,
so.
You know, it's also like, let's play some statistics, because technically he has 2. He lost 1 for the TK, but if you count the TK as a kill, he's got 3.
I like your thinking, Jason.
Yeah.
Out of the box.
I'm going to say yes. In Naf, we trust.
Obviously, I'm assuming by this logic, you're not going to complain when we play matchmaking if I start shooting you when we're on the same team.
I'm absolutely going to complain. Absolutely.
Listen, you said it yourself, Jason. They count his kills. Here we go. Oh, all right. It took a long while. He triple dipped, even double dipping is frowned upon, Jason, but he triple dipped into the middle and got punished.
Don't triple dip the chip. That was not nearly as clean as you expect to see from Yakinder either.
No, which has kind of been true for a lot of this. Scoreline is 11. This is only 4-round gap. But Apeks coming out on top. They forced it again. And it worked out in the last round. Now it's Liquid that have questionable weapons to fight with, and they're all in the middle.
Yeah, well, OC and Naf are going to start clearing things out. Elish spots the one. I think that was the bomb as well. A little bit of spam. Naf going to hold on towards middle. They spotted Stiko. Good kill from OC. He wants more. Oh, what a great commitment. What a great follow-up kill. And Elish, he falls next. Naf has kind of got to slide into a safer position. They knew he was in middle. They knew he was part of the aggression, but now he's trapped in the cubby.
They have the Molotov, though. Oh, they're going to force him out. Naf, he's certainly dead here. What a great time to have that one Molotov left. They played it so well. That was Stiko on the other side who threw the grenade, and JL on top. There's nothing Naf could do in that position.
Yeah, he got caught with a really weird timing where there was nowhere else he could go with any kind of safety whatsoever. So Nitro's left in a 1v2. Naf did have the AK-47 he can recover, but how much does he want to commit and actually go for this 1v2? No kit. He does have a smoke.
It's tempting to try and be the hero here, but I've got to say that AK might be worth a lot more at the moment. The lack of defuse kit just makes this so questionable. You see, the bomb is right there, but what does it even matter? Yeah, what, a 10-second defuse? That is never going to happen. He's going to tap it once. Oh, he might just be luring them back in. If he runs now, maybe they go up with a bomb. Yeah, but it's not going to happen. Stiko takes a tiny bit of damage, but it will not make a difference in the end. Apeks, they're right back on top of this game.
12-7, 4 rounds away from an opening map victory here in Paris. Apeks looking strong. It's Kixon to lead the way with 20, JL at 16, and Jacob at 15.
Nice boy.
Yeah, some Mouz are coming out. As
This has been a very clean game from Apeks, all things considered. Remember, they've also lost both pistols.
Yeah. So really, really troubling signs that are happening right now. Round number 20. It's the economy that is the real problem for Liquid right now. If they all had 10,000 in the bank, I'd be way less worried about this 5-round gap. But the fact that they have no money to play with, that is a sign to be worried about here. What was the vote for Naf to get 5 kills?
5 kills.
Man. I'd take that bet any day of the week.
He's getting to 5. Don't you worry. Not this round.
I agree.
He's
I don't doubt
5,
it.
Baby.
Nitro and Yakinder left. And Apeks have all the time, all the players, all the money. They don't really have any stress on them at the moment. Oh, actually, defeating the MAC-10, that's a little bit rare. But at the end of the day, it will not make a difference. 13-7. And the wins continue on the Apeks side.
Yeah, potentially the last chance in this next buy round for Team Liquid to start making this comeback happen. They have to pick things up. We still haven't seen the AWP in the hands of OC in this half. They just haven't had the money. They haven't gone on any kind of a streak to build up that cash to get the AWP out in play, so it's been all M4s. And look, it's a Legion OC show. They're both at 21 kills at this point.
Yeah, which is massive. Imagine that. In the past, we have seen some games where OC has a bit of a shaky performance. Also interesting to note that he's been playing basically not at all with the AWP. A lot of this has been with the rifle for him, and it's been working out really well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty strong rifler, all things considered, as far as operas go. But they're running out of time. Running out of time to show some life in this half. To get this underway, 13-7. Round 21. No kits picked up for Team Liquid, just nades and just rifles.
Oh, it's starting to get really uncomfortable, isn't it? 13-7.
And the upset is nearly completed.
Flash on over for Nork to try and reposition in case there is an AWP on the other side. Oh, spots on out. That's so dangerous. That could have been a kill already.
Yeah, OC gave him a look. Gave him a real clean look.
More spam coming through on either side. And Leash hoping for a mistake here, but not getting it just yet. And instead of wasting his own bullets or his time, going to be slinking away from that position, doesn't want to stick around.
Ykinder's playing a very dangerous game as well. He pushed all the way down the stairs with that smoke and then quickly backed off, but he was in no man's land for quite some time. OC's shifted over, but both in the same position, and neither of them feel comfortable. So Ykinder waves OC off.
Looks like an A split at the moment, doesn't it?
And remember, they've sent forces through middle, not through Donut, Apeks, when they've attacked this bomb site.
They're going to go hard on it this time, and they're running into Naf, the guy that's really been struggling. Got the FaMas right here, but they're going to double up against him. This would be one hell of a time for Naf to come alive. Smoke timing is just against him. They push on through. Ykinder is still here on the other side, but he's getting squished himself. Sandwiched in between the main entrance and this donut position. He pushes forward to take down Stico. That is one hell of a kill.
And this time the mid portion is not connecting. Alish finds that kill, cleaned up from Ykinder's damage earlier. It's JL and Knock against the world. Knock and Donut with the op, just hoping somebody walks into his crosshair.
15 seconds.
15 seconds. This has got to be a save.
Yeah.
They have no standing in the round. So JL and Knock just got to tuck themselves into corners. And Liquid's got up to 8, only losing Naf as well. Now they add Alish on top.
Very curious that they don't put more pressure on Ykinder. I really thought they would. He was alone in that A bomb site. If they'd pushed Donut and Stico on the other side.
It's because Stico went down. Right, he just gets killed throwing utility.
I mean, before that happened, right? I assume that they would have been putting a lot more pressure on Ykinder just because they've got him in that position. But
it's because I think it's because the Knock was the second player going into Donut with the op, so you can't really apply a whole lot of pressure.
Yeah, that's true.
The other AK went towards middle. That was JL.
That's probably true. Yeah, that might be it.
They just didn't have the right resources to make that kind of a play. But at least that time at least Apeks trying to split into the A bomb site. Attacking Donut, which is the stack Liquid has been setting up with Ykinder and Naf, right? That's where the strength of the defense at that bomb site has been. Usually they've been bypassing it. At least this time, Liquid gets exactly what they wanted. Jacob has not been spotted yet.
Such a sick flashbang against him as well. If he would have caught there, they lined up for him. That's unfortunate because that was a really good flashbang. That was from the T side, but it did not make a difference. Naf finding another kill, and it's a 5-on-3 to begin with here, Liquid.
That's on 3.
Yeah, he's getting there slowly but surely. OC looked like that should have been an easy shot, but JL just flicks him out of the round. And now the bomb is on the other side, so they can't even really use this for anything at the moment.
Yeah, and it's buying time for the rotation to come over. Although Naf's alone, they've already aggressed upon his position. Utility's being put down to secure this bomb site, but again, Stico's got the bomb, and I don't even know if this can effectively turn into a flank. By the time he arrives at the B bomb site, the smokes will all have faded, and this is a great timing for Nitro's push. He won't catch Stico, who started running, but Naf and Ykinder push down middle. If they can control B lane, I don't know if Stico can cross this.
Yeah, he's actually in a lot more trouble than it seems right now. Nitro's moved up quite far behind him. He stopped running for a second, so the bomb might not even get to the B bomb side of this raid here. Oh, Stico does kind of spin around. There's a good awareness on him to at least realize what the danger was, but he still can't find the kill. All right, it started to shape up a little bit more. Liquid, they were losing control of this game. I would say right now it's still a very, very open match.
Yeah, I'd say they even lost control of this game for quite some time. I mean, this is them kind of wrestling it back, and they finally got another little bit of a reprieve where everyone from Apeks is right around 2,000. A couple players around 2,500 are going to be able to pick up deagles, but there's no real investment in the round from Apeks, so it should be I'm going to just say relatively easy. I don't know why I'm going to say that. Nothing seems so easy today.
Why would you do this, Jason?
Yeah.
Why have you done this to Liquid? Well, the caster curse has been thrown out there.
Yep. And over to the A bomb site, where the defense has been kind of non-existent in the site itself. So this is a good call from Apeks, because they've seen that defense encountered mostly in Donut. This time, the first contact is OC way, way back in CT spawn. Not with an op, but with an M4.
Yeah, far away defense, but that's okay. Just don't lose this round. Don't walk into a silly deagle shot. Just try and hold on to this one, because that comeback is getting closer and closer for Liquid. OC is going to be moving up. He's got Ykinder with him as well. And the defense now much more forward. Also where it gets a bit more scary, potentially. OC back here. If they had any nades, they could get rid of him, but they just don't. And now the flashes are coming in. OC supremely confident. Jacob now 1 versus 3. Should be no way to do this. And Naf will find more kills.
That's 5.
That's 5. Well, it's technically 4.
That's
I don't know what they were voting on.
He got the kill earlier.
The scoreboard says 4, Jason.
All right, well, I mean, he's going to get to 5 regardless.
All right, I agree.
He's all good. He's back. He's going to start dominating to end this game. Naf's going to wake up right at the end and close things out.
He's saving for overtime.
I'm telling you, he's going to have like at least like one clutch, like a 1v1, a 1v2 clutch. He's going to find his impact.
So now I wouldn't put it past him.
Always trust the sloth.
There we go. You heard it here first.
Guns back in the hands of Apeks.
Leash and OC, 23-24. Still playing really well at the moment, aren't they? Overtaking everybody on the Apeks side. Kixan top fragging there with 21 kills. Oh, that's a great lineup. OC almost dead behind that one.
This is the first round he's had the AWP as well, and he's already punished down to 25 HP. Got to be a little bit more mindful of his positioning in this round. That's going to temper the aggression from the AWP for Team Liquid. And back towards middle we go for Apeks. They've been able to exploit it a number of times. They're going to try and go for it one last.
Shots come ringing through the smoke, but no connection so far. And just under a minute here. Double setup again, like you mentioned it earlier. Yikinder and Naf set up to try and defend this. They've got to be so careful. One of them has already made their way past. This is potentially really risky. They're going to move forward, and the lineup is perfect for it. Kixan goes down next. That's a great 5 on the side of Naf. He dated, and now it's just JL and Stico. 2 versus 4. There should be no way into this one, right? 35 seconds. They might get the timing here. Oh, that's a little bit of a slip up for JL, but he does at least finish off Naf. So 1 versus 3. Just try and get the money for the team here. Get the bomb plant down. I don't think you can actually win the round any longer.
Yeah, nice win from Elish. Important as well. You didn't want to have to put OC in a position with 25 HP to come out of Temple and try and win that clutch. 13-11. Plant's going to help. Losing bonus building up is going to help, and Apeks might have another buy in them. But Liquid's defense is starting to click. 4 straight now for the CT side. Never losing more than 2 players. And you're right, this was a little bit of a risky mid-round push through Donut, but Yikinder and Naf, that's a beautiful trade. 3 for 1, you take that any day of the week.
Yeah, you could tell they were not expecting it. Of course, if they were looking, there is a chance that you're going to get shut down, but...
Look for something a little bit quick this round. Apeks has gone for a funky buy. They had the money to force it, but instead of doing that, JL's got an AK-47. He's got the most power, but a Tech 9 and 3 MAC-10s, they're going for a B-rush. Right at OC, Nitro, and Elish.
Yeah, oh, good counter grenade coming out, but it's smoked off. OC with the early shot, and then not expecting that. Nitro in the corner. The spray could not have been better.
Yeah, beautiful transfer. Beautiful transfer. And Naf realizes he doesn't have to take any kind of a risk. Don't go down that you're pressuring the flank. Keep them boxed in. Him and Yikinder in middle are handling business in that part of the map, and they know B is secure for the moment.
Flash here to set it up. They want to go a bit aggressive. JL, in spite of the grenade, able to take down Elish. Oh, that could have been dangerous. Imagine if we get that spray through, but OC will eclipse him, and now it's just Stico left. Sneaking in on Naf, who's having a bit of a rough day. Timing against him every single time. It's 1 versus 4. And Stico's he's got some time here, but it should be an unwinnable round.
Yeah, now you've lost a little bit of economy, though, if you're Liquid. So this starts, I mean, 1 more kill, and this gets really painful. At the moment, you can kind of handle it, but you'd love if you could build up some money to sustain some losses in the future as this map is going to come to a close. Yikinder pushing through A, doesn't even matter. As OC finds the final kill, Stico turns the corner. Liquid is within 1, and they've got 5 in a row. We've seen all the favorites today, all the big favorites today. FaZe against Monte, G2 against the Mongols. Start slow, but managed to close it out at the end of the day. Liquid attempting to do that here, and they're probably one of the more heavily tested. Actually, I would say FaZe was very heavily tested today against Monte. Down 11-14 at one point and brought it all the way back to win 16-14.
Yeah, they absolutely were.
Liquid in a similar position, down quite a bit in this second half, but they're pulling it back to their favor.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better right now. Very respectable scoreline here. The flashes are great, though, and Naf trying to come back for it. They both get knocked out in the middle. Nice. They're just so aggressive. Elish fighting everywhere, and he actually does get a double. Nobody else there to challenge him. I don't know if it's enough. He's very low on health. This might still be around for Apeks, which should put him at 14. Oh, there we go. Stico and JL able to pick up kills simultaneously.
And this is where the 2 losses in the previous round really kind of hurt. Naf's on 2,900, Elish is on 3,100, right on the verge of those buys, right? And OC's going to probably want to have that AWP. So all of a sudden, those get a little painful where you lost a couple players in what, like a 5-on-3, trying to go for some of those pushes. Maybe it was like a 4-on-2.
Nice fucking round, boys.
And Liquid has to invest. Apeks gets a little bit closer, nursing this lead.
And I think I heard it right at the end of Let's Rush A. So see if they're actually going to follow through with it. 14-12. They are still moving up quite a bit. They're not going to slow it down. Flashes around the corner in jail. Cracking entry on this one. Kinder back here in OC is there. They've got a heavy-hitting player in OC at the position. ENCE nearly walking into certain death, but he thinks better of it. Slowing it down, and so are Apeks. They got hard stopped on that attack. 3 people there to defend in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, but ENCE's got to... Oh, this mid-lurk from Jacob could be everything. Nitro's got to manage his attention. ENCE is listening for anything towards B, but it's really Nitro and Jacob. This is the important duel, and Nitro has no idea it's happening. There's nobody yet. Kinder sliding over just now to cover the position. Nitro's in so much trouble, but ENCE has one, and Not can be locked out with the bomb, and now they know for the position of Jacob as well.
Oh, it's right back on, isn't it? Not getting that one. Jacob sneaking through and catching Kinder, and the bomb is getting planted on the other side as well. OC, how do you get this one back? Do you want to risk it? That AWP is so valuable. And it looks like he's already made his choice. Not worth it to go for it, man. That's 15 on the side of Apeks. Liquid, just as the comeback was looking so manageable.
It's 15 on the side of Apeks, and it's no money on the side of Liquid. That round was everything that they had to invest.
Oh dear.
This is going to be, I mean, they don't even have a great losing bonus. 1,900. So Liquid's going to be playing with like right around like $2,000 to $2,500 on most people.
How do you get into this position? OC's got 29 kills. ENCE has got 27. If I just read you that out, and you're going to think that Liquid are just dominating this game. That should be the case. But somehow it isn't. A couple of chances right here for Apeks to end this in regulation and pick up what's got to be a pretty big upset to start this tournament with.
And I don't know if Apeks is really targeting like Naf's side of the map just because he's having a very rough game, a very quiet game with only his 5 kills at the moment. Yeah, but I mean, their success in this half has come towards that A bomb site. The splits through middle, splits through donut, the A rushes they've busted out. They've gone B, and Nitro's put a stop to him a number of times at that B bomb site. So most of their rounds at the moment are really exploiting A. 3rd timeout called from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? If you have a sense that there is a player that's having a bit of a rough game, why wouldn't you go and try and attack that? It makes a lot of sense. Oh man, Liquid in trouble. Backs to the wall. Apeks starting to look a lot better at the moment here. Took a while for them on the second half, and they almost sort of slipped up a couple of times here where they could have let Liquid really back in the game. But 3 chances to make it back, and like you pointed out, the economy for Liquid is dreadful. FaZe, MP9, the saved AWP, and a couple of 5-7s here to try and do something, anything at this point with Liquid. Oh, the spray again is actually really good.
Yeah, painful onto ENCE. That same spray got OC down to 25 HP previously. Molotov exchange back and forth is kind of going to neutralize any push in towards the red room for Jacob. Kinder's on the other side with just a FaZe. And JL is going to join with Jacob.
And they have so much mid-control at the moment. See if Kinder and Naf want to try and push aggressively on the other side. This is being really hurt, and ENCE, good for the trade. That's definitely worth it. Again, he's taking a lot of footsteps here. It's being just telegraphed, and Jacob will take him off. 3 versus 4, and now look at how split the CT side is. Good shot with the pistol. Nitro coming up huge on that one.
Yeah,
Jacob's out of it.
That kind of a play loses control of the B bomb site. Look at kicks in. Oh, Nitro almost ready. Good win. Just tucks into the corner and springs back out, which means the bomb can come safely over. And Liquid have to go for this. I mentioned Naf was going to have an impactful round down the stretch. This is where you'd want it. There's the first. Oh, he almost stops the bomb plant, but burns alive in the process. It's OC left, and this one he's got to go for.
Well, Nox already set him in position. He's going to catch it. No retake allowed. 16-12. And a really fantastic victory for Apeks to start their major run with.
Yeah, that is fantastic. A hot start. Going up with a big lead and sustaining every comeback that Liquid tried to mount. That is a beautiful game. Jacob was excellent. Kixon was excellent. And they show why they got here to the Challenger stage. That's a nice big win to start And that man on your screen has some words to eat after this one. Another opening slow start for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I can't even really believe it. I mean, especially the way the OC and Elige were playing, that looked like, you know, a godlike game for Liquid potentially, but then the rest of the squad were definitely lacking. Obviously, Nafway at the bottom, it's really hard to, it's best of one game, so
yeah,
you don't have any chance to recover it, but yeah, that's something that you're going to be thinking about for a while, surely.
Yeah, that one's going to be painful. You don't have a whole lot of time to think about it, though. Remember, they're playing later on today.
True.
You better get over this one real quick, because that slow start in one game is one thing. That slow start across the entire first day of the major when you have 2 best of ones is a completely different beast that could set you up for a catastrophic failure.
Yeah. Oh, wow. What a game. You see the after effects of it here. Liquid kind of trying to recover themselves a little bit, but what a fantastic victory for Apeks. Yeah, one of the harder teams to play against, of course, Liquid. So for Apeks to already defeat them and be up in the 1-0 bracket, that's something that's going to make you feel really, really confident. So
yeah,
good start.
They handled everything. Apeks looked polished.
Yeah.
Retakes were really good. Decisions were really good. The game plan on the T side was incredible. They exploited middle. They exploited the A bomb site just perfectly, time and time again. They did it in the early rounds. They did it in the mid rounds. And Apeks just comes in and just looks strong.
They really, really did. I think on the other side, it was a Grayhound that ended up winning. We did think already with the interview.
Yeah, I'm here with Kicksound. What a debut at the major, right? That's got to feel good for you, your individual form, especially on that CT side. It's got to fill you with confidence.
Yeah, it feels good to win the first match, especially a team like Liquid. We're happy with our performance. It was not that clean, but I think we did well and we deserve that win.
Now we're looking at the new Ancient here on the T side. Usually in this current meta is more favored. You started to pick it up a big CT half. Why do you think that was?
We just feel comfortable more on the city side. Like even though it's like 50-50 map, I think for our playstyle we feel more comfortable on the city side, and that's why we decided to pick it.
Now you started to see a comeback come through for Liquid in that second half. Is that just a slow start going into the second half from you guys, or was there a weakness there?
I think we just lost a few unlucky rounds. Like most of the rounds we lost, they were with 2-3 alive, they had bad economy, and we just needed one round to bounce back. And when we finally won that, I think 14th round, everything was much easier until the end.
And obviously you would have done a lot of prep coming into this game for Team Liquid. I was talking to Stiko earlier, who said he thought it was a good matchup for you guys. Liquid have said, though, multiple times coming into the major that they've got a bit of a different play style coming up their sleeve. Did you notice any of that today?
I'm not sure. This is the first time I'm playing them, so I didn't feel any difference. We just focused on our game, we played our game, and we're happy with the win.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on the win here at the major. Thanks for the interview. Back to you, Anders and Mouz is at the desk.
Wow, yeah, they've really never played each other, so there was no way really to know what to expect out of this one. But I'm definitely shocked and really excited for Apeks. That's one way to get started in the major, I suppose. For Liquid, I mean, this is a little bit of a sign of worry potentially.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's weird because it's kind of like a sign of worry in one sense, but also it's sort of almost what we've come to expect. Like we know they're going to start slow at times. We know like the Liquid you get in the opening game in the opening day is not going to be the same one. It's just the real worry is who they play next. And how low can they fall? Because that's the next game is everything. If you drop down 0-2 on the first day and you got to run the gauntlet of those best of threes, that's not where you want to be. And you got to feel, if you look at the scoreboard for OC and Elige, they did everything they could to buy time for the rest of Liquid to kind of get involved in the action and kind of step it up. And yeah, they started having a little bit more life and those comebacks just falling short. But on the other side of the coin, I mean, you think in that first half, some of the heartbreaks, some of the really tough clutches that Liquid lost in the early going. The second round they lost after winning the pistol, the quad kill round from Kixin at the B bomb site. Individuals were all there for Apeks when they were called upon.
Yeah, OC almost had that ace clutch at one point, but just couldn't quite make it. That was a crazy round. Now, we do have more Counter-Strike coming out throughout the day. You don't want to be missing it either. The schedule is right here for you on the B stream. Next, we've got ENCE and OG, and over on the other side, Mouz and NIP are going to be playing on the A stream. So plenty of excitement still to come, no question about it. Something to look forward to. We are going to go to a break, and then we will be back after that.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldsir. No, it cannot be Coldsir because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldsir was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian, JDM. I think now it's showing orange box, United States, the same continent, Fallen, Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Here with Snappy from ENCE ahead of their opening game here in Paris. Welcome to Paris, welcome to the Major. I just want to start by asking some of your preparation before the Major. We've heard a lot of teams being in boot camps, for example. What have ENCE been up to?
I mean, it wasn't possible for us to get to a boot camp because we had some visas at different embassies in order to travel to Dallas. But I think we did a very good prep. We played the Brazil online tournament, obviously handicapped by nerds having high ping, also Pyjamas, but we played it mainly to find mistakes within the stuff we already had. We didn't want to show anything new, so I think it gave us a good direction of what we had to practice in the week up to the Major, and I think we did a very good job optimizing our practice.
Now, looking at your practice, what was the main thing you were looking to adjust or fix coming into? What was your main focus?
Just having a purpose a lot of the time, also just being on the same page, adding new stuff so we can come in here with some new stuff on every map, and I think that was it.
Are you surprised with how quickly Nerds adjusted to the team? You guys are looking solid out of the gate with him, at the RMRs getting through. What's your confidence level now coming into the Major?
I mean, I'm not that surprised. I was looking at him 2 years ago already, and also in the summer, so I'm not really that surprised, but obviously I've done like probably better than anyone could have expected, but the fact that he's doing good, no, that I'm not surprised by.
Now, talking about your opponent, OG, what are your thoughts in terms of how you guys are matching up against them?
I think it's going to be a tough matchup, both in the international teams. I've been looking at their games a lot. I've played with Nico, and I have a pretty good idea of how he likes to call from what I can see. And I think it's going to be a tough matchup for both teams. It's the first game of the Major. Who knows if some players will feel a little bit of pressure. But, I mean, both of us went 0-2 at the Major, so both of us have already encountered a lot of pressure and conquered it. So I think it will conquer it. So I think it will be a tough matchup for both teams, and the best team will win.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Good luck in your opening game. Here with Flames from the west coast of England. He's come out ready for the Major. Welcome to Paris. It must feel pretty good to be here considering all of the changes that have gone on, but you guys have impressed everyone lately. Your form has been rising up. You've been playing that online cup. How do you think some of your performances have been on the lead up to the Major?
Yeah, I think it's been quite good against Cloud9. We had some rough one round on Ancient, and I think I feel like I won this game. Like we won this game, and this one round is a round that happens once in like 7 months, and then we make grand finals in this tournament. And I feel like, yeah, we're playing kind of better. I think our city improved a lot because Nico is a very active guy. And I think our T sides have maintained around the same level, maybe even improved on some maps, maybe fell down on some maps. But I think it's just like, you know, I feel like we've stick to the same level and we kept grinding, and now it's the major, so everybody's trying to pick, like every team, and I think we're in a good state right now.
Yeah, we looked at a couple of teams who maybe skipped out on Rio, for example, or didn't want to attend tournaments on the lead up to the major. I feel like for you guys, it might have actually been a little bit beneficial to play a few more events. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think if we didn't make the major, it would have been very rough to play those tournaments because there is no motivation, there is no, like, you know, there is nothing building up for these kind of tournaments. But I think once we knew that we're going to the major, we're like, you know, I think online practice nowadays is very hard. I think it's not the best for any tier 1 team right now. And I think when you play officials, it's the best practice you can get. And I think that this is what a lot of teams try to stick to. Also, like the young players that coming into new teams, they just want to play officials, and I think that's very healthy mindset because, like, you know, some people will like feel a burnout, but I think that when you play officials every time, and maybe some are online and some are, like, you know, they're a bit balanced, a bit more fun, you can chill at home after the games. I think it's very beneficial because you're very focused on the games. It's not like practice where the day could go, you know, low energy, people didn't sleep well, maybe some, like, you know, stuff like that. So I think when we played those officials, it was maybe even not only beneficial, but very very, you know, like form gaining officials, kind of like we gain ourselves and we know what works, what not. And I think when we come into like such a big tournament, you want to know what works in officials, not only in practice.
Now we look at your opponent, ENCE, coming into today. I think a lot of people calling this game very close. It's hard to know where you guys are at, both of you. So looking at ENCE, how do you feel like you're going to match up against them today?
I think it's a good matchup. I think, you know, like, I'm not sure how is the new addition with Nerds. I didn't play against them yet with Nerds, but I feel like, you know, like they're the team that I was happy to play against. And there are two reasons. I think first one, it's like a good matchup. We didn't get like the high-level teams that can, you know, slap you in the face sometimes. I think there is not much pressure because, like, you know, they've played a very good pro league and like stuff like that. So I think they should be the favorites on paper. But also that me and Nerds are not going to play the 2-2 matchup or like this kind of things and have to knock each other out. Last major it was OG against Vitality, and it was me against Pinks, and I think as like me and Nerds talking about it, it's good that we come up the first match and not, you know, like those elimination qualification matches that, you know, they're always rough to play against each other.
Last quick question, you're going to be the best Israeli on the server today?
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
ENCE versus OG. Jason, we're blessed with a potentially great game that's going to become a best of one, obviously, once again. And a lot of interesting storylines that could be coming out right here. I mean, one, the two Israeli players that are going to be battling it out against each other. But I mean, both these teams at times have looked really powerful and at times have looked, you know, awkwardly weak for no reason.
Yeah, and that's kind of the mindset I come into this with. I don't really know where to place him. Like, on one hand, like, I don't necessarily, like, OG's eye test like does nothing for me in terms of the way they play, but they have such like strong individuals that they can make it work at times. And ENCE is like, I really respect a lot of Snappy's in-game leadership and stuff, but like sometimes they just like fall flat. And granted, I know the recency of ENCE over in the online tournaments where Nerds is playing with high ping, not ideal internet as well. You kind of got to throw that asterisk into the mix. But OG here, I mean, Dexter, really talented, strong, impactful AWPer. Flames is an absolutely incredible player as well. I love watching him. But you also have that X factor of like Nico kind of stepping in for this major cycle as an in-game leader in place of Nexa. So things are a little up in the air in the OG camp, which I think prevents us from having any confidence build over the time leading into Paris.
Yeah, that is a really good point. And I mean, some of their core players in Fiku and Neofrag, I would consider to be just sort of like good middle of the road players. Like they always seem to step out and do quite a fair bit. But I mean, some of the recent online matches that we saw with them, that wasn't even the case really. They were lacking even some of those players. So I don't really know. On the other side of things, for ENCE, I mean, we talked about Nerds there, but I would say, you know, behind that, obviously, the star pickup in St. Pairs is one of them that could definitely be a very powerful one. Honestly, for a long time now, I think Dia has just been consistently an impressive player, like a very intelligent player. If you just want to spend some time watching demos or first-person views from one player, actually really worth watching Dia play, I think.
Yeah, Dia and Madden kind of both of them kind of fall into that. Just like solid players who do their job and you know what you're going to get out of them. They're going to have some impact, but Snappy, I think, is an underrated in-game leader. And then, yeah, the star players of St. Pius and Nerds. doing a good job. And Senpai's especially. A slow start coming into this team, but I think he's found his home. He's found his niche where he can feel comfortable within this roster and what they want him to be doing. And he's had a lot of impact next to Nerds.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. You could tell that he's not as confident as he was in the old Spanish lineup, but I still think that he is able to crack some heads. And yeah, you can tell even in bad positions, he's able to wield that AWP to great effect.
And Snappy's an individual who's always been able to get maybe like more than what you'd think from the names on the team.
Yeah,
but now he's also got some heavy hitters on the team. So now he's got some fun tools to work with these guys, and that could be really interesting. And he was also responsible for the rise up. Why am I forgetting his name all of a sudden? Why is my name just blank on Vitaly? Spinks.
There we go.
Yeah, I got there eventually. You had a blank look on your face. You weren't going to help me at all, were you?
Yeah, but you must know that by now, Jason. Like, obviously, why would you look for me?
You were just going to let me float down the river. Thanks for that.
Even if I knew, I would be like, no, I'm not doing it. We're going to end up on Anubis. What a strange map for a 1 versus 1. I'm actually kind of excited for this one. Yeah, and obviously the interesting, coincidence of the dual Danish in-game leadership here. We've produced quite a few in-game leaders in Denmark. Even if actually...
Yeah, it's a luxury. We'd like some in North America, please. Stop hoarding them all.
We've sent some at times. We sent Katie in there at one point.
He wasn't an in-game leader at the time.
No, that's true.
Don't try and play that game.
You can send Snappy if you want. I can make it happen.
Okay, perfect. We'll take him.
All right.
Any day of the week. You can see the odds there. Pretty darn even. 1.9, 1.83. ENCE and OG. These are the spicy games. The other one on the mainstream is going to be Mouz taking on NIP. I think, Scrawny, you said the winners of these games play each other, the loser of these games play each other. So one of those 4 teams is going to be 0-2 when we get done with the day.
Well, I'm excited, and I hope you guys are as well. Best of 1 on Anubis. Now, the reason why this is so interesting is because Anubis is a heavily T-sided map. There are times when it doesn't play out that way. I've definitely seen teams that do really well on the CT side, so I don't want to say it's 100% that it's going to be this way, but if you know what you're doing here on the T side, you could have a really strong start, and you might never, ever let the CT side back into it again. And that's why in a best of 1, it's horrifying. OG almost have to sort of prepare themselves here, I would say mentally, to think, okay, we could be in a position right now where we are going to have not that many rounds, and we just have to stay alive and keep mentally in the game.
It's a horrible way to start as well. You lose one over towards Dark with the peek down canals. The other one gets gushed. Flames has to go a little bit passive. Nobody's shifting at all. OG is just sticking with their guns, sticking with their initial plan of towards the A bomb set, excuse me, and that's not happening whatsoever. Flames has to back off with that low health. Thankfully, he doesn't catch any more bullets, but the bomb is getting planted. It's a 4v5 retake. There are no kits, and one player heavily damaged. This is all in the favor of ENCE.
I don't even know if this can really be done. I guess the next headshot's going to probably decide the outcome of this round. Snappy, bit of a shallow angle here. Very, very hard to clear for anybody. And even while Flashty's going to keep it going. Good couple of headshots. Nico just fighting for the kills at this point in time, and it's not going to happen. ENCE will pick up the opening round.
I think Anubis at the moment, I know it's still early in the lifespan. I think it's one of the most fun maps we have in the pool at the moment. I think it's just right out of the gate, it's a solid map. But also, because it hasn't been figured out, you just see like a very difference in play style and where different teams emphasize on different maps. Like the other maps, you kind of know some of the different pressure points. Everyone has similar tactics to exploit the same things around the map. This one's still being figured out and no one establishing dominance on it.
Yeah.
Different teams some teams like to start attacking dark, some teams like to start attacking mid, some teams like to start by making sure they can pop flash and take control of A main. There's a lot of cool variety on this map at the moment.
I would say I've been slightly critical of the map so far, but I don't really want any changes because I think something that... Well, I mean...
What?
It's just because I think the... I know it sounds...
What a ridiculous statement.
I'm just saying the way that... Because I think it's basically what you're hinting at. No one's figured it out yet, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like if you start making changes before it's been figured out, you also might end up changing something that doesn't even need changes, right?
Sure.
I'm just saying my concern is that the CT side has a lot more playmaking ability than the T side does than the CT side. I feel like at the moment it's really hard to find good information on the CT side without risking almost the entire round.
Yeah,
I'm worried about that. And I imagine in the end Anubis will change from the way that it is now. That's just going to be my prediction. But I'm kind of glad that it's not been like an instant reaction from Valve to say, oh wait a minute, let's change the map or something. I don't want them to do that. So
yeah, Valve's not a company for instant reaction changes,
which I think is good,
except for the revolver.
Except
they changed that real quick.
The AUG got changed in one day at one point.
That's true. The AUG was very strong at a certain point back in the day.
Shout out to Del.
The Deagle as well, when you could use it like a scout.
Yeah, miss those days. I think the AUG, we were all traveling on that day. We didn't even get...
That was the revolver.
Oh,
we're going to Pro League Season 2.
We didn't even get a chance, Jason.
Didn't get to play the Wild Wild West. Well, at least the stack seems to be in the right location at this point. ENCE have 4 players lined up in boats ready to attack into A. All 5 players here, but 1 flashbang is going to ruin everything.
Yeah, they don't even trust in it. They're like, all right, let's move out. Nuts is here and waiting. His time on the high ping wasn't really that much fun to watch. Good to have him back on a more reasonable situation here, obviously. Didn't get a kill on this one, but everyone else was doing just fine. No casualties on the T side. And the good start continues on the side of ENCE.
Yeah, 2-0. But we're going to get that 3rd round buy from OG on the CT side. Nico at 4,700, everyone else right at 4,450. So we're going to get the M4s out on the board with a little bit of utility. OG will buy up into this one. So first gun round is going to be coming underway with 2 MAC-10 still on the ENCE offense. A couple of tech issues we're sorting through in these first few rounds, as you can see. Dexter having a little bit of a chat and conversation.
Yeah, get the tech issues out of the way early on here. But I could tell you're positively disposed towards Anubis.
I enjoy Anubis. I enjoy playing it as well. I think it's a fun map to play.
It is. I don't disagree. Yeah, it definitely is. I've seen a couple of teams recently that have, I don't want to say they've solved the CT side, but they've had some pretty good maneuvers to try and get information, to try and flash their way actually out of the bomb sites. The way that you would flash your way onto Banana or an Inferno. People are starting to do that outside of the B bomb side, and it's a little bit more tricky on A, I've got to say, but there are teams that have started to put some real work in, so hopefully that can continue. And we could see some more work. I still think the middle for the CTs is just so hard, right? It's so easy to Molotov out for the T side. And if you fall really, really far back so that you're playing way on the other side of the double doors in the middle, you're so far back. If you die there, it's open season on that A bomb side. You're gonna lose that A bomb side instantly.
Sure.
It's not easy. Well, a little bit of a tech timeout, so
yeah,
get a moment to relax.
Yeah, everyone gets a moment to chill. Just sit back, have a good time, listen to the music. I feel like I'm in a spa right now.
I was gonna say it's
yeah, like I feel like I should be getting a massage.
Well, say the word, Jason.
You're right here.
I'm right here. We can solve this problem.
You know, let me get up on the table.
Yeah, I think if you lay on your, like, it's possible. We can make it. We can move the monitors around. You can still see the game.
Sure.
It's never been done before. It's got to be a first for everything, you know.
I feel like I could cast during a massage.
I might be emphasizing some of those things. Oh, that was a great headshot.
I do too. The massages where they're like, you know, you go in for a massage and they say like, do you like it hard or do you like it soft? It's like, how do you want the massage? And I'm just like, break me.
Yeah.
Like, please break me.
There's no upper limit on this one.
No, do what you can. I'll tell you if it's too much.
If I'm dead, you can stop, but otherwise, just keep it going. Well, no one's getting massage on the screen, but they are talking things over. Snappy. Something interesting about this team that's worth knowing is obviously Snappy might be the in-game leader and sort of the captain in the server, but Saw behind them is the coach and has actually sort of the ultimate authority. Everyone on the team kind of obeys him. All direction go through Snappy, but really Saw is the one that's going to be sort of directing the team as a whole, which is pretty cool. And it seems to be working out for them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially if you're the ENCE organization, you're going to be very happy with things that have been playing out. The fact that they've been able to continually put together competitive rosters is very, very impressive over the years, especially if you go all the way back to 2019 with that original pure Finnish roster that spawned, gave us Alexi B.
Man, things really got thrown into complete disarray after that. That's interesting to think about, right? Because when that whole thing kind of broke down, it just started to look really miserable. So yeah, they found a way back.
And we know how hard it is to build teams from scratch.
Yeah.
They managed to do it not once, and then they lose their star player, and then they've recovered very quickly without too much of a hiccup.
Yeah, they keep going.
Live in round 3, tech issue solved. The MAC-10s is going to lead the way. At least one of them in middle. That's in the hands of Madden. He's paired up with Nertz for the moment as they can take control of double doors. Molotov towards the A connector, or the B connector, excuse me. I still mix those up from time to time. Smoke down now, and they're going to turn in towards the A bomb site.
They're so far back. This is what I'm worried about. This is what I meant. If you're not holding the middle, if anyone dies here at the A site, the round is almost over instantly. And look at how much space they have. The MAC-10's almost enough to get the kill on Dexter. If he gets one more, maybe there's still a chance. That's a bomb down. Oh no, that's disastrous. They might have found the bomb site, but now they actually have to go back and pick up the bomb. Flash comes out. Nertz trying to push through, but Flames is going to be there. That is amazing for OG, in spite of the fact that they probably lost the A-bomb site right then and there. Aggressive push out from the middle. They had 3 people that were down in the river.
Yeah, that kill in middle is massive, but I mean, it's the MAC-10. It's this initial contact. If that's an AK-47 in the hands of Madden, likely wins that fight against Dexter, and maybe this is a little bit different round. Maybe Sunpius, instead of turning back to address the flank, is actually able to turn and go into the bomb site and has that confidence.
Yeah, true.
MAC-10 really kind of betraying them. 2-1.
2-1, yeah. That's and that's a sign of something that's normally very, very, very hard to do, right? That's usually the problem, is pushing out like that aggressively on the CT side to be there for the A-bomb site almost always gets you punished. But this time it worked out rather well.
But it's a good point to make. I feel like we play that round throughout this half. If they keep getting mid control that easily and that convincingly, and they start attacking with that kind of a pace as well off that mid control, they want to see a lot of rounds go towards ENCE. So OG's got to be very careful about that one.
Worryingly, I saw somebody said switching PC, so could be that they're going to be swapping it out. Now, usually they're pretty quick with it. The admin team obviously well versed in this kind of thing. What a luxury, Jason, to have. Imagine if at home, if something is, bothering you with your PC, you just switch it out. You're like, I have another one in the background.
I have like 3 PCs in the closet. I'm ready to just
plug in another one. Let's go.
Plug and play, baby.
Not quite the case. But yeah, we might have just a couple of seconds more before we can get back into the swing of things. Obviously, if you open another tab in your browser, you can go to watch the other game at the same time. It's 3-1 right now in favor of NIP over at the A stream.
Yeah.
And if you're watching on Blast.tv, you can easily rewind to watch any highlights that you've missed as well, which is kind of a cool feature. Don't want to be missing out on that one.
Hell yeah.
And you can vote on questions for the winners' interviews, I believe.
And for the polls that we have pop up. We had a poll in the last game.
We do have, yeah. So go do that. Go be a part of the experience. And watch in 4K.
With no ads. Don't forget that.
I have been trying to buy myself a 4K monitor for a couple of years now.
How's that going?
Obviously badly, but I just can't settle on one thing is the problem. Like every couple of weeks,
I feel like you'd be the nerd who gets like lost in all the various like statistics of everything.
Yeah.
And you're like, this one has this statistic which I really like, but statistically doesn't match up here, and you just kind of get lost in the minutia. You got to just pull the trigger.
It's also because once you get into 4K, like you have to start thinking about it has to be at least 32 inches because otherwise 4K just doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
But then once you get into that size of monitor, do you pick a curved one? Is it just like a 4K TV that you've got? Like there's a lot to think about. It's not easy.
Curved monitors weird me out.
Yeah, I understand why. They are kind of cool at the same time.
Okay.
And obviously you can get 5K curved monitors that have like and even because they're not as high, but the pixel density and the width is like super high.
Sure.
It's real common. Like, listen, you said nerd, but I'm just saying it's sensible. Like you got to spend some time.
Sensible.
You got to really research this stuff so you don't get, you don't just want to buy any old monitor. It's been at least a year now. I've been looking.
Okay.
One of these days I'll get around.
Well, if you guys know of any good 4K monitors out there for Anders.
Yeah, hit me up.
Yeah,
find me one. I would like one. There's something about the...
Do you feel like you really need a 4K monitor, or do you just want one?
I want one for like the real estate on like think of how many windows you're gonna open, right? That's why it actually would make sense to have like a 34, even like a 38-inch monitor, because then you can it's like having a triple monitor in one basically. If you're thinking about like 1080p,
okay,
like it's basically doing like 4 monitors in one fundamentally. So that's great. You can have
that's great.
You can have 2 streams open. You can have a little Netflix window. You can have whatever you want. You can just fill up the space.
Satisfy all your ADD.
Yeah.
Watching 4 things at the same time.
I'm hugely a fan of it. That's the plan at any rate. We'll see. There might be another year before I really pull the trigger on it. Maybe by then another standard has come out, like where it's
by the time you actually decide to buy one, there's going to be an entirely new situation.
Yeah. It's like no. Well. PCs are being swapped out, in case you're wondering.
We put words in the chat that he's joining CS at the moment. So, yeah, as long as everything's good to go. Headset's coming back on. That's a great sign, as we've learned over the years of CSGO.
It is universally the sign that things are going in the right direction. Well, what about you, Jason? What kind of monitor setup are you running at home? 1, 2?
I have 3, actually.
3 monitors.
Yeah.
And here you are questioning my monitor real estate.
I have 3, but honest to God, the 3rd monitor just feels useless. Like I have to go out of my way to use it.
All right.
I have to put things on it, and it's always the thing that gets my attention the least because it's just I don't need this.
Okay.
But I have
Third wheel monitor doesn't get any love at all.
I actually have 5 monitors at home. I only use 3 of them.
Okay.
Just throwing that out there.
Just flexing on people for no reason. Yeah, if you need a monitor, hit up Jason.
Yeah, that's
send you one.
They're the older models, but we'll get them out to you. 2-1, we're back in the game. Tech issues resolved. Dexter has rejoined the server, and here we go. Round number 4, ENCE and OG. Opening game for both of these teams, the Paris Major and Neofrag. Gonna be right in Snappy's face with an opening kill.
Oh, this is so sick again. This is everything we talked about. The problem usually is trying to find that kind of aggression on the CT side, because you can get punished for it, but this is beautiful. Double kill for him. 5-on-3 to begin with here. ENCE put back in their place.
Yeah, but the potential to come back into this round is kind of high, all things considered, even though it's a 3v5. Like, look at, again, how much real estate they have to work with. Madden is challenging over in middle. Dexter's watching it. But, I mean, Madden can go towards A, he can go towards B, he can pick and choose, and actually it looks like he might head the other direction. Nerds is going to start challenging towards Dark, so keep some attention in that direction. And Madden is making a huge play through CT spawn at the moment.
They must know that someone could sneak through, right? That's got to be a call that's come out on the CT side, that you have to watch your back here. And then he's taken such a long way around.
And no one from B's considering this yet. Nico's just tucked into the wall. Oh, he wants 2. He wants 2. There's 1. There's 2. It even spots the 3rd. That's what I mean.
Oh my God.
The comeback potential in this round, the recovery, it's way too high considering mid was just wide open. Madden never got checked. No one even looked in the direction. It was Dexter watching for aggression towards the B bomb site, but no one considered it.
That's actually sickening. I mean, it's one thing to walk up like that, but the precision which to get all 3 kills like that, what a play. Because you could have easily gone in there, got 1 kill, sort of, you know, flop the second one a little bit, maybe you're low on health, and then you get traded, and it's still kind of a winnable round for the CTs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
He just closed the book on them.
Yeah, it's great. I don't want to take away from the shine of Madden having that triple kill. Nice, precise shots, but it should have never even gotten to that point. That's a huge miscue on the defense, huge piece of information or communication, or just maybe it was communicated and not really received on the other side of things. But either way, a huge blunder from OG. Yeah, Madden's laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to have the listening comms for what was going on the CT side, because you obviously wanna make sure that doesn't happen again. Neofrag put so much work into the beginning of that round.
The scary thing is we've already seen it happen once before. That was the first kind of gun round where ENCE had the 2 MAC-10s. They were able to walk through middle with no resistance, no one spotted them, no one watching. The closest one was Dexter. And if that's going to be available to him frequently in this half, OG's going to have a bad time. Oh, the rebuttals. Neofrag gets the first kill again, but Sunpias and Madden come right back with 2 of their own.
Oh, there's Nico. That's an interesting shot. Madden going down, and it's a 3-on-3.
Nico's taking the long route back to this bomb site. Diha already has a ton of control, and Sunpias is just picking off all the rotation, some of those flanks that were such a nuisance earlier in some of the earlier rounds. Not a problem at this point. Nico knows what's coming, trying to hold the line.
3 people there for him. It's very, very tricky, and he's going to lose the fight to Diha. Just Neofrag now, 1 versus 3, and it shouldn't be winnable right here. I think they've already seen the gun barrel. They definitely know now. Bomb on the site. That was been a great headshot. He keeps on ducking down, playing actual whack-a-mole at this point in time, and Sunpias is on the other side. Not an easy battle to win against the AWP, but it's ENCE to pick it up. A close round, no doubt, but a 4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, very close round. But, I mean, ENCE is working the map really well in these past 2 rounds. Really, really well. This time, more bodies in middle for OG, which is nice, but those are the bodies that are usually at the A bomb site, which means Diha can just stroll in and control the bomb site for his team to follow up later. 4-1. OG has another bye, but they're out of money after this.
But they're getting kind of fired up as well. I like it. Bringing some energy into the match. Let's see how this plays out. 4-1. Get ready for the aggression. They've seen it before, and they're not going to be caught up a 3rd time. That's worked a couple of times for OG, but you could see Snappy, the way that he was routing that run, he knew what was coming next. So really well played, and they trade 2 for 1.
And 4-on-3, the defense has been thinned out. Nico in middle, Pico at the A bomb site, Dexter at the B bomb site, all on their own. So ENCE pumps the brakes, hits the pause button. They want to find the follow-up push, and they might get it from Dexter, who's starting to flirt with B main.
Yeah, he needs a way back into the round. So why not try and do it here? Why not try and see if you can sneak on out? Nuts is waiting on the other side. And the bomb is dropped. And they've just called a complete freeze on this T side. And they're saying, nobody move. Just wait and see if they're not going to go aggressive once again. Dexter's got to be very careful about not making any noise here. Oh, the scope is going to betray him. Couldn't see anything outside of that. And he just goes down.
That'll be frustrating. He was looking for something along those lines that entire time, and Nertz just fortunately has the perfect timing for it. Nico has slid over to cover for that aggression, but again, it might just push. Oh yeah, Nertz is going to get another freebie. Nicely done from Nertz. Patiently waiting, and Fico's the last one left. OG's defense has been picked apart after the initial push. And it'll be 5-1.
And that's in spite of the fact that OG have already brought, I feel like, a lot of potential to the CT side. They just lost some of those really critical rounds, but they've started some of these rounds with opening kills. It's looked fresh. It's looked different from what we see a lot of CT sides do. A lot of the time, that A bomb site will be defended by one person, and that's it. And it's 3 on B, 1 in middle, 1 on A. And once that one person dies on the A side, it's just over.
Well, that's also why I think this map is super interesting at the moment, and all the different looks, because obviously this is a different style that OG's brought out to start this, right? Instead of just having the one defender there, they want the aggression to come from A main. Instead of like having a shored up, more standard defense in middle, they want A to kind of be the impetus. They want to be aggressive there to kind of force ENCE away from it, and it's obviously not played out very well. Snappy's very, very good at finding solutions to problems. One thing we've seen throughout his in-game leading career. He's very good at finding other options and changing the attack of his team to cover for some of the ways the defense is playing. And at the moment, he's exploiting OG very well in the early stages of this map. Timeout taken. Rugger wants to get involved in the conversation.
Yeah, first timeout used. And some of the pressure from OG early on. I mean, I love those pushes out of the A bomb site, pushing into the canal there, but obviously now that hand has been played. You know now ENCE are ready for it. They're not going to get caught off like that again. Yeah. They have grenades. They are watching it every second. So if you have something like that, it has to be somewhere else, right? You can do it outside of the B bomb side as well. You could flash your way out of that one. Going aggressive in middle on the CT side is almost impossible, because you could just get caught there. I mean, there's no way to hide.
We've seen a couple options. We've seen the deep utility if you want to go for like a more aggressive push all the way across the bridge. We've also seen some deep smokes from the CT side, so an Opera can peek down the window into canals and into boats itself and go for a pick. But yeah, I mean, all of them have a large element of risk involved.
Also, a lot of CT sides where the CTs will have one player playing in that E-box room that's down by the canal on the B-bomb site. So, haven't really seen that, not too aggressively yet. It's more of a default setup this time for the OG side. A little bit more what we're used to seeing. They obviously don't have a lot to work with either. 1 M4 and some pistols to add. And yeah, they are going to take a look outside of the B-bomb site. They just love to find someone out here. That's quite going to be the case. Snappy. All right, makes contact inside of the B-bomb site. Oh, can't escape either.
No, he's found the M4 though. That should tell him to move forward over towards the other side of the map. Into the A-bomb site we go. Neofrag had one shot with the Deagle before being forced away, and the bomb is secure and being planted. And now it's about holding off the retake. A lot of it comes down to Madden on the flank. Don't take your eyes off the choke point.
Yeah, you only have one position to clear. Turning around for a flash is kind of scary when they don't have a lot of utility, but yeah, he's going to be fine for it here. And actually, Diha will do all the work behind him. But they have the insurance policy if it was needed.
Yeah, 2 is 1, 1 is none.
There we go. Flames and Fiku. And I don't even know if they could find an AK at this point in time. Flames is a little bit far away from that mid position. Maybe he can run there at the end. Fiku is obviously miles away. 6-1, Jason. This has just become a really powerful first half. ENCE are looking good.
Yeah, but you mentioned it. I mean, OG's got to have the mental fortitude to be able to say, look, we could be in a situation where we're facing a really tough scoreline just by the nature of the T and CT sides. And it's being put to the test here, 1-6.
Kind of an experience that a lot of modern Counter-Strike players haven't had because of Nuke being the way that it is. But obviously, back in the day, everyone would know what it was like to be down 12-2 or
12-3, 13-2, yeah.
Like, it was a common thing, right, for that to happen on Nuke. Not that many maps left where they just, you know, invite that kind of scoreline, but this is
Train
one
as
of them.
well has been taken out, and that used to have the same ones, the same kind of sides.
Very, very true. It's a little bit more even in current modern-day Counter-Strike, which is not necessarily a problem, but it's just, yeah, on Nuke you knew if we go into it and we get 3 or 4 rounds on the T side, we're doing great. It's no problem. We can totally win this map.
Yeah, exactly. Some of those classic old school matches from like 2014, 2013, the like NIP Very Games days.
Yeah.
They have like 14-1 halves.
I really enjoyed it, but obviously a lot of people were complaining a lot about it back then. I've seen a couple of games already in Anubis that not quite as aggressively one-sided, but definitely we've seen it before. Finding that patience and sort of reminding the team, like, don't worry about it. We were still in a good position.
Yeah.
Very hard to do.
Don't think about it at the moment.
Yeah.
Keep the attitude up. Keep the mental game strong.
We're going to come back in the second half and we'll do the exact same thing to them. We'll do it all over again. Sound issue, I'm told, to be figured out. So
and figured out already. Players are readying up inside the server, so we should be back in the action. Admins,
good job,
earning their paycheck today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd find that a very stressful job, knowing that, oh yeah, the tournament's halted, and I have to figure it out, like right now.
I wonder if they have that same calming spa music playing while they're repairing the PC.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Seems like a good work
that would
environment. Okay, 6-1. AWP back on Dexter. Obviously, that last round, they didn't really have the money. Is there anything you want to see different from OG? Is there anything you're watching right now thinking like, ooh, they need to change this?
I mean, I think at this point, we could say like the aggression in A-Halls is played out.
Right. That's done.
I mean, you can go back to it a little bit later, but give it some breathing room, right? Let it air out. And obviously, I think, again, they've gone for this like no presence in middle, 3 at B, 2 at A, but no eyes on middle. And Madden and Snappy are going to love that.
Yeah, that's giving them so much to work with. And now, I'm curious, it doesn't really look like they're going to use it. They throw a nade in there, and then they just back on out. So maybe trying to sell the idea that someone's pushed through.
The response is coming B-main. Sunpias, that's nice and easy. They're saying we don't need to guard middle. We'll try and take space elsewhere if we think you're taking it, and that's backfired. And now it's Dexter alone with an AWP. But there's a minute to play with, and Snappy's not going to rush into anything. Dia's going to start investigating as we speak. Ooh, almost there. Good win from Neofrag, who's been solid in this position. But now, again, you don't know what's in middle, because ENCE pressured it earlier, and you have no presence there, so you can't jump on any kind of a quick rotation because you don't have the information.
Yeah, Dexter's going to learn. They're all coming up from behind. He's got the AWP. There's no one pressuring there, but he doesn't know it yet. He still thinks someone could be there. It's a good early shot from him, and he's at least brought it back 3-on-3, and another kill here. Snappy goes down. Dexter, oh, he spins around for the no-scope. That is a disgusting kill. And that should be enough here. Sunpias, he can't do anything. I can't believe it. That is one hell of a recovery from Dexter.
That's the only way to win the round if you're OG, is Dexter delivering in that fashion. Triple kill from Dark. ENCE was all clumped up outside B main, no one lurking in canals. You could see Dexter was looking for it. He kept turning his back, trying to see when that player the flank was going to get sprung, and it never came. But that is a stunning trio of kills.
Counter-terrorists win. Okay. Well, that's going to get everyone a little bit fired up. We're missing the traditional hand slap from Dexter. But yeah, this bait out here, sending the grenades into middle, pretending like you're taking a map control, and then anticipating the aggressive push. That also tells OG, by the way, that ENCE know what they're doing, right? Like, that's a strong read. Really sick.
Sunpias has done a good job with the AWP of really exploiting those. A couple rounds back, he exploited players kind of come out of dark to try and flank the A bomb site. He was able to get 1 or 2 kills as well. Here's a little bit of a switch up. Dexter with his AWP now being mobile, showing some presence in middle. Utility spent. Now they've got an M4 and Nico there as well, or an AK-47, excuse me. And this is a more standard round that we see. Diha and Sunpias outside of A and boats. Snappy and Canal watching Dark. Madden in middle. Nertz over towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, different defensive setup with this double position in middle. We'll see if it's going to work out for OG or not. They certainly have an idea.
Well, now, let's see what Snappy's going to call. One of the first rounds we've seen actual resistance placed in middle with counter utility with presence of 2 players. How does Snappy change things up for ENCE's attack?
Just try and hit this bomb site. They're pretty close by. Nico goes down. He was trying to sneak all the way through, taking a huge amount of liberty there. Getting called by Sunpias.
Sunpias is loving this half so far. He's been able to catch all the aggressive moves, all the rotations for OG. 5-on-4. 42 seconds left. Diha again with the challenge. This time he doesn't go down. And they're going to commit to the B bomb site. 3 players through dark. Nertz and Madden through B main with the bomb on their back. And Dexter is shifting over. A good read in this round from OG.
Yeah, they have the read, but they need the kills as well to follow it up. 20 seconds left. And there's a bit of an opening. Dexter and Flames will get something. D-Hard with a nice tap away. 15 seconds still left. This fight is not done yet, although that might just do it. The bomb goes down. We're down to 10 seconds. Who's going to pick up the bomb? Someone needs to do it right now. Wall bang and not connecting, and they should at least get the bomb plant here. 2 versus 2, and Neofrag is already low on health. He's got to be real careful about this one. Walks into the shot, leaving Dexter on his own to try and clutch this one. He's walked up scope. If he misses a shot, he should be dead. It will not even be relevant. D-Ha with a good start and a good close to the round.
Quad kill in the round. Incredible round from D-Ha. He does everything to crack open that bomb site. Really well done in position. So strong to protect his teammates against the retake. That is a strongly played round from D-Ha. 7-2. 5-round lead for ENCE. OG still struggling to string 2 rounds together. That's how it started. Very close affair considering this is a 4v5. Helped out by the good read of Dexter's shifts. But it all falls away at the end.
Let's go! Sick.
He's excited.
It was sick. He's nailed it.
It was indeed sick.
Madden pushing through the Molotov. That is so aggressive. And Dexter's not ready.
And this is classic ENCE. Classic snappy calling. You have a couple nice, slow, standard default rounds in the change of pace to blow up into a bomb site. They've knocked OG out of this round. It's going to be 3. They can't even think about the retake.
Oh, wow. 8-2. It's quite the beginning here. They need to keep the focus because if you notice in the last round, they were always running out of money. Their economy is not that sick on the T side. So they kind of need to keep this up. But obviously for OG, this is pretty devastating. Madden on that entry, absolute great work.
Didn't even lose a whole lot of health for fighting inside the Molotov either.
Nope.
They'll take that all day. 19 damage done. Teammate extinguished the Molotov during the fight. He'd already gotten the kill by the time it plumed.
Yeah, D-Ha top of the scoreboard with 12-4.
Pius, his op, really punishing any aggressive move that the defense wants to make. He's at 10 kills. Timeout taken. Second one from OG. Still trying to find a solution for this defense.
What really worries me is that I liked some of their early solutions. I thought it was really sick, but they just didn't get the rounds for it.
I mean, Snappy's calling a great game when you think about it. We're now 10 rounds in, and we've seen them have success at the A bomb site. We've like fast pace. We've seen them have success in middle. We've seen them have success over at the B bomb site. He's exploited everything.
Yeah, when you put it like that.
Like he's actually had his team positioned to attack all the different bomb sites. All the different locations on the map, and everywhere for OG's defense has crumbled at some point. So really hard to get a read for OG how to find the solution when so many things are compromised. 6-round lead.
And I mean, you had that tell. I'm just going to go back to that round where they Molotov the middle and then waited for the attack outside of B, the aggressive push from the OG side. That is such a clear-cut example of how well they understand their opponent here. Definitely, they've been studying up hard for this one. And the first half is working out very well for them. Madden's in the middle, quite confident. And they're going to get that deep mid-control once again.
This time Dexter's sliding back with an MP9. But not to investigate, just to make sure nobody's attacking the B bomb site from wrapping around.
Yeah, which is probably important, right? We had that earlier Madden round. You don't want to let anyone through again.
You just touched on this. The mid presence to go back into the B hit. Snappy's called it again. And this time there's smokes down in the connector, so it's pulled Dexter over to A. It's pulled Flames and Fiku off the B bomb site entirely. They're going to be in Temple. Just now, OG's realizing that they're out of position and they're scrambling to get back. But as the smoke fades, they're going to have a big challenge. Good timing for Flames peak. However, caught with an 8 in hand, Nertz and Madden knock Fiku and Flames out of the round. And ENCE is knocking on the door of 9.
Yeah, they are really controlling the pace of it. I think you called it a couple of rounds ago, and it really looks like Snappy's absolutely aware of what's happening. That mid-control, this time they didn't go aggressive outside of B, so when they don't go aggressive, he's like, okay, well maybe they're back to check middle instead. He seems to just be reading this game unbelievably well. Nico and Dexter, changed my, maybe we won't send him to America after all. I'm not going to lie, Jason.
No, it's too late. It's too late. We got him.
All right, we'll trade him in the next transfer season. We'll get him over there. So for CS2, maybe. We'll get him out there.
Perfect.
Oh, okay. Good shot. Give me, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think the FAMAS burst fire could be useful in CS2? Could they make a change to make it good?
I hope not.
You don't want to be good?
No. I think you start having too many weapons that you can use, you know? Like, what do you want?
Just get all of them. Obviously, yeah. Bring them all into play. I mean, the FAMAS is already kind of useful. Not for me, but in general.
For other people.
Other people.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the burst fire, it kind of sucks to have it, but not ever use it.
Do you use the burst fire on the Glock?
All the time.
Okay.
Glock burst fire is sick.
All right, I stand corrected. Well, Dexter's in position with the op towards A, but nobody's home. Nobody's attacking from ENCE. Another little bit of a change in style, change in pace. Into the B-bomb site we go, and Snappy's got the entries jumping around the corner, and Nico is going to slowly back away from the fight, and it's a 10th round. ENCE reach double digits. And this is the benefit of like just out-calling your team, is you get rounds like this that are just like, oh, we got the entries, nice and quick, round's over.
It's going to be frustrating because OG are trying to solve this puzzle in real time, right? Like they're trying to figure out what is happening, and then because it keeps changing, it's like a new look every single round. This one was like one grenade over, and then boom, flashes through, and they just in the bomb site immediately.
This is like asking them to solve a puzzle, but they don't get the end pieces until last. They don't get like the border pieces. You have to start from the middle and work out. Like that's not gonna work.
It'll take a long, long time. Yeah, that's a nightmare. I just went through that not that many days ago, Jason.
Building a puzzle?
Yeah,
like one of those like
a 1,000-piece Pokemon puzzle.
So like an adult puzzle.
Yeah, but the kids started it and then they just left halfway through.
And yeah, that really tweaked you out a little bit.
Yeah,
OCD couldn't handle it.
You can't leave it halfway through. So I was left solving Pokemon puzzles on my own. Not unlike what OG are going through at the moment.
Yeah,
they're on their own.
Yeah, they got nothing. Well, 3 more rounds to see what they can scrape together on the CT side. Dexter's been everywhere with his op, still not finding any comfortable positions.
I mean, look at the scoreboard right now. Well, you're not necessarily doing that badly, but nobody's popping off, right? Nobody is really powering through. In the beginning, Neofrag was doing well. You want Dexter to be there, right? You want him to be... And he was that one round, right? He got a sick quad kill with the AWP.
But this is a problem of not having your defense successful anywhere on the map, is it's really hard to position your op in a strong place because, you know, you're at B and now they're attacking middle, and you're away from where you've been for a lot of this half. Nice shot from Dexter. They try and wrap around towards the B-bomb site. And they're just going to bail out of that idea. Head back to A, where they've got a decent split set up. Coming down, Snappy sees one inside the bomb site. There's the second, never saw it coming. It's Neofrag again who's called upon and who puts a stop to everything. But Sunpius can still split this map.
Or if only Diha had some more health, this would be more doable. He actually is going to win the fight against Neofrag. That's a bit interesting. MongolZ might almost be a little bit too much pressure on him. He has to get on out of there inside of the smoke. Now I can't believe he's almost outlined him through the smoke. And now Diha's crept up. I don't think they realize. I think Fiku might be dead. What a move. Diha, I said it earlier, he is such an intelligent player, and you see it right there. He would have been dead in a straight-up fight, but he just crouches down below and sneaks on in for the kill. Dexter now throwing away that AWP, and now in a 1 versus 2, you have to win this. The bomb is on the ground. No one's planted it yet. There's the Molotov, and Diha in position. He does it again. Another quad kill. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, what a beast. I mean, the other part of that, too, is Flames empties his entire magazine into the smoke. So yeah. Diha realizes, I have time to make a play, to get a little bit close. While he's reloading in the safety of cover, I can shift and change position perfectly. And without the HP for a heads-up fight, he just lurks beneath the box and pops up where Fiku, excuse me, it was Fiku, not Flames, doesn't expect it whatsoever. What a great round. You're right, Dexter, I mean, Diha's putting together a phenomenal game so far.
I've said it many times now, it's probably getting a little bit repetitive. He was one of those Polish players that for me was just lost forever. It just didn't feel like there was going to be any way out, and then he had to leave the Polish scene.
Didn't hit the right timing.
Just didn't hit the right timing.
A little too early for the legendary lineups, a little bit, you know, and then he popped off before kind of 9 came together as well, but obviously finding a nice little home here in ENCE.
Yeah, I think his individual growth in the last 2 years has been super impressive. It's actually really sick to see. 17-5 on him as he finds the shot through the smoke and makes it a 4-on-5 in favor of ENCE. Man, they are crushing OG right now.
Yeah, this time OG puts defense in middle. Dexter and Nico. However, the first thrust of the attack comes as spam through the smoke from Diha towards the A bomb site. Now they have to scramble to recover that part of the map, which weakens B, because Dexter still wants to be in mid with the off, which means Nico needs to come over to A from the B bomb site, which leaves Fiku all on his own. And Snappy and ENCE are starting to slide the bomb in that direction right at Fiku.
Yeah, and they are moving the right direction here. There is a little bit of a counter rotation coming out. And all right, who's going to get that one shot onto Nerds? There's still 30 seconds. This is not all the time. Do you really want to try and pull this? They're running it back. This seems almost undoable or impossible here. Diha, he's lurking around there. They're going to double back. They're going to come back through Dark to try and get in here because Diha's knocked through. Oh my god, he is a genius. He's taking down Fiku, continues the opening. He's absolutely outplayed them. Jason, what are we witnessing?
This is so disgusting. I love it from Diha. It's so much fun to watch. He's in the zone. He's in a flow state, and all those decisions are perfect.
I can't believe it. One player just outplaying the entire defense.
And I would wonder, in that situation, I feel like it's Diha who's calling them back to Dark.
It must be.
I feel like it's not Snappy. We've given him a lot of credit, but I feel like it's Diha saying, wait. Nope, come back. I have space. I have room. I'm going to make a play.
Check out the brains on Diha. That is... He's won a couple of rounds like this so far. That is just all down to positioning. Now, don't get me wrong, I mean, his mechanics are really good as well, but the positional wins there are just so impressive. 12-2. ENCE looking to sweep them off their feet here in the opening half.
Those are the kinds of plays that make Counter-Strike beautiful, right? It's not just like the bronze, but you see not only positional, decision-making, you get to see all the factors that go into this game. Diha's got him on full display on this map. A little bit lucky there, but this is incredible. Jumping over the ledge through the smoke, wrapping around as well, finding that final kill. Magnificent. And that's like, I think the third time in this, like he's had a couple quad kills, but that's like the third time where he's cleared out the bomb site single-handedly to win ENCE the round.
Well, how do you get back into this now? OG, we said it could be a T-sided map, but you look at the scoreboard now, you need everything you can get. Even this third one here, it's not going to be that much. Delayed nade stack. All right. That's a great dunk onto Diha.
It's not going to slow him down.
It feels like nothing will at the moment. What a beast.
He's done his job.
Well, Nico's in the right position to at least spot out what's coming. He can make sure no one can lurk past again like earlier. And just having that eye on it is going to be important. Nice find. Double peek against Diha, and they will take him down 4-on-5.
Yeah, but they think it's clear. They think it's clear. They have no idea Madden's in this position so quickly. Oh, he might have one. Fiku just turns. Tough fight with the FaMas. Now it is just Flames, and that nade should give away his position.
Yeah, they know, and they feel quite confident they're going to push it. Good kill to begin with. It's actually the AWP in the back of the bombs on the ground. Dexter showing up late in the half here to try and get a couple of kills. And we're down to 30 seconds here. 2 versus 3. Smoke to try and disjoint that a little bit. They have the right idea, but how do they get rid of this one? Nerds trying to sneak on in with the bomb, but he's going to get caught in the middle of it. So Sunpass, pretty much an unwinnable round right now. 1 versus 3. Oh my god, no way! He's got a couple of them. He's got 10 seconds. This is for the fight, and he does go for it. It's not going to be enough. Neofrag will take him down, and a sigh of relief, I'm sure, on the side of OG right at the end. They need a strong comeback in the second half. It's coming up after this.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldsir. No, it cannot be Coldsir because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldsir was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
less than 16 majors. Guardian, JDM. I think now it's showing orange box, United States, the same continent, Fallen, Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That's very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Let's go, Jason. You hear the shouts out. We're ready. It's the second half coming up. OG versus ENCE. And so far, ENCE, and especially Diha, has been playing a fantastic game. But, you know, shout out to Snappy as well. You mentioned it. Really great calling on that T side.
Yeah, Diha with 19 kills in the first half. He had a pair of quad kill rounds. I think a spectacular triple kill round mixed in there as well to crack open bomb sites. Pyjamas doing a good job exploiting rotations. But now it's their turn to experience what sometimes feels like the misery of the CT side on this map. And we'll see if they can handle it. Heavy towards the A bomb site. Oh, nice opening kill for Dexter. He's looking for the follow-up peek. Looking for Pyjamas. Almost got it. That P250 is dangerous. So is leaving Diha alone as a defender of the A site.
Yeah, he's got that. They actually got the dualies up near the pillar. Good flash here to counter it, and he will mow them down. Diha almost to continue with Pyjamas at the end. But the man is a rock right now. 22 kills, and it will be ENCE to pick up the pistol round here to start the second half with. That is almost the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that's unreasonable. This is so ridiculous. What a game from Diha. You got to give shout out to Madden. What a counter flash.
Yes.
I mean, two players, the first two players completely blinded, bought him all that time, made it easy, able to manage the third kill as well coming through.
I think he got the flashes on the last player. He got 4 flash assists, I think, in that round.
Yeah, spectacular stuff. Yeah, ENCE is firing all cylinders in this game.
Okay.
Yep.
Any dream for OG to have a good start in the second half is already slipped up a little bit here?
Yeah, they've got one of your dreams if they want to come back into this. Madden with a double kill in middle. Molotov going to keep him from swinging around the right side for just a moment. He's got another one, almost a fourth. Had a chance on Dexter, but that is the entire play from OG, stopped by one man.
And they forced up into the round, right? This isn't a throwaway Glock round. They actually wanted to do something here, but already wiped out. They have the bomb picked up, but there's nothing really positive to be saying right now. This is starting to look super grim. Almost certainly a 14-3 scoreline, which even on a map that might be a T-sided map, but I mean, I'm not expecting a comeback here. I'd be shocked if OG managed to do it.
No, I don't think they've got it in them. I don't think they've got the level of calling, but also just after the barrage of that first half, like how do you have like the motivation and energy and like mentality to actually pull it off? And that is going to feel like a gut punch. As soon as you actually move around this big map to get into position, as smoke plumes, and all you can do is run through, and you know you're going to go nowhere. 14-3, ENCE 2 rounds away.
And Nerds with his classic MP7, something that he just loves to play with for reasons that are beyond most of us. Almost everyone, I feel like, in Counter-Strike is going to be favoring the MP9. But Nerds, we've seen him pick it up even in rounds where he has money for something else.
No one on the MP5 train.
Nobody yet. It hasn't really made its real entry.
I am.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's because you're role-playing as like a secret agent, I know. Like, all sneaky, USP, MP5.
Doing my best.
14-3, Jason. It's obscene what they're doing.
Well, they've got a chance here against Snappy. The initial defense, however, 2 players going to spin around in dark, and actually Sunpius is already back and knows that they're coming. Snappy, first kill is his, second kill is his. Oh, it's beautiful. It sounds great, the MP7. It just sounds absolutely wonderful. 4 kills with it. The nade might have gotten the ace if it weren't for Nerds. Nerds.
Yeah, he stepped it up. He stole that last one. A little bit unfortunate, but I don't think they care. They're having themselves the time of their lives. Imagine playing that first game of the major. Just always must be so nerve-wracking. And we've already seen crazy upsets. I mean, obviously Apeks taking on Liquid is probably a really, really big one there. But 15-3 right now.
Yeah,
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, that's magnificent. He pulled that off well. Yeah, and I mean, it's also a comfortable position to be in where you can win any of the next 12 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you have no pressure of losing. You still have overtime. If it all goes wrong.
Yeah, they really could rest on their laurels. I don't know why people say that. Is that comfortable?
What is a laurel?
It's like a kind of plant, I think.
Okay. Maybe it's like a... If you have a lot of them, maybe it's like a cushion. Soft bed. Yeah.
I don't know. Confusing. Anyway, they could if they wanted to. If they had enough of them lying around, it would be possible. 15-3. Yeah, any one of the next 12 rounds, and they're going to be absolutely fine. Round number 19 here. OG in a position to take a bit of a fight here towards that dark position. Sunpius up close. See, this is the kind of CT setup that we saw it once, I think, pushed out like this. Oh, the Molotov, the flashbang as well. Sunpius, yeah, he's absolutely dead.
Done for. Nerds up next. All they can do is hide at the pillar, coming around the corner. Almost a double, but OG overwhelm. 4-on-2, bomb being planted. Madden's going to challenge, see if he can get a couple before the bomb actually goes down, but a Molotov holds him at bay. And then, I mean, normally you'd say just back away and save this, but I think they're going to be a little over-eager and overconfident to at least challenge a little bit more considering the scoreline, considering they're resting on their laurels.
There we go. They are actually doing it.
It dates back to ancient Greek and Roman traditions where victorious Olympians or generals wore crowns made of laurel wreaths as symbols of victory, status, and success.
Okay, but you shouldn't be resting on them.
Yeah, you don't rest on them.
Put them on your head.
They rest on you.
Okay. I'm glad. Thanks, Jason. We've all been enlightened. I appreciate it.
Yeah, fun fact of the day.
Yeah, I think, just to bring it back, I agree. That probably is what we just saw, right? That's ENCE thinking, wow, we are absolutely winning this. Let's just go for it. Even if it's an unlikely round, let's just do it anyway.
Everything's going right. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe didn't even have the conversation. Probably we're just sticking around and going for it, giggling a little bit.
Which is fine. We'll allow it for now. It's only, you know, retroactively, if we start to look back, if this turns into like a 15-12 type affair, we're going to be like, wait a minute.
Those idiots went for that retake.
They went for the early retake.
I can't believe it. I can't believe they've done that in a major.
At a major, no less. The major.
The major.
The final major. 15-4 here, and the 20th round coming up. Still some decent weaponry on the side of ENCE, so even if they lost a lot in that last one, they're not completely out of it. And much less aggression early on here for the ENCE side, right? They're not pushing out of that A hallway in the same fashion that OG were. Being a little bit more careful with it. Nico gonna try and take over this part of the map. He's gonna have no opposition in here, but in fact, look at ENCE. They're giving up on the B-bomb side almost. They're pushing 2 out of the 3 people defending all the way back here. They've sensed something. Let's see if they're going to be right about it.
Slow pace from OG. At the moment, the read is wrong. Dexter has position at middle, but Fiku and Nico going to challenge B main. Flames and Neofrag coming in from Dark, so it's up to Nertz and Snappy after Sunpius opening kill. That Molotov is a little bit late. They're going to run right through it. Oh, and they can't handle the fights. They can't handle it whatsoever. And the B-bomb set is lost, but Madden's in a decent enough position to make things interesting, and he does just that.
He almost could have stopped the bomb as well. Nico, got to be careful right here and look at Madden. He's waiting for his teammates. It's a smart play for him not to go and engage that one. But now it's back into a 2-on-2. Look at tagged up as Fiku, but nice headshot. And that's everything they needed. Sunpius going to be walking away from that fight. Wants to save the AWP, and it's a 5th round on the side of OG.
All right, OG working the T side 2 rounds in a row now. They didn't win 2 rounds in a row in the first half whatsoever, so this is the first time they've strung them together. That's nice to see, but again, it's just like you got to play an entirely mistake-free half.
Yeah, I mean, there's at least you know what you're aiming for, right? Every single round, you're going to be maximally focused here. But yeah, having your backs against the wall like this, not going to be a good time at all. Madden almost getting it back. That was so scary. But at the end of the day, all is recovered. And this is looking good. 15-5. Only the AWP in play. It'd be a classic round to lose this one if you're on the OG side to just the pistols and the AWP.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, I guess the pressure's on Sunpius to be in position with that AWP. He's in middle, so I mean, if they feel the pressure continuing towards A, he can actually spin and maybe find a way back into this.
And I mean, you have space to gamble in around like this if you're on the end side of things, right? You could justify putting 4 or even 5 people at the same bomb site if you really wanted to, because what are you really letting go of at that point in time? Sunpius trying to be a little bit active. You could see him on the minimap roaming around. So far hasn't found a single fight. And ENCE look like they're leaning towards that bathhouse side of the map.
Yeah, now that they haven't spotted anything in the early stage, it's just about preserving the AWP. Right? Like, why, even though you have this big lead, why even reinvest into it? So get everyone into position to make sure that that AWP is going to be safe, and there's no reason to budge out of the B bomb site from this moment, even though D has gone down in middle. A bomb site being overtaken by OG at this point. Fiku watching for the pushes, and ENCE just finding some safety for the AWP. NIP, meanwhile, has closed out their match against Mouz.
Pretty sick.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm really impressed. I mean, it looked to me for a long time. I was making a lot of fun of NIP in general when they were playing.
Yeah, there was a period where I think it was warranted.
I felt like that. I felt like this project looks a little bit lost, and I'm gonna take the opportunity to bang on them when they're down. but
you'll be right back there when they're up.
Yeah, exactly.
Right back in there.
I feel like now they are looking a lot more impressive. I have them as my 3-0, Jason.
Okay.
So
I almost slid them in there, but I was pretty confident they'd make it through.
Yeah, I mean it's a great start, right? Taking down Mouz definitely a bit of an achievement.
With these 2 matchups to close out the day, ENCE OG and obviously NIP Mouz that just finished. Do you have all 4 of those making through? Do you have any of those 4 teams not making it through?
I can't even remember now.
You are such a mess.
I think I picked Mouz as well.
Okay.
And I think, yeah, I picked Mouz, and I think I picked NIP 3-0, and I think I put, surely I put ENCE in there.
Okay.
I would have had to have put ENCE in there, right?
Sure, so you have OG not making it through?
I think so.
Isn't your Counter-Strike open? Just pull it up.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
You've solved the problem.
We gotta get, the people need to know.
All right, hold on. Let's see. It's probably gonna be way off, isn't it? That's not even gonna be close to correct. Let me find out for you.
Go back to the homepage. Click on the Paris thing in the bottom.
All right. No, that's not it.
That's a case.
There is no Paris case.
Yeah, there is.
There we go.
There you go. Now,
all right.
Yeah,
oh,
there we are.
Nice. I did pick OG and ENCE and Mouz. And
you have all of them making it through.
I have all of them making it through. Good times.
Yeah, I'm glad we settled that.
Thanks, Jason.
Okay, I have NIP, ENCE, and Mouz making it through. I have OG not making it through.
Okay. I think think I looked at Flames and Dexter and I thought, no way.
And he's not surely.
No way.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Flames hasn't really shown up for the match yet. Now that could just be the fact that they got beat up so early in the first half that they just got overall got run down. But obviously, you want to see a lot more out of Flames.
Yeah, he's such a fun, strong player to watch as well. All right, OG not moving around the map, lined up, waiting for their timing to hit into this bomb site. Snappy holding on to a counter smoke once he sees the utility stream over. Once he has indication the hit is coming, the question is, will it plume fast enough to actually be defensive? And the answer is no. Fiku's already passed it, but can't win the fight. More streaming through. Oh, he's got one right around the edge. Nerds holds on, and this might be all she wrote, but Neofrag has a little bit to say about it. The Molotov forces him into the open, a third for Neofrag, and into a 2-on-2 we go.
I can't believe it. What a chain of events. The Molotov and then the push out in front of it. They do not have a grenade, so they can't really get rid of Neofrag easily. And look at this line that's being held. Oh, he snuck through. He's managed to wake his way past him. The spray is in, and that is it. Dihar to close it out. 16-6. And Dihar at the end with 24 kills. What a monstrous performance from him. Yeah. Very impressive stuff.
How fitting it is that he gets the final double kill as well, because he had all the impactful rounds in the first half. The guy was a monster from start to finish. And obviously, I mean, it doesn't even need to be said, but ENCE just had way too many chances to close that out. Such a strong first half, and they got to rest on their laurels.
Nice.
Shower them with laurels.
Bathe in laurels at this point.
Yeah.
They're having a great time. Yeah, that was a very, very impressive performance. I think it did kind of highlight what we said at the beginning, why picking Anubis in the best of one can be really, really dangerous. Just recovering from that first half just wasn't possible for OG.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned it at the start too, was like, you know, you're gonna if you're OG, you're gonna have to contend with the fact that you might be down big at halftime. But I mean, 2-13 is like that's even beyond sometimes the ability to actually stay in the game mentally.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's too much to recover from, unfortunately, for OG this time. Obviously, they're going to have more chances, but they're in that 0-1 bracket right now. I mean, I've got to say, I'm so impressed by the way that Snappy called it that first half. And Dihar, I mean, I think we got like a more of a look at it. If you haven't been watching Counter-Strike for a while, you're going to remember a different Dihar. And if you're brand new to the game, just watch someone who's a very, very intelligent player. It's absolutely sick to be witnessing.
Yeah, he's been a great piece of this ENCE organization for some time through all these different lineups they've had that have been doing such a good job. So, I mean, it's awesome to see him just have an explosion of a performance here in their opening match. So, yeah, bummer for OG. You start the major 0-1. Obviously great for ENCE. You get put in that 1-0. Feeling good.
Yes.
Yeah, and we've got Dinko. He's ready with Sunpias for an interview after the game.
Yeah, I'm down here, Jason, with Sunpias, who had an incredible game in that opener. And ENCE, what a start to the major. It's got to feel good after that first half. It was just kind of a matter of time before you ticked it on over.
A ver, lo primero de todo, ¿cómo están las máquinas? ¿Todo bien? Okay,
sí.
Now to repeat the question, I had to do this actually for Spain.
Okay, yeah, so we have, you know, looking at this performance, you got to feel pretty good about the fact that you were able to take such a strong first half, right?
Yeah, we did actually a really good start. We have been practicing a lot and just working a lot on our T side, on Anubis, and also on our city side. We actually managed to have a good Anubis right now.
Now we're looking at OG. This has to be somewhat of a relief to get through a team like this, because it's not the easiest team to have in an opening game, but when you handle them like that, it's got to fill you guys with some confidence.
I think we just came to the major full confidence. I think we are having good results on practice, and we put a lot of hours inside the game. So right now I think we are just confident overall, and we just want to just go through to the champion stage really hard.
So with that confidence, do you have a set goal in terms of getting through 3-0 or 3-1, or is it just getting through this first stage?
I think we don't have actually like any expectative. We didn't talk too much about it. I think we just have to feel the game, just be in the moment, have fun, and just smile, I would say.
Obviously, you guys didn't have the same sort of level of boot camp as some of the other teams. You were kind of limited with some visa difficulties, Snappy was saying earlier today. But you guys have clearly put a lot of work into Anubis. Is this a map you've been really focusing on coming into this event?
Overall, we've been focused on more maps, obviously, but one of these maps is Anubis, and we are actually, I think, a hard team to play against on Anubis, because it looked like, about the stats, it's not our best map, but I think we are quite good on the map.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on the opening win. Back to you guys.
See.
Yeah, what a great start to the interview. I love it.
Oh, Sunpias has got some high five game.
Okay.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that was
dang
forceful. Celebrations all around. Yeah, they should definitely be happy about this one. What a win for ENCE to start the major with for them, no question about it. Diha there in the background of just playing out of his mind. It was really impressive. Then you get Sora as well, the coach in there, like we said at the beginning. The guy who sort of has the reins of the team ultimately.
It was a cool map when you think about it for ENCE, as he said, because I mean you had a little bit of like two great win conditions for ENCE. You had a great individual performance out of someone like Diha. Obviously, you kind of look towards Nerds and Sun Pius to mostly be like the producer of these teams, but it's always nice to have Diha step up in the way he did and be extra impactful. But also the calling on that T side was so impressive. The game plan from Snappy, from Saw. So I mean you have a little bit of multiple win conditions that we kind of lean on when we talk about ENCE of what can make them such a compelling team, what can make them such a dangerous team. Both of them were on full display here. Some individual prowess and some phenomenal calling and an underrated in-game leader.
Yeah, it all came together on this one map, right? Especially in that first half, just absolutely shutting it down. On the other side for OG, obviously Neofrag and Dexter playing kind of well, but the rest of them were missing a little bit. You needed more out of them.
Highlighting Flames, I think, was good early, like towards the end of that game. Surprising to see him down towards the bottom of that scoreboard. So you'd like to see more out of him. Obviously, that's not the same Flames that we're used to seeing at tournaments.
Definitely not. I'm sure he's going to be back because, again, he is a really highly rated player for good reasons. But ENCE can take this victory in the bag. I mean, again, we said it earlier, losing some of these early round games can absolutely come back to haunt you, right?
Well, because now, like, you have, it's like, you lose in that first game of the day. I mean, Liquid's just the prime example of where now you have to consider, like, did we just have a bad game or is this going to be a bad day?
Yeah.
Like, all of a sudden, that kind of mentality and that kind of a hint of something in the back of your mind can creep in, and that is just like a cancer to making any kind of a run and any kind of a recovery. You have a bad day, and all of a sudden you're staring down 0-2, and man, that's just a setup for the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, and especially thinking of the matchups. I mean, we're going to have them pretty soon, I believe, and what kind of draw you end up having here and how this plays out is just going to be super, super critical, right? There are some teams that where you think, okay, we got them in the 0-2, that's probably fine. Maybe we can do this, it's going to be fine. But there are definitely some teams already down in that 0-2 or so in the 0-1 bracket that are already dangerous that you don't want to be facing off against.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we're just getting word that we're going to have the next round draw, the next round schedule up for you in just a moment for the second half of the day, because we're not done here.
No,
we've got what, 16 or no, not 16. We got 8 more games to play today.
We do, and we do have a whole change of cars as well, because Chad Nax are coming in, Scrawny and Launders are going to be joining us for the rest of it on the A and the B stream. So there's going to be a lot of stuff happening for the rest of it.
It's a party. We got multiple weeks. We got a long time here in Paris as well. There's a lot of Counter-Strike. I love Major Counter-Strike. We just get to spam it. We just get to spam CS all day long.
It's so good, isn't it? And the intensity of these games is just so much more felt, right? You can really get that sense of how much it matters. Every single one. And we're not even at the stage where people get knocked out yet, but some results are coming up for you here. If you missed some of the early games, just want to be catching up on how this day played out. What is the biggest one for you yet where you say, oh, that one hurts?
I mean, Apeks Liquid. I don't think there's another option. Apeks Liquid. Well, you got to say the Forze Grayhound one. I don't think it hurts as much as Apeks Liquid, because I think Liquid is like one of those teams that you would kind of put in the category of like pretty certain they're going to go through the Legends stage.
Yes.
But obviously another slow start. So we'll see how Liquid can rebound going into their second match. Forze Grayhound was a big one. And this is going to be the schedule for the rest of the day. The
FaZe
redraws.
Liquid.
FaZe.
Oh, Force Liquid. I
was going to say.
Yeah, not FaZe.
Chill. You gave me a heart attack there. FaZe Pain. I think that's going to be really fun. And in fact, Big Uzera in an interview leading into this event had said he's really excited to have the matchup against FaZe. I think that's going to be a lot of fun to test where Pain is at. Complexity G2, Apeks Grayhound, ENCE NIP, Fluxo Monte, GamerLegion MongolZ, and Forze Liquid is really dangerous. That's another sneaky tough game for actually, maybe not even that sneaky anymore.
No, I really think that's heartbreaking for Liquid. Potentially it could be. We'll see if they can recover from it. Mouz and OG to finish off the day with.
Because, I mean, even if you go 0-2 in the best of ones, if you're Liquid, I mean, you got to run the gauntlet of having to win 3 best of 3s to make it through to the Legend stage. And these teams are still dangerous in best of 3s. It's not like it gets that much easier. It's just more games.
Oh, wow.
Mouz OG as well. One of those two teams is going to end 0-2 at the end of the day, which is really painful to think about.
Well, listen, we're only halfway through the day. There's a lot more Counter-Strike coming up. We will have a little bit of a break before we get into the next round of matches, because the teams do deserve a little bit of a break. Obviously, we don't just going to have them playing back to back to back throughout the whole day. So stay tuned, and we'll be back with more Counter-Strike after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, back in business here on the B stream, and a change of the guard. We have had Harry and Hugo starting off your day right, and now we are taking over. Myself, Machine, Chaddy B, we are in Paris. That's how they say it over here. Beautiful city, the city of love and lights. And I'm certainly excited to be getting this one underway. We get to see G2, of course, taking on Complexity as our first game, Chad. And when you take into consideration just how much uncertainty there was surrounding how teams are going to start, how many upsets are we going to get, so far, so good, at least within the G2 camp.
Yeah, right. You kick things off. I think the biggest upsets in that initial stage were Grayhound, right? And Apeks beating Liquid. Now, these are the matches that we are going to be coming up your way here today. FaZe taking on Pain, Complexity versus G2. We're going to focus on the B-stream games. If you guys want to check out the A-stream games, blast.tv, you know where to find all that good stuff. Also over there on YouTube and Twitch. But the B-stream games is what Alex and I will be bringing you for the remainder of the day. So Complexity G2. Later on, we'll have ENCE NIP. GamerLegion versus the MongolZ, and for the final game of the day, we will have a bit of Mouz versus OG. So that's the matchups. Apeks versus Grayhound. I thought we maybe would have got that on the B stream, so we could have watched the boys, but at least we get JKS right over there with the G2 Esports gang.
Yeah, at least some Aussie representation with Charlie B day one. But we can look at the bracket as well. Not only do we have it to break it all down, I know it can be a little overwhelming. In fact, Chad, I'm having an aneurysm trying to process this.
Up is good, down is bad.
Up good.
That's
down bad.
Very, very easy for people to keep track of that, right? Yeah. But as you take a look right here, the next set of matches are going to determine if teams are going to be on the brink of elimination or if they're going to be finding their way qualifying through to that next stage of play, the Legend stage, where we have a whole bunch of teams already waiting, like Navi, Vitality, Heroic. If they're not on the screen, no Cloud9 though. We'll rub the salt in the wound right there. Otherwise, you find yourself middle of the pack. We'll call it a palate cleanser. If you go 1-1, Alex, a nice little palate cleanser.
And with those opening matchups, is there one that particularly jumps off of the page? You know, taking a look at those first round matchups, which has, of course, led us to the
has to be the Grayhound game
stage. It has to be, right? 12-3 down.
Exactly. And
13-2 half.
Right. It was a really big comeback right there, led by Alistair. It was good to see the passion of the boys in that game. I think Complexity over GamerLegion, people had that as a bit of an upset as well. But for me, those teams were quite even, right? And that's why we do find ourselves with this G2 versus Complexity.
Well, yeah, exactly. Complexity, they've got a big one ahead of them if they really want to continue where they started. Of course, a big win against GamerLegion, but this is a different kettle of fish. It's G2, the Samurai. A lot of people are expecting to see this roster flying high throughout the Legends.
What do you make of the new jersey
stage? I F with it.
Okay.
I believe,
all right. That's what the kids are saying these days.
That's what they say, for real, for real. It is nice. I'm not upset about it. And of course, we've kind of lost some of the red and black organizations over the years.
I just want to point out for everybody, this is not their overall ratings. This is from the tournament so far.
Map.
This shows you that Superstar Nico can even have a bad map, and he had, we'll call it a stinker. They still got to cross the line in their opening game right here, but let's look at this. It's Monte and Hunter, those two names who led the charge.
Well, leading the charge was Monte over in the interview section. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of this game.
Well, I'm here with Monte from G2 ahead of their matchup versus Complexity. Slow start today versus MongolZ, but you guys were able to... They restarted. Well, here with Monte from G2 against MongolZ earlier today. A little bit of a slow start, but you guys finished super strong. You yourself played individually very well. What did you guys discuss after that game?
I mean, we didn't discuss a lot after the game. We just started preparing against Complexity immediately, and we just had some rest a little bit. Someone maybe slept for... I don't know how much, maybe 30, 40 minutes, so we ate together and yeah, we're well prepared.
What did the preparation look like? Because there's not a lot of time going into it, but how much prep can you really get in?
I mean, not that really much after the first game, but I think it's enough for us. And obviously, yeah.
What are your thoughts on your opponent?
Our thoughts, I mean, I would say we played practice against them many times, and we feel confident. We are really confident, and I have this confidence as well, so I don't know. Just coming in this match, to not be scared, to just do our things, and to not feel pressure overall. I mean, I didn't feel pressure on the first map, which I think we just started a bit slowly, but after on the second half we did a comeback, and yeah.
Is there a feeling of relief now that you finished that first game? You got that first one out of the way, because a lot of teams can't slip up in that opening game, but you've got the win no matter how you did it. Is there some sort of feeling of relief after taking the first win?
I mean, the most important that we won, no matter how we played. I mean, it matters how we played, but most important that we won. But I don't know. Just let's see. It's going to be second game. I mean, yeah, a lot of teams, like good teams, they started the first map not the best. Like I watched like FaZe Monte. They started also slowly, but they won in the end. But I mean, yeah, it's just like first day of major. What do you want, guys? Let's see.
Well, awesome. Good luck in your game.
Thank you.
Damn, honestly, just slaying another interview, and it seems like the vibes are high.
I've got a... we got a lot going on right now, but just quickly, Alex, I just want to touch on a few things that Monte had to say in that interview, right? The first thing, they started slowly. That actually made me laugh out loud. That first half, it was a comedy of errors, and unforced errors as well. Nico was getting bullied. There was some actually really nice shots hit by Annihilation on him and Banana, but JKS not buying a gun. I don't know what happened there. They said they had a bit of a giggle about it, and he also had a big whiff, but he had a silenced M4 in his hand, so I'll attribute it to that. But they did win the game, right? And bang on. He said, yeah, FaZe, they started slow as well against Monte. Sure, Monte, but there's a big difference between, I think, Monte and MongolZ. So, we'll give him that. But I think that he mentioned the prep, right? He mentioned the fact that, that there's not too much time to prep. Well, you have to hope that individuals like Hunter, who had a banger of the first map, 28 kills here, he had a lot of impact alongside him. Monte, JKS was also in the conversation with the frags. Those three names had 20 plus. But you can see when Nico's not showing up, it's fine. There's plenty of other names to fill that void, and I don't expect Nico to have 2 poor maps in a row, so that's not a great sign for complexity.
And it was Inferno previously, right? So
yes.
In terms of getting the reps in, we're going to be seeing, a second bite of that Inferno cherry. And complexity the same, right? When we take a look at them.
Inferno against GamerLegion, yeah.
Okay, and same scoreline, 16-11 for both. Of course, this is a winner's game. Both teams successful in their opening. Gambit finding themselves locking horns, both on Inferno. How's opting for some back support?
Well, look, he might need a little bit of that here. This team, when you bring the roster up on your screen, has a little bit of a European flavor. Tends to be how things go over there.
Look at all those flags. It's brilliant. You got Norwegian walking in, hanging out with, of course, you've got the North Americans in Canada and, of course, America and a cheeky South Africa in there for good measure.
Yeah, right. It's quite a mix, but this team right here on your screen just went down to Australia. Didn't do too well. Right, they're doing a whole lot of boot camping, but when you look at this roster, you need the team with that bravado that we saw a little bit earlier in the year. Halzok just walking around taking a lot of aggressive plays and peaks. There's a lot of good players on this team in terms of the rifling power, right? The trio of Grim, Fang, and Floppy, they can be fantastic. And JT, he could even get it done in the clutch.
He's, dude, it's
right?
becoming a theme.
Exactly.
It is becoming a theme, like no bait. JT, a bit of a closer. He saved them in multiple occasions. But why don't we hear from the horse's mouth himself? Floppy standing by with Dinko.
I hear a Floppy from Complexity ahead of their game versus G2. A win today, a very strong first half as well. You guys are looking like you're on top of the world. And then a little bit of a sign of a drop-off coming in. Definitely needed a mental resurgence to stay in that one. You happy enough with the win coming through today, though?
Oh, yeah. I think starting off today was amazing, 13-2. I mean, can't really ask for more than that for the first BO1 of the day. So it's pretty good start.
So your reward for taking a win in the first game is to play against G2. Not an easy team to go up against, but we're looking at a limited time frame as well to prepare. How did Complexity prepare for a team like G2 in such a short amount of time?
Well, I think we already knew what would end up happening if all the other favorites won. So, and even if they didn't win, we would still pretty much end up playing them. So we actually had some time to go over what we want to do against them.
And coming into the matchup versus G2, what's going to be your main focus point?
Well, we started off T side, so let's get more T rounds than we did against whoever we played today. I honestly forgot.
That'll be the GamerLegion. You guys, it was a pretty quick game, but coming into this matchup, obviously a lot of teams will talk about their expectations of going through. You guys got any idea of how the goal coming into this numbers 3-0, 3-2-1? How are you looking at this?
Well, I like to screw everyone's pick'ems over, so we'll go for a 3-0.
Perfect. We can't stop the flop. Looking forward to this matchup.
Floppy there as we do get the bans through. Of course, best of one leaves you in a typical middle ground. It doesn't get much more middle ground than this. A return to Inferno.
I like the fact, though, you hear from Floppy there who's saying, hey, yeah, well, we'd already taken a look at how things might pan out. And
we forgot who we played,
likely, well, yeah, and he's having a yawn as well. It's the classic Floppy right there. But against GamerLegion, their first half, CT side 13-2. They just had to putt it in that second half to get things done. I don't feel like they're going to get the same side of things here against G2 because they will be starting on the T side. So things are going to be a little bit more difficult for them to get things closed off against this. Well, I guess they're both international squads, aren't they?
Yeah. You got. I mean, the G2 is definitely the embodiment of that, and of course, coach of G2, Swanee, having his major debut.
Yeah, he got the promotion, right? Being the analyst for this team for some time, got the promotion recently, right? As we do have the unicorn odds on our screen right here, and yeah, it makes
lays
sense. It. Well, look, and G2 probably will here. They're going to smoke up on a bit of complexity. This is them being, I would say, the heavy favorites. Right. But those wobbles that they had at the start of the day, the unforced errors, because some of them were unforced. I don't feel that MongolZ, they played some good Counter-Strike, but I think that noise means one thing, Alex.
It certainly does, Chadney. We're getting ourselves into it. It is time to continue the battle for a 3-0 run. Floppy says he wants to ruin your pick'ems, going for that 3-0, but they got to get through G2. Starting on the T side, Complexity looking to bring the fight to G2.
Yeah, 2 nades here. Let's see where these get used. One for Hauser, one for JT. Will they be lobbed up banana? That's a big question. Got a smoke and a couple of flashes as well for good measure. On the other side of things, a few pairs of Julies. And actually pretty heavy CT util. Hooksy and Hunter both with identical util here. Smokes and flashes a pair. No defuse kit for this. There's those nades. So if anybody was peeking that angle with a USP, quite common on a pistol round, they would be bombarded with that damage, but nobody home as Grim will clear out top banana and Hooksy takes first contact.
Oh, dude, they're setting them up for failure here. Yeah, sure. Smoke it off. We've got boosted players set up, but still throws out the smoke to imply he's alone. Monte set up, silver platter for an opener, and another found by Hooksy's USP that will deter. Bomb scooped up by Halzerk and on the way back to A.
JKS and Hunter, the usual duo here to deal with this. Oh, defensive smoke deployed. Both of them being used very well here. They've got to go up and over.
Yeah, Julie's for JKS, tracking Floppy, comfortable for it. And there's more to be found. A quick headshot to secure it, G2. Not much sweat on the brow and nearly a teammate. Just Nico unable to find.
Now, I want to speak about a little detail right there. The fact that Hooksy spots the angle and then drops that smoke baits Complexity into thinking that it's one of these rounds where they have a bunch of smokes on that site and they're just going to keep that deployed. So they call the bluff. They try and go through. They get dealt the dud hand by those Julies. Sure, they get the trade. They don't know about the third man on the boost, right? And that rotating back towards A, you see the second defensive smoke come out. It was perfect from G2, right? They forced them across the map. They forced them into plays that they didn't want to make. And Complexity will have to follow through with a little bit of a force buy here. 4 Deagles, a Tech 9, a light smattering of util. With some interesting plays from G2 when I was watching them against MongolZ, even against some more hodgepodge buys, they were really happy to do these window fights where Hunter and JKS with good spawns would come out and fight into second mid. So we'll see how they approach this one. It is a very forward hold on middle here, but you've got 2 approaches. You can sit passive and pit and get executed on, or you can lock down this mid control.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be the opportunity. Floppy taken away. Hunter's got a lot of help, a lot of teammates to keep him alive as they do try and hunt him down. Grim punished for it. Nice one from Fang. That Desert Eagle comfortable into the head of JKS, the only member of G2 now watching as they look to convert.
They need a bit more damage here, Complexity. This is a force buy, right? They've taken 1. That's great, but another in a plant. That would be something they could get excited about, something they should be happy about. But here, if they get blanked...
They got 2 more smokes. I mean, like, that's certainly going to give them something to work around. They force out the boost. Hooksy calls mid clear. And a second smoke as they look to play upon the fade. Are they looking to isolate?
Yeah, they want to go long, but there's a crossfire here. Monte over towards Moto, and you've got Hooksy in trash. So this should get knocked up. Well, don't worry about it. Mox peek on out. And takes both. So the MP9 will profit. Hooksy's going to get himself a couple of kills there, and it should be quite a light eco from Complexity here. Maybe upgrade into a P250 at most, a flash to try and help them set something up, but we should see a bit of a milkman round here.
Oh, we've got player crosshairs on the replay.
Yeah,
oh, that's
there's
hot.
some luxuries.
That is hot. He's playing with a tiny dot. In fact, yeah, as is Hooksy.
I had Connor selling me the Blast.tv platform last night. I've checked it out, but I didn't check out all the details, right? On 4K, obviously, that's great. But he was telling me about the highlight feature.
I've heard about that.
Take a look at that because, oh, we just took a screenshot. All right.
They liked you talking about Blast.tv.
Well, 3 HEs, a flash, and a smoke, alongside of a bunch of Glocks and 1 P250. So, yeah, very light investment here, but looking to see if they can do some flak damage. Okay. Well, they want to try and nade old mate JKS and pit here, and they might get away with it.
This is going to be frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially considering you go. And just as the type of guy who, if he dies to this type of stuff, maybe it will start to mount a little bit of frustration.
So the smoke, then nades for JKS, perhaps. 1, 2. No, the third does not find him. He's all good. That's saved by the bell. 3-0. We do get that flying start from G2. And taking a look at the scoreboard, check this one out. 3 rounds of Counter-Strike. Nico, 0-0-0. He hasn't seen anyone, heard anyone, done anything.
But this is the thing. I mentioned in that MongolZ game, he had a couple of rough goes of things over there in Banana, right? Like there was a nice deeper shot annihilation here, him on the half. There was like a flick shot with the AWP, and those were a bit more frustrating. But then as the game continued, he was getting isolated, he was getting bullied, and he really didn't find a lot of impact at all. I don't expect that to happen 2 games in a row. So if you're Complexity and you watch the demo and you said, hey, Nico's having an off day, let's go test it. Well, here they come.
That's Nico's first. He does draw blood. Successful in his opening gambit and an AK upgrade for good measure as he does ward off those players on the T-stairs. Keep an aggressive smoke to take that Banana control. It's under G2's rule. Looks to be retaken by Grim and Halzerk eventually. Floppy walking through the apartment.
Yeah, they need to take this space. I know that Hunter's one of the A players alongside of JKS. MongolZ will be rotating around a little bit more, especially once he gets that AWP. But I like this from G2. Playing heavy towards middle, you would expect them in a 3-2 split to be a little bit more passive towards A, playing pit, playing site, or even just jiggling for info. But they want to defend full mid control here. And if you take a look, MongolZ even has a smoke left over. So as soon as they start to feel pressured, if there's mid-control utility, hold up, not a control utility, Hooksy straight into the orb. So they will grab that one back. They know that Nico likely still towards B, so they know exactly how the defense should be looking unless there was a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, but that's lovely. Molotoving him out of the logs, forcing Hooksy's hand, and now an even keel.
They might just run B here if Floppy comes out mid and finds 2, right? They'll run, here we go, they have to run straight into Nico, surely.
Well, they know he was around here. The flash is perfect, but the headshot doesn't matter. Crosshair placement.
He didn't even spam, he just tapped.
Yeah, still though, game on. Halzerk's taking him down. Smoke towards the arch. MongolZ's going to be assuming he has to full rotate and tuck in, spamming the M4 to imply presence. Wrapping around towards the coffins. Now smoked. Halzerk for a safe plan. Not going to be easy to spam. Ooh, volley denies his opportunity. This is going to be a tough retake now. JKS alongside for the ride.
Remember that bit of util on MongolZ. He can smoke off towards Banana here, and they have 2 flashes to try and stifle Halzerk.
It could be good enough to force. Oh, interesting.
Looking for a boost, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no fight to be given immediately. It's Fang looking to hold this cross.
Bomb's halfway gone.
Yeah, this looks like it might just be all in vain. JKS responsible for the Banana fight. They just need to get someone on that bomb, but time is of the essence. G2, Halzerk snaps into MongolZ, and now just trying to escape JKS. The Aussie sent down under. And Complexity getting immediately to the winning ways, and that was an interesting start to the first gun round.
Yeah, you could see the decisions being made from both of these teams, because a big way that they approach the game, especially with like Complexity, I know they're not a top dog, but they get the opportunity at ESO and Blast events to compete a little bit more often. So they are the type of team. Here's the shot again from Nico. Look how blind he was. That's the great flash that bobs off the top of the half wall as well there. So a bit of a banger and a banger there from Halzerk. But that smoke from MongolZ that you just saw fading on that Fang kill, that implies that he would assume both players were playing side-side. Otherwise, you definitely would have smoked off Banana. And in that type of 2v2, I think it's probably a safe call to expect both to be inside.
Yeah, interesting to see that subverted quickly.
Hunter should have gone down an awful lot here. You can see that whole spam, very pesky. So they're trying to get activated aggressive apartments here. And they will have to be sent packing for now, so...
Yeah, Floppy's going to have some room to maneuver. And JT, full access to the top of Banana. Retake utility, that's enough to be respected. Molly and a smoke invested. They'll Molly actually in return. Oh. Floppy considering that boiler fight. It's all about the timing here. MongolZ's aware of the possibility, but still stubborn about this mid-hold.
He saw that.
Yeah. There you go, some information flowing, and you can see MongolZ cautious of the flash. On the top as well. Does turn the flash. Still maintains vision of that boiler access.
It's just the 2 of them here right now, so it feels like a lot of pressure, but Complexity are just getting map control. And look at the rotation they forced.
Dude, it's just Nico here.
Yeah, Hunter and Hooksy, who are both just at B helping out Nico, who was sandbags, I think 15 seconds ago, looking for info, so they feel like this is going to be A. It's a lot of pressure from Complexity here.
He needs to get back into the site or up and tight. Opts for the latter.
He has really no support of util here available to him.
Yeah, you're right. They're running dry.
Oh, if Floppy comes back. Oh, that's the bomb. Grim.
Down! No scope onto Floppy. Monte feeling himself as JT tries to take a gamble.
It doesn't matter. The bomb's down in mid. The round's over. The round is done. Monte has won this one already. A late mid peak, bomb down towards Chicken Pit. And looking like a bunch of headless chooks of complexity right now. That is 4-1.
Yeah, dude, they actually, I mean, when you talk about map control, we saw it.
Good,
It looked
didn't
great.
Yeah.
You had everything you needed and more. Nico sitting there panicked, tucked into a smoke with no support. Monte, yeah, he's smirking.
I think you've got, this is where the wallbangs were coming through. And Floppy may have heard this because I think he got up to boiler relatively quickly.
24 seconds when he hit.
Round winner.
Yeah.
Done. At that point, done. And I was just saying that it looked pretty good in terms of the map control that they were getting, and they just nonchalantly walk on out, take a couple of fights. What do you do, knock over a drink or something? They're having a conversation about something on the floor.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just having an AWPer who's willing to, at 20 seconds, be re-clearing middle like that just is already, like, it's worth its weight in gold.
But this is something, I think it was Maui to start off the day was talking about. It could have been him. It was one of the two when they were on the pre-show with Freya. And they were discussing like FaZe, and they were talking about these individuals and Carrigan talking about more structure.
Yeah.
And Pim was saying something along the lines of, no, he wants them to focus more on the individuals that he plays. And I think Maui's was they can't just sit back and be static. They have to be more dynamic. And both of those things factor into what Monte just did. It's a guy making a play, but also not sitting back, right? Confidently looking for information, making a play. And I look at G2 and FaZe as very similar beasts in terms of, you know, these two teams have so much firepower and they can ride or die exactly by that. So you need your players to be feeling the game. And well, JT feels that one into Nico. That's the B defender down, but it's the AWP of Monte that's actually over towards that site. So if they rotate back, they'll have to deal with the big green. 50 seconds left now. There's some crowd control. Utilum, what a shot from Halzerk. They're in the site. That should be a save.
It probably is. Hunter's there. He's going to at least try and voice concerns, have a look, have a shot, and deletes JT. That might just encourage, but no, not even. You can see Hooksy, he was interested, pulled in by Hunter's headshot, but I think the damage is done. And Halzerk, he's working on a fraction of JKS.
Because we had X-ray on.
Yeah,
right?
turn it off or something.
Yeah, because that was a big way to crack it. Like the kill onto Nico, that's fine. But you're still going to be expecting somewhat of a crossfire between JKS and Hunter.
Smoke's a tell, right?
Oh, for sure.
Like he's definitely going to be extra close to the monitor looking for that one.
But you can use that smoke in a bunch of different ways, right? Obviously, you can just sit and wait on the bike position for them to get closer. You can try and peek over the one way. You can play around it from the left or right sides, depending on the way that you throw it.
Very nice. And JT as well, finding impact, that opening, starting that house of cards, come tumbling down. Of course, Halzerk just putting that cherry on top. Very nice recovery from complexity. And I think most importantly is the fact that they do so with 4 alive, starting to accrue a bit of a bank account for themselves. Nico update, 2 for 2. We're keeping our tabs after a bit of an underperformance, 0.8, but of course we've discussed it. A victorious G2 and not needing to have Nico at the top of the scoreboard every single time.
Their CT side was pretty rubbish against that of MongolZ, and as I mentioned to kick this off, a lot of that had to do with unforced errors. So a couple of boo-boos that they had made themselves. But it was okay.
He's got a very pointy elbow, as JKS.
Yeah, all right. Might need to tuck that in a bit, mate. As we do get a timeout. And we do get our way back into play as both teams will have buys. The biggest omission here is going to be Galil's for that of Floppy and JT, and JKS with a FAMAS. So those 3 individuals are a little bit worse for wear in the weaponry department. But everybody else has what they're looking for, AWPs on Halzerk and Monte, and everybody else with the rifles and the util goodies, even kits. So we'll call this one a full gun round.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what Halzerk can get done already, delivering on that T-side AWP, posted towards Banana. No early fights this time, despite...
They flubbed that. That is not meant to land. So when you throw it down towards bottom Banana, some people, there's that doorway at the bottom that can... Yeah. So misthrown, that's a misthrown smoke, and that's what forced their Molotov to be extinguished.
Yeah, or it leads into like a moth to the flame, catching a HE. Grim cut down to 68. As the whole squad now gathering and starting to pincer towards A. Through mid, Floppy presence in Apps spotted, nades out, Monte forced away by the flame.
Seen this one before.
What we have, but that's a nice HE, a chunky damage, over 100 from a single fragmentation. And we got Monte holding long. They want to try and test him. Floppy trying to provide something from the apartments. Surely Monte's going to be aware that he's not to be exposed to that long-range engagement towards apartments, but they are actually slinking back towards short side.
I don't know if they can go back towards B here because they haven't had any idea what's been going on with the
Oh, they've lost Floppy.
He was flopping his name.
Now they can focus all of their attention towards short, the flash, the smoke. Look at G2's utility. This whole round.
Save.
Beautiful Counter-Strike being displayed here by G2, and you say they can't go back to B. Well, they're going to be walking down mid loudly.
They're really going to give this a crack.
Oh, I wouldn't now. You just lost your leader. Maybe back to spawn, back to where the round began. Or, oh no, what's Nico gone for?
Bloody Nora.
That was a very aggressive rounding of the corner.
Hooksy needs help.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
He made noise in the water. I don't know if they heard him.
Ooh, potentially. Monte's going to arrive in time. No smoke for the cross. The Orc should have it. Lets it go. Needs another. Does find Grim and stop that bomb for a perfect round. All things considered, it's just a little bit stressful.
Shouldn't have been. There should have been no plan, even a conversation on the table right there.
Fine.
It is fine.
Everything's fine.
It is fine. I think we call a win a win around these parts here.
Honestly, doing a lot. I mean, that's already a couple of rounds we're just attributing to him. Yeah. And Floppy caught with his nades out against that orb because he got the info.
Yeah. You heard the conversation there as well. 3 there for sure. They were right. They were bang on. I hope the people at home can hear that.
That's gold.
we thought the same thing, Nico.
We thought they could go into spawn. I think that's what he thought. Man, that's golden.
I think he's angry now.
Yeah, you've awoken the whole. That's my secret. I'm always angry.
Oh dear. There was one from the Aussie boys a little bit earlier. I can't even attempt to repeat what they said. There was some choice language.
Nice.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, nice, Mike.
Oh, I just realized we have the A stream on another monitor in here.
Oh yeah, I'm intrigued to see
Pain.
how far Pain get against FaZe. Actually, on Nuke no less.
Yeah, it's not a bad Pain map either. Once upon a time, a very good FaZe map. But this is the thing with all the elite level teams at the moment. Like they can be good at Nuke, and then they could not be. Same with Inferno, I suppose. But here we go. A minute on the clock. 2 smokes. Might just be a bit of a B exec here. Another deployed out of the G2 camp to hold them at bay. But here comes the Coffin and CT.
Counter util from Hooksy. He's going to line that one up and actually trying to time it off Nico's call. There it goes. Well placed. And a burning singed and sprayed as Nico gets himself a double. Just on this conservative Desert Eagle round. Kevlar Best doing his best, and only one from Fang. As the 6th is secured. All good in the G2 hood as 6 already. They won the pistol, couple of blemishes on the record, but Cole, they do need to post a few more.
Nico got 13 kills in the first map.
Right.
He's already got, what'd you say, 6?
Yeah, that was an extra 2 on top. He's up to 6.
Okay, well, I think he's gonna...
Oh no.
He's up to 7.
Yeah, and Floppy is joining the Secret Service.
Oh dear.
He has a license to kill now. Now he has the license.
Oh dear.
He's been given it, the go-ahead.
Is it laminated?
Laminated, waterproof. In laminate already made that clear. Ouch, JT forced to extinguish.
Normally when this smoke comes in, that forces teams to respect it. It's difficult for CTs to re-aggress behind that. Oh, they're actually pushing that. Hooksy's going for this.
He is having a look.
They nated JT out of Broom.
Well, they flashed through it though. Hooksy's surely aware there's going to be someone around this corner. 2 of them. Grim does deliver. Keeps it level. Hooksy's gone, but as is JT. Fang trying to hold on to middle, but you've got to get through Monte. It's been a nuisance. Floppy yet to frag. Could face that Orpa's wrath once more. Long is the gap right now. Fang wouldn't brave it. They just smoked it themselves. Wow, that is a vibrant Krieg in play. Halzuk still maintaining a scope in his hands as Monte's used his to great success upon the Fang. Wow, Grim is having a good couple of shots, but still Hunter trying to slow down this potential plant. Smoke for the cross. Halzuk.
He's on his own.
No help.
Floppy's still at A.
Yeah. Maybe he can sell this. He has. He's actually managed
Hunter
to throw
knows
2
it's
smokes.
a one-on-one right now. Hunter knows it's a one-on-one on B. He should just push this.
How does he know?
Okay, well, because pretty sure Monte just saw Floppy running down mid.
Okay, because I was just looking at the fact he just pulled out the second smoke, gets them both down, and now it's a 2-on-2 retake. Monte up against this Krieg, and Halzuk's hit a banger through the smoke, and yeah, Monte's quicker. Floppy, can he have some impact? This would be a huge round, but Monte makes it look too damn easy. a multi-kill madness up to 13 now on that AWP.
I'm sorry, but how many rounds is this kid going to get the opportunity to play porch side and constantly find picks? Like, they're not just the sitters where they pick out boiler or pick out top mid and take the fight. He's a lot of the time searching. He's a lot of the time finding himself where we saw the round where he went into boiler. That round he killed Fang. He had to actually step deeper out in towards middle to find that kill towards top mid. And if he continues to get this real estate, they're trying to push him back, right? Think about it. Fang was watching that line. I think we saw that shot from Fang's POV. He's on a heater right now, Monte. Like, these shots, right? These are... He makes them look like they're easy shots. But the ones he's hitting top mid, they're not easy shots at all.
No, certainly not. And a very few AWPers are comfortable taking those kind of engagements. How often do you see even some of the best in the world will fall back when not without that support? When the flashes and the mollies are coming, you're straight tucking into sight. You're playing the fullback AWPing angle, but not Monte.
But it's changing their defense a lot here, right? Because at this point, like, you would have a lot more crossfires with Hunter and JKS, like double pit, double sight, right? Because that AWP from Monte, like long or rotating towards B, but just staying porch the entire time. They are risking the gambit of long being open in some of these scenarios, but because he's porch and JKS is pit, neither of them can die immediately to a long ramp. Like, they're not open to that. The biggest slip is the mid to B, and G2 seem very aware. We just saw a complexity timeout. We will see another complexity buy. It's right now. G2, look at Hot to Trot, 7-2. They've already done better than the first half against the Mongols on this very map.
Yeah, you can see Hunter coming early B as well, just for additional nades.
But that last round, I don't think we have them.
Oh, wow, Nico goes wide on that one. Forces him off the logs and a smoke half wall to be disrespected. Oh yeah, Nico does not want to be trapped alone and isolated. You can see now losing top banana, but getting away with his life.
They might just go here.
Yeah, looks like it. JT trying to be the spearhead of this assault. They go for the re-clear. Nico happy to fight. Hoopsy should be dead. How is he alive? Run on down. Double from JT, and it's Floppy that finishes it off with no CT
smoke. They just took B with no CT smoke.
No problem.
That explosion right there. That amount of pressure that they just applied top banana, even though they had a pretty good idea. There was 3 players B to start. They called the bluff on the rotation. And a nice round for complexity. So they keep it simple, stupid method, head over towards B, trade efficiently, and win the round.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very rare for CT, you know, CT's 3 starting B and then getting nothing done. 1 onto Grim, sure, from Nico. But Hunter and Hooksy empty-handed in that one. You can see it was the pace of that. Just catching them off guard, and JT managing to build that second.
Yeah, the second is key right there, because openers, few and far between for complexity so far. I think they only have 2 in total, so not a whole lot in that regard. So if you are going to lose the opening kill, it is essential that you find that trade and then a double out, right? Otherwise, you will just get the domino effect of being traded again. So a great little double up from JT. He will catch this again for the in-game leader. At that point, as soon as you saw, because the idea when they went for that swing, I don't think you're expecting the entire team to be top banana, right? It just happened so quick. There were so many players there, and I think the reactions helped to build that story. They just weren't expecting that type of quick play with so many units.
Or it's like Complexity just had a quick team comm and said, hey guys, let's go where Monte isn't. Yeah.
Looks like we got a quick little technical timeout here. You can see Monte having a conversation with the admin. But we got a lot of features, right? We were talking about the Blast TV. I know we do. We can do some polls. You and I can come up with some fun things that we might want to. You got any fun questions that we might want to get the community's input on?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to know many things. I haven't.
Many things?
Many things.
All right.
Yeah, like for example, like what is the best French cheese? Is it Camembert?
Do you think the people at home will know?
No.
But they might have an opinion.
Well, certainly. And that's the beauty of these fan-driven polls. We can do those. That's going to be fun. As well as, of course, the stats that are available on Blast.
Can I just stop you? What other French cheeses are there outside of Camembert?
Okay, check this out.
Okay.
Gros Bluchon.
Okay.
Camembert.
2. That's enough for the poll.
Bleu.
We've got okay, all right.
There's the blue one.
All right.
Obviously, there's so much more. We can all name a cheese.
But it's all right, you've been saved because the
God.
technical issue was
Oh, thank God. I was running empty there.
And we're getting back into the Counter-Strike.
Of course, cheddar, I believe they like.
Yes, of course.
All right, 5 AK-47.
Monte top B this time, though. It's not 3 rivals. He's fighting.
He wants it, and he gets it. Hauser gone, deleted, burning. Look how much damage. Grim takes half of his health and more. As G2 immediately mix it up off the back of that tech.
And that is the 4th opening kill for Monte here. He's been successful in every opening exchange he's taken so far.
And the total for Cole, it must be like what? 2. Okay, so he's got more than the whole squad. He's up against a nice opener, forcing Hauser down, and I love that mix-up. You know, you've already got 7 in the bank on your defensive side. Why not get a little bit flirtatious with some aggressive AWPing? He's got it, done it. very nicely. And of course, that facilitates a rotation. You can see Hooksy going to cheat back over towards the A side of the map. And it's the right time to be doing it. At the 60-second mark, it looks like this remaining 4-piece.
They're wrapping, eh?
From Cole in towards long side. Hunter. Gonna hit a bit of a crazy spray. They're running him down. You can hear the footsteps. Does try and tuck in for the reload. JKS providing the covering fire. Grim and Fang looking sharp. Okay, that's the A site down. Monte and Nico forced to come up clutch. A 2 versus 3 on the retake. Fang and Grim got them in. Can Floppy help escort G2 out? Grim not looking, unawares. Floppy, a necessary trade. Puts it all onto Monte. He's quick. And he's been more lethal than anyone else. I think he spotted the beret. And Fang, yeah, lucky to be alive. For good measure, he's always a threat. But that's a 4 for complexity, and it comes from Fang. A triple and a double, especially on the entry.
Yeah, interesting over towards long there, right? I think if Hooksy was Arch and not Library, that crossfire is a whole lot better. That's a great shot from Fang onto JKS there. Because, like, you see the defensive smoke that Hunter throws out. Hooksy was rotating into a Library. It's not the same type of position you just, like, spew out on the timing.
Yeah.
So that means that Hunter's a bit more isolated on his own. But I like the call from Complexity there. They were quick to put that execute together and to break G2. So down to just some pistols here. A couple of Deagles, a 5-7, a couple of smokes for good measure, and we will get up there eventually. That's enough.
Oh, and the response as a double HE and a molly for good measure.
Yeah, okay. All right. He's taking risks, obviously. I wanted to critique hanging around when you know so much utility is going to come your way, especially when you're trying a boost like
After
that.
firing that shot.
And you know you're up against a full buy, right? They have everything.
Oh, that's gone very well for Floppy. Takes down Monte as well. So that's going to lose a lot of the potency of this round. Now, Nico's Deagle, of course, fired off a shot as well. So aware of the kind of buy they're up against. And this is also one where you just don't want to trip over your own shoelaces.
Yeah.
You really just want to get a nice clean 5 alive, no points of damage. You've walked into the path of least resistance, which it seems is about to manifest. It's just JKS here. And, I mean, admittedly, it is the most dangerous pistol in the game. That 5-7.
Yeah, I'll
will you take? I know the Deagle.
Deagle's my favorite.
It is my favorite, but I would argue that the 5-7 is more BS.
Oh, are they going to come through this? They might. They're going around. Okay, he's delayed time at least. He's bought them a little bit of extra time.
If he gets this AK. Oh dear! Hello, headshot.
Still on his own though.
Yeah. I like that though. Just playing for survival. Yeah, I mean they're going to get the bomb down, but now JKS has made it a little bit more interesting. Is Fang in boiler? He was.
We're going to come down to a timing here. Fang might catch him.
He's looking for him. Ah, JKS. Got a chance on
it now.
Bang! Tagged him. Finishes it on the wall bang. So good farming up some extra frags, making it costly for Cole.
They're all over towards pit here, so they should be able to pick this up. You can see Hooksy just gallivanting over towards that boiler room to grab an extra AK. And, well, he's one of the most strapped for cash. You can see he's only got 2K to his name. So with that loss bonus coming through, which is going to be, I think it's the 2,400 into the next.
He's going to try and get an extra bit of damage. Kebab. Okay. Nico's Deagle is here.
Yeah.
It's certainly functional. If anyone was concerned, it might have been jammed after his first pot shot down Banana. No. Functioning as it should. But gap check is closing. It's a 2-round game now, Chadney.
So there's a few things to consider here. One is the fact that I would say G2 and the unicorn odds that we had at the start of the map would think that G2 are the heavy favorites here, which is fine. But it's Inferno, which at the moment is considered a T-sided map. So they already have 7 on the CT half. How many do they need to get business done? Well, you'd say 7's pretty good. If they get 8, if they win the half, that's great for G2. Anything more is fantastic. So their half is already feeling pretty sublime, but there's nothing worse than going into a halftime break losing 6 consecutive rounds. So I'm sure they'd love one in the next 3. As we do get back into the gun rounds here.
Yeah, just wanted to highlight, obviously, with the T-side for Cole in front of us, that leading these T-side openers is JT and Grim historically. You expect to see JT and Grim providing 50% of the openings for Cole. Right now, Grim's got 0. He's taken 3 opening deaths, yet to be that first name in the feed in a positive way for Cole. So just keep your eyes on him for the tail end of this half. Maybe we get to see Grim, one of the sharpest shooters, shake off that ring rust. Obviously a huge elevation of their opponent here in that second round. of the challenger stage. Ouch.
He didn't start Boiler either. He just walked there and took that fight.
There's more to come here. JT, good in response, takes down Nico after the one, but already limping with a disadvantage. Low health, high problems. HooXi is alone right now.
I feel they have to go. They have to risk this smoke. There's no other way.
Oh, flash is good. JT, he's got the frag. They've got the sight. There is a round to be had here. In they go. MongolZ safe plant. JT needed that one and delivers. G2 going to have red faces. Feeling like that one was sort of destined to be theirs, but overcommitment towards the A site and catching out with that flash push.
Yeah, that right there from HooXi just getting caught in no man's land. But this is the thing, like Complexity have had a couple of good reactions and sometimes even going into a few players that should at least get one, right? So HooXi trying to get a bit more fortified in B. You got that trade there and even gets the follow-up. So really good work from JT again. 2 big impact rounds to get over towards this B bomb site in this first half alone. Yeah, of course. You're going to be that frustrated because you didn't even get a chance to shoot back, and that's the entire B site done, right? If HooXi's feeling pressure, he's screaming for a rotation. You know, he's calling for that rotate, which I think was Hunter and Archside that round for a little bit more help. But as well as that, right, you're getting this B bomb site that's getting blown apart in a few of these rounds that have been accrued so far for Complexity here. So 6 to their name. They had that one round where they went top banana and they swarmed them with the pace.
Yep.
And then they've had this one here, which was a number disadvantage situation as well. Final round, first half. Nico, where's your gun? Where's your gun? Not again. Not again. Not again, G2. We've already had this once today. Guys, please. Nico, where's your gun? Alex, where's his gun?
It's going to be fine.
Alex, where's his bloody gun?
Chad, it's fine. Watch this. He's got nades. Loads of them. And he's going to go get his gun now. There it is.
No, they're only nades. And B's been a problem. Where's his gun?
I don't know.
There's his gun.
Okay.
But the B's open!
Oh, bloody hell. Oh, this is a tilter. This is a tilter. Nico.
This has happened twice in 2 maps.
Yeah, it has.
At least they bought the gun this time.
Well, he's equipped with it.
Save, please. Please save.
He's not even spraying. He's waiting for that jump up. In they are, Fangle.
Oh, they kiss up the plant.
Yep, double HG could be good.
Made it out.
Avoided, baited. Masterfully. They've been chipped away at some of this spray damage and looking to re-inflict with Nico on that boost, but yeah, are we saving? Probably should be. Who knows what's happening
right now?
On a second.
Are we going? JKS is still at A.
Yeah.
Save.
It's a save.
Save.
Well, over to Chad Birchall with the weather. That is around, you know when we talk about tilt, and we've had a couple of these weird ones. HooXi, we just saw him slamming a fist into it in the previous. We've had Nico, of course, who's been heard venting frustrations about what some of the decision-making of Complexity, you know, so just adding the layers of this onion of tilt. And another one, of course, happening here where Nico found himself equipped with just a USP, but obviously wanting to find early nades. And of course, as soon as he departs, he loses his teammate and the sight. That's a tilter.
I think right now, if you're G2, you want to fight for this full banana control, but in a few of the occasions where they did, remember HooXi, we saw him push down logs, he got that like opening kill with the nades and then he died. Like they have good rounds that would be fantastic for the Mahone zone to like break down the exchange between the utility. So that makes it a little bit more difficult for G to just say, hey, like we can take full banana control because Complexity have good responses to that here. It's a deep G2 mid smoke, aptly named, as Monte and JKS will start A. The other 3, are they going to contest banana? Oh, he's not, is he? He's not. He's going to go for aggressive Mouz play.
Okay.
Set up here.
Yeah, I mean, Floppy might venture towards him. I think he's made a sound. Monte seems very aware. Concerned about the jump up as well, but Monte here and successful. He's had a frag mid, banana, and apartments on these openings.
That's Monte staying active here. And a number advantage. Now, will it just be the B play? At this point, I'd say why the hell not?
Another 100 damage nade, and Nico goes looking. They had the advantage. He's looking to extend it and does so fully blind into JT.
You have to expect him to heavy rotate. If I'm JT and I've won the type of rounds I've won at B, I would be expecting a heavy rotation.
Oh, love.
And that's the rotate. You know that HooXi's on the side now. Just execute the 3.
Yeah, JKS and Monte are already starting to rotate. I think they also suspect that this is pretty cut and dry as to where this one finishes. HooXi's still alive. You know, he's the Bianca alongside with Hunter. It's rotation down, cut down. Both for Kovac watching from the sidelines here.
Oh, I don't like this.
HooXi's got the advantage of the health onto Grim. 1 bullet is all it takes. finishes what Nico started. On the back of Halzerk, he fouls off a shot. They've got 30 seconds, Chad, and Fang, oh, he's revealed himself. Monte gets away with info. And he's going to have a chance. He does deliver. Awkward for Halzerk here. 22nd through the flames and into the scope. Does get away with murder. Onto Monte. JKS's next challenge. Goes for a quick one! Halzerk heating up now as the 1v3 looks real. Surely the hard part behind him. Hooksy. Last bastion of hope for an 8th hit for G2. Halzerk going to go for the clear. This is gorgeous work from Halzerk, always impressive, as Cole will take the lead at the half, 8-7, a great recovery.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. XCS player again, Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's old? Okay, simple.
Come on, Coldsir. No, it cannot be Coldsir because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Coldsir was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Yes, indeed, the most stylish mullet man saves complexity. Look at this shot onto JKS, and I mean, just reviving complexity with an incredible haul. I mean, 1 versus 3, and we've been taking tabs, Chad, of the different rounds G2 have lost across the way. That's how it ends on the half.
Yeah, a couple of tilters. 6 straight for complexity to close the half with a 1-round lead. 8-7 in their favor. And Halzerk, well, Halzerk, maybe we'll start calling him.
Sure.
First major. So he's going to be happy with that one right there. First major at the last CSGO major, and he gets a nice clutch like that. So let's see if it's enough to propel them across the line as we do turn our attention here to G2's T side. Complexity to defend. And Floppy to get activated. 3 kills for him. Need to see a little bit more as we might just fast down in Grim with 1. He's found the second on the headshots, but they're coming back the other way. Floppy found some impact too, but Monte gets the final say, 2 on 2.
Ooh, that was one hell of a cluster suck. And now Monte and Hunter, they are going to get up short. It is only Floppy, long range given the low HP, hoping to hit a couple of those taps, and now the smoke is up and the time is on their side. They'll get that bomb down safe.
No kit here.
Hunter's actually planted himself right inside that. Does mean Floppy can push through, but Monte quick to the draw on that one. A great headshot, looking for the close. Can G2 take both pistols here? Or can JT disrupt? Would need a quick tap. Look at the after plant positions they've gone for here. The step reveal. Monte playing around the elevations, and it's well played. A good close, and is that 4?
4.
Oh, good.
20 kills. He's got 20 kills in 16 rounds of play. He's having a field day. He's having a great day at the office here. The young buck just wakes up and is absolutely tearing them apart. And this was just deathmatch in middle, wasn't it? Biffing and brawling. Ah, that is, you know, his awareness there to turn the smoke on the flash. Damn.
Let's go.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just the soft, dulcet tone of an absolute gamer.
This is another force buy for Complexity. They didn't have any luck with this in the first half. Oh, and you can see here the delivery service over towards B, dropping a cache of nades. And Monte, another opening kill. That's onto the scout that was lingering top mid.
So, I mean, how many has he got now?
They tried to nade the scout away top mid, but it stayed. So they will pick it up. But they tried.
Yeah.
They did try.
Sometimes it's the thought that counts. Not in this instance.
So what are we looking at? 6 and 1 in opening duels for Monte at this point.
Not a bad stat.
Pretty damn good.
In fact, you can see that little horde of smoke grenades from Grim is starting to be worked through. You can see presence on Banana from Nico, keeping Grim present and correct.
There's nobody pit side or site side here, so at this point, if G2 just continue to stroll up and take contact, they might even get the site for free. Now, they have to be aware of balcony.
They're going to fight this. That is the bomb. Wow. G2 deliver every headshot necessary. It is Complexity with that scout recovered. Yeah, not the fight Fang was ready for. Hunter's already accelerated through the site with that Mac 10. Real nice. It is just Grim on the wrong side of the map. Going to be looking to see what he can get away with on the way out.
Has to be very careful. They're really, really close. Nico stayed top Banana the entire time. Grim's out here swinging his knife. Well, he's about to be swinging on his way down. So many bodies chasing him, and the Mac 10 and Nico will eventually find him here to keep all 5 staying alive, as G2 will get back into the lead at 9-8 in their favor right now. Will be a Eco coming forward for Complexity here. Now, you have to ask yourself the question about Alzerk and the AWP in that first gun round.
Yeah, and you have to ask yourself the question of, did you know that on the Blast.tv, you not only get to watch in 4K, but there's also access to the Launders show, exclusive.
Yeah, well, I had Launders on my podcast last night, so I had a bit of.
You talked about that one?
No, but I had a private Launders.
Oh, you got a private
public Launders show.
Well, yeah, not so private. Everyone can tune in. It's not. Yeah.
Yeah. But the time it was recording, it was private. If I never uploaded it, it would have been a private show. So the nades again, and I was just talking about this AWP situation. Look at Halzerk's cash. He's got 5k to his name right now. So if he wants to buy out that AWP, we know what that means. It's going to have to be the glass cannon scenario. So AWP and, well, maybe a smoke, maybe a flash here. Let's see.
Oh, no. Floppy dropped it for him.
Okay.
What a G.
Thank you very much, Floppy. So Floppy is going to be very light on with utility.
Yeah, that's one of the many perks.
But I don't know how I feel about that on the CT side of a map like Inferno, where util is crucial to get map control.
Yeah, you might almost prefer it.
So you better get something done with this AWP, Halzerk.
Bloody hell, yeah, okay. Very light on nades for Coles, trying to defend their honor here, and already you can see siphoning through the majority of what was on their utility belts.
Especially as well against like the Mac 10.
Check this setup from G2. What's going on there? Like all congregated early.
It's going to be an A play.
Right, like a bit of a poppy one.
Yeah.
He's already through apartments. He's towards boiler side actually with nades in hand as well. Here we go. Let's see. Floppy and Halzerk to be tested. They've got Fang in there as well, but the util reigns in, and the Mac 10 falls flat. Floppy lays Hoopsie to rest. A big one back from Hunter. He's opened up the avenue of long. Rotation through. Grim and JT, are they expecting this? There's a lot of bodies worming through and ready for engagements. Crossfire's established. It's JT beheaded by JK. Yes, and yes indeed. A double round defining. should have access to that wide open B site, and that's one way to win a round.
Yeah, and that right there was the two SMGs leading the way, right? Hooksy took the contact, he calls out 2 towards porch side. Hunter just beelining it towards long there, grabs that opener, and you can see it was premeditated with all that space they wanted to take, get themselves in towards CT spawn. Sometimes it can be a bit of a death trap, but
Someone kill that chicken. Just kill it.
Oh, you don't like you make
Yeah, you know me, you know. Oh,
other noises.
Come on now. Floppy, how are you cool with that? I guess I am understand. He's got
because if he kills the chicken, he gives away his position.
Well, yeah, listen to that chick.
He's stuck in the tires of the bike, Floppy. Either put him out of his misery or save him.
Yeah, right. One or the other. Oh, they are really gunning for that gun. Yeah. Oh, boy. Trying to hold on to the little bit of whatever they can. It doesn't look good. Not at all. And you talked about it, Floppy, and that drop for the AWP. Both of them fully invested, losing it all, Chad. And at this stage in the game, this might be where alarm bells start to ring.
Yeah, it has to be a half buy or a light investment for complexity here, right? So look at the smiles on the faces. So once we get to the T side, everything's interchanged for G2.
Good vibes.
You know, it was very, very frustrated in the first half of play, and then they walk on in, and they're able to get the vibes back high. So flawless so far in this second half of play. 4 consecutive since the pistol and the conversions, and likely a 5th here. As you see this partial investment from complexity. A Zeus for the Zerg. And a very standard anti-eco here. Now we saw this spam. This is especially good to do when you think they're on a low buy. Look at all the numbers just popping up. I feel like we're playing like World of Warcraft or something. You just seen all the damage come in from all the spells being cast.
Honestly, yeah. Sometimes it looks like they're doing AoE. Yeah, straight up. Mythic plusing right now. But first, 2 bodies do fall. Grim and Fang is going to be unable to handle that charge down Mana. There's one back. JT with a bit of a neck cracker onto Hooksy. I'm not talking about chiropractic. Chiropractors? Chiropractice. A chiropractor. Still doesn't...
What you said first was fine.
It was?
You're not talking about chiropractor, no.
Yeah, chiropractic. This doesn't sound right. That is it. Okay,
yeah.
Cool. I've never had it. Have you had it?
Yeah, plenty of times.
Really?
I have a lot of back issues.
I've seen cats getting their spine readjusted. It's a bit weird.
I haven't heard about that before.
Yeah.
Boys, this might be a little bit... Okay,
it's fine.
There was a moment of diciness.
For like maybe, yeah, even 2 moments.
Yeah, it's just these type of rounds, they go from 0 to 100 just like this. Ooh.
Yeah. I see what you're doing.
I tried.
Yeah. Got me invested. I do like this fancy mini-map as well.
The zoom in, the zoom out?
Yeah, the zoom in, zoom
Yeah,
out.
Lurpus was talking about this years ago, and I know it has been used for short periods, short stints. It just never stuck.
Yeah. I mean,
but I think
it's so clear. I guess especially when you're using the player faces, it becomes even more valuable.
I think that with it the way it is here, and the fact that it's moving around, dynamic, I think is probably the terminology that people would use for something like this. It also helps more casual viewers understand the importance of this and just how much information is. Oh, okay. JKS with the crouch peek into JT there, and they'll remove any guns that can be saved. So I also think that, you know, the fact that it's making people take a bit more focus.
Right. Yeah. No, certainly. I think it's very easy when you are a kind of a newer viewer to kind of look at that mini-map, get a bit overwhelmed and move away.
But this is the way, so for us, when we spectate on the Go TV, we just have the map up.
Yeah.
I don't know when some of the observers as well, they just have the map up, and looking at the frags is one thing, but understanding the patterns and the movements and where the action is going to go down is another.
Yeah, I mean, it is just 2 teams kind of simultaneously trying to solve a puzzle while standing in the other person's way. The process of elimination tends to be a big part of this, and Monacy's looking to eliminate JT. How does he get away with that one? A jiggle from JT, wiggle of the fingers, still alive and kicking.
Triple porch setup here, very strong setup.
Oh, he's going to wallbang him. Watch this.
That's a very uncommon position from Fang.
Yeah, he's safe from that one. Normally, a little further up the wall.
Or even on the balcony, right? And that same line of spam could be an issue. Now, they're going to be noisy. So Fang will be... Well, actually, Yusu's being lined up here. The long smoke, porch side molly, Hunter to fight.
That's the angle. Floppy rewarded for it. First headshot in, and Grim onto Nico. Complexity, a necessary round to keep it competitive. Especially considering 2-man advantage. That could change. Grim Brought down to half health on those coffins. They can get the re-smoke, desperate to reposition.
I like it though. He's gone side, right? So they're going to fortify the B site with both of them back site. Grim playing around the smoke for help, and fight. So 38 seconds left. 2-on-4 situation.
Yeah, there's something to be said. Honestly, woof, beheaded. JT's hitting a couple of crackers. And it should be enough. I think by taking Monte out, it leaves JKS alone and back exposed. Fang will take him down nicely. So that gap is starting to close.
But that's just that's the first of what, if you're a Complexity fan, you're hoping to be many here. Because you're going to need to win 2 more of those in consecutive fashion if you want to even start that conversation of breaking G2. They'll be able to buy here without any dramas whatsoever.
Bro, I just checked in utility damage. That is some crazy numbers. Like, I don't know if we can bring it up, but if I'm not mistaken, Nico and HooXi combined have over 1,000 utility damage.
Damn, that must have been from their CT.
Yeah,
sure.
I can't believe we didn't kind of...
no.
I mean, we did see some big nades. We really did, like 100 damage there, 100 damage there, but yeah, cumulatively, that's a crazy number.
10 kills.
10 kills from nades. Quick maths. Wow.
I'm really good with
wow, man. The Australian education system.
Working wonders here.
Division. And now, Complexity looking to multiply. 1 round. We do need a second.
I like this from Hauser. He's going to keep searching here.
Yeah, Nico's going to be the only man to be potentially found. He's trying to flush him out with that bottle of flame. Obscured by that smoke for now, but upon the fade, Nico's coming. He's not expecting this. And Hauser, a quick flick. Puts Mr. Kovac down and out. Can Complexity build a second here? They've actually snuck contact through short apps. They're all set up for this. Hunter's going looking. Floppy on the jiggle. JKS dumping the util first. Hunter looking to impress. A big one from Floppy. HooXi claws one back for G2 and into the site. Fang has to find another. He's been caught on the edge of that smoke as it's HooXi, in fact, to post the double. 2-on-2 for the retake.
Both rerouted, so nobody with banana aggression here. Util are plenty. We've got 2 smokes, a couple of flashes to work with, and well, they'll be dealing with this grey screen for a moment longer, but HooXi, that could not be better timed. Straight down the gullet. A bit more utility damage to add to that list and spam through the smoke for good measure.
He's doing it all, is HooXi. Strong individual performance from the in-game leader. And now Hauser, he's already hit one crazy clutch, but Monte not interested in any more of that. Up to 13, and Complexity's hopes and dreams of a quick second quickly sent straight back to spawn.
Yeah, so, look, again, I guess we need to paint the ramifications of what this means. Maybe you're the first time tuning in towards the major with this Swiss system. Well, that's a nice camera angle. But this is a 1-0 matchup. The winner of this will go through into a qualification matchup where they can find themselves in the Legend stage, joining the likes of Heroic, Na'Vi, Vitality, and co. And the loser will just drop down to what I'm titling as a palette cleanser, because you'll be 1-1.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, you...
starting again.
A full reset.
Yeah, you get another best of 1. And if you lose that, you drop down to the 1-2 column. If you win that, you go up to the 2-1 column, and then it's best of 3s the rest of the way out. So we get through all of the best of 1s per stage in the opening 2 days, and then for the rest of the time, we will be sinking our teeth into those best of 3s. And here we go. 4-round difference back into the play by slowly becoming more and more brittle. And there it is, that util damage you wanted. We just popped it up on the screen. You saw Nico and HooXi with so much more than anybody else in the server.
Yeah, that's very good haul. Very good haul indeed.
We'd love an opener here for Complexity. They struggled on their T side to find opening picks, but...
Whoa.
That's hurt. That's hurt.
Yeah, this good measure. Floppy were operating at a huge disadvantage from an MP9 dink.
He has to come back, though. Look at the setup of Hauser comes back. He has to hang around. Like,
right.
He can't sell them down the river.
It could be an opportunity for more. HooXi up towards Banana, and JT looking for fights off the flash. A big conversion. It's Grim that set him up and gets away. That's the advantage, Cole, we're looking for. You asked for an opener. Well, how's that? A flash and a frag. HooXi gone, but
entry flash.
Yeah, here comes Nico. Green in. Nico catches up on the fade, and here comes Nico. Headshots galore. A double from him. Floppy, though, does find impact. An early rotation that perhaps keeps Complexity's grip on this round.
They need to get the bomb, though. JKS needs to pick that up on the way in, so they need to hold them at the door for now. The rotation here, everybody else is at the site before the bomb.
After a late arrival, re-smoking. Both ways, actually.
it just becomes a little bit more risky now because you have to worry about the boost.
74. MongolZ's just lost a great deal of his health there as MongolZ's racked up 1. Good flash to set up Fang. Nothing to report on his first swing. MongolZ towards the new box, but safe, and it's not a fight for Fang. There's no way in. G2 set for success and set for 14, obviously on the way out. That is an opportunity for Halzek to try and do some damage, but...
It feels there's a bit of a sinking feeling going on right here. Right? We spoke about their buy being flashed off, so...
Gets out.
Yeah, they get away. Fang trying to make sure he can too. It doesn't matter at this point what guns they take away. It's more important that he saves, but there was really no way out. JKS probably going down with the bomb here. There it is. So I think 14-9, the sinking feeling has been felt because that buy last round had a FAMAS and an MP9. And they even got the opening pick, which they said they needed. That's unable to, I thought there was going to be an entry flag for Nico here, but he just goes on the fade and hits 2 absolute bangers. I would take a timeout if I'm called just to have a conversation. Like you can buy right now. It's not going to be a good buy. It's going to be a very average buy, but at least you're playing behind the AWP. As long as Halzek doesn't spend too much here, he can have an AWP again for the final round of play. So it looks like they're going to go for a bit of a partial investment here with some deagles, a little bit of util. You can see TC, the coach behind, having the conference right there with the brain trust of JT. And then next round will be their last chance. It'll be a full gun round. They'll have everything they need and more to start the comeback. And they'll have to win 6 consecutive rounds to take it to overtime. Or we could be done.
Or it's probably more closer to that.
It is looking one way. Oh, look, at least the kill distribution over there is quite equal. 11-11, 10-11-10.
Something to be said about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course for G2,
29-9 for MongolZ.
Not bad.
29-9.
Damn. I mean, yeah. When you've got Hunter, MongolZ, Nico, and actually, as of late, even JKS pulling out
another open.
Oh my God, what is that now? 7, 8?
7-1.
7. Okay, great.
I think they've all been with the AWP as well.
Yeah, there's more to come. Okay, Grim brings the AWP into the mix. And a narrow miss, but 4-on-4 into play. Look at the speed.
Open.
They want to go. Well, yeah, if he can get through long side, there's Fang and Floppy coming through. The re-clear in the brackets. Great util from Hooksy. That will limit their options as they're already in. Absolutely no resistance and very suspicious.
They don't need to do this. They have 3 smokes. They didn't need to do that. They had 3 smokes and a molly just to keep all the choke points smoked off for a long time. And now I think Complexity may as well go for this.
Yeah, Hooksy may have overcooked the pooch there. Honestly gets spotted out, ready to peek, and missed shot onto that AWP on this retake. They are going to give it a look in. There is no kit in play, but JKS onto JT. I think Complexity have to cut their losses. They know a 10-second defuse is not going to be happening, especially now with the equipment they've found, an AK, an AWP, a deal for Fang. He might stick around to try and get one more on the way out, but...
Gonna die to the bomb again.
Yeah, same fate.
He knows it. He's going to try, but he knows it. Okay. Well, there's the 15. And there was a chance for Complexity. An attempt was made. I say same spawn again.
Does that mean he's going to take that banana?
He has a good spawn, so yeah, it's likely to see MongolZ look for either... Yep. Well, we're likely to see MongolZ go aggressive with the AWP again based off of that. At least he's letting the in-game leader know, like immediately before the round is called. That's great. That's the type of information you want to hear from your AWPer.
I'm watching his dot intently.
Yep. There he goes. This is their mid or banana fight.
Yeah, well, Halzek's not going to be there this time. I have a mid fight here. Oh, imagine two for two. Halzek in the back-to-back. It's caught out by the pace. That's a very early smoke to be thrown, especially when you have an AWPer mid. Actually, that's the MongolZ name. He did the Gee.
Yeah.
He did the Gee one. Up against him.
They're coming for banana control.
Yeah, they want answers and some bloodshed as Nico ward JT off with a bit of chip damage across the board. Grim again with these catches onto Nico. Very precise with his M4. Puts us into a 4-on-4.
The absolute marauder. Hey guys, Nico's dead. I'll entry frag up banana here. I can kill everything.
31-9. Like he is looking like vintage, you know, Kenny S numbers.
He is just ragdolling him right now.
Yeah.
Halzek will get something back short. 3v4. 2-2 split of the defenses here.
Oh, this is going to hurt. That is gorgeous from JKS. A tiny millimeter gap and blows the head off of Floppy.
They can't rotate from B either because they're both back of sight.
Oh, they're very committed. So, I mean, this almost looks like it's all said and done unless Halzak has another one. He is right now 1 versus 3 on this A side of the map, and he's so intently just trying, wait for Monte, still ready for it as he racks up another. So the bomb to be planted and the round to take its time.
Well, lads, you have to give this one a go.
I was worried about that one. Fang just started walking towards T-Spawn, and yeah, Monte, give him another one. Why not? I think he plans to finish this all on his own. 33 frags, looking for 30 for Monte. He's definitely here in Paris. A shining performance from Monte to keep G2 on their winning ways, and all the best of ones locked in.
Just absolutely farming here today, and the smiles on the faces. G2 find themselves in that 2-0 column, one best of 3 away from that Legend stage where they rightfully belong. They didn't even make it to the last major. The mood's looking good. Smiles on the faces. Inferno again, a couple of flubs on their CT side, but it doesn't matter. A win's a win. They'll send Complexity down to that 1-1 column.
Second major for Monte, and already performing like this in that Challenger stage. And yeah, challenged were Complexity. You know, a lovely finish. In fact, that first half, albeit with some boo-boos and oopsies from G2, it was impressive scoreline from Cole. Just couldn't quite get it happening. I think that second pistol going the way of G2 was kind of the beginning of the end.
It's wild how school Complexity just got on their CT side, right? The CT side against GamerLegion was where they did all the hard work. So just absolutely blown out of the server here today. Maybe a bit of false confidence from their performance going up against a foe like G2, never going to be easy. But that right there is the opening best of 1 for round 2 on the B stream.
Yeah, actually just waiting to see if Dinko can get a hold of an interviewee from that victorious squad. It sounds like he's managed to find one. So let's head over to Dinko and hear how that one felt.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, we're here with Hoaxy. We're out of the best of 1 stage, now into the best of 3s. That's got to feel like a relief.
Yeah, that's nice. We enjoy best of 3s a bit more, but thankfully we got to play Inferno twice, so we are not sad about that.
There was a few rounds, though, that looked a little flustered a few times. I think in the first game, JKS left a weapon, and then Nico didn't have one. There are a few rounds here with that look a little bit flustered. Is that maybe just some nerves?
I don't know, like one time it's just that a guy thought that he got a drop, and one time he actually knew it, but he wanted to go A, so he would run through spawn anyway. So... no, I don't know. I don't think the rounds with dropping weapons is the issue. I think we just do a ton of individual mistakes that kind of, you know, it's easy to spiral out of control when it's Inferno because of the economy. So one stupid mistake from one individual can cost 2 or 3 rounds, and that's what happened, I think.
Well, another insane performance from Monte. If you had a crystal ball right now, would you be seeing an MVP for a major in his future, perhaps?
In his future, for sure, he will have more than one as well. That's no problem for him. If it's going to be this one or not, I don't know, because there's a lot of competition on this team. But yeah.
I have more of a personal question for you. You know, as the in-game leader of one of the game's biggest superstars, Nico, right? The community sentiment is that this one is his major. Do you feel any sort of unique pressure as his in-game leader at this point?
No, because the World Finals, it was also his first trophy, and Katowice, he was also meant to win. So we have tried it before, and that doesn't really matter. Like, we are just here to win, and we don't think too much about the rest.
Awesome. Well, congratulations into the best of 3s.
Yes, into the best of 3s. And Nico, always going to be a topic of discussion, of course. You know, many considering him to be the world's greatest rifler, the only one that not. We try and keep the AWP out of his hands.
Yeah, there's been a few moments with it, right? He could definitely would. He's just better with the AK.
Yeah, and when you see Monte with the AK?
Exactly, right? You're going to go 34 for 9 in a 16-9 matchup against Complexity here. That's fantastic. On the other side, look, everybody very, very close there on the Complexity side of things. I think JT probably had some of the most impact on that T half with heading over towards that B bomb site there. I think another positive for G2, after they had that extended boot camp, obviously they didn't go to Rio in between the events that we've had going on. Meaning they've only played 2 Infernos. They haven't had to show much of whatever the new playbook has, right? So that's a really good sign. And now you move into a best of 3. FaZe could potentially be one of their opponents. A bit of a spoiler alert there for everybody playing at home. The FaZe versus Pain game has also come to its conclusion. But you can see right here, just the sprees of T-sided rounds here. And we mentioned this at the start, Inferno is a T-sided map at the moment, right? So you can see just how quickly that CT economy can get punished. And yeah, all in all, You get 2 Infernos, you get 2 dubs. It's a great day at the office, first day of the major.
I will also say I just loved it from Hooksy. I loved it, the interview as well. The fact that he's going, you know, one of our individuals made a silly mistake and it cost us 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. The fact that he's saying that and is comfortable to kind of speak like that, it shows a leader that is, you know, worth his salt and has gone through the ring a little bit. He's got the respect of his boys. He can speak, you know, with confidence.
Candidly and open, yeah, for sure. I think that's something that Heroic do very well as well. But we're ready for a break before we can get into our next matchup here. What was it again?
ENCE. Oh. No, none other than ENCE taking on NIP.
All right.
Could be an interesting one.
Wonderful. Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our second game.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mystery CS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's AWPer? Okay, simple.
Come on, ColdZero. No, it cannot be ColdZero because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and ColdZero was, I didn't check.
It's AWPer. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JTM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. 1. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
Well, hello there, Trouble. Good to see you. And I mean, I can't see them.
I was
They're
just
a
pretending
camera.
to stay busy.
I want to
Did
try
it
that.
work?
No, let me do the newscaster thing.
This is where, we need to like dim the lights and then they come on.
Yes,
and then,
like
and
boom,
then,
boom, 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 boom.
and then we would say,
Breaking tonight, Challenger Stage has a schedule. As you can see, we have coming up on the A stream, Apeks taking on Grayhound. Chad Burchill with more.
Up the dogs. No, the Aussie boys with an upset to start the day. We'll see how they go against Apeks. You can check all that at blast.tv if you want to check out all the stream action. But we're on the B stream. ENCE versus NIP. That is the one we'll be setting our sights on. After that, we'll be bringing you GamerLegion versus the MongolZ. And to close out the day, roughly 11 p.m. CEST, Mouz taking on OG. And well, speaking of OG, Alex, that is the team that ENCE had to beat to get here to this 1-0 matchup. That was their opening game for the event. They managed to topple OG 16-6 on Anubis. And this is your roster right here. You got Snappy, the Danish in-game leader. There's a few of them going around. Some Pyjamas brought in here to be the star AWP. Diha, one of the plentiful Poles that we have in attendance. And Madden, the do-it-all. But the newest boy, the boy that everybody's talking about, another Israeli, ENCE. He joins this team from Endpoint. He's been here for a decent amount of time thus far, and he's proven to be an absolute monster.
Yeah, no, truly. It just seems like this region cannot stop pumping out impactful superstars.
We're going to have 4 of them here.
Yeah, Flames, Zertian, ENCE. Those 3 players have done things that I didn't necessarily know were going to, have caused such a ruckus in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. All of them have had their moment.
And I know that he's not necessarily one-for-one replacing a Spinx, right?
Yeah,
they're somewhat different players.
Oh my God, Spinx didn't even come out of my mouth.
Right? Yeah, well, he's not here till next week.
Yeah.
But ENCE, he's a player to make sure you keep your eyes on because aggressively, with that rifle in hand, he's someone who can make a big impact.
Yeah, well, let's hear from ENCE. The man himself sat down for an interview ahead of this one.
We're here with ENCE from ENCE. Obviously, at the end of the RMR, we've seen so many emotions from you qualifying for the major. You've had your first major debut game now. Was there any sort of nerves coming into today?
No, actually, we had a good feeling before the game. We knew exactly what we want to pick, how we want to play. It was awesome, yeah.
And obviously, with the result following, that's got to make it feel even smoother. Now, you're moving forward. You're playing against a more difficult side of NIP, you would say, in terms of the form they're starting to get on. You've got a really good game opening things up. What do you think of NIP?
I think NIP is a really good team. Again, I think it's kind of the same level as OG. And yeah, we have, again, good feeling for the next game.
Now, looking at that short break, did you guys prioritize some rest, some downtime, or did you prioritize some preparation straight away?
Before the game or just overall when we came back from RMR?
No, for this game.
So, no, there is no break. We're going to prepare for the next game. We know exactly what we want to play, and yeah.
Now, coming into this, what do you want to play then?
I cannot say anything about it. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, well, looking at your performance so far individually, you happy with how things have been going?
Yeah, I feel like right now everyone's playing good. I'm playing good. Like the whole team, is happy. It feels smooth. So yeah, just keep it up.
Have you been surprised with your level being able to come into the Tier 1 and be so good so quickly? Because I think a lot of people have been caught off surprise, but I'm looking at you and I think you already knew you were going to be capable of this.
No, I was not sure that it would be like that, so fast like that. I'm playing from 80 ping, now I'm playing with 0 ping, so everything is smooth right now, and I feel like now we're at the same level everyone.
Well, perfect. Thanks so much. Good luck in your game.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's one of the things the Israelis like to remind us is that I'm playing at home on 80. He's on that LAN ping, baby. And of course, the Ninjas going up against him. And that is his first, I want to highlight, that is his first attendance of a major.
And the same conversation we have for Headtrick. So for the Orpa over here, the Ukrainian AWP player for NIP, same conversation to be had with him. But some of the more vets, right? We've got Rez and Brolin. They've been around for a long time, as well as Config and Alexi B.
It's kind of
the Finns fame.
It's kind of mad to me that Rez has attended 7 majors.
Yeah, but we always reference that IEM Oakland 2017.
God, 2017 was a while ago. Let's hear what Rez had to say. Of course, highest rated player right now after their first game. Let's see what he had to say with Dinko.
I'm here with Rez from NIP. Great opening game today. It really seemed like towards the end of the RMRs, we've seen things start to really click for NIP. Do you see that improvement as well? Do you feel it?
Yeah, definitely feel that we are improving day by day, and that's what we have talked about before. Like with this roster we have, that we need time, and we need time to work and fix our stuff and find our identity. And I think we're starting to do that right now, and I think we're showing really promising Counter-Strike at the moment.
Why do you think it is improving at the moment? What is the main thing so far inside of the team that it's improved?
I think mostly because we're starting to figure out our identity and how we want to pretty much play the game and find our kind of play style that fits us, and yeah, I think it's going really forward with that right now.
Well, now that you're figuring out your own play style, how do you think that's going to shape up versus a team like ENCE's play style?
That's definitely a tough question. I guess we'll see. I guess we haven't really showed our best NIP yet, I would say, and yeah, it's going to be just interesting to see how we're gonna perform against these top teams. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
And I mean, today you had a very good game, but you don't have a lot of time to prepare for the next one, right? And it's not an easy opponent to go up against ENCE right away. How much preparation for ENCE did you fit in, or is it more focusing on your own game?
We definitely had some time, 30 minutes to an hour, about that time to prepare, and we kind of got the map we wanted against them. So yeah, I think we're prepared as much as we can be. Obviously, it's not optimal to have that much time, but I think we have done enough.
If you had to give us a confidence rating against ENCE on a scale of 1 to 10, where would the number be placed?
I think we're really confident right now. Maybe like a 9. Like we're feeling good right now, and everyone is in a good mood, and everyone feel good individually. So we can definitely beat them.
Great. Good luck.
Vertigo will be our battleground here between ENCE and NIP. It was Anubis for the first game for ENCE and Mirage, NIP's opener. And we're going to get this one underway ASAP. Vertigo is going to be an interesting affair. NIP, their last time they played it in Rio, they lost it 16-9 to 9, right? So 9 are very good at Vertigo. But you know who else is very good at Vertigo? Cloud9 and ENCE, they're 2 on the trot. They've beaten Saw and Cloud9, I think it was during the RMRs on Vertigo. So that is great for the ENCE stocks on a map like Vertigo. So this is going to be quite the tussle. You've got these brawly, grimy riflers on both sides. They're going to love being and playing around smokes. Center of the screen right now, Brolin is a perfect example of that. Keep your eyes on him over towards that A ramp looking for entry frags. I think this is where the AWPers as well, the conversation around the head tricks and the Sampiases, wherever they can find their impact, right? You're not looking for as much impact as what everyone just saw with Monte on Inferno. Yeah. Those AWPers a bit more few and far between on a map like Vertigo.
Yeah, well, I'm ready to Vertigo go. Madden have quelled one of the ones I want to watch and keep my eye on as they start on that T side. He's been known to worm through mid. They've got these interesting calls out of Snappy. And they do tend to keep it quite snappy, actually. Keep your eyes on ENCE. They might be flying out of the gates some of these rounds. We'll have to be keeping a finger on the pulse. And they are charging across the bridge. Head trick, pressing his ear to the wall to hear just how many players are advancing.
Oh, if this is a biff, look, Alexi has a flash here, right? So, oh, they're peering out. They've cleared yellow. Weird timing on this. Roland with a very large leap, but it will bait. They shouldn't expect this boost.
Yeah, this could catch them off guard. Now the stack nades are out, and there's the first connection. Snappy brought low. It's on Pius. Actually draws first blood for ENCE. Head trick keeps it level, takes down the Spaniard. And Rez, who just heard his name, now he puts it in the feed. Takes down Madden. Each more Nerds cut down to size. Nice from Config as the advantage extended. A 4 versus 2. Make it 1 as Head trick posts his second. And just like that, swept under the rug is ENCE, and the boost starting, but it's Config to finish.
That's going to feel really nice right there. It was. I like the way they'd put that together. So if there was nobody there, I think we would have likely seen a push come out, and NIP would have continued down, and they would have freed up that rotation. Otherwise, you can see the multiple barbs. Like, that boost baits you into thinking that you can scale quicker as a team. If you see that boost, you think, okay, let's catch them and bottleneck them. But because there's so many bodies there, it's like, well, welcome to hell, right? You want to fight us, we're going to push out short behind you with 2 more bodies. We've also can just stand here and be stoic in our position. So a really nice way to kick things off for NIP.
Yeah, good start.
The big conversation we heard from the NIP camp was about time, right? And it's fair enough, right? Look at the puzzle pieces on this team. Do you think they would ever have found themselves together? And then to consider how many changes. We don't talk about the device situation anymore. No. It's a whole new roster, right? We don't even reference Hampus's name. This is the team. And I think it's fair enough to give them time. And well, time for Brolin to peek out, take down Madden, give them an opener.
Very nice, and more to be had as well. That's going to force Snappy out into the line of fire. Bomb lost, Brolin fragging. It's going to be good to see his name in the feed early. The Swede, often remarked as one of those players you never feel like you saw that full evolution that many expected to see upon his arrival in the scene. An exciting Swedish name. Of course, Sweden, a country with a lot of history in Counter-Strike.
Won the first major.
Not too bad, as yeah.
That's a pretty good thing to have in your name.
Maybe they come and win the last CSGO major.
There you go, bookend.
Full circle. As we do get that nice conversion.
That's not great from ENCE, though. If we're going to be honest, that was a full-on force buy somewhere that Snappy traditionally does some good work. I don't just mean him as an individual, I mean the type of rounds that they have. And they get blanked. Not a single kill to be spoken for in the second round of play. Actually, only 1 kill over the first 2, and that was Sampia's opening frag in this matchup. So what should now be a light investment, expect NIP to keep a relatively clean sheet in this one as well.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. T-side Zeus. You ever seen that one before?
I haven't.
It's not new. Like, they've always been allowed to buy them.
Yeah, I knew they were... I knew it was possible. But I'm not so sure about the chances. Wow, that was a lot of damage from one single Granata.
Oh, we were talking about cheese before.
Yes, cheese grommet. Oh! Filthy neck breaker out of Nerds. If they get another one, they would have had permission to charge, but Head trick, look at him farm. Just 3 $600 frags. It's going to be lovely for an AWPer to be getting this SMG farmed up. Juicy amount of Extra cash. Hold on.
Come on.
It could happen. Rez. Oh yeah, Chad. Do we get a major exclusive? Maybe. No, we don't.
Well, he tried.
Yeah, not easy.
Lots of that going on.
Lots of helmets.
That nerd shot.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, that's a big boy shot right there.
Especially like that jump peak. Like it's just not. It's not
Here
an
it is.
easy shot.
Oh, he's ready for that. That's all.
That is disgusting.
What's he using an orb? Come on, man. Okay, that's their second kill. That's ENCE's second kill in the first 3 rounds. It's a good one. It's a nice one.
Yeah, cracking. But let's see if they can actually find something maybe a little more
substantial.
Substantial's the word, Chad. Yeah, let's go. Orp in play. We just spoke Hedrick's name. He has brought it out to play. Madden delivers, does tame the spray, can't build upon a second. It's Alexi B to keep it level.
Look at Snappy's push though, undetected so far. They have to know it's possible.
Massive gap, massive gap, and it gets bigger. Snappy, some IGL on IGL action. Takes down the Finn, and now on the walk is Hedrick. That orb gets nothing done as it's actually Sun Bias who cuts it out of the round with the AK. Ooh, lovely work. Config just with a reaction shot onto Snappy, and a second would have perhaps made a bit of a conversation to be had, but instead it's Rez detached on the wrong side of the map. And the bomb successfully planted. That's even better. For ENCE, you said maybe we'll see a bit more substantial, Chad. Not only a round win, but a recovered AWP for free.
That's going to be nice for some Pius here as well. And you could see that Hedrick, he was in such a terrible position. I'm stranded at the sandbag. I have to take a fight on either front, and he just gets caught in no man's land, right? Just bullets in the side.
Is that a product of the Snappy space, right? Like that?
Oh, yeah.
The reason Hedrick looks like that? Yeah.
The two choices are I can peek out left eye peeks with an AWP down the ramp, but still have to worry about yellow and ramp, or I can try and take that fight and get it. So neither choice is great. He was essentially screwed. It would have needed to be some heroics right there to get that one done. Rez right now hoping for a little bit of his own to hold on to this Silent Stem 4. There should be more than enough money to go across the buys on everybody here. Config can even drop an AWP to Hedrick if they would like. So it will be another buy round for the Ninjas. But that is ENCE getting on the board here early. 3-1, the score is now read. That's one of the other things, right? I understand that it's 2 best-of-1s in the same day, and normally we only have like 1 series. I know best-of-1 is just a single map, but also being a little bit more warmed up, right, in that type of environment as well. Like I know the prep time, it means you're not as focused on maybe some of the tendencies, or you don't have everything down pat on how you want to approach the game. But you here he comes again. Aggressive once more. Another opener towards A. 2 from 2.
Killing it. Quite literally, Brolin gone.
Alexi, both times, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's overstaying though. This is a lot from Alexi. Yeah, it's cost him his life. Snappy, happy to deliver another extension of their lead. That's a 2-man advantage that should translate into a second for ENCE here on this attack.
Oh, should now. Nerds catching Rez. That has to be the round here. Have to say, if Config and Hedrick have no business in this, the next conversation becomes, do they want to hunt these rifles? Because Nerds already, you can see where he's getting off to.
Should be, yeah.
Starting to cut them off at the pass here, so making sure that they shouldn't be able to save over towards B. ENCE have the intention to try and take these rifles away. Or, maybe, hold up a second, they could just be sending him in for info, right? Making sure they're not going into the last 2 players on the A side, and now that's confirmed. Just get down. Got all their kills there. That could have worked.
It would have been nice.
That's a nice way to win a round.
Certainly.
Just kill everybody.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting to see Hedrick try and hold on to this. He's expecting a hunt. And he's actually opted for the AK-47 to do so.
Well, good luck, my son. I don't think you're going to have...
I reckon he gets away with...
You think he saves?
Yeah, I mean, like, so it's not going to be some Pius taking first contact. And looking at Deher, he's going over con. So time-wise, it's probably 1 fight. If he gets the first kill on Deher, I reckon he's Gucci.
Deher's pretty good at moments like this.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he just has such a clear awareness. Actually, I love Dander's tweet. I think he cast the first one. You saw Deher's rating of like 1.7.
Oh, it was crazy, yeah.
Yeah, but he was just talking about, his understanding of his opponent. And Hedrick is caught out. Eventually, Deher delivers. And just the 1 AWP required. So, ENCE, I mean, in terms of convincing rounds, the way in which they've put these last 2 together have been nasty for Nim.
But this here is key, and something we'll keep our eyes on as we're heading back towards A in the gun rounds. On the eco rounds, right, I'm not going to worry about it so much, but Madden has taken down Brawler in both of the gun round exchanges over towards the A round. Right? And that right there is something that we really need to keep an eye on, because if Madden is able to get the better of Brolin time and time again, this is a head-to-head of a matchup of 2 players who like to worm and play around these smokes, one who's getting a clear advantage over the other. And DJL, A very passionate Swede. Maybe the most passionate Swede I've seen since Get Right. This guy, he wears his heart on his sleeves. His emotions are quite clear when he's talking. He looks like a stern coach, a fair coach, but a stern coach. He's not a player who's going to take any smack. A coach even. He's not a coach who's going to take any smack. His players might take a little bit from the coach.
Sure.
But he's a man, I think, who demands a bit of respect within this team.
Oh, no doubt. And I think actually, yeah, I mean, he's invaluable to the Ninjas in Pyjamas. He is a presence that I think this roster would not have even got to heights similar to this.
I think it's key you said this roster, right? Because there's a couple of people here who maybe DJ needs to like pull their head in line, and I'm sure people know some of those names that we might be talking about, whether it's work ethic, maybe it's attitude. Multiple things to be had in that conversation there, but having a strong coach, it's going to help Alexi be out as well. He doesn't always have to be the bad guy.
Yeah.
You know,
it's so important.
You can send a little bit off that to the coach right there, because the last thing you want is your players resenting your in-game leader.
Yeah. No, that's real talk.
Yeah.
I mean, well, it's also you are also like if you're honest, an IGL is such a perfect scapegoat for all of your problems.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I could blame myself, sure, or I could like watch my demo and find every mistake I made, but I'd rather just say it was a bad call, man.
Yep.
It's a bad call.
Yep. It's not easy to make the calls.
No, it's not. It's not. And there's no surprise that there is quite a lacking across almost the entire world of IGLs. You know, every time we start talking like roster mania, we find ourselves coming up empty of like good, I don't know, let's see, like Russian-speaking IGLs. Who've we got? Oh, well,
we got Boomich.
Boomich or Jerry.
Yep.
Or, yeah, you know, it's a fun one.
Yeah, you're right. It does start to dry up quite quickly.
But if you wanted Russian AWPers, well, let me tell you.
Not going at bargain prices either.
No.
You're still going to have to pay the premium, actually.
This has been a round of Counter-Strike that you can forget. As we will, too. The bomb goes down on the open B bomb site. They've actually done a full coverage of the map, so they've got their steps in.
Yeah.
How many is like
it's 10,000 a day.
That's the recommendation.
Yeah, I don't know how many is in a round.
No, good question. Wow, he could not have put his crosshair in a more perfect place for that. That's some real nice placement for two. Loses his AK, though.
AK is actually not bad, because there's some low cash on Config, Headtrick, and Brolin. So with the loss bonus coming into the next of the 2400, it's actually really important that they do have this AK-47. So you can see Rez wants to hold on to this like he's precious.
And he looks like he'll get away with it nicely, so. In terms of safe exits, ENCE keep 4 alive, and it's just managing to give over that AK-47.
So that means that now, if they would like, they can get Rez to drop the AWP to Headtrick. So there's plenty of cash to go around right now. There'll be util for everybody. Maybe a little bit light on in the likes of Config and Brolin, but for Brolin it might not matter. In these last few, he's found himself dead almost immediately with that head-to-head to Madden, which we need to return to now, because if it is another ENCE A-ramp play, at least as their opener, right? That's not the round ender. That's the map control that they want to fight for. They're going to be having a tough go of things. Sampayas and Madden heading towards A.
Yeah, early util battle. It's Brolin again, and we're in eyes of. Let's see how he handles this one. Madden is on his way. And Brolin has an AWP shot. Whistle past his ear. Happy to return fire just a little bit around these smokes and trying to play the very precipice of that short smoke.
Such a cat and mouse game, though. You see, like, the Hampers deep smoke. You've got the ramp lurk smoke from the T's, as well as a gap smoke. Like, it's just all about playing around these smokes here.
Don't do it. After seeing Nertz's lineup as well, like, I'm sure Sampayas no slouch if he did position for it, but Brolin confirms no action and can establish Headtrick as that defensive canary in the coal mine, just going to be calling for any assistance on A. I think that's coming. Sampayas to go looking. A boost established and directed. Oh.
Oh, do they want to try again? Maybe they thought it was a bit noisy.
You could be concerned if someone had pushed up, that would have really ruined
everything. They missed the smoke?
Full vision. Awkward take.
They missed the smoke.
Headtrick, he is going to call for backup immediately. Loud about this. Brolin, a lovely angle. Looking to adopt the element of surprise. Snappy will not have his crosshair here. And a quick one from Brolin. Does deliver, and a second as well for good measure. Some redemption already for the Swede. Madden makes a loud step on his pursuit of this one. Caught down, sprayed down, wallbang from Alexi. NIP still 5 alive. That is a dream for this defense. We'll actually add a config to his name to the pile as well as he posts his 5th
ENCE didn't make their life any easier there. Like the boost, I think Sampayas wanted to be able to peek out a little bit further. They also flubbed the smoke. I'm not sure if they were trying to throw a ramp lurk smoke or throw the one that goes under the ramp. There's a couple of variations that you can throw to try and take that space back. And then towards the tail end there, at that point when they had flustered that, you could see they were just trying to steam up for that space and capitalize on the aggressive CTs. And, well, sure, it wasn't Madden onto Brolin or Brolin onto Madden, but it was Brolin getting 2 big kills to stall out this A assault.
Yeah, and it has only been A. Something I wanted to bring up is, like, you know, I'm pretty sure I've seen some incredible, you know, mid-B splits, presence, lurk from Madden out mid with enough funny business going on at A that he can slink out and get... Ooh. Yeah, speaking about
didn't like that one.
Yeah, snappy.
But somebody blocked somebody when they were throwing that smoke.
Yeah.
So I think that's where the frustrations are. They just flubbed a little. Whoa! Okay, head trick takes down Snappy, trying to make a fast play here.
Oh, we need a recovery, and Madden might be the man. Again onto Brolan, winning that head-to-head clearly. Alexi B goes looking. Scored by the Flames for now, and yeah, a lot of utility invested into this defense.
Another smoke, right? So this one's hit the molly. It's nowhere near how you'd want it to be. That should be more mid-ramp to give you something to work with.
How many have they got left? One.
Yeah, 2.
Sampayas equipped, and Diha as well. Okay.
The thing is, even though Madden got that kill, hyper-aggressive, jumping up on the Sam. Here's the boost again. Hetrick spotted that one out. No smoke needed this time. We've seen this before, but Brolin's in the grave.
Yeah.
It's just execute A.
It must be.
Smoke left, right, molly headshot, go. Left.
Yeah, here comes
right's
right.
not far away.
And now we're looking for the good nights as they try and get this bomb down. Good positioning and spray, but yeah, betrays Alexi. Diha returns fire to the tracers, and everyone's a bit loud. But bomb goes down, and advantage ends. Looking for their 4th.
I feel you have to save if you're NIP here. It's still early on in the half to go for a round like this number disadvantage. As soon as Hetrick leaves the site there, and we can see with X-Ray that the execute's coming, at that point, unless you're NIP and you're happy to flash and push through those smokes and cause the chaos while the bomb's going down, you're really going to have a tough time winning a retake or even just winning that post-plant scenario altogether.
And you think about like the way that transpired, that extra kill was spamming as the smokes came through. Would you suggest that it's even at that point, as the smokes come in, you just start moonwalking out of there? Like
well, you can have 2 approaches, because if you're not playing like forward of the smoke wall, you can play a setup where you deny the plant, which means you need to keep utility, right? Mollies to delay. You can play retake, which is something we saw in very early Vertigo. NIP back with Threat would have those like top ramp smokes, but there's still things you can do, right? You can smoke you can do the crane one way, you can smoke off short, you can play the retake and try and isolate the amount of angles, or you can do the 3rd option, which is as they start to plant, you have flashes coming through, maybe you have some defensive utility to block off one of the choke points, maybe a molly towards sandbag or something, and then everyone comes out with the flashes and just take, and it's chaos, right? It's a bit more of a coin toss.
By design.
Yeah, exactly, because you're taking advantage of that guy planting the bomb. You're removing that individual from the play.
Which you need for, you know, the equal number for the maths to work out.
Snappy's up this time. I'm not sure if he was spotted. Roland flashed off the line, and you'll have to assume that. The gap smoke will hold Snappy's push at bay for now, but it won't stop Brolin's. He's swung wide. Really want to jostle and joust for this A-ramp control here.
Brolin, a lot on his plate. He goes so wide on that. Snappy walks into Hetrick, perhaps a little bit of a bait and switch as the AWP in a prime position to do damage. He's trying to give him that smoker so as to have something for a potential extinguish. And here comes Nerds this time out mid. That's Madden's caught Hetrick. That short push. So this is the standoff right now. Nerds trying to catch that perfect window as he
might get it.
Oh, Config with that AK. Flattens Nerds' advantage for the CTs, only for a moment. Madden's fragging up again. Up and over the smoke, looking for more bloodshed. Clear out short, keeping Diha safe, and bomb will go down. Last few flashes raining in. Give this one a look in?
Well, this is the thing. It's 3-on-3, so they probably will. But as soon as one kill comes in against them, they'll probably be done.
Okay, good flash. It wards off some Pyres. They get info on the AWP. It's Diha, sandbags. Rez responsible for short. And that's a big headshot. Alexi finds it too. Diha, can you come up clutch? 1, 2, teaching us how to count and clutch. Diha has done it. A 1 versus 3, and it's with style. Lovely. Doesn't even raise a fist. Just a cheeky smile, perhaps creeping onto his face as it's 1v3 for 5.
You can see how difficult it is to win a retake on that site. And they even had a 2-man number advantage in that situation, right? Alexi B's kill, that was a wallbang apparently. So I'm interested to see how that one came in. But Diha just dancing around the sandbag right there. Rez was the man getting off to deal with Shaw, and Madden loves that. He's been a menace over towards that A side of the map time and time again. They really have to put a leash on him, and maybe, just maybe, that's exactly what DJL, he's not delivering anything besides a speech right now to rally the troops. He's got to get himself online, activated, and get the boys. Here it is. He did it again. He did that. Okay, he's done that. He did that with the rifle before, as they were trying to take that round. So this on a retake. Alexi, it's cool when you see the opponent, mate.
Yeah, no, he's doing it the cool, more stylish way. Pure ball bang headshots. And yeah, some Pyjamas you can see just tutting his tongue upon that one. But Diha keeps him in it. Lovely clutch. Really nice and convincing stuff. Let's not forget that this has been essentially, what, 5? I can't say on the drop. There was 1 CT round sandwiched in there. But other than that, yeah, it's all been one-way traffic. ENCE's T side definitely taking shape. They're starting to feel themselves, and it's going to only spell trouble for NIP in this one. Just keeping it conservative. An MP9 at the high end, and shouldn't be too much to be getting excited about. At least not for the Ninjas.
No, but maybe Snappy, he could farm up a little bit on this Mac 10. You can just see his understanding of the situation. Madden will grab another opener over towards A, but that is the AK on the floor, and they want to keep this fight forward. Config has the support here to look for another fight towards short. So side by side, him and Brolin, they want to be a troublesome duo. Swinging wide, grabs another, traded out.
Huge impact. I mean, Config doing a lot there.
The round's not, like, this is the thing. In these type of rounds, Brolin grabs one here, it's on.
I can see it. Like Donkey Kong, if nerds. He's so ready. Oh, sheesh! Brolin, 5-7 from hell. Takes off another head, and now it's getting sketchy. Good damage inflicted onto the head trick. He does get away from it. That flank's something to be tracked. There's Brolin. He's going looking for more, looking for trouble. Turns the corner in time. Don't forget about that Alexi B flank. Good conversion onto Brolin, and Alexi loses his head. It shouldn't be anything more exciting now as, yeah, head trick. Just 5 points of health as the recovery. Once again, I think they've got the Diha to thank for that one. Just his awareness of that potential flank and just finding the multi-kill to secure 6.
Yeah, good job from Config there with his 2 MP9 kills. But that's about all they have to really boast NIP in that one. Just, yeah, it was quite a tidy one there from Brolin. Wasn't on those little micro jiggles. Hetrick will get his AWP out again. Plenty of silence and force to work with for this ramp spam, but I think we just need to continue with this A focus, because as you said, we haven't really seen a lot else on the rest of the map. It hasn't been the go A and execute in the same fashion. It's been more jostling for this ramp control, and ENCE have been coming out on top of it more often than not. There's the smoke under the boards. Now, this is a great counter to the... That's perfect. It's perfect. It's a great counter to that hamper smoke for exactly that reason. And the other reason is you can play behind it and use it as a one-way, because if people come on the upper deck or try and go for the ramp pick, you can use the tippy top of the smoke to give yourself a slight advantage. So this is the next evolution, right? We realized the Nafany smoke was so strong, and what the counter became to that was the hampers, because it completely negates it. You're playing in 2 smokes, essentially. Right. So then it's like, well, we'll stop throwing the Nafany. Then there was the mid-ramp smoke. You know, it would be really nice to get this tracked by the pros, because they're the ones who see this more in real time.
Yeah, like the history of the nade.
Same with banana control.
Yeah, banana
Imagine,
control.
Right? Just get I guess someone from Astralis would be perfect.
Yeah.
Sit down and just...
Who did the history of the window smoke? Was that Mahone?
Yeah. We'll get him. Hey, Mahone.
Yeah, we'll get him on the job. Get him on the
He's
old...
not doing enough, is he?
Dog and bone. Okay, Alexi. There's a lot ahead of him. And he's got caught out, spotted out, 93 damage inflicted. The nade will tickle him down to his demise. This is a flawless one from ENCE. 5 alive, trying to hit something through the smokes, and Pyjamas cut down to size a little by Config.
They're looking very composed right now, aren't they, ENCE? Right? It doesn't feel like there's too many other than... Nope, no, it's maybe both here. There's one. Is he done? Config needs to try and get his way out of dodge. Nerds might overlook this considering he had already cleared that CT spawn position. So Config might save this silence step 4. But talking about them being composed, like, haven't looked too flustered. Only lost the pistol, the conversions, and 1 gun round. The score is going to be 7-4 in their favor. They're having no real issues dealing with what defense is being thrown their way over towards A. Right, again, like, I know I sound like a broken record, but there's nothing really else to talk about.
No, and I think that's what's, you know, what it's making me think is, do you think teams have the audacity to, when they rate themselves highly, as I think ENCE do, to, when you're playing a map, you try and get away with only showing some of your hand? You know, for example, like, is Snappy deliberately not calling all of their fancy B and mid-splitty things because they'd rather keep that to themselves?
There's probably multiple things that play into this. One, it's working.
Yes,
so, right?
Undeniably.
And relatively easily as well. They're finding 1 or 2 picks, so let's keep trying. The other is you're giving them, you're conditioning them hard. And now, you know, when the next gun round would be the perfect time to change it, to change the pace. Just as they go, okay, guys, we have to change something. We have to be more aggressive here. We have to bring 4 players here. We need to do a whole different setup. And then you change it, because we're now in deep waters, right? We are in very deep waters here.
They've sent 4A, and they've gone for the Blame F boost. So,
if they can't profit anything off of this, because this is where it has been more jarring on these lower buys, the MP9 round, where the pistols are at, it's a little bit more in their face. Yeah,
Config, he's been set up for success on this one. How aware is Diha of that boost angle? Not ready for it. Perfect find. Good conversion, but short presence and pressure is coming. Madden to pincer in. He knows there's a gap. They know they're in transition. Smoke onto the right side, but there's a lot of bodies here. There is no rush here necessarily. But there does seem to be some pep in Madden's step. But Config has done it again. A great catch as Alexi B racks up another head, and only Snappy to try and redeem themselves. ENCE up against just a single rifle, but in the Berserker's hands, it's Config with 2 high-impact rounds to try and give NIP a little bit of life on this defense. Rez to lock the door behind him. Oops, that might have been heard. Some Pyjamas tapping heads, but they're trying to bait a switch. Right, exactly. It's Config allowed and set up head trick perfectly. The sacrificial lamb for Config's triple. And that will be only 3. Kept to limit by Snappy. Considering even more now. Scooping up as a bit of util. The second Molotov will facilitate a plant. Rez is already wrapped around. He's lost it now. He's lost his chance. Oh, how do you? Yeah, Rez. Good close and a big round from Ninjas in Pyjamas. I mean, it's got to be Config.
Namely Config, right?
Yeah.
Definitely. So in the 2 rounds that he's been over to A to start, the MP9 round and now this Silent Stem 4 round, he's actually been able to stall them out. But the traditional A holders who are there are having a whole lot more of a tough time of things. So you don't want to completely dismantle your CT setup and be like, yo, Config, can you just come over and hold A because you seem to be the only one getting kills? You need to work out, hey, maybe we start doing something a little bit more outside the box, right? Because, you know, if you're looking at the demos and Config's not normally over towards A, you're not looking for Config's tendencies.
That's true too.
So we're getting more of the same here. Oh, actually a bit more B presence, huh?
Yeah, we got to see at least a bit of the map.
Another Madden onto Brolin head to head.
How many is that now? 4, I reckon?
At least 3.
Okay. Keep tabs.
And track.
One, and keep track.
And he might get a few more here, Madden.
Oh, he shouldn't, but he does. Alexi B down. Head trick, head on a swivel. He's got 2 to worry about. They're jiggling, they're baiting, they're flashing. He should be dead. The Ukrainian lives on. The smoke has kept him covered, but 3 versus 3. And yes, indeed, Chad, we get to see the full B bomb site. Rez to defend it with a very sexy skin. That is the M4 Knight in full display. Can he be heroic himself? Does deliver onto St. Pius. Establishing a boost to try and deny that. It's been heard. It's awkward now. Man advantage for the CTs, but they're so low. It could go wrong and has. Nerds, 1. Rez shuts him down. Can Snappy come up clutch? It looks good. Onto head trick. Rez would need 4. And Snappy denies. Puts ENCE onto 8. And solid work from the Dane. An important double, despite the impact from Rez.
I just checked as well. It is 4 for Madden onto Brolin, but the in-game leader still in the show. The captain of this ship just closing it out with a clutch, gives them the half win, and they'll even take a timeout. ENCE really just sailing their way to victory here. I know it's only a 3-round game at the moment, but as I said, it just feels like the composure is putting ENCE a class above right now. There's an entire second half of Counter-Strike still to come. There's still a chance for NIP to make this an 8-7 half. So I might be getting a bit ahead of myself here, but things have gone quite smoothly in a lot of the approaches that ENCE have opted to go for.
No, truly very, very impressive. And I think, you know, it's a point you've made, and I feel it's necessary to remind that NIP won the pistol and had very comfortable conversion.
Yeah.
Like, this is a very dominant half with that considered. If you -3 from NIP's haul, don't forget Config just got you one for a single M4.
Yeah, precisely.
I mean, they haven't got much to boast.
No, that is a very good point. And traditionally, some of the disqualifying factors in the best-of-1 desk conversation of it being a close match is, oh, they won both pistols and they still lost, right? Like, that right there is basically, hey, they sucked in the gun rounds, and they have a bit of a pimp, especially a cosmetic score line.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, a bit of a change up here. So they have decided to bring Config over towards A. It's the AWP of Headtrick in middle, and Rez solo, but aggressive towards B. And these three riflers work in unison, and I say riflers, poor Alexi has to use an MP9.
Vision restored, and Madden's coming and gunning for you.
Not again.
He's got Alexi, that's the trade from Roland. You love to see. For NIP. Rez onto D here as well. Where's he pulled that one from?
He was still aggressive B. He stayed on wood the entire time, which traditionally, right, when you're at a minute left on the clock, if the CT is still up there, that's quite a confident maneuver, but it also gives them a lot of space. So Rez has now dropped back passively into the side. They're going to have to quickly work out these boosts, and sound cues are being made, so you can see here this has happened a few times.
There's no way that's heard. I think Rez is all right. Or too far away, rather, at that angle. But they've boosted one up, and then they can get two boosts simultaneously. Oh, he spots out the head and deletes Nerds. Good tap. Small target. And onto Snappy as well. Rez. It's a name we haven't been saying an awful lot of, but 12 kills to 5. He's a matching Config in terms of pound-for-pound delivery.
Sucks having to retake the A side every round, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's for real.
It looks like Zenfires will just want to hold on to this AWP to buy into round number 15 coming up next, but a good one from NIP. Has warded them away from A for long enough to force them in towards that B presence. And if you were going to have a change-up for ENCE, this would be the time. This would be the time. This would be the time to throw something, you know, either a bit more set-piecey, a pace change, more mid or B-focused out the gate, maybe both. The world is Snappy's oyster right now. Yeah, see, the minute on the clock, still up towards that wood position, and another really good shot here for Rez. I was just trying to listen to hear if I could see what they were calling, but we were looking at the Dalmatian. So, we did, you know, the plushie's cute.
Ooh. Wait, that's not a replay. That's the same round.
Yeah.
And the same frag. D her down.
And he ran through a molly there as well.
But the audacity for Rez to go straight back to that ang. And it pays off. This is going to be a pretty solid half, albeit with the caveats we've already outlined. But 7, and not to be snubbed at. This is a competitive game from NIP, especially if they can wrap up with that second pistol round. Of course, conversation when we get
They're going to explode, I think, Alex. It looks
upon
likely that, no, maybe just.
Oh, they're going through. Rez tested, and again he's passing. A double kill, it could be more. He needs to reposition, he needs to reload. Knife out, gets away. Headtrick in support now. He just looked away. Oh, he looks like a Muppet now. Madden slaps him down, and more to be found. Into the site. Madden got a glimmer in his eye as he looks to try and find 9.
They've been given a breath here. Nerds went down the flank. It didn't continue. They've rerouted.
This could get awkward. I love the angle. They've got nades for days. Madden uses his very well. On to Rez to finish. Can Pyjamas handle this? Surely they overwhelm him. Only one. Found a second, too much to ask as it's Config to close and recover. As a 2v4 did look competitive to wrap up the half. A 7th secured and Rez to thank as we wrap up the half, and a competitive one at that.
8-7 on the half, 1 round separating ENCE and NIP. And ENCE with the smallest of margins here. Vertigo starting to heat up with the late resurgence of NIP on their CT side. They got the pistol, and they got a couple of late rounds here to make this one a whole lot more competitive. I've joined by Machine, and we're going to bring you this second half of action. Now we're going to get to see the attack of the Ninjas, and, well, ENCE's turn to defend. Maybe we'll get a little bit more variance in this second half.
Oh, God, is that real?
That is real.
Oh, I'm looking at the second stream, or the main stream, or the A stream, or whatever we're calling it. The other stream.
The nightmare.
Oh, it's horrific. I can't believe that's real.
Look away.
Sweet Jesus, let's focus on what we can. Control, right? Serenity now, says Nertz, as he's got himself a lot of smokes to obscure his view. He's actually using them to hide within, wait for his teammates, and now push together off the flash. McConfig ready. Still allowed to reposition.
Oh,
and
Snappy's falling off the map.
He's absolutely launched himself to an early grave. And ENCE now really hoping Madden can hit some shots because, well, no, he's gone. Nertz has not got the health for this. And NIP are going to leave with both pistols, Chad. Like, that could add up to 6 of the required 16. Just like that.
And that could be enough to get it done, right? I spoke about, you know, we're talking about in the desk, in the post-mortem, if you win both pistols and still lose the game. Well, if you win both pistols and you win the game, I'll tell you, it gets framed in a whole much nicer fashion there. So great stuff for NIP. And Config again is, look at Snappy. Oh, no, 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 no. At that point, you know exactly what you've done.
Yeah.
You know exactly what you've done. Config really happy with that one, as we will see ENCE attempt their hand at the force fight.
That was a proper battle cry. Yeah. He knows how important that second pistol was, considering maybe this force has some teeth. Maybe it has a bit of bite. Interesting to see an MP7 on Nertz.
Yeah, you know, we got a couple of
that
these
one
individuals who like to bring out the funky ones.
Okay. Hiding in that smoke is Madden. Oh, a perfectly timed strafe from Brolin.
There's that head-to-head.
Oh, you're right. Brolin added one back to the tally, and he's built upon it a second onto Snappy as well. It's the perfect weapon for the job. A lot of exposed heads, no helmets, couldn't afford it. Perfect Mac 10 to cut them down to size.
Now, we've had this conversation in the first half for ENCE in rounds that they should be sweeping under the rug. The same conversation right now for NIP. They've done the heavy lifting. They've withstood the initial aggression. Now they can layer on their util and make things easier on themselves.
Heard that. Brolin's coming for you. Sun Pius, that naked head. Oh, and now dead. Brolin hits it, jumping. And the rest should fall into place quite nicely.
All right, well, the save here for Nertz and D-Hut. As they'll dip off and try and hold on to what they have, but looks like NIP have a flawless round ahead of themselves here. And that's thanks to Brolin grabbing himself 3 big kills on that Mac 10. Yeah, I didn't want to know the scoreline of the match. It's kind of a shame.
It is a shame, especially considering what a magnificent first game they've had.
They outdid me and the boys. We lost 16-1 in Katowice 2014 to Kenny. I think. Well, obviously it wasn't just Kenny.
That would be very embarrassing.
Yeah, Titan versus Vox. That's not the game I talk about against Titan.
No.
No, I usually.
You're the Renegades.
Yes,
Hey,
exactly.
yeah, so
I don't know who Vox M and are. And we lost on Nuke. We definitely didn't have yard smokes.
But you got around.
We did get around.
Who was responsible for that round?
That's a great question.
No, that's an important question.
That is a really good question.
They saved you from that 16-0. No one wants to be hit.
Yeah, that's a great question, Alex. I might have to go back and watch
I reckon it was Chatty B. That's what I was guessing.
We could say that.
I'm going to.
I like it.
Yep, I've already. So it's come out of my mouth. Let's go. As Nertz is going for some aggressive B stairs control. You can see that Rez is going to be his counterpart on the other side of things. If he really puts pedal to the metal, Lexi B joining him as well. So you can see there's a very stark contrast to NIP's T-side approach already, just out of the gate.
Yeah, there's multiple bomb sites in there. No, that to be fair, ENCE early had a bit more variance.
Yeah.
It was just with the gun round.
Ooh, he did catch him off. Nertz gets away the bait. Maybe they won't clear Madden. Oh, double! That is beautiful. I love it.
Oh, and look at the reactions. You can see down the line from Brolin's cam, everybody just tilting their head, the tut of the tongue, the sigh.
Oh, boy. I mean, we talked about that, the idea of getting all the conversions. This was supposed to be a gimme. And now you've just thrown 3 Galils into ENCE's hands and a round on top of that.
That right there should have been them getting up to double digits first.
Just didn't expect 2 of them.
I can't believe that.
Clever bait, right? Nertz was just like demanded to go Go crazy. Be loud and be weird.
But it's not even Madden's position. It's the player that was Wood, right?
Yes.
So Nerds draws them in. He gets traded. The player Wood now drops everybody. Think about it. Your crosshair was on Nerds. Now it's just flicked up 90 degrees and up.
Yeah.
Right? And now you get shot in the side of the head by Madden. You're not even ready for it.
That's cool. Really cool, like, force buy-ish strat. You can apply. Of course, it wasn't even an investment.
Look how long he's been held at bay as well by utility. That's the last piece they have to lob out. And the last piece, oh, I thought they needed. Snappy doesn't convert that one, but I'm sure some players will. There it is.
Jeez.
Yeah, so ENCE, they'll be taking that. But this is where the game, you can start to have a real conversation about what happens next. Because this is a tipping point in this matchup right here. Because if you do see a force buy from NIP, considering their finances, and they lose this, the next round will be an eco. That's ENCE up to 11 as we catch that back in the replay. It's going to feel real good. And, well, maybe not so much on the other side, those reactions. You can see them trying to keep them quite micro tilt. But that sinking feeling.
I mean, unavoidably a terrible round to lose.
Yeah,
it's just, you know, you're gonna feel that one.
Look at ENCE. They have 3 Galils on the CT side.
And now, if they win this round now cleanly, like out aiming AKs with Galils, that's gonna really add salt to the wound. Limited resources in terms of util for this one. They've still got smokes, but I don't see a single flashbang left for NIP. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them on the way into B.
Good space,
this is huge. This is promising. Still, as we said, no flashes. Where are they? Well, how does he get in? Snappy onto Brolin.
Oh.
And that's one way to do it. Diha, flattened, config, equipped with that one-shot headshot, and making good use of it as the smoke comes through. That's a great set of util.
Hard retake now.
Yeah, they've done a very good job of getting to this point. Nerds, actually, by crouching, didn't catch the cross of Alexi. A crossfire set up and established by Rez and Config. NIP in pursuit of double digits.
This is a big round.
And it's coming their way. Pius, however, on the way back in. Config down. Rez first contact, supported by Head Trick. Has that AWP. Flash and smokes are in. Big from Rez. Madden claws it back. Time sensitive. Pius, another on the orb. Alexi can't stop him, can't disrupt him. Madden confusing. And ENCE, the first to find 10. NIP in shambles.
Now that is a very hard retake on that side there, but well handled. Pius getting that pick with the AWP. That was the way to get back in and turn it from a 4-on-4 situation into a number advantage. Config can open it here with a bit of a cracker onto Diha. That was tidy, but this is the kill. So overstepping the mark right there from Config. He did a great job to get them into the side. But look, he then goes for that peek, gives up a man advantage, and then they're able to, well, I guess it's not a man advantage, it was a 4v4. So yeah, but give them a way back in. So a bit of an over peak in that situation.
They had good util, they had good crossfire, but yeah, as soon as it started to topple, it really did go. Oh, interesting. A little successful bait has given space to middle. Config the one to force the shot, and
they'll explode here. Take a look at this. Alexi with a smoke in hand and Brolin with that Molotov. Now Brolin's position, if we take a quick look, he should be, yeah, down towards A. So this will be, oh, they've changed their mind. I thought it was going to be the mid-split where he throws the Molotov through the floor, but looks like they've called this one off. No, they are going to run with it. Now, traditionally at a blast event, this wouldn't be allowed, but it is a major. So it's all good.
Right, and the beauty of this, of course, it stops the main response to mid-presence in that elevator fight. Not going to be seeing it just yet. Instead, loud steps on those floorboards. Seems good. He's going to set himself up with a smoke to peek around. Cautious now as Snappy's lost a rifle. That's 2 rifles now.
Yeah, they don't have to commit to A here either. They can head on back towards B, which looks like their option. Madden doesn't have a lot of information here. Diha could get overwhelmed at any moment. B's essentially open. He's having to caretake middle and B right now. Diha in between 2 mines. Roland's being found, so they're clearing out A, responding with defensive utility.
Oh, Pius did get caught by Config mid, but still hits the shot necessary. And Diha, he shouldn't have any issues. At least not onto Rez. It's Alexi B's Galil, but still, he has a chance. 20 seconds, a plant would be nice, but yeah, hoping for an extra kill in the mix. Trying to play that fade. They know he's faked it out and walking through. What a shot onto Madden Nerds, maybe. Gonna be close to the generators. 8 seconds. As they confirm he's off the bomb and he's coming for you. He needs both kills. Oh my god, imagine. They were both on his screen, Chad.
Just jumping around with some bias.
Different universe.
Yeah, a bit of a knife in the hand.
Bloody hell.
And timeout to be called here. So another conversation chance. And Surprise got caught off guard in a couple of fights here. You can see leaping out towards middle against the Pistols. Fortunately for Diha, he did a great job on this. I don't envy the position Diha finds himself in. That's what this is like. However you brand yourself as a player at home, if you're an anchor, then you have to have some kind of mental that I think a lot of other players don't have, because it's so uncomfortable sitting in middle like that, knowing how susceptible you are to room on both sides of things. So a really good job from Diha. I know it was against a lighter buy, but still a necessary round for ENCE to convert. And well, now a timeout called, the third in total for NIP so far in this map. And this is just to discuss what that next gun round is going to bring. So it's going to be plentiful AK-47s. I think Headtrick is also going to have to be wielding a rifle here. No AWP available for him. And this is the thing, we were with ENCE's approach towards A, well, it's one-dimensional, but it's working. Yeah. For NIP, with the gun round so far, well, that conversation about them being few and far between starts to crop up in again, right? It's both pistols with some conversion, so you have 5 in total across both halves. But as far as the gun rounds go, it still has to be said that ENCE have been better in those gun rounds so far.
Yeah, undeniably. I mean, we talk about and use the word cosmetic comeback with the way the pistols have gone. Yeah. The gun rounds, ENCE certainly do look like the stronger team. In order to change our minds comes Prolin. Go and walk about. You can see his flight path, his potential cross-set placement, and free smoke provided as they actually erect a boost silently. Who's that? Yeah, Nertz, I was going to say, could be caught off, but no, straight through the boards, and an opening frag continues to cause a ruckus. Wait, where did all 3 of them just took contact at the same time elsewhere, and every single one of those ninjas died? No successes.
No, nothing worked right there. Can't find any space whatsoever. And there was a massive gap left open in middle by ENCE. They were playing too strong towards B, 3 over towards A. Well, Alexi thought he spotted something, but baited in. Nertz still up close and personal. Will grab another, and it puts Config in a position where he needs to 1-on-5 if they want to stay alive in round 21 or 12, which will become a 3-round lead for ENCE, not too far away. And there it is. Nertz is starting to feel himself a little bit more in this second half, climbing up that scoreboard. 13 kills in total right now.
Yeah, they're definitely the good vibe brigade.
Let's play T for 2-1-2 with a forward smoke.
2-1-2 with a forward smoke. Okay. The Zywu, I'm guessing, is glazed.
Yes, what we would call it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I can tell you, guys, they're going to play a 2-1-2 with a forward smoke.
Okay.
I think some players might even play towards short with the AWP.
That's a good guess, Chad. It looks like we're going to be seeing the hampers thrown out. That's the forward smoke, I would imagine. And Roland, in response, throws one under the boards.
Wait, where's the Zywu? He got overcalled by Snappy.
Snappy did instead.
He wanted to... or did Snappy say he was going to do the Zywu?
Yeah, maybe. He said it was his choice. He went for a look and doesn't have anything to report. So now you can see the B defender's going to get tested. It is... Gosh, that's quite the duo, isn't it, actually? Trying to break past Nertz and right? Setting each other up.
Yeah, good luck.
Jeez Louise. Yeah. Oh, try and get past him. Roland has a go. Nertz is farming 3. A triple from the Israeli and more perhaps to come. Headtrick, he's going to have a go. It is just P250s, Tech 9, just walking into their demise. And Snappy's trying to steal one. Hey, hold on. Yeah, D-Hill will get it done. And there's St. Pius for the cherry on top. On fire, ENCE ablaze, 13 in the bank.
All right. Well, another gun round again for NIP to come out. That was just a light investment here, but some handy shooting. Now, Snappy hasn't made the call yet, so I don't know what they're going to do on this CT side of things, but the attack needs to start searching for something, and the way to search is an AWP. They're having a real good time over there on the ENCE side of things. Oh dear.
2-1. Excuse me, 2-1-2.
And aggressive on B while they're more passive on A here. So they're allowing... Nice load of sandbag here.
Forced him out, but it's actually led him straight out.
He got there real quick, didn't he?
Madden's reaction, like, yeah, you know, some people kind of take their time to make sure you're not going to slip off that pixel.
And they re-aggress again, just ready to play off of each other. This has looked really good. The wombo combo, the teamwork that ENCE have displayed, some individuals hitting some big shots, sure, but the flashes, the peaks, right? The way they're setting themselves and each other up, this is a really nice CT half so far.
Convincing.
Yeah, and with a 2-man advantage, it should be 14.
Hendrick trying to be a difference maker. I had to say his name too. Well played from Snappy. Okay, onto Hendrick as well. Clean as you like. A 1 versus 5 for Rez. Shouldn't get too much to ask. That is 6 rounds in a row. Off to a flyer, our ENCE. NIP not so lucky. In terms of gun rounds, Cab?
Count them on one hand, maybe?
Yeah.
Or one and a bit hands?
I'm having a go now.
And even then, wasn't one of those rounds where Config had a saved M4 and the rest were on a partial?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that in that stages, just having 5 rifles seems to be less conducive with victory for them.
So what you're saying is, DJL in this last timeout now should be saying, listen boys, I only want a few of you to buy rifles and I want some of you to buy pistols.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see if anyone's willing.
See, I was just looking at what's coming up next year, and I know maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but this feels like it's heading in its logical conclusion. As, well, I can let you know, next game here on the B stream is GamerLegion taking on MongolZ, and over there with Scrawny and Launders on the main stream, they'll be bringing you Fluxo and Monte, and I'm sure that one will be getting ready to go as Grayhound.
Very interested. Very interested to see how that goes. Fluxo. Your boy Phelps. Tanko. Snappy sprayed down towards the tarpaulin. He's chipped away at Brolin's health. And
they're going to push.
They are. He's going for more. Again with this setup. Brutality. He gets away as well.
They might fight again. Yeah, they'll continue. They'll clear this out. Why not?
Oh, a nice one from Headtrick. Alexi under the smoke. This is going to be a one-way. Should be a free frag. No, it spots that Config. A nice response. The Dane delivers.
It's weird that it's Nerds there, so they have to know that there's some hijinks going on in this round here, NIP.
Sunpines is here, scoped up, and I don't know if it's been heard. He's kept it long enough that Madden can perhaps leave him to it.
Diaz gambling here as well. So really feeling like this will be the A finish as NIP comb back now towards the forklift room, looking for a new avenue of assault. And Diha, again, finding himself in this awkward position where he has to worry about any players that could have slinked in towards B during this. He's going to hunker down and focus on middle. Now the bomb, fortunately, not on Headtrick. It's on Alexi. If it was on Headtrick and he was planning, Diha had a HE to deny that.
This is where you've previously pointed a lot of credit to Diha because playing this position while also simultaneously being responsible for B, like
the conversation is B's open.
Yeah, it's his judgment though. When does he consider that he might want to take a glance? Does he let them plant and wait for the full retake?
Yeah, now he'll consider it.
Right.
Oh, and they flubbed that too.
There's a nice warning for him. Actually gets his HE out just in time. Alexi B, just a tiny light scab on his knee. Oof, and head trick again. There's a lot of impact from the Ukrainian on this one. 2 on the Galil.
Enough. That might just be enough.
They've got so much cash. Why wouldn't they give it a look? Give it a go. Oh dear! Madden snaps straight into 2, breaks their backs, and now all onto Config. Has he got it in him? Up against Sunpius, opts for the rifle, catching him on the reload. Warning shot fired, dancing, good placement of the crosshair. Config, big round. Can he close it? Low on health and low on hope. It's 15 thanks to Sunpius.
Oh, and you can just see Config there just cursing out the world. Sunpius, I didn't realize he was a god with the flashes as well. I know you shouldn't look at the sun. I didn't know his flashbangs were. That one came on in, sets Madden up for the double, and then they come in and scoop up that one-on-one. Because that flash comes in, bang, in towards the fight. Alexi flash on the side, head trick trying to cover off that flank, and they're just dancing with him. Sunpius showing him how they do it in Spain. Giving NIP a little bit of pain, 15-9 right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Because he knows just how much of a different game it looks like if they win that round.
That's a very winnable round either way.
Yes.
Right? And
yeah.
well, winnable 1v1 either way.
But off the flash, the double from Madden, the rest is history. A 1v1, Config couldn't close. And now, well, 6 opportunities.
Yeah, very light little bit of damage there for Brolin. That nade, you could see the trajectory a little bit deep.
Sunpius is going to go looking. Brolin aware. Okay, that comes too easy. Sunpius straight to the head. Rez responds. Good angle for it. That was brave.
A lot of info.
Brazen. Rez with a double. And the lot spotted. Full rotation away. And yeah, it looks like Rez is having a round here, folks. A triple from the Swede, finally put to rest, but the damage is done. No more from Nerds. How has he gotten away with that? 13 points of health, and he has supported Diha. This is going to be a tilter if they really end it here. Only config. On to Nerds, sure, but no, looking for more. It's Diha to close. And it's all done now, 16-9. And a GG indeed. Not going to be feeling great for Alexi and co.
Oh, what a performance on that T side. I have to, again, the man in the middle of the screen putting his shoes back on, giving out the fist bumps at the same time. Madden, his head-to-head with Brolin over towards A, especially on the gun rounds. The amount of times he either entryed on him or picked him over towards that A ramp, it was influential in that first half. And we've spoken about it throughout. It was the pistol rounds were the best thing of those 9 total, right? You get the 2 pistol rounds. You guys said 5 were from the conversions. So 5 of their 9 came from the pistols. You guys don't need to be any rocket scientists to do the maths right there. We're talking 4 more rounds, and some of those even came with lighter purchases or saved guns. So gun rounds all in the favor here of ENCE. A fantastic performance from them. It looked very cohesive, well put together. All the team play, the flashes for one another. It looked great. And NIP are going to be frustrated with this, but they're not in the 0-2 column. They're in the 1-1 column. It could be much, much worse, right? This loss, it doesn't feel good, but it could definitely be much, much worse.
Yeah, there's no denying that this could be worse for NIP. And don't forget, like, their win, it was against no slouch, against Mouz.
Yeah.
Like, you know, a convincing, a 16-9. You kept them under 10.
But look at the morale in the camp right here as we have the cameras on them as they're packing up, right? You've kind of been blown out. So there's not a huge amount to talk about, like, oh yeah, we were unlucky on this round. You're essentially schooled. Yeah. It's not great to see them looking so bleak, but as competitors know out there, nothing worse than a loss. We know nothing better than an interview with Dinka.
Yes, Chad, I'm here with Diha, and I mean, it's got to feel great being 2-0 at the end of the first day.
Yeah, I mean, it's much better than on the RMR, you know, so I'm really happy that we did it.
Yeah, the RMR was pretty stressful for you guys, right? And it takes somewhat of that pressure off going 2-0 in that first day. Still difficult teams ahead, but today, this matchup, it felt like at points it could have even been one-sided because, you know, you look at NIP, most of their gun rounds, they struggled. They won a lot of pistols, and the rounds came off the back of those. You guys are winning every clutch. It just felt like you guys are winning every single clutch situation.
I mean, everyone just popped off today, so I'm really happy that we did it. And even though we had a slow start on Vertigo, we lost pistol and then we lost some rounds, I think we still showed that we are ready. So
yeah, you guys have come in looking really strong today, and even in that last round, Madden even coming out on the retake the round prior, everyone had their moments, and this is the thing for ENCE. If everybody's clicking, you feel like you guys can beat everyone.
Yeah, I played good on Anubis map and played sick on this map, so we are trading.
Yeah, you played really well on Anubis. Is there anything? How was the prep coming into the event for you? Because we were talking to Snappy earlier, we was talking about the lack of boot camp. For you, what was your individual prep like?
I just played some DM before every match, and I play some DM at home, so nothing special.
Nothing special at all, but a 2-0 at the start of the major. Fantastic work from ENCE, looking really good now. We'll have to see if they can go ahead and get that 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the teams that are in that dream position of securing that 3-0. You get a couple of extra days off with that performance.
I should have checked with a little simulator to see what the matchups are going to be, right? We've had G2 win, FaZe win, Apeks, and ENCE. Now, I was looking a little bit earlier in the day, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, so I won't, but I think there's one juicier matchup than the other. But this is the scores and the doors. Madden, as Diha, you just heard from him right there, he had a great showing right here on Vertigo. He reminded everybody that Diha had a good showing on Anubis, but I think the sentiment from the interview right there that was key for me, he said everybody popped off today. And, well, that's how you're going to find yourself 2-0 at the end of day 1 of the Challenger stage.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a great feeling for Snappy. On the other side of things, for the Ninjas, I think Config, my biggest standing performance, a couple of...
He had a couple of moments where he's swinging.
Yeah,
you know
he's having a go. He's having a go. And we have the schedule actually up on your screens. You can see where we find ourselves. Fluxo Monte is going on right here, right now, over on the other stream. If you want to go check that out.
I'll even tell you what map it is. It's Overpass.
Okay, if you're desperate. And then GamerLegion taking on the Mongols. We'll be back with that one very, very shortly, right?
Yeah, they're not too far. And then to close out the day, Forze versus Liquid and Mouz OG. We'll be back after a break to bring you more of the Counter-Strike action.
Yes, the Arc de Triomphe. And Triumph is the name of the game here at the Major. It is our first day, and there's been already just a plethora of fraggers and toe taggers and absolutely no laggers. Of course, 0 MS. We've been enjoying seeing nerds enjoy the freedom
the luxury
of that land ping. And well, up next we've got the same. I've got Chad Birchall with me, of course, expert ex-Australian representative in the Counter-Strike realms.
Yeah, now I'm just touring the world.
Touring the world?
World.
Tour?
So, yeah, people really like the way Australians say tour.
Tour.
Yeah, but the Mongolians, this gentleman here in the middle of the screen, the newest edition, he used to play with them when they were checkmate, or at least some of the individuals right here. And here's the roster rundown. Blitz, he'll beat you at chess. Don't you worry about that. Techno, not looking for any 4Ks. Annihilation, the AWPer for the team. Hastaka, the new boy, and, well, Bartak, he was the new boy not that long ago. So they brought Hastaka in. He had a really good showing on the T side against G2 on Inferno, which is the only match they played so far today. I think a lot of people were surprised to see G2 allow it to go against, to be Inferno with the Mongols in the server, but it was a comfortable map for both teams, right? And if you're the favorite team like you are G2, you should be, if you're part of the top 5 elite teams at this event, you should be comfortable taking a team like Mongols to Inferno. And let's see if Hastaka can bring up the performance like he did earlier today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. And actually, I'm intrigued to know what has Techno learned from their first game. I think Dinko sat down with Techno to talk a little bit about it.
I'm here with Techno from the Mongols, and we're just going to talk a little bit about that game versus G2, right? You got the map, I would say you wanted, Inferno, and you made it very competitive, but something went wrong. It all started to fall apart. What went wrong in your mind?
Of course, we lost because of us, yeah. Then it was 11-6 at the rounds, yeah. Then we lost the first buy round. Then it goes. We can't take the round from them. Yeah, that's it.
Now, we look at Inferno. It is the map you got in the best of ones. That's the one you would hope to get most of the time, right? We've seen that over this year. You guys have looked really good on Inferno. But with the roster changes, have you had time to make the rest of your maps solid? Is there a good map other than Inferno for you guys to go to in these best of ones?
It's still Inferno for us, yeah. That's it.
Is that the only map?
Yeah. And maybe Nuke.
So we can maybe see a nuke slip through. Now, coming into your opponent, GamerLegion, they also had a slow start today on Inferno. What have you made of your opponent? What do you think of them?
They actually play Inferno without their demos, and we watched.
Well, they watched.
They watched something.
Something.
They were watching their demos on Inferno.
And they probably learned something as well.
Well, he could have been saying they watched their game against Complexity earlier today, that which was on Inferno. And it was something where they had a pretty good showing on... Well, no, actually they didn't. They had a very bad showing on their T side. They lost the first half 13-2, I believe it was, GamerLegion.
Right. Well, can we focus on those boys for a second?
Where do you want to start?
Well, everyone's talking about this Shuey fella.
Yeah.
Everyone can't get
enough of Shuey.
Enough of Shuey.
Everyone loves a Shuey.
And there he is, adjusting.
What about Acor? We're going to be in there. We're going to be in his arena in a couple
That's true.
weeks.
Honestly, the fact that he lent it to us for a whole week.
I can't believe it. 4 days.
Very generous of him.
Isn't it? And a Dane owning real estate in France. You don't get too much of that going on in 2023. Is that the year we're in?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And of course, we haven't mentioned is Kioz, who's probably the nicest human being. I'm not going to shame anyone else in the world ever.
What about Jax?
Oh yeah, touche. Well, actually, tell you what about IM? Why don't we tune in and see if he came across nicely with Dinko?
All right.
Here with Emma from GamerLegion. Now, looking at the start of the day, a little bit shaky at the start of week T side to kick things off. For you individually, I think it is a bit more of a quieter performance. Do you have sort of a mental reset plan? So when you have a bad game, do you have just a reset and go and refocus the next one?
Definitely, it was a off game, at least for me individually, because at least on this side I was quiet. I lost all my timings. I remember like at least 3 or 4 times that I turned and then he picked me or something like this. But it is what it is. That's the game. And then, yeah, I just take my time, be quiet. Like I have my own routine, so I try to reset. And let's hope we have a better game today.
Obviously, you guys have had some time to sort of discuss that first game as well. Is there any discussions you've had as a team and what you can fix maybe with that slower start?
Yes, we had a little discussion. We knew that the game cool, at least on T side. We like I think we lost like 3 1v1 situation or something like this. If we won that, it's even closer, and then on City we have more room to play because we started a little comeback, and then yeah.
Now, looking at your opponents, the Mongols, right? They've been pretty good this year, but I think the map that everybody knows they're good on is Inferno. It seems like that's one of the only maps they're capable of playing at that top level now. Have you had a little bit of a look into the Mongol side, and what do you think of them?
To be honest, I didn't look at all at them. I know them because sometimes, yeah, we are watching, but yeah, I didn't look at all. I think we just play whatever map, try to play our best. We don't think about them, and then if we play our game like we play in practice, we should win it. To be honest.
Yeah, very confident you're going to be taking them down then.
Second.
Very confident you will be taking them down then.
Yes, of course.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Great work there, Dinko and IM. And just talking about like bouncing back, I mean, I think actually if you kind of consider both of them, I actually see. Oh, looks like we're going to be going straight on into this one.
Let's do it.
GamerLegion and the Mongols. And I mean, it's funny when we compare the two interviews, talking about mental resets on one side, but I feel like Mongols would have a harder time resetting, feeling like you got so close against such a big name, and then feeling, in his words, Techno saying it was kind of our fault.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, you're up against G2, right? It's always difficult to get some rounds on the board, but you take a look here, we've got the Unicorn odds favoring GamerLegion, so with IM there, in terms of the confidence, definitely not as huge of a stretch, though. Maybe Inferno playing a little bit into that, because if there was going to be somewhere this could happen, you heard from the interview with Techno that Inferno is their map, and maybe a bit of nuke. So I love the fact they're doing some interviews, but Techno, don't be telling everyone you've only got Inferno, mate. We want to know you've been working on a whole lot more, bud, but let's get this one underway.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll give him a chat. Maybe next interview he's going to be talking about their 7-map pool.
I feel bad, because I said to him when we were at Pro League, I was like, mate, talk to us a bit more on the camera, and he did. He just went, mate, I gave him bad info. I'm sorry, Techno.
No, we only play Inferno. Only Inferno. And a lot of util. Look at this. Azteca's got a full stack, and same for Blitz. On this T start, GamerLegion will take to the defense first, and this is, of course, a cutthroat best of 1. And the Mongols, make no mistake, they have a very strong Inferno. There's a reason it's at the tip of his tongue.
And they can shoot, right? The conversation was that Azteca was probably going to bring them down a little bit, but he was great against G2. So then you put that with Blitz, Annihilation, and Techno, and we know that Bartek is a bit more of the supportive element of this team here. But speaking of support, Mongols have a whole lot of it in Banana. 4 players, ready and ready to execute towards B. Bartek's just going to be on this lurk.
Seems like the right call. Only Kios here.
It depends where this molly goes as well. So they've got the smokes. Backside molly. They flash and go here. Really feeling this one out, aren't they? But they're in. They should be able to get this bomb down.
Yeah, and then this is where Bartek really
hurt so much.
Oh, perfect. Ooh, and a response. But Isaac did eat dirt at the hands of that Glock. Good timing from Bartek. A 4-on-4 for the retake. Not going to be easy. Kios and Shui both coming in from Coffin's side. And 2 working towards CT. Here comes contact. Annihilation and Techno to swing out. Oh, just like that. 2 USB headshots in the feed and nothing back. Blitz, he had some chances. Azteca, though, their hero. It's not a great plan for him. And on the defuse with the kit, it's perfect from Shui.
That was so close.
You scared
that
me.
Was
it
so
actually
close.
was. It was like one more bullet. One more, like half a second, and he's giggling. But seriously, could have got a bit weird.
That was so close. The poor guy. That would have been a massive clutch, wouldn't it? So, yeah. Oh, mate, I am here with a great trade. It was clinical, these shots. Everybody just one click, one click, one click. So this is it. Oh, okay. Okay. Not far off the mark, was he?
No, that could have been real
Look
money.
at that buy. Not too shabby. Couple Galils, couple Deagles, util.
Oh, Azteca, that's a heavy chunk to take. Yeah, that's a scout bullet that forces a weapon trade. He gets some treat himself.
Short-lived.
A Desert Eagle. About 4 seconds of that.
Yeah, you spent the money. And now you're walking funny.
Shui, lovely conversion onto Blitz. The flash from Kios to set him up, and it's Techno that keeps it at least level. Punishes the aggression eventually.
Oh, Kios with this transition out as well. I don't think I expected because he had the flash set up. So, he's given the situation up now, but this is for the half-wall banana smoke. He can slink back. It will buy them about 20 seconds off the clock here. Still enough utility for MongolZ to execute B. So the next step for them is just to get top banana control and then execute into what we can see is just Kios on this B side of the map. He does have the rotation of IM available here, but it is going to be the long way around from Arch. Yeah. Talking a lot. He saw something.
Takes the pot shot. He opts to play inside, but the mollies force him forward. Yeah, look at that. Forced into the open, blinders up at, executed. And now they have the advantage. Into this plant, 25 seconds, no one really in a position to disrupt. Maybe now, Hasteka's given up some space. Post plant heard Annihilation towards Emo, but that's a nice placement of the smoke from the Mongols.
No kit.
It's going to be awkward to get back in. Surely you use that MP9 now, and yeah, that's fallen. That will be enough to try and get away with your M4. Actually, IM's coming and losing every single penny he spent, as it's only Acor trying to get out of there, try and take one more with him. A good tag, Bartak.
Yeah, everyone's dead.
Going to be vulnerable to that bomb. Everyone coming down with the ship, and Acor just happy to keep him locked in.
He might.
Bartak's accepted it.
Acor might go down as well here if he takes any more damage. Yeah, everyone going down. Besides Techno, who apparently bought himself more than enough room.
How did he get that one?
I don't know. He just got out of there quick, didn't he? All right, well, Techno will survive. It felt like everybody was gone there, didn't it? This was the trade from Techno onto Blitz right there. Shui going wide off the flash. Techno coming into the site. Great one there to take down Kios. You discussed exactly how those flames thrust him forward. And, well, here, this means we're going to get into a force buy of GamerLegions. They're just going to have some pistols to work with, and that's the unfortunate factor. You win the pistol, you lose the follow-up. You're the ones only getting the 1,400 loss bonus, so your follow-up can't look anywhere near as good, especially on that CT side. Can't stimulate the economy with a bomb plant. That's a set of words you probably will never hear in your economics class. And execute B again. They were able to do this against G2, so why not do it against GamerLegion?
Everyone's diligent about it. Everyone's aware. Doesn't matter if you know what's coming, if you can't quite stop it. Techno, once again, going to be trying to open up this site. Timing, utility, and a headshot. That is an exception from the 5-7 of Isaac. Hasteka keeps it interesting. And look at that deep CT smoke. Bartak, good catch. Perhaps going to overlook Kios. They know he's typically the B defender. He will be found out. Hasteka gets himself a second.
It should be the save here.
Dude, I love that deep CT. Like that, just having that in your repertoire, it just feels like whoever was committed to B is on an island now.
And it's a really nice way as well, because it's unlikely pistols are playing in ruins. At most, they might play coffins and rotate back, but it means that you very likely, if once you win that CT fight, you get better angles for the rifles to fight in towards B, as opposed to like running in and worrying about first oranges, second oranges, new box, boost, emo, right? I could list them off for days. So yeah, a well-handled round here from MongolZ, especially when you don't really know what the force looks like exactly, right? Do they have SMGs? What are the pistols? You know, it's a nice way to deal with it from the MongolZ. They'll get themselves 2 consecutive rounds here. But you bring up a good point. So let's paint the picture for everybody in terms of the CT setup and maybe where MongolZ are looking for weaknesses or sites to be exploited, head-to-head matchups. You're going to have the likes of Kios over towards the B-bomb site with Shui. Akor's the AWPer, so he gets a lot of freedom, right, in terms of where he wants to take the picks. You might see him arch, aggressive hauls, over towards short, maybe opening up over towards B if you caught the G2 game a little bit earlier. You might have seen Monte consistently moving around, so expect some similar plays out of the likes of Akor. And then you're going to have locking down more over towards that A-bomb site of Isaac, and then IM. I don't want to say his name wrong, because this is the thing. I would say Ime, but the problem is the way that they do the end is very particular. So you've got to be careful with the end. So we'll just go with IM, because I don't want to upset the Romanians out there.
Yeah, try and keep it proper. So here he goes, actually descending for an early adventure. Here's IM. And you can see Bartak knife out at this point. Turns over to take the underpass.
They just want to go B again.
I mean, no surprises there, right?
But this is space and information for GamerLegion. The fact that they're out so far in the second mid, but there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, it feels like...
It's good info, but nothing you can do.
Unnecessary damage taken by Blitz. Don't think that's going to have too many ramifications, though. No stress. Everything, it should be hunky-dory. As, yeah, we're going to be starting to see this kind of full pack enter into B. No sweat on the brow, no players in the sights, so get that bomb down. Provided by Blitz, and yeah, you can see that even the info on Annihilation's jump spots out the IM stairs. Deeg, no reason to get too stressed about that one. Obviously, it's a frag they would like in order to have the exit towards Banana. In fact, it's going to be very locked down. They can just head towards CT.
Yeah, as soon as he spots a couple more here, I think Annihilation might be sending the rest of his teammates packing in. Well, this would be the moment for info. There you go, clearing towards that CT spawn. GamerLegion might get absolutely nothing out of this. They can't really risk chasing up Banana because of the radius right now. Everybody exiting in the opposite direction. And, well, MongolZ might keep everybody alive, but we won't say the same as Hastaka will take down Kios, trying to find something on the way out the door. 3-1. Stuff from the MongolZ. I wonder if there's anybody in Mongolia still awake watching this one. It's going to be getting pretty late. What would they be? GMT +8? I don't know what the time in... I can't even pronounce the capital city. Let's have a look. I reckon Mongolia has more than one time zone.
Do you?
Has to. It's so big. It's 2:30 in the morning. GMT +8. Same time zone as Perth, Western Australia.
2:30 a.m. So yeah, it's gamer out.
Yeah, you could be awake.
Yeah, you could be.
And there's a big contingent of Mongolian Counter-Strike players out there, I'm sure, watching this one, anticipating what could be.
Ooh, Annihilation, a little baity release of his crouch key there. Gets Acor's all early revealed.
This is something as well that we're going to see from MongolZ at the T side is a lot of these default approaches. When people actually started to take notice, they're like, oh, hold up there, don't just run at you. This isn't like Tyloo. And it's like, well, no, like, I guess most people weren't paying attention to the MongolZ because they're a type of team, especially on like your nukes and your Infernos, they do like being quite default heavy. They'll wait out your util. They'll remove the risk of what your nades could mean. They don't look great necessarily when it gets late because you need to be really poised, and but they're able to pull it off. And Hastaka, well, being up and over right now, does maintain this Banana control. Nikor's going to walk into this, and maybe not. So held at bay by the Flames for now. 50 seconds left and looking to knock on the B bomb site once more.
Here they come. 3 here. 3, and Acor's the first to put Hastaka down. Big response from Blitz. Surging forward, Acor up and over, slips off, loses his teammate. Shui's gone. Acor has to evacuate.
So low.
Yeah, and that bomb will go down. Isaac and IM are rotating through, but this is going to be one that I think Acor's going to feel out.
But again, they don't have kits, so unless there was one on Shui or Kios that's down in the site right now, we're going to have a rough time getting back into this.
Look how deep that smoke is as well. It's all very well considered. They are really going for this. Feels like an uphill struggle to go for it. 10-second defuse, lads. You probably got 5 seconds before I needed a fuse. Hurry up! Bartak gets them all down. And IM, no hope, no time. Blitz will take it all away, and another round ascribed to the MongolZ.
I'd say that's an ill-advised round to go for, considering we're so early. That was only round 5 of this first half of play.
Can we do Nip Smoke? Or not the Navi Smoke, the one on mid?
Okay, the Navi smoke, the one in mid.
I think that's aggressive.
Well, this is the thing, because so many teams call the same smoke something else. It'd be the first team that they copied it from, or the first team that did it against them, of how they name it. They could literally just do like the mid-deep G2 smoke and just call it Navi, which is exactly what they did. This is the one with the gap. Okay, so this is so that you can take that fight in towards second mid. So they've left a bit of a gap on the deep mid smoke. This one here is to at least make them be a little bit more inquisitive of what it can mean, but Attack with the first in towards Boiler does have to worry about this Kios aggression now, who's been able to slip the net. So undetected Kios, how much damage can he do? Blitz, not ready for this. Or is he? Looking the right way. Blitz, the in-game leader, ready for everything.
Strong clear. Far too aware. And Master Blitz.
We never did have that chess match between Henry and Blitz, so...
Next time.
Yeah, hopefully. There's 2 players noted on A right now. Blitz will take down Acor on the jump. And they could just waltz in towards B if they would like. Blitz just standing and delivering a fight. This still could... A little bit scary. That's the bomb isolated mid and can't land the shot. So the round should be done and dusted now. They know where Isaac is. 5-1. Good start.
Very good start. I mean, I'm not going to poke the the bear and start talking about how much of an advantage did they have against G2? 11?
I think he said 11 to 6.
11 to 6, 11 to 7. I just want to kind of get an idea, and I think it was their T side as well.
It was the T side that was strong. It was the CT side where they struggled.
Right. So in that sense, like this, things are going to plan for the Mongols. They need to have a good haul on the T side and know that they can kind of eke it out the rest on that defense.
So this is the thing. Let's say that they need to get 9, exactly like they were able to get against G2. They're still going to have to put in a lot of work on their CT half because they only managed 2 CT rounds against G2 when we saw them play earlier. As you can see, a little technical issue. We'll get that one done and dusted for everybody at home ASAP. And remember, if you want to check out the main stream that's going on right now, head over to Blast TV. All that action available there, YouTube, Twitch, all that good stuff. We've got Monte taking on Fluxo right now, and Monte with a very difficult opening game to start off this one against that of FaZe. Now find themselves with a bit of a grace here against Fluxo, who got blown out of the water by countryman Pain as their kickoff match of the Challenger stage. So that's the action between both the streams currently. And you should maybe do what they're doing. Hydrate, fuel up. Well, I don't know, maybe if you're going to bed soon, stay away from the caffeine. The water's good. Yeah.
How long does caffeine take to hit your system?
How long does it take to get out of your system?
Yeah, that's a good question too. Like, how long? How does it last? Like, how long does it like actually last?
I don't know.
The half-life of.
And how do we know? Who are we trusting?
Okay, so the half-life of
6 hours. It's been reported in my headset.
4 and 6 hours.
Okay.
Between the two.
All right.
Damn.
I know if you do like exercise and then you want to go to bed, normally that keeps you awake for like 2 to 3 hours.
It does? I can imagine like.
Depends, like, no, because your heart rate's still going a bit, you know, you're all elevated.
Like fight or flight's been engaged.
It's like when you finish work and you want to, and it's late and you want to go home and go to bed immediately. You can't because your body just won't let you. It's like, well, I haven't decompressed yet.
Yeah.
Okay, we must be getting back into things here because I can see a bit of a chit chat from the coach right there. And I can confirm that we are in a GamerLegion tactical timeout. Ash on one side, Mara on the other. The first timeout from GamerLegion so far, and it's going to come in round number 7. And this is just to discuss the state of the finances, which is fantastic. They can buy. They can get the AWP out on A-Core. They can get out all the rifles, all the U2, all the good stuff, but it's how do they want to defend here? Do they have a little move that they want to make? Do they think they need to fight for a little bit more tooth and nail for this banana control? Because that has been a key to the Mongols here, just executing in towards this B-bomb site time and time again. Here we go, we're about to find out, get all those answers and more. A 3-man B start, AWP of A-Core, part of that pack. Didn't throw the Furious smoke to extinguish and go for a car peek. So just there to lob out some U2 and hold for a push, because they have shown Mongols in the G2 game earlier today and already so far in this half, they like to do some of these more explosive plays once they get the top banana. They even did one against G2 earlier where they just like all naded sandbag from behind half wall and just went with flashes. So we'll see if they want to keep that variance of the pressure of B up, but banana control will be completely under the remit here of GamerLegion. Patience from Shui to wait out that smoke, and well, as it locks off the base of banana, that deal has been signed. Now, the traditional response from the T should be looking for top mid. Long smoke, short flash, and they'll be able to at least force the respect of GamerLegion. So they're going to leave A-Core's AWP to solo defend B. If he misses a shot here, he's in a lot of trouble.
Looking the wrong way for the grab walk peek, and yeah, just caught with a bit of movement, inaccuracy.
Sticky nades.
Can't get anything out of his hands. Finally does so, and it's, well, considerable damage to Hasteka. A-Core calls for aid. You can see the beacons are lit. Shui and Kios are going to be on their way.
Enough for a full execute here and plenty of time to organize this. 33 seconds left on the clock. They're going to get behind the smoke, and here comes the explode. Boost to deal with, all back at the side. This is going to be tough.
Yeah, not going to be easy. The full flash to try and catch him because time is a sensitive mission for the Mongols. Kios, double kill. Look at this peek around the smoke. They weren't expecting that. Expecting a full perfect smoke, but instead a gap. And it leads to GamerLegion second.
I wonder if that hit Kios or if they just missed through it.
Yeah, one or the other.
Yeah, because that's massive from Kios to shut things down. So they rotate very well here. I also, like with A-Core, when you see him hang around, here it is. Okay, so didn't make the sound cue that it hit him. It must have just been a misthrown smoke, which you can't be doing that. You can't be missing a sitter like that. And it, unfortunately, does seem to be quite a common occurrence, but Shui happy with that one. and trying to lift the mood here. As we discussed a little bit earlier in the day, Inferno at the moment is considered a T-side map. And we were thinking MongolZ need to get themselves at least up to the same benchmark they did against G2. That was 9 T-sided rounds. They've got enough cash to go again. And if you're looking at it from the GamerLegion perspective, they win 1, maybe 2 more of those depending on the plant situation, and they can break the economy of MongolZ here. Is it just going to be one and done, or is it going to be consecutive rounds here? Aggressive Stacker with the AWP here. Standing, burning, and we'll be dropping back to exchange the weapons here. So an opening gambit offers them nothing, but they also don't lose a whole lot.
It's nice to see them trying any opportunities. Obviously, Stacker communicating his spawn and Annihilation obliging the AWP.
Yeah, he hit a couple of tidy shots earlier today, quite flicky Annihilation. So let's see if they can activate him for an opener. You can't just let him dry search. You will need to try and set him up, put a body on the line to boost the flash, to give him an opportunity. But again, they technically, from what we can see, have banana control. Now, MongolZ don't know what's at Sandbag. They're about to flash half wall to work that out. But I feel like they've ran top, ran back, flashed, handed the bomb back. So, yeah, comms over there on MongolZ, maybe a couple of things not working quite perfectly here. But they've drawn the rotation, at the very least, and they've even put in the mid to B split smoke.
But stubborn, Acore and Isaac remain to defend the A site. Who takes that first contact and how? Isaac seems
30
very
seconds.
prepared. Yeah, 30-second mark reached. Blitz through mid, flashes high, good onto Isaac, should be dead, does take its sweet time to come through. But Annihilation's flash good enough, and you can see that distraction. Blitz, very late arrival through mid.
Thank God they didn't go for this one. We've already seen them go for one ill-advised retake off that B site. And speaking of B, well, it's nowhere to be seen. It was an A play. And that right there is what you can, I guess, power yourself up with by conditioning, right? B hits, B hits, B hits. They didn't have banana information. They had to go for the gamble stack of 3 players. The only gap that really existed that was in the dark was the apartment's position, because Acore was close mid holding brackets. So just a really good thread of the needle right there. And looking to hunt MongolZ. They want to try and take these rifles away if they can.
This is exciting to see. To see them kind of having the confidence in their own game to not only that, but to be hunting. Knowing this is that one, as you've already highlighted, one poorly chosen retake into now keeping hold of 3 rifles. It seems like it's not going to get too far for us. Stacker, not enough time left for any more, and they get all 3 through.
Oh, they can buy again, essentially, now, right? So the loss bonus is high enough here for the side of GamerLegion where they can drop a couple across. Acore can even get an AWP back in his hands. Isaac more than enough money for a purchase of his own here, and this was a great little entry there from Techno. The flash assist from Annihilation, meaning absolutely everything. And you can see Blitz just waiting for the moment to get that shot on Acore behind the pillar, but between a rock and a hard place there, a mid and a pit, and a bit of frustration. Here's AWP, wants to strike, aggressive line held, a glance in the second mid as well, and he's seen enough. Notice how there's nobody around, nobody holding a flash, nobody holding anything defensive or smoke. Acore is doing this on his own volition. Like, he literally has no assistance here.
This is just his choice. He knows the risks attributed to it. His internal timer, pretty bang on, actually, in terms of Bartak taking a look, go and walk about. Oh, they're coming for him. He has to get out. Good use of his util while flashed. At least delays their long take. And I mean, the smoke is up.
But it's Isaac on an island. They've locked them in on A shore, but look at the rate. Whoa.
It's quick behind him, but yeah, Stack has dealt with it. Kios not so close.
I'm surprised they were even ready for that.
Yeah, it could have been much worse. Here they come. Acore looking for that fight and does deliver. It took their time, delayed nicely. And now here they come. Final hit around A. These hay bales. It doesn't have to be the commitment, but it feels like it will be with Annihilation to clear the spot. Good shot. Isaac down. Boost catches him off guard. Annihilation shut down. And now the bomb to be planted. Cam, Blitz, and Bartak. This potent pairing. Come home with a 7th. Kios, I am all coming from this long side. Blitz in a power position as well for the hard clip. And he takes that first contact. Now Bartek delivers just like that. It seems practically perfect. Acor shouldn't have this one, but he certainly could now. Light on time. Pistol to hunt. A dink hit. Blitz goes down as he got the kit just in time.
This is going to be real close.
Just on the edge of the precipice of glory, Acor. Wow, I actually feel like they thought they had that one. Mongols overcooking it.
Yeah, giving it a gift and Annihilation's face there, I think it says an awful lot. That is something that Acor will never forget. Christmas came damn early here. Yeah, really gave over that. I think they're expecting him to save. You see just how close it's getting. A couple more seconds bled off the clock, and that would have been 7 rounds for Mongols.
The face of surprise
on
everyone.
You're not expecting to get that one.
Like GamerLegion themselves are like, oh, wait, what? We win? I mean, he had no kit.
That crossfire was so good.
Left. It was a perfect crossfire. Then Bartek's just holding A and going.
Swinging wide.
Swinging and a swanging.
It was like Blitz first contact, tucks in, slither gap, Bartek second kill.
Right.
You're against an AWP. Just don't peek.
Stay in. Oh no, Mongols might be living to regret that one.
Well, if they can win this one, if they can pull this one out of their ass right here,
sure.
They're going to put GamerLegion in an odd spot as far as the buy goes. Oh, and the pre-fire on that. Good crosshair placement. Taps Kios down to 45. And they're going. I love the explosive nature.
Yeah, I mean, look what it does to Shuey. Suddenly, he can't leave new box. Could be mollied out at any point. Then he's definitely not emo. All eyes on him. Does get Techno. Response required. Shuey pushed and down Kios with a double straight through the CT smoke. He came straight in. Like, they were not messing about. It felt like they knew it was a full commitment and responded in kind.
And handled that explosive play on towards that B bomb site there. So it feels like when you're capitalizing on that space, if you're Mongols, you feel like you should be converting that type of a round. But this was great from Shuey, really delaying them here. And they knew exactly where he had to be, right? They had good utility usage. They eliminated a lot of positions on the site there. They scaled efficiently. Just really good work there from the individuals of GamerLegion to be quite weedy about it. As Mongols, that cash has finally hit the bottom of the barrel. Couple of AKs, a Galil, a Deagle for Annihilation, and an aggressive mid push.
Yeah, I don't know if it's anything.
Ah, he'll kick.
Oh! Hey, yeah, punished for it. Bartek, quick on that. Oh, Nickel kept it level, but it's a Stecker to tip the scales once more in favor of the Mongols. Kios quaking in his boots. He knows what's coming.
Look at the pace again.
Look at them. They're already landing. All the util lands at once. He can only be first oranges, and he's down. Look at this. This is beautiful for Counter-Strike coming in response from the Mongols straight into the site. Oh, no real margin for Rera. Everything lands in full commits. And then there's the follow-up smoke even deeper to really nullify your options. Acor just going to try and keep hold of his AWP.
Yeah, get on out of there. He's talking about the buy situations that are going to be available. These Sev guns should secure them yet another. But the Mongols, again, I guess just keep going B. At this stage, you've had most of your success over there. This was on the round where things were starting to get a little bit light on. And look how frustrated, look at this, right? This is what I was scoffing about while the round was going, because it's so frustrating for IM, the timing on that, right? Acor's covering the wider swing, the body block, it makes it really difficult for him to even be able to isolate that shot. And a good shot nonetheless from Acor, but just frustrating for IM there.
Just pops his head out. I mean, that's not a shot. You don't want Acor taking that flick and it ending like that double.
And I know you think I'm covered, but it's one of those that are really touch and go.
You don't want Acor to be too much wider because of the T stairs. Like, it's, yeah.
And we heard that he was saying he had a real slow start when they played Inferno earlier in the day. Now, they did start on the T side against that at Complexity. Now they're starting on the CT side, another somewhat slow start, but at least they have the solace of knowing well, actually, no, they had a bad T side. This is, I guess, when you frame it, they need to be putting in a decent shift here. Confidence on their T side probably not at an all-time high right now. They have banana control again.
Yeah.
But for how long do they keep it?
Let's find out. I mean, the deep smoke's good.
It's so classic the way that they're approaching Inferno here. It's like they set up one guy banana, and then we'll just drop back and try and just play 4A.
Right.
It's that's a very simple and effective way to play the map. But because Mongols aren't in a rush, your gamble stack nets you nothing. It just puts you out of position if an explosion like this comes. Kios, fortunate to get one here, will be chased down, rotation on its way. That one kill means so much.
Yeah, it could be round defining. Not only just taking down the first, but Akor's going to be there, as is Chewy. To assist them, they are just going all in. A missed shot from Akor, sticks around for a second attempt. And Blitz gone. Kios another, straight through the smoke. He's just got Smoko vision. And suddenly, Annihilation and Bartak getting a little hot. Getting a little hot and heavy. Pushing Akor. Walks into the quick scope. Akor hitting a couple of crackers. Only 20 HP as well. Had to be good for that first bullet. Only
Deagle, right? He dropped his gun.
Not the weapon for the job. Long range and closed in on front. The jump up IM secures a 5th for GamerLegion.
I think he may have had to reload there. That's why he just got rid of the rifle and gave it his best crack. But the explosions, I like it. I think but it can't be your only play. Because if you're just hoping to if the game plan is we want to capitalize because we know they play a lot of 1-4 after they establish banana control, fine. But if you lose the opening kill, then the whole concept changes. Yeah. He's already slowed you down. You've given your tell of what you're doing, and then you still kind of run into that brick wall. So I like it on one hand, but not all the time.
Yeah.
Like chocolate. Yeah. Chocolate's great. I love chocolate, but it's not the only thing I can eat.
Everything in moderation. It's called the law of diminishing returns.
A lot of those.
Yeah.
This should be something a bit different here. 4 players fast up second mid. This must be an A execute. Like, that's the only answer for seeing this set up out the gates on the T side. Oh, nice. Oh, it could have been nice.
It was an idea.
A good idea.
Yeah, just not quite the perfect execution. The silent mount. No noise made as they slink into the bathroom. Bathrooms? Don't know what bathrooms I'm looking at, but that's a bedroom. And avoiding the nade, only 8 damage, chipping away. Isaac aware, though, it feels like it's a bit suspicious in the apartments. He's not too interested in losing an early opening. Akor trying to slow him down. Isaac caught out. That's a big frag and a weapon now for Bartak. IM, 2.5. Heavy lifting. Chewy one back. With that bomb going down, courtesy of Annihilation, they're going to wait for this regroup. Kios and Chewy to try and solve this one.
They still have a smoke on Bartak and several flashes. He's not going to deploy the smoke from Graveyard. This is going to be a wasted piece of utility.
Yeah, and look at this headshot angle from Bartak. Delivers the first. Kios, what have you got? A smoke to stare at and bullets in your chest. 8 secure, and with that benchmark that you set, about 9, it's very much within touching distance now for the Mongols. Round 14 ahead of us. 8 already in the bank, and those have been quite spotty in those last 3 T rounds.
Oh, that first is wild.
Mid-spray.
No wonder I was so confused watching that play out. Where was the first? You watch it back there, okay. You've really got to be paying an awful lot of attention to catch that one, as GamerLegion have picked what I believe they think is the lesser of 2 evils. So they had enough for a couple of rifles, but with the loss bonus going into the final round only 1900, they have opted to take a bit of an eco here. A Deagle, the Zeus, a Flash. That's what they're going to rest their hopes on here for round 14.
Very good Molotov they've been throwing into those apartments. You can see how suffocating it is.
Come on.
The bait, you see that Akor little, the little bait sound.
Ah! I went for more pitch.
You still got it though.
I went for more pitch that
Very
time.
nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
Sometimes I'm a little bit deeper. I've gone for more pitch in that one.
Yeah. And then if we slowed it down, you could have, you know, best of both worlds.
True. Well, a conversation to be had now because they're not in B just yet.
Yeah.
The longer they take, I was going to say the more players that might start to rotate over, but Chewy, he was responding to this. I think he called his teammates off, and now it's a little too late. They don't know what's in the site just yet. The problem is GamerLegion haven't made an assertive move to take some information anywhere. So as they say, silent, shrouded by the smokes, they will creep and crawl their way in with a double pump. Another coffin smoke, and Stacker is across, diligently clearing that util perfectly placed, and they'll be in for what should be the 9th. Get some exits, try and take some AKs, right? And that's about it. You will be buying in the next round regardless, but you'd prefer to do it with AKs than anything else.
Best case scenario, why not?
Could still maybe do a little bit of damage to their finances slightly as well. I understand next round's the last round, but a Stacker only has $50 for example, so if you were to kill them all, you would probably remove an AWP from possibility. And really scratching the bottom of the barrel to give you anything to be excited about in this round. It is just sitting back waiting for the logical conclusion. About 15 seconds left on that bomb, and they're trying to exit towards CT. A dink and a death for Techno, but the trade is there. Stacker combine with the likes of Annihilation to at least find themselves a safe haven towards CT spawn. That will be that 9-mark hit. So just one more round left in this first half of play, and just one more best of one coming on this B stream for the day.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Has been you know, as far as upsets and whatnot go for the day, it hasn't been an awful lot. There was obviously Grayhound over Forze, Apeks beating Liquid were two of the bigger ones.
I mean, 100%. I think Apeks being 2-0 at the end of day one is probably the biggest surprise.
Oh, for sure.
Like, I mean, and we all know the names.
Yeah, they're a fringe team.
Yeah.
They're not in like a conversation to get through in 3-0, but maybe they are.
Certainly. Yeah, it's been an impressive start for them, and making Grayhound their, well, female dog.
Yes, took them out for a walk, didn't they? Look at Acor right now.
I'm looking at him.
He's just chilling. He's just waiting to be called to what to do.
Right.
Yeah. For any information, he was literally just chilling and waiting. Now he's picking B.
And he's actually going to go ahead of this molly. He's going to commit to it. Techno spots it out. Counter molly to make sure that gap can't be closed towards the half wall. But he's sticking around. Like, brave to be continuing. Gets information off of his jumps and now feels the confidence to go post up. Does Techno dare? Yeah, I think this is enough. They've seen enough. But knowing the AWP's there, they're going to cheat 4 players towards the A site. We're about to have quite the hectic finish here. It's a 4-on-4 on the A side of the map. Annihilation misses his shots. There's her Stecker. Again, the name we find ourselves screaming at high heaven. Shui. Long side, back to Acor's domain though, and the Dane does deliver. One more bite at the cherry. He's getting a bit greedy now. It's this pendulum
you have
swing.
to go away. You have to respect that smoke.
You got no options but to give it a look in. 25 seconds, final round of the half. Bartek's got a chance onto Isaac. It's just about how much IM gets done.
Time's the biggest issue.
Yeah, gotta hurry up. Good flashes. Gotta get that clear. IM does deliver the one on the site. Really light on time. 9 seconds. Isaac's still alive, and that's the end of that. 6 recovered. GamerLegion 6. MongolZ 9. We'll take a break.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I'm like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in business. If you are watching both streams simultaneously, then you'll know that there is a lot of action going on unfolding over on the second stream.
Yeah, you'll only be watching one very shortly.
Yeah.
So, and it'll be the one with us because we have an entire second half of Counter-Strike that we still need to get through between MongolZ and GamerLegion. And the 3-round lead that MongolZ have at the half, it didn't bode so well for them earlier in the day against G2. Similar scoreline, actually same scoreline. They were able to get that pistol and get off to a good start on their defense, but it just wasn't enough. Let's see if it's enough against GamerLegion, who did battle back in with a couple of spotty rounds. But 6, it's more than enough here.
Close on the half wall. Techno needs a multi-kill. Hopefully Hasteka can hit one. Oh, he's down. That's something! Spectacular! As Techno takes 4 down, you could call it a Techno 4K. Just like that. The pistol rounds going their ways. That double digits, it's coming quick, thick, and fast. I am not long for this world as Techno makes it a 5. That is all his. An ace to start off proceedings in our second half.
And that is a great way for him to kick things off, right? Just munching away with those dual Berettas at the half wall. These pistols, you know, just a little price drop. And the amount they get purchased, 30 bullets of pain, just unloaded. This is great stuff from the young gun. One of the absolute youngest members we have here in attendance at the Paris Major.
He's just mashing his clicks, mashing that mouse as fast as he can.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. And look what it leaves him with. That is the purest of ecos.
A full eco indeed,
Holy
yeah.
moly.
Wow, that's 11, huh?
Avocado guacamole.
This is where they were earlier in the day, right? This is exactly where they were earlier in the day. 9-6 at the half against G2, swap over, win the pistol, win the follow-up, and lose 10 consecutive rounds to lose the game 16-10.
Okay. So let's get that 11th.
And then I think the 12th is probably...
And then the 12th,
yeah.
and then maybe even the 13th.
The 12th at least would put them on a new path, one that we haven't explored before.
That's fair, that's fair. Let's see if we can get there. Yeah, well, GamerLegion, what they're doing here is...
I was just looking... Oh, another ace. Oh, not another ace.
Well, Techno does get 3, and very likely 4. There's another one. For him, that's a lot of kills in 2 rounds. It's going to be certainly bolstering his total. He's actually managed to match Hasteka, who was our high flyer. Once again, it's worth noting that he's had 2 back-to-back good Infernos.
I just want to follow up here. Unless on the mainstream there's been an ace in that Fluxo versus Monte game, that would be the second ace from Techno there. So not his second ace, the second ace in the tournament.
Of the tournament.
Sorry, I should have probably been a little
makes
more.
sense.
Yeah, so G2 versus MongolZ. Monte had an ace, and Techno with the second one of the tournament thus far.
Damn. Yeah, we'll keep tabs of that. It's not every player who actually does manage to pull off an ace in territory like this.
He's on 2 HP.
I mean, he's gone. He always makes sure of that.
It felt like he started the round on 2 HP.
Yeah, I'm not sure Shuey really hurt the boy. Kios has already got full top banana control, so this one shaping up very nicely for the GamerLegion response.
Wow, this is where things really started to go wrong. We've referenced it once, we'll reference it again, but losing the opening pick just in the blink of an eye, not having any map control whatsoever. I like this from Blitz, at least trying to find some damage, and that nade, destined for a frag. Beautiful to draw one back. That's better than information right now. A 4-on-4, blocking towards long. Top mid control taken. Isaac limping some forward of his own utility to keep Blitz at least planted, but it will look to be a B finish. Annihilation on the boost. Techno, let's see how many more kills he can find himself.
Yeah, he's going to be playing like more reactive.
I think he'll jump up.
Yeah, if they were to smoke him. Smokes sail into the site. Techno looking for a fight. Annihilation nearly gets 2. I am immediately on to Techno though. Annihilation's options limited. Rotation through. The double Bs.
They have 2 incendiaries here. 1 new box, 1 emo, very possible. Flashes as well to help clear out Sandbag. Annihilation can bide his time.
Yeah. He can be the pièce de résistance at the end.
There's emo, and there's new box. Here we go.
Okay, they're trapped in the limbo. two of them just in the open. Lovely headshot, Bartak another. Oh, they feel helpless. I am only one. And have they got the diffuser? 10 seconds for good measure. The Mongols with a very convincing retake.
Yeah, you're just looking at the util, you're piecing together what's possible. You're looking at the territory. They have no banana control. Everybody's stuck in the back of the site. Those flames, absolutely perfect. And there's the difference maker. We'll make it up to 12 with some banger shots here from Bartak. We look at him as the supportive element. Well, he's with the heavy hitters right now. 15 for Bartak, 15 for Hasteka, 15 for Techno.
Yeah, and I mean, that second shot as well from Bartak makes the difference. It really does. It's not an easy shot to hit, a quick flick and finding that head as quickly as he could. Puts them on 12.
This needs to be dawning on GamerLegion right now. They're the favorites coming into this game. The Unicorn odds said that. The people at home would say that. But this is a 0-1 game. The loser of this, one best-of-3 loss away from elimination. Last place available on the line. You don't want to be going down to the 0-2 column on day number 1. This has just changed tone. A 6-round difference, so this is becoming very serious as GamerLegion have purchased back in to fight for their life here.
It's got to be good. It's got to be now. Annihilation with this opportunity. Should be trying to barrel bait. Annihilation gives it up. They have to go. They're just charging. Good opportunity. Oh, and Hasteka gets nothing done from that boost position. She's all onto Annihilation. Yeah, and a couple of missed shots. Call it done. A very, well, practically perfect.
The detail there, that the reason that clear was so easy, there's only a few positions on the site that people throw that retake banana utility for. And that's, oh, great find there from IM. But you hear that util coming. That's why I said they have to go. They extinguished and went because they had so many players car. That util set, as I said, only a couple of positions you throw that from, and one of them, quite often, is first oranges.
Yeah.
So knowing that that is likely one of your initial clears is going to be that position, and you could see just how easy they were able to deal with it. The AWP can only scamper back into so many positions as well. So just scaling really nicely on the Mongols there in a really good round, and a necessary round for GamerLegion to pick up, to finally put something on the board here in the second half of play.
Long road back into this game, of course, has started about right now.
Yeah, and the problem when you look at this round timeline that you and I are right now is they've only posted 2 consecutive rounds as the highest round count. So they really need to break that trend here. Otherwise, I'm no mathematician, but I would say that Mongols will probably beat them to 16 if we continue to leapfrog.
I'm with you. Does have to be a string of consecutive rounds from GamerLegion.
And here is the first of what should be
2 in a row, for sure.
Because loss bonus 1900 into the next, it's going to be quite light on for the likes of Bartak and an Annihilation, right? Hasteka will be able to drop an AWP if that's the type of... They might, well, because they're going full eco here, I know it's Blitz with a Deagle. Hold up a second, Bartak. And a couple of free pot shots right there. And
that's enough for me.
Oh, no, he almost got away.
Not bad, not bad.
Good shelf life there. You could have gone for 2 half buys, or you could have gone for what is more of a full eco, and then buy quote-unquote full into the next, where you have a few emissions as far as util and maybe rifles go. It'll be interesting to see how Mongols want to proceed. I think Mara should probably call a timeout as well, just to have a bit of a chit-chat.
And yeah, that's probably not a bad idea to get it done now, as opposed to before we're all tied up. Should that be the reality to come?
It has yet to be called. I'm just keeping my eyes on it right now. Freestyle ticking down 12, 11, 10. So maybe it won't come in here.
It's just the fact that, I mean, obviously that it was an eco in this previous round, but the 5 alive in the previous, like the perfect round they just had, this is like the start of a GamerLegion run.
I just feel that this would have been a really good time to have that chat, because as you're talking about this run with the loss bonus still very low, Hasteka's actually rocking the AWP here. So is he going to give it back to Annihilation at some point? We already saw that on the T side, or is he going to be the man sticking with the plan? As well, look at the radar. GamerLegion quite heavily applying some presence towards A. There's nobody in Banana. They're waltzing up middle. Mongols are playing very passive over towards Pit and Balcony. So no resistance here at all.
Yeah, I mean, what are Blitz and Bartak supposed to be doing in this with this crossfire they've established? Like, long is open. They've deep smoke library, deep smoke arch. Oh, what? The Annihilation just catches a perfect spray through that arch smoke. And Bartek having to maneuver. That sound betrays his position. It's Blitz to respond onto Kios. Oh, and Acor trying to get away. The IM covers a double from him. And it's Acor to get into that site for the finish.
So scrappy, wasn't it?
Jesus.
A lot of moments there could have gone either way.
Yeah, 100%. I think IM did a lot with a little there.
He's come alive now as well. He's starting to get a bit more impact here, 19 kills.
Right, he talked about his underperformance in the interview, saying he doesn't want it to happen again. Well, he's top of the scoreboard right now. IM 19. He's got a good head clearance away from everyone else in the server. 15 high end for the Mongols, both Azteca and Bartek. And there's Azteca stacking another kill to his tally, looking for a save of that AWP.
And that was the first AWP bullet he had shot within that round.
Right.
So at that, now they know what is available in the next. If you're that of Mongols, you would have liked to not have him needing to take a shot at all and then have a bit of a surprise coming forward, maybe expecting him to have a rifle in his hands, but it is the big green. And now it's that 3-round gap. So I'm not sure how much taking a timeout would have made a bit of a difference here, but we are getting IM on display from the balcony. You can see him there just lacing those shots through the smoke, looking for any damage he could, and that's an important one from Acor because you can see Techno was starting to engage in the site.
It always surprises me when people just keep their wireless mouse in their hands. Oh,
yours isn't wireless.
No, it's not. But I was demonstrating anyway.
Like this.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, I can do it. I brought my own setup. You ever seen a caster bring his own setup before?
Never. Actually, Chad, I've been doing this a long time. It's kind of weird. Like, what could you possibly need your DPI for?
It just feels nice.
It just feels nicer. Okay. I actually really like the way this one feels. There's a little bargain bucket.
I have a mouse. You have a tablecloth.
Yeah, I do. It's taking me straight back to the church hall lands of yesteryear. Hey, let's see what Azteca gets done. Because, I mean, Annihilation did have 2700. He could have got a Kevlar vest and, you know, had a jab at it. But Azteca, he's earned it. He saved it.
Yeah, he bought it.
Yeah.
He's going to use it.
It's mine. And maybe we get to see a little bit more of a disruptive force. You can see their caution. Like, they are fully spread out, containing any of the potential CT aggressions.
This is the thing. Bartek, just having a glance in Boiler right now, gonna see that it's relatively clear. So they have to know that it's gonna be the B play. However, if Azteca goes the speedway rotation, it'll be very noisy. You're gonna see him have to go all the way around.
Right.
To that right-hand side, which to avoid the sound cue. Sure, it cuts off a few seconds, but it's not even the B finish. It's a B fake. He's just been drawn across the map, and they're coming up mid. This is great calling from Chewy here.
Yeah, that was actually perfect. Job done. Mission accomplished, and Kios just knife out away from the 5-man stacked bomb site. Like,
really well played, yeah.
I mean, especially rounds like this can get awkward.
Of course.
All it takes is one awkward, you know, death. I'm just actually casting my mind back to the first Inferno we casted.
Yeah.
You know, an awkward grim death, and you lost the whole thing.
And I think the thing as well is when you have a saved AWP in the mix, it's very scary because if that AWP rings out and gets a kill, you're going to want to try and take space elsewhere, but that's where the stack could be.
Yeah.
And then you go in the stack of pistols and maybe you're overlooking a few corners because you know it's just against this lighter buy, and then you give up another gun and, well, it spirals out of control, but handled, and now it's just going to be a 2-round gap manifesting here. So good stuff from GamerLegion. And we were talking about streaks of rounds. Look at this, 4 on the trot. They're going to get themselves up to a decent haul so far in this T side. Mongols have bided their time. They've taken their saves. They've put them in the piggy bank, and now they're going to smash it open and get a couple more purchases out. Now, double AWPs on Inferno as a CT solution is a solution. And they could opt for it here if they would like. There is enough money for Azteca to buy one. It has been a tactical timeout called from the side of Mongols here, so they will get that 30-second conversation with the coach Mara in. But this is why I'm just keeping my eyes intently on what Azteca is going to purchase here, because while you're watching, you've seen, well, not too many rounds fall to the wayside that they could have been competitive in, right? You think about it, you think, well, we haven't even really had a chance in our gun rounds just yet.
Yeah, but I mean, I understand getting Mara on the mic now as opposed to sooner rather than...
I would have loved it earlier. Yeah, I would have loved it before their other purchases.
You called out, right. But now at this point, the gap has certainly closed. You can see all the scores on the doors in front of you.
They didn't go for the second AWP. They went for a rifle, and Annihilation has a lot left over for more AWPs. So that's okay with the lost bonus building right now, but Annihilation only has 7 kills.
I'm very interested to see if he makes an impact. Like, we just watched, you know, the way in which Monte was finding impact on, the mid-hold. Incredible. And this is not an easy feat by any means in order to have that impact. Against the best in the world.
Okay.
There's one in the head-to-head.
Fight. He's won that one out, and he's got another.
Oh, yes, indeed. Annihilation with a demonstration of destruction. Double round defining. And yeah, Shui Kios, good luck, have fun, mate. 50 HP. Let's make that less. At 99. He's got 1. A single point of health, keeping him in it. And looking to snip it is Annihilation for his 3rd. That thread of fate cut. And one more for good measure. Goes for the crazy flick. Kios in a 1 versus 4. It will be Bartek to oblige and provide for 13 and Annihilation to get the credit.
Oh, you got your answer on the impact right there, didn't you? Immediately in his hands. T-Stairs fight, great. Keeps the aggression middle. Deals with them as they scamper up mid. Here's the shot. You see, just peering. You see the little head. You can see the little head. Very flicky. Well, Monte inspired and Acor just getting flatlined.
I love that. Seeing it from his POV as well. Annihilation, no slouch. You know, like one of the ways you always kind of characterize MongolZ is you go, yeah, they like Inferno and they can shoot. That's always the second element of your summary. Well, Chatty B, we've got Annihilation demonstrating certainly no absence of or shortcomings in the shooting department.
Well, if he comes online, everybody's contributing here, right? I said earlier that Bartek was up to 15. Well, he's up to 16 now. Stecker's got 16, 15 for Techno. I think most of Technos have come in the first 2 rounds of this second half of play. But regardless, that's impact, right? They get 3 rounds off of his hungry frags. And, well, it is just Annihilation. It was on 7 kills before that round. Gets 3. Now he's up to the double digits. And can it continue? 2 more of those, and they can break GamerLegion here. Again, same trick twice.
They might go for it again.
Come on now.
Acor is in the same position.
Come on now.
Oh, no.
Can't.
It's not going to happen.
You can't.
He won't.
It's the same setup.
It is exactly the same setup. I mean, Shui probably isn't going to be expecting that.
No.
I'll tell you that much for free.
But you okay. If I'm the boiler defaulter or the halls defaulter, I'm expecting it on my clears.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Annihilation takes this moment. And he catches Shui. Orb's still there. They're still not moving. Surely we get out of there now. Yeah, Blitz will slide out as IM starts investigating. No, there's going to be an Apps walk. Isaac flatlines. Bartek need more from Blitz. Oh, and a double bomb. And it's red carpet delivered for the defenders. It's all set up. It's perfect. A 2-man advantage. Bomb on your doorstep. Thank you, Blitz.
And they can even get these long players over here to make sure that if they come out of boiler or they come out top mid, they can't get to the bomb on that porch side.
Yeah.
So as the smoke starts to fade, they have to worry about all the angles. GamerLegion are screwed here.
I mean, it would take some, individual brilliance. And that's just to recover the bomb. You can see Azteca, Techno, they'll swing at their own discretion. 28 seconds, you've got the smoke to try and nullify a boost. It's a good idea.
As he swings, they're dead.
Yeah, right. It's just his self-control, his restraint.
Exactly. It's like, you can see, we know it's already over. That round was already over. What great stuff again. And you don't see that every day of the week. You really don't. To run the exact same CT setup 2 rounds in a row.
And it works.
It was just later on the peak this time. So Acor, we saw, and you called it, he was in the exact same position. He just got fed up of waiting. And they were starting to initiate the round. They were doing their top mid control utility. So very jarring.
Yeah, and Bartek's face, I don't know, like it just felt like he couldn't believe they got away with going for the same setup twice. Yeah, I mean, he was part of that tower. And yeah, great play from Blitz. I think it's especially his double kill stopping that Isaac entry from spiraling.
Well, this will be a timeout call from GamerLegion, so Ash has a chance to get on the mic here. But when I look at this, let's just consider what happened. 2 rounds in a row, what they did was they made your top mid control very jarring, as we do have a bit of the ADR on the screen for everybody. You can see the difference makers here and the utility as well. So Acor almost 300. And yeah, get a bit of look of everything. Ooh, good to see the stats.
Good graphic.
Yeah. Around timeline. But out of control, this one is heavy. There's 3 starting B here for MongolZ. Deep smoke, deep molly. Defensive flashes from Kios here.
Deep trouble. if they don't win this one.
14-10. And remember, a 0-1 game right now. One of these two teams are looking to be GamerLegion. At this point, will find themselves 0-2. They're going to be joining the likes of Fluxo, who went down to Monte a bit earlier today. The first team to find themselves in that bucket. And the aggression has continued. So they're not staying jarring top mid to stop the mid crawl take, right? They're actually opting to be a bit more disruptive from Banana. And that is such a deep grenade.
All of them. Like, it feels like their smokes and nades go deeper than normal.
But Hasteka throwing that from there gives up that he was logs, or that he was that far down, which means that now GamerLegion think, well, if we have to go back to B, that's a really hard clear. So they're accelerating in towards A, but the rotation from Techno's already going to be here. He's now arch side.
4-on-4, like a straight up brawl. Hasteka, yeah, by holding on, channels them in to the defense. Bartak calling for aid. Flash high off the door. Annihilation! He's going for no scopes. He's been punished. Shuey will catch him. Bartak keeps it interesting. Techno overcooked it, charging through the smoke. Shuey greets him with a spray. And now 4 versus 3. That bomb to be planted, courtesy of Shuey's fingertips. Chip damage onto Isaac. Working with 40. Blitz in a double. Quick fire, quick smart on that AK. Hasteka down. 2-on-2 for this final round. Oh, it's getting intense.
Team flash.
Go on. Time half gone. Favoring GamerLegion, but losing health is IM. Bartak again. How has he pulled this one out of nowhere? Bartak with a double. Blitz with a triple. And the Mongols on 15.
There's more than enough time for the defuse, but that is the two pit anchors doing exactly what you have to do as A anchors. Stay alive for as long as you can. And you know what's even better than that? Win the round. They just stayed in pit the entire time, gravitating towards the site, getting the bomb down. Look how many GamerLegion bodies were on the site. They had no room in the post plan. No room whatsoever. No space to work with. And that's 15 for Mongols now.
Wow.
Hooey. Okay. Another timeout taken here, and I like this considering the position the Mongols find themselves in. You've got one more up your sleeve, worst case.
Right.
You take this one now, you have a 30-second conversation, you discuss their finances, where are they at, what's their loss bonus, how many have won in a row, did they plan? Like, just settle in. Just settle into this moment, understand what you need to do next. Your buy is going to be better regardless.
So Shuey has actually really stepped up for the team in the sense that he wants to get Acor on the AWP. Like, he seems to... Like, it's interesting that they value it so highly on T-side Inferno.
Right.
Like, how much has Acor actually done on this T-side?
That's the thing. This is where it's like a bit more of an Acor specialty in a way.
It is.
Because I don't look at GamerLegion as a team that like runs the system in the same way. Sure, they approach the game in very simple, but they require, I think, individuals to have more of these magic moments to make them... And maybe that shouldn't be the conversation against a team like Mongol. It would be against a team, I don't know.
I'd argue that, yeah.
Yeah, right? So maybe this is the trap of being a team like GamerLegion who are on the fringe against another underdog team. But here we go.
This could be it. Strap in, folks. 15 in the bank, and GamerLegion could be
dead.
A couple of deaths away. This could be it. Kios catches flak early. Shuey, 28 points of health, and he could lose himself. Careful here. Hasteka jumps for info, up against an orb, but he's happy to duke it out. Chill your beans, mate. Cool your jets. Advantage held on to.
I wonder if they're aware that the half-wall smoke was no good. Apparently, Hasteka turns on a dime.
GamerLegion. 3 players left. Otherwise, Mongols will take the W. And GamerLegion will be up against the ropes, chucked into the best of 3s, and demanded to win 3 in a row. Acor, that's the AWP they've invested in, trying to make it work in any capacity. Isaac's got the bomb and they've got 50 seconds. They're poking and probing both bomb sites. Neither sounds great. Annihilation just being that pendulum swinging between the comms. Seems like a final decision has been made. Wait till that smoke fades a second. You can see deployed, bouncing in now to lock off the library side. Annihilation will just run through it.
Look how many nades they have for this, just to stall this out.
Throws his own to play around should he require it. 25 seconds. This could be it. This should be it. Mongols cannot let this go. A perfect opportunity to tie it all up. Only Isaac with a rebuttal, with a response. And Acor adding another one. Good from the Bartak frag. Acor would need to get this and plant right here, right now. Can he clutch to extend play? Is there anything left from the Acor orb? The answer's yes. Hasteka catches another round of hot lead. Acor says play on. Are you not entertained with the AWP in his hands?
You asked the question, why is Shuey making that sacrifice? Are they even getting that much impact out of the man right there? Well, a wry smile and a big clutch for GamerLegion to hold on. 15-11. Mongols could not have asked for a better opening. Kills over towards Banana. Getting it done, having all the advantage. I'm talking about all the util they have. And then they drop the ball, or Aiko, he rips it right out of their hands.
Oh, it's gonna hurt. That one could leave a mark. It'll be reverberating around their brain. A 1 versus 3. Oh no, Azteca misjudged the pace of that one. Kios was already up half wall as he goes jumping for info. Acor loses half of his health to the flame, but mission all the same. You've got an advantage. And you've gotten under your opponent's skin. That's the end of Annihilation. What was that, through the corner?
Yeah, it's 40 damage through the corner of the wall.
He gets away with 4 HP. Acor the Immortal. Can't say the same for IM. Down. Techno got a lot on his plate and a little gap between the smoke. He's been robbed there.
The nades worked.
Okay, Kios actually goes down on it.
Quick reboost.
Denied. And look at the spray, look at the damage. Blitz needs to live, but he puts it. No way! That's the TD! No bullets! No problem!
Chasing them away through the smoke. You ain't getting away.
Oh dear. Oh, it's all a giggle in the end. I thought Acorn's clutch could have led GamerLegion back into the game, but it's all too little too late. And the Mongols, they must be feeling good.
I don't think I've seen smiles quite that big on these lads' faces before.
I mean, what a team effort.
Cheeky way to get it done.
Yeah, the finish is mad. But just in general, like, Azteca, you know how he had the highest rating in that game, the first game?
Yeah.
He was at the top of the scoreboard again. Like, you got to start pointing fingers that this dude has come in and he's had a major upswing at the major.
Yeah, his first major alongside a Bartek on the screen right here. The rest of them have been here before, but for these two, and it felt like Mongols were on the way down, not on the way up. Well, 1-1 right now. It feels like the amount of time they've had with Azteca to get things sorted. Sure, the prac hasn't been the best. You heard from Techno in an interview earlier today that they were having to prac from Mongolia on 100+ pings. So a great victory, a big victory. It keeps them in the best of ones tomorrow to either set themselves up in a 2-1 or a 1-2 category. But quite the showing. And Inferno, you're going to give it to them in the best of ones. Well, they're competitive. We saw that against G2. This time it's a conversion.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot to be celebrating, of course, for GamerLegion, their second opportunity to attend a major, and now here at the second major for them, they've conceded their second loss. This is that last round. Look at this, he runs out of bullets. I assume he's knife out to run away. He's actually jumping forward. Acor with his knife out, shitting bricks, and then that comes through to finish. My goodness, Mongols finishing in style.
So ridiculous, but we got Dinko ready with an interview.
Yeah, we got Techno here. What an incredible last round. Talk us through that final moment.
Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah, it's our first win. Yeah.
Yeah, your first win at the major coming into this one, and that crazy round towards the end where you're chasing them through the smoke, getting that round done. That must have been a wild way to finish for you.
Yeah, that was so crazy round, and the last rounds before round, yeah, we just threw the round. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys had multiple chances to close that one out. And a pistol round from you, the dual Beretta ace on Banana, that was a big reason as to why you got a good start in the second half. A big problem versus G2 was you didn't win the pistol in the second half, so feel good to get that dual Beretta ace?
Yeah.
Second ace of the tournament as well, so that must feel pretty cool. You're the second player to get an ace here.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's great to see you so happy, man. Is this going to give you a lot of confidence moving forward the rest of the major now?
Yeah, of course.
Who are you going to take down next?
I think next one maybe Monte, maybe. I think so.
So Monte's in your crosshairs. Well, thank you very much, Techno, for the interview, and congratulations on the win. It is a win here for the Mongols in Paris.
Yeah, very happy with that one. We'll take a look at the scores on the doors after it. And I think my main takeaway is that Azteca point. I mean, here I am, broken record, but in terms of his rating coming into this, his average rating in the last 3 months, you compare it to what he's delivering here against a higher level of competition.
Indeed, yeah.
You know, like it has to be said that that's such a notable improvement. And Techno, you know, typically you expect him to have to do some heavy lifting with Blitz. He hasn't necessarily been as required.
Well, that's the conversation with Score no longer in this team, is where's the firepower going to come from, right? Score was one of those names. Right. And the thing was, Techno, when Hosteka first came in, he was like, yeah, well, we played with this guy before, we know what he's capable of. For the rest of us, the way we were introduced to him was definitely not in a positive light. It was, you know, these average performances, but you bang on. It takes a little while to get acclimatized to this level of competition, and that's a massive victory. And you know what? In the mud right now are Asian RMR individuals out, Asian region individuals out there who are putting MongolZ or Grayhound 0-3 in your pick'ems.
Oh, yeah.
Both are broken.
Yeah, eating real good.
Yeah.
Eating real good.
We're on the rise.
That's
We've won
right.
some games.
Grayhound won a game. We've seen MongolZ win a game. We can't be stopped.
It's a new era.
It's a whole new start, and we're going to take a quick break before you see those games coming up. Forze Liquid to look forward to. That's happening right here live now. And for us, we'll be back in a couple of minutes with MongolZ.
Played such a great performance against FaZe, for example, at the end of the RMR, you were looking outstanding. So if you're changing, take away space from you, how does that make you feel?
No, I'm sorry if you misunderstood it, but like there is no space taken away from me. It's kind of like, so we have maybe a bit more layer, you know, because if I would not play good, maybe suddenly we would lose, or if Dexter didn't call like tier 1 game, then suddenly, you know, things are not looking great. We didn't have much in the back, you know. Obviously you have Frozen going up with rounds, right? But yeah, I mean, we just wanted to make Forze and JDC feel more comfortable in the system because they're great players, and we want to showcase that.
Great. So now looking at your opponent, OG, it's still a difficult team you're going up against. What have you guys prepared in the time that you've known that you're going up against them?
Well, we obviously prepped a bit, but I think what was most important that we just focus on what we worked on in bootcamp, because we have improved a lot, and I just hope we can show it, and I hope we can make a good run in the major here, because I think we deserve it after the work we've put in. But yeah, I think not too much prep for us, just more like, okay, guys, mentally we were kind of there. We were not giving up in the NIP game. We made a little bit of a comeback, but we just need to be a bit more sharp individually.
Well, you guys obviously had a quiet start of the RMR as well, right? You lost in the upset in the first game and were able to come back and beat some solid teams. Does that give you sort of the proof that you can do it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have not been known as great BO1 teams lately, unfortunately. But yeah, I think we just have to kick into gear. We just have to play like we do in practice now. And yeah, I mean, it's an easy saying, but if we manage to do it, then we'll probably play a very good CS.
You know, looking at Mouz, what are your thoughts going into the game versus them?
To be honest, I don't have any like real opinions that I can share with you guys right now. I can say that we are playing Ancient and this map is pretty comfortable for both of us. So I think the question will be who is preparing better and also who will play individually better in this map. That's basically that's it on best of one. Also pistol rounds. In the first game we didn't win any of them. I hope this time we maybe win 2, so it's gonna be much easier. But as I already told, this map is very comfortable, and the question will be who will play better as a team and also individually, who will understand more situations and more SVX situations.
Now, we've heard a lot of players talk about the nerves. Obviously, last CSGO Major, you're now getting into the 0-1 column, so the nerves can start to rise up a bit. We've seen you guys in the Brazy Party competition. You brought Cloud9 right to the brink on Ancient, but it was a couple of close rounds, went the other way, and cost you that map in the end. Do you think you guys struggle with composure sometimes?
I don't feel like that, to be honest. I just think that, first of all, I'm not getting nervous from first game at least. I just feel like I didn't have time to play the game. When I had the chance, I showed myself. And lately, we just didn't play our Counter-Strike. And on the Brazy Party, we also played very good game. We lost very important 15-14 round when the guy was defusing. And it was on our hands, so it was our mistake that we lost this game. We should win it, basically. That's how I'm thinking in the game. And right now, I don't feel that any of my teammates is feeling nervous. Yes, Anubis didn't go well for us, but it even doesn't mean for us that we're not gonna play this map again. Like, we are okay with this map. We was practicing Anubis, and yes, things was not going so good for us, and we didn't play even like normal game for us on this map, but overall it's first game of the tournament. Sometimes you just miss something which is really important for your team, and that's why you get overrun. And I truly believe that if we show our spirit right now, we can show everything for any team in this tournament.
Well, I look forward to seeing your spirit, and thanks for the insight, Dexter. Good luck.
Dexter not letting a blowout loss define OG's run here in Paris. Their next best of one is going to be against none other than Mouz, and we obviously have from Exertion at the top there talking about needing to add a couple more things to their playbook, not to be so one-dimensional, to give a few more options to Dexter, the in-game leader, in the center of your screen right here. So as we turn to this matchup, Dexter was kind enough to tell us it was going to be on Ancient, so thank you, Dexter.
Thank you, mate.
And he also is looking for pistols. Didn't get any pistols on Anubis. He said he would love 2. So if they could, I would start with 1.
Let's start there.
And then go to 2.
Yeah, wow. I don't know.
Stretched?
The shot?
Stretched, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, the shot, like, there's a large amount of org on his screen.
It is, right?
That is a large org.
This shot is so good, though, because
it's because the monitor refresh rate's so high as well. Like, you just feel like I'm actually...
That's right. These are the new Zowies, aren't they?
Yeah, look how fancy that looks.
Yeah. Like, I gotta get myself one. What do we know? Is it 360?
3 something.
360?
Yeah, 360.
Bloody hell.
I mean, I don't...
Wait till we get to the snowboarding game, the 1080p.
Yeah, and you can see Torzi, fancy keyboard as well. That's a nice looking one.
We're just kind of perving on everyone's peripherals.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Perfect time to do so. It's also on Ancient. I'm also intrigued to see, you know, how many people are on that 4x3 stretch still. I thought the days of stretch resolution was behind.
How can it be when you have people like Nico who exist?
Well, yeah, but those guys...
People like Simple.
Yeah, those guys can do it. I'm talking about these new gen. Like, Torzi definitely wasn't playing on 4x3 stretch when he was a pro.
Impressionable young Zoomers.
Yeah.
Looking up at the big frag.
I mean, look at Harry Russell.
Right?
You know, why is that man not a native? He's a young gun. He should be Ropsing.
Hey, he's copying what the best do, and well, apparently it's working for him. Some other exciting names here to touch upon. I would... okay, we got the Exertion Flames situation. We touched on both of those Israelis earlier in the day. I think they're both very exciting riflers.
A black bar user as well, Frozen.
That's really old school.
But to be fair, he is really old school.
It's true.
He is the young veteran, don't forget.
The young veteran before the young veteran.
Yeah, pre-Dinko.
Pre-Dinko, yeah. Close to the monitor.
He's the guy that was like, yeah, when I was 8 years old, I was at a 1.6 LAN, I was driving.
Yeah, I was telling Striker how to play, and you know, there's a lot going on in this team here. But I think that both teams can be hit and miss. I think that both teams have very explosive players, and the Unicorn odds here are going to be just favoring Mouz.
I imagine the NIP loss kind of chunked down the discrepancy. You know, I think I don't know, a 16-9 loss to NIP is a little out of character for Mouz.
Yeah, and I think at the moment Mouz feel like they're in a bit of a tailspin with results. So recovery necessary right now. As we are looking to get this one underway, I can tell everybody at home we'll have Mouz starting on the attack and we'll have OG starting on the defense. That was a really lengthy interview from Dexter there. Like, I appreciate the words from him. You're seeing, just being in an English-speaking team, how much more confident he's getting with it, which is great, because he's one of these personalities who he doesn't mince his words.
He's always had the character.
Yes.
He just hasn't always had the words.
Yes, very true.
Which I think is obviously, you know, it grows in benefit exponentially for having him on your team as an OG fan. I'm sure there's plenty of you watching. Neofrag, Dexter, Fiku, Nico, and Flames. And this transition into Nico's in-game leadership has actually been, more often than not, very successful.
And I think a lot of people are looking at this OG team, and look, if you compare all the results and you stack them up against each other, you don't really have a lot from when Nexa was there to praise too much. But when Nico's there, certain individuals look a bit more free. Flames, the best example of exactly that, but you all know what that music means. We're getting this one underway. Hey.
And when I was talking to Snappy a while ago, I was like, how do you build your perfect player? Which characteristics from which players would you take? Nico's comms.
Oh.
Nico's comms.
Damn.
At the tip of his tongue. So
all right, that's high praise.
It is high praise. Highest of praises from someone who's played with him before. And we are into the action, ladies and gentlemen. It is a best of one in the Challenger stage 0-1 column. So no team has tasted victory yet. That will change at the end of Ancient.
Now look at this setup right here out of OG. They're playing heavy A. They're playing 3 players over towards the A side, so they're expecting a bit of an execute here. Flames patrolling top mid, jump spotting looking for info. Hasn't seen anything just yet, but gets a face full and even wants to take a fight.
That's a P250. That's what it's designed for. It's designed perfectly to take that kind of red room engagement. Torji unable to provide.
A split into the stack.
Could be quick. Zershun, he is that pointy end of the Mouz spear. Good shots onto Neofrag. JDC, Dexter racks up a double. Nico with the dual Berettas. He's got 2 pistols. Maybe there could be a cheeky frag or 2. Fiku alongside for this 2v4. They're actually charging him. Gonna get overwhelmed. It could have gone wrong, but it doesn't. And now charging, of course, to the wide open bomb site. Some good chip damage to Torji, where the bomb from Dexter is going to be. And they know exactly where Nico is.
Yeah, how are you meant to get past this? You have to waltz through a, well, I was going to say defender. I guess defending the bomb.
It's not going to be, it's just unwinnable. Look at the clears he has to go through and under 10. Yeah, Torji, well played. Closes it down nicely, and it is going to be a Mouz pistol. Well, Dexter gets what he wanted.
We got to the Dexter game, didn't we?
Oh, it's finally happened. You're right.
Oh,
okay.
dear.
Let's get it out of our system now. Dexter. Yeah, that's going to be funny.
Yeah, I don't think there is any getting it out of my system.
No.
I'm just going to go. Here's what I'm going to do. If I'm talking about the Aussie, I'll say the in-game leader. And if I'm talking about the AWPer, I'll say the AWPer.
Well, we just called him Dex and Deg for this one.
Okay.
Just a proposition.
All right. Well,
it's horrible.
Can we have the people at home vote on it?
Yeah, you know, we could. With Blast TV, we could have a poll. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Either way, we'll see if it becomes a problem. For now, it should just be a walk in the park with these Galils.
And just to note, they haven't used any opening utility here, Mouz, in the sense that they didn't throw the top mid smoke, right? They didn't try and they held on to a lot of their nades until now.
Do you think that, is there a reason for that? So it's intent in the.
Well, I think it's better to have it later. Feel out what the CTs are doing, right? Are they aggressive? Are they on a full eco? Have they force bought? You can tell that pretty early if they throw any utility, or if you were to take a jiggle and you fight a scout, or you hear a deagle spamming, or something along those lines. And
here they come.
Yeah, here they come indeed.
Now, Neofrag is in a prime position if Flames can do something from his position. Yeah, no, not gone well. Flames does hit the shot during the distraction, and Dexter, good onto the scout headshot. One more dig and it gets awkward, but Frozen still takes down Flames. Dexter on that scout, needs another one, does tag up Zershun. And he will convert it as well. So man advantage. This double from Degster has put them in a prime position to collect good damage back. Brings him low.
Can't plant though.
Yeah, fake or hold. Oh, she's going for it, braving it, and it does betray Fiku. A couple of Deagle bullets through the smoke. Frozen will collect and connect with the Galil spray. It's Nico and Degster to try and get back in. Winnable for sure, especially given Nico providing the headshot onto Torji. He needed to get one there. And it's up to Frozen to come up clutch. OG, a role reversal on this donut defuse. It's Nico versus Frozen. He's going to try to close the gap. Jumps to the Mac 10. Closing the gap. Frozen will clutch, but it could not have got closer than that. 10 HP in that engagement, and there was time for a defuse. Nico gave it all he had, but he leaves empty-handed.
I like the way that Mouz also went through Donut and scaled onto A with that smoke that they threw between the big box and Temple.
Right.
It meant that that's an entire angle once you're coming into Donut that you don't have to worry about anymore. So if that becomes a recurring theme here that they're hoping to use, that can be great against AWPers who are anchoring A, playing from Temple or the big box, a lot of riflers who like to play around there or the tall box position. So thinking outside the box here a little bit, Mouz, as it will be OG down to an economical.
It's a smattering of personal preference investment.
They're going into the stack again. If they go B, 3 rounds in a row, they will have actually gone into OG's stack.
Yeah, they call that the path of most resistance.
Yeah, everyone's favorite.
Certainly, if you want to warm up, I don't think there's any warming up to be done after both teams. Here we go, charging in. And Frozen's got some assistance in the form of JDC. Just like that, the stack, once again, is met with resistance. So, Mouz, 3-0 to start. That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Do you know, I just want to point this out. Every time someone says just like that,
yeah,
for some reason I have this niche piece of information in my head that the hit television series, and they made multiple movies, Sex and the City, they tried to do a reboot, and it was called Sex and the City something, and it wasn't very popular, and now they've changed the name to And Just Like That.
Was that like a line, a popular line from?
I don't know. I have no idea. But that's just a silly piece of information that exists in my brain.
Yeah, it's always funny what sticks and what doesn't. Look at this from Zershin. He's going to try and make space with his up. Yeah, I think he knows. Oh, off the flash! 3 bodies in front of him. Such a good setup. Torji does set Zershin up for 1, but Nearfrag with a nice aggressive move of his own cuts him down to size, and JDC just goes walkabouts on A. Dexter was posted to deliver.
Oh, and Nearfrag found another here as well. So great job from him from the cave position. Aggressive and in retreat. And if you want to waltz out onto A one more time, I'm sure that Dexter would be happy to take down Dexter, and he does.
I understood it.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that's the first for OG. Dexter does deliver. And it's good to see him at the top of the scoreboard as we continue to expect of him.
You can see the rationale there as well, because Exertion probably hears the aggression coming through Donut. You saw them push. He was throwing his own flashes, calling for flashes. He gets a bit of information and he squeaks around that corner. They think there's... If you're going to have 2 people push out Donut and fight middle, you are going to assume that A is a little bit weak. But they were playing retake A and B. Well, actually, Nearfrag was pushing K. They were mainly focused on middle.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah, 1-3-1 for sure. Very effective at doing so. A barrage of nades does nothing. Frozen coming quick. And oh, Nico's a dead man. Locked in by the flames. Had no options ahead of him.
Loved the self-flash as well.
Did it for himself, yeah. Oh, Frozen play. And now you've got that early advantage. OG limping. Flames to be tested. I think he's got a very good idea of Zershin's tucked in that forward position. And actually, yeah, I mean, what does that tell him? If a CT just re-smoked red...
That's just limiting their options for a split. So alleviating a little bit more pressure here, right? Or at least it would stall out if they wanted to try and go for something a little bit more aggressive here. But just parked a Mouz. And this is a head-to-head fight.
Ooh.
And Exertion will get the better of Flames there on the fade.
Yeah, like a domestic duel there. And it's Exertion that wins it out.
Well, now, if they were just to try and squeak themselves into the A-bomb site, they would find an empty side. And that would be, well, the first time in this half so far that Mouz have been able to pick correctly.
They are so cautious. They're going to do it properly, do it by the book.
Especially considering that AWP's presence previously.
Yeah, so we do see this one conclude to a quick 4th.
Yep, and a save for OG, taking a quick look at the money. As long as they don't lose any of these rifles, the loss bonus is where it is at. They'll be all good for another purchase.
Sorted.
Or Zorted, if you're watching the mainstream. Forze with Zorty taking on Liquid with OC.
You're a geek. Very nice.
And Zordy's doing all right. He's got 12 kills.
Right, I was talking to Mohan about Liquid and their slow starts. Like, we haven't fully, crunched the numbers, but from the eye test, it seems like Liquid have a bit of a history of starting tournaments incredibly slow.
Okay. Slow enough they're going to get eliminated in Challenger stage, or?
I mean, I don't know. Aren't they on Many's list, like outside of the raunchy top 5 in the names?
They're on my. So I've got.
I saw your Exodia.
Yeah, that's the Fabled 5.
So yeah, outside of the Fabled 5,
you've got a trifling trio
of ENCE, Liquid, Furia.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but Liquid not really living up to the name at the moment here.
Well, I mean, I know I'd expect the Panther to win versus the horse.
Yeah.
In a battle of the animals.
That's true. One probably has a bit of a meaner bite than the other.
Yeah, and probably like the Forze Viking Warrior would probably have a pretty good shot against the horse as well.
That's true.
In the head-to-head. I mean, the horse doesn't win.
I didn't really think that one out.
Oh, the horse versus the mouse.
Maybe the race. Yeah. The horse could win the race.
Ooh, let's find out as Mouz are racing to avoid the condemnation of a 0.
They're racing A.
2, and straight into the site. There's a lot of bodies here. Flames. Oh, quick to the draw. Deals with 2 on the floor. Xertion cut down.
Double.
What was that? The round just ended in the pull of a trigger. Dexter gets the lineup.
What's this deep smoke in A main as well? Is there something misthrown? It just faded to Frozen's right. There was 2 defensive smokes thrown on the site as they ran on in. Just an A go like that. If a team is playing at standard setup, it's still going to be quite difficult, right? Even in a bit of a 2-2-2, or sorry, 2-2-2 is not possible. A 1-2-2.
But those kind of calls, typically, the times we see people get away with calls like that off the rip is after you've conditioned the fact to have like a 2 or 3 going B off the start, off the rip. Doesn't happen so well without that conditioning.
Yeah, so an interesting one there for Mouz, trying to brute force their way towards A, but absolutely dismantled here. And, well, Frozen's not near anybody. I can teach you everybody how to use the radar. Yellow dot needs to find purple dot. And at the moment, they're in different orbits.
You got 33 seconds, Frozen, to hold on to what you've got, or murder 5 people.
There's a third option.
Oh, yeah.
He could just die and not get any kills, or a few kills. Oh, man, what was that? Was that like a minute and 20-second save?
It is, but I actually didn't really feel like we were, treading water until the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, true.
Brownie points to you, Channy.
Thanks.
Yeah. And there it goes. He holds on. And I'm sure we might be lucky enough to see Dexter's collapse from that temple position, but I think we can all assume how that one went down out the A main area. You can see Flames gets 2 here. The second, not so... Oh, he actually did get a little of that assistance. And it was actually Dexter's flash.
Yeah.
But towards the brokey box, a double comes through, and just like that, a quick slap of his partner in crime. And a very convincing round for their second. OG up to 2.
I always find it, I love this site that's been made so you can kind of predict how the matches are going to come next, but I don't ever want to put my full faith on it in a broadcast and say it'll be like this, just in case that it's wrong. So I am going to tinker around with it here a little bit and see what the results may be looking like.
Well, yeah, definitely interesting to see which way that goes. I wanted to highlight that Rugger is back behind the boys as well. You can see Psycho from Mouz, but Rugger previously was not in attendance last time we were in Rio. We saw Kakafu behind the boys.
I did like the energy that Kakafu was bringing.
He was bringing energy, yeah, no doubt.
But he's the assistant coach.
Yeah,
I mislabeled him as the analyst lot. He's the assistant coach. Because everyone has different ways that they set up their Counter-Strike teams. I kind of just assume it goes like coach, analyst. Yes, but obviously different ways to get it done. Exertion trying his luck out middle here. Do have mid space again if they would like it. As Frozen towards lane, have redeployed the smoke in cave and for the slither gap here, hoping that Nico will overset the mark. He does straight into the line of sight. Frozen get a cheeky with it. 47 points of damage done, down to 53 health is poor Nico, and I think he's had enough of cave.
Yeah, very well handled. Viku with that recovered AK-47. You can see they're all bragging and boasting at one-shot headshot potential now on the CT setup. So not going to be as easy to win these duels straight up by virtue of that weapon advantage. Albeit Nico tagged up 50. That is something to hold on to as they are setting up for a full B exec. smokes in. Flash is very effective as they do isolate. They've got control. Frozen has to worry about that cave flank, and Fiku's already taken down JDC. That might distract. The flank from behind as well is good. Frozen caught out. This is too good. Flame catches another straight through the boards, running out of health and hope is exertion. Nice from Torsi. Eyes on cave. Can he clutch up? Neofrag says no. And that gap now a single round. Well played by OG and making full use of every single player on that site. I loved how quickly they were behind Frozen.
Yeah, very quick response time right there. And a nice little one from Flames, a two-piece feed where he didn't even need to see the second player. So handy stuff. And when this young rifler gets going, he is a joy to watch. He's an absolute pleasure. It's one of these things where I don't know if it's weight training. I know all these guys, they love their anime, right? I don't know if they think when they're playing 80 ping from Israel, if they're going, well, we're just doing Goku in the hyperbolic time chamber right now.
Yeah,
and once we get to LAN, we'll show everybody how it's done because they all just come on in and they're all great with the rifles. They're so handy.
Yeah, I mean, same kind of thought process as the Mongols, but even more so when you're just playing all of those online games at such a straight, clear, undisputed disadvantage. This is quite the advantage to start. Ooh, Neofrag. He got caught by the flash, but he will stick around to confirm the round. JDC, his next victim, doesn't quite finish off the job. Caught on the reload, trying to close that gap. It's Frozen on one. So 2 casualties for OG up against this eco.
He saw both players, so you can see how this spurred them into the rotation. The biggest issue for OG right now is how much time Mouz have to work with here, and they've been able to get these rifles into the hands. Now, if they were to rotate the long way round, sure, but no rotation needed at all. They take the fight. Nico picked here, and it's just Flames to mop up the final 2. So that could have gotten a little bit out of control there if they take Nico down, but not to be the case. Just a couple of tidy kills right there, and they'll put it and draw it at 4-4.
Yeah, Flames launching himself towards the top of the scoreboard as well, joining Degster. Had a couple of flurries of these multi-kills. Frozen actually getting 2 with that P250, getting the most out of very light buy. Flames, however, closing it with ease, and we are all tied up. Kinky. Time for our 9th round. Smokes are out, and battle for that B site. You got that typical setup now, that 1-1-3. Xertion, oh, still wins up against Flames in the head-to-head. I thought he was caught out. He should have been booked, and he's looking for Neofrag, just walking straight through the smoke, an all too easy conversion. To tie us back up at 4 alive. Oh, he's trapped. Nico, you'd have to brave the flames, or yes, a nice extinguish.
Yeah, this is one of the things, this cave duel, there's a lot of mind games that go into it. Has he dropped back? What type of peak are we going for? And Nico, considering he has been a bit battered and bruised in this position throughout, is happy to continuously go and ram his head into the brick wall here, but he does have support. So that's one thing that is going to free him up. Degster alongside for the ride, and well, if they get too many tells, you can see they're happy to forego B ramp and site, and they've completely lost it now because Cave's been smoked off. They have to give it up. Yeah. So you're trading territory here, but whose is going to be more valuable? If Nico can't push out, as you're not really, are you? Thought he was going to go for a no-scope with it, but at least a scope on in. Gives up the position. There's 2 players in Cave right now.
Ooh, yeah, Torsi and Frozen, they got a good bit of info off that flash. Spotted Neofrag, Fiku with him as well from CT. Deep CT, dead, says Frozen. As he delivers one in unison with Torsi, that should be the round. Just Degster known to be in that cave position. It's nothing he can really provide with just that AWP. Nico, oh, dead and gone. JDC the one to bury him. Oh yeah, Dexter's not getting out of this one.
No way in the world. I love that. They just spring to action. They understand the situation well. The bomb radius, he can't stay in cave. He's got to get out of dodge. And that is going to be Mouz back into the winning ways here. That was a streak of 3 for OG. Now, I'm taking a quick look at the money here. There's enough for an OG buy. This was the duel in middle to kick things off. It's not like a round ago. Not the same one that just continued with Frozen and Co. taking these deep aggressive fights down towards the red room.
Good shooting. Very good shooting. Xertion happy with that one.
This round's worth 2 for Mouz if they can win this. Will have to be an eco for OG if they drop the ball here.
Flames wants to fight Xertion. He's not happy with the way in which that mid duel's been going, so he's brought the fight to them. Trying to play around the smoke. Xertion firing off a couple of shots, gives him the info, knows that trapped on elbow. Nico's extinguish implies even more support towards that elbow fight. Grenade back.
Dex is about to get a kill here on JDC if he lives around this corner without any util.
Yeah, but does he need to? That's a nice deep incendiary. Implies there was an AWP posted or someone close. Interesting smoke they've thrown, actually. It was for that exact position.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a lurk smoke for them to work with and try and buy them a little bit more space, but
wow, they're all going.
Done an awful lot. Look at this rotation that it had forced. Now, they've called it off. Flames gets back. There's more pressure being felt, or at least implied by the util, but there's no follow-through. So there's so many questions still, but OG are more than happy to call their bluff over towards B.
I'm looking at Neofrag. I think the whole reason that they called that off, it looked like they were charging towards A, it's Neofrag saying there's no steps behind this. I'm not hearing anything. He had his ear pressed towards that donut wall.
He's slinking out mid here. Bit of a conga line right now from Mouz. They have to get a move on.
Yeah, but this is Neofrag in a prime position now to collect. He's going to be forced out by the Flames. Oh, weird smoke. Good frag. Still a double kill from Neofrag. It's Torji popping off on the AWP. Maybe there's more from Hungarian. 25 seconds, though, and a whole 3 to find. He's got the bomb on his back. But with 20 seconds, I'm not sure what his plan is.
Yeah, if he goes red to B, the rotation back to B will be there. He's just going to save in red. All right, fair enough. Right, I don't know what spurred them to, just run into Donut like that, because they threw the molly and they either assumed that he was going to get traded or he'd be in his own smoke, and he was able to find so much impact, even with the mist. Ooh, and getting closer and closer here. But it was wild that the smoke didn't extinguish. So he missed it, and then
still got away with it.
Profits. It may have actually helped him a little bit more. Unless it wasn't a missed smoke. Unless he's gone, I'm going to throw a smoke on the right side.
Peek on it.
And pick on the... I'm not even going to try and build that one there.
Yeah.
He can tell us later in the interview.
Take a look at the AD icons. He frozen top of the table in the server right now with 100 average damage per round. And Neofrag now joining Flames and Dexter in the kill distribution. That's Dexter with an opener. Puts himself right back where he belongs at the top of the scoreboard. Already with Torji gone. They know that's not the usual mid lurk. They'll still be looking to lock out Exertion.
Oh,
good housekeeping.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He definitely got paid his pocket money. Dexter knows he needs to find something.
Ooh, interesting extinguish to try and make it awkward out of cave. And, oh, he hears them. Takes a couple of pot shots. Nico's the one to take down Dexter. So this is a two-man advantage. Quickly turns into 3. As Neofrag catches Exertion, that mid lurk gone, frozen. And JDC 2v5. Now 4.
Just frozen to try and get this one done. JDC's marooned on the site here. So, yeah, he's gone. Now it's just this frozen conversation.
That's not even a conversation. Yeah, you can get a wallbang onto 1, but you will be hard cleared. Dexter to post the AWP into that angle, and there you have it. OG will take the lead.
That's one of the worst feelings if you're JDC on that B-bomb site. There's nothing worse than being stranded behind that pillar and knowing that even if you had support close, what can they really do to help you? You have no way out.
And the best play for him when he's got a partner in crime is just try not to try and live as long as you can. You're just staring at the stones, admiring the craftsmanship and hoping your teammate can find the rest.
Yeah, it's like anchoring Pit on Inferno, but you're exposed to everything.
Right. Cyclone's body language, I'm doing my body language analysis. He kind of looked like he was sending the message of like, what's going on here, guys? It has been quite the turnaround. In the last 6 rounds of play, 5 have gone OG's way. In terms of retakes, 2 of those have been through defuses.
Okay. All right, nice little summary there. As we should be getting a half buy out of Mouz here off the back of the timeout. Have more than enough to get everything they need and more into the next 5. This is the conversation with Ancient, right? Like, I really struggle where to put it.
Yeah.
Because we've had different iterations of the map. They feel like they're balanced a little bit differently, or teams are solving the puzzle quicker on one side than the other. 5, I would say Mouz are on the right path. They get 1 or 2 more, they'll be more than happy with that.
Yeah, this can't be one of them, though. If you're an OG fan, this has to be a nice... Just putting her in, you know? Flames, it's ballsy to go for aggression like this against pistols. They could just swing around the corner and find you. Fortunately, they were faffing around with a boost, so...
Yeah, no.
Gets away.
no risk
rebuttal.
taken at all. No swing out. Sold the leader down the river. Only 3 kills for Dexter so far. Might need to see some more contributions from him.
Another missed opportunity. That jump peak from Flames at 19 HP could and should really have been the end of him. Not an easy shot to hit. Xertion just whiffs that one and leaves them at even more alarming discrepancy heading over towards B. Nico and Fico on the jiggles. So if they do feel any pressure, I think the second Nico feels an ounce of it, he'll be summoning flames from mid. Lining up for their short smoke. But who's supposed to like crack into this site? You can see the active angle from Fico. That favors him, but he misses his chance. And a great Deagle headshot with a second built upon it. OG trying to avoid a red face here, but another one to the face of Nico. JDC's Deagle connects. This is really falling apart now. Dexter has a kit. Neofrag in support. Very uncomfortable retake with now some scavenge weapons in the mix.
There's one smoke, but Dexter smokes.
Ahead of it, still hits the shot. And now surely they've done it. There's no way back in for Dexter, especially against the AWP. I mean, he has
They're
to
all in cave.
smoke them all.
They're all going to have to run out of cave here.
Yeah, but he can only fire one bullet at a time. I say that as he equips the M4. Ooh, and actually tagged Xertion with 50 damage through the smoke, going onto it now. And here they come. 1, 2, and not enough for the third. The Julie's come through.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Coming out of cave like bloody lemmings here. Dexter's got the clutch.
Oh!
Dexter's got the clutch.
That is a disaster. They had everything they needed.
But that smoke was key. That's why when I see Neofrag, Neofrag heading forward first, right? I'm thinking, hold up. Wait for your boy. Use the smoke top ramp or cave before you just run on in. Don't worry about it. Dexter gets a 1-on-3.
Oh, man. And I was sitting there saying impossible with the AWP. Not with the M4. 1, 2. Just enough time to whip out the Jolies. And Xertion left wanting.
Their absolute worst nightmare there as well, because that smoke was the only thing that could really throw them playing the three players in towards the cave position.
It's the right call if he doesn't have a smoke or if he only has the AWP. But he had the smoke and he had the M4.
And now we got some aggression ring around the Rosie here. JDC hasn't seen Neofrag.
He suspects, he knows there's a gap. But the bait, those steps, it makes him want to go. Dexter heard retreating.
This is awkward.
Neither of them aware of the other.
This is real awkward. Especially now that Nico's grabbed the opener. Yeah, and if you're that of Neofrag and you haven't heard or seen anything just yet, I don't think you hard clear the left.
No. But I don't know if JDC is going to consider the potential of him slipping out.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is weird as hell. Oh, man.
What?
He's considered it. Mildly.
Well, now he definitely will.
Well, yeah, he's given up the angle.
Surely not. Surely not. No way. No! Come on!
God. There's no immediate threat, but those mid players, Torji and Xertion, are going to assume it's clear, and now Neofrag's coming in behind him. He's given up the A site. They're going quick enough through Donut that this isn't really going to have a
It doesn't matter anymore.
It's useless. It's redundant. Util through. No idea where Neofrag's gotten off to, but they're into the A site, and Nico caught off by JDC.
Yeah, because you're not expecting anyone to be out towards the big box. They were all just... Thank God they're getting some revenge for that 1-on-3 from Dexter here.
Yeah.
But it's needed a miracle of timing, and well, here he is. The man that left the door open, Neofrag, from behind. Does get one, but surely that's it.
It should be. You got Frozen trying to lock the door on his exit. Looks like he's going to get there in time, so Neofrag, no way out. Frozen holding steady for his retreat.
We've had some fun moments today. That MongolZ knife to close the game, and then this one here, the Dexter 1-on-3 just before that. So action-packed Counter-Strike. Back and forth we go. Now this is where the damage that was done on the low buy of Mouz hurts even more. Because they got across the line, everybody buys in here with whatever they can to get this full buy. Now you lose to a full gun round, and all those pennies that you spent having to reinvest because you gave away so many kills means that you have 1 M4 for Dexter and the rest on a couple of upgraded pistols. So that 6 or 7 we were talking about for Mouz, it's destined.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, they've got a nice haul already, and it feels like they're going to be hauling ass for a 7th right here.
It's a really nice combo that Frozen's throwing there. I think the only thing that's really an issue when you're doing that is when people harass B lane with mollies and nades.
Yeah.
Because he does take a moment to throw that flashbang.
Dexter and Nico want to contest cave, and Frozen is going to oblige. So there's that one rifle. Working wonders, looking for the retrieval. Oh, Dexter's been caught out, and he's lost his life in the process. Now an AK for Dexter, a double as well. They can't lose this one. I mean, if we keep having to sing the praises of Dexter with this, what was the only rifle in play. Nico.
He's just turned 1 into 3. Like, he could drop those back. It just, I don't think anybody's really close enough to Brave getting into Cave to try and get these into their hands.
He wants to give it to Fiku. Fiku on that Deagle. Oh, Torji, lucky to be alive just through the floor there as Neofrag has caught Zershan. JDC in trouble. Saved by Torji. Dexter now finally down, but this one's going to go horribly wrong if Torji doesn't clear his corners. Oh, good shot. Very low. They should go down. There should be nothing. Oh, no way. Flames secures it on the double spray. 8 in the bank. And those two, right on that side of the OG side.
Yeah, these 3 consecutive rounds have just been crazy. And you can tell that Torji doesn't realize he's out of ammo because he goes for this fight, right? He peers around the corner ready to shoot. He's not going to his pistol. He doesn't realize he's got nothing left.
Well, it's a good half for both squads. No one's complaining right now. A 7th certainly would be something to be celebrated.
Just shows you neither team wants to be down in that 0-2 bucket.
No, gosh, that is it's a horrible way to be going to bed off the first day of play. Look at this one from Flames. He's got so blind. Good one from Neofrag back. And the response from Dexter important. Off the back of the flash, they leave with a man advantage. Could be worse. Look at this duel from Torji on towards Fiku's position. An aggressive defense. We lost Dexter to Nico on Cave side, so wins the Battle of Jag.
This is the problem. JDC...
Oh, he's in. He's slunk and slinked.
Oh, okay. I thought he'd get caught by the AWP here.
Yeah, no, but he's already passed. So now Dexter knows.
He's heard the scope. He's heard the scope.
Ooh, advantage. Yeah, look, bomb's going back through T-spawn, so it's all about JDC's decision-making here. They clear for B info. That's Frozen's responsibility. He has to be able to react to this. 1 is good enough.
I don't think he's getting anything here.
No, he's
barrel spotted.
Barrel spotted. Frozen. Yeah, covered and eliminated. So they know where Dexter is, so surely Torji's not going to have his knife out. Oh, dear. That's an odd one. You know he's heard that. I'm sure the information was relayed. JDC likely warning Torji of that, but bringing the bomb through was no real hurry either.
If he was running like that, you know that the lurk's got out somewhere. You know that he has more space than he should do, and Fiku's going to finish it. JDC goes down 9-6 at the half. OG, they recover this CT side. The pistol round loss doesn't hurt them at all, and we're going to a break to conclude the final match of the day.
And round 5, what do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro, actually. That's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one. Okay, let's try Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Hooksy. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now. American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie 2K. He's from America, he's retired already, and he's younger than 27, imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? Was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek? Let's try Tarek.
Let's go!
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
We are back in business and a very competitive scoreline. 6-9 as we swap sides. Mouz will be now taken to the defense. And I'm joined by Sponge, who's going to give us a little bit of a taste of what to expect into the second half. OG on the attack. Can we expect similar scenes to what Mouz were throwing down?
That's a curious question here. I think that Mouz were pretty default, right? There was a couple of rounds where they tried to go faster towards A. I think that OG could be a little bit more direct and a little bit more beat you down with a sledgehammer type Counter-Strike.
I'm in.
Now, Dexter did say he wanted both pistols to make things a little bit easier. They didn't get the first. Let's see if they could at least get the second.
Heavy favouring in the odds, though, towards OG. And, well, Zershan seems to have a good first and second on his pistol. Takes down Flames and Dexter in support to get him out. Escorted off the premises, ROG looking for that 7th immediately. Only 2 of these Glocks, yep, deleted. No problem whatsoever. See you later, Alligator, 5 alive.
Between the 2 of them. So both pistols converted now. And this is a similar conversation as we had a little bit earlier in the day. There was a matchup we had, ENCE versus NIP. It was on Vertigo, and we were talking about, well, the pistol rounds were one thing, the lack of gun rounds was another. So that could become a similar conversation here for Mouz if they get these conversions and then struggle to get underway once the guns get into OG's hands, who without a plan and without any kills are not spurred forward for a force fight. You can understand this decision. So the full eco now. And Mouz are prepared for that. Right. Mouz have 5 rifles. So as long as they don't lose any here, which really against full Glock eco, you should only lose 1 rifle if you're playing a decent setup. After that, we're going to see 5v5 rifles in the next round. So that's why you would go for a purchase like this if you're Mouz, if you're expecting the full eco.
Yeah, the absence of the SMGs as well certainly computes. Full 5 Glocks hanging out in the pocket.
Getting close on the mainstream as well. I don't want to spoil any of it if people want to go check that one out. Blast.tv has all the action, all the good stuff, even the games that you saw the players playing throughout the break. There's a whole bunch more goodies that are going to be coming their way. I don't know exactly how much we can say, but there'll be some fun little games getting added, I believe. Something here exclusively for the Legends stage. I was reading.
I've been reading and hearing about that. I'm also excited about seeing what we have in store for the show match. Blast always like to do something funky.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a while away. I'm sitting here day one already
worrying about
theory crafting how the show match is going to go down, but I am intrigued. It tends to have a bit of a Blast flavor, you know. And, well, this one's gone well in the sense that they get that double ding.
A plan would be great.
A bomb?
A plan would be fantastic.
Yes, indeed. That's brilliant. You couldn't have asked for more. They just parked the bus, waited 50 seconds, and got a bomb plant.
And even got a kill. So, going to be very happy with that ROG. This is where this 1 round difference could be definitely extended. They are going to get a tidy-looking purchase. And one of the difference makers there is now, if he would like, Dexter can treat himself to an AWP. Now, I'll spoil the fun. He hasn't. He hasn't at all.
Oh.
He didn't even think about it. He bought an AK first. But he was reading his notes, so let's see what comes up next in the calls. Who has a good mid-spawn here? Well, it's Fiku, and he's not actually going to use it. He's going to lob out a quick donut smoke, but with the top mid and a donut smoke in play, flashes to set up Flames.
They're going.
Well, they were thinking about it. They're respecting the molly for now. They extinguish a moment later, and out they go. So Flames versus Zershan could be quite the head-to-head.
Yeah, they've summoned Torji to fill the gap red. Frozen to summon or investigate A. This is a scary fight for Torji. If a single, I mean, he's safe from the flash in this angle. Flames forces him away. Posted now, not a comfortable engagement. Tries to disrupt, takes the first engagement. Double peek coming in, and Flames does find lethality. Great headshot, cost him a lot. Didn't came through. AKVM4 though. And here's them heading towards CT. Dexter's being held by D. Nico now looks away. Good timing on this flank. Really nice timing. They can pincer in together in unison. Zershan and Dexter from CT. Frozen JDC from Donut. Now the friction starts to be found. Oh, he was sticking out. A couple of cheeks betraying Nico, but he gets away with the first. Zershan will put him down. Flames. Oh, he was looking the wrong way, but he's gotten away. Frozen finds him from the donut line, and now a 2-on-2.
Look at Neofrag. This long flank around the world could be a round winner right here, right now. Fico just needs to back off and allow Neofrag to play because the plan is for him.
Yeah, he can work with that plan. Oh, Zershan does have the presence of mind to check, but now Frozen going for a cheeky one. Neofrag's going to be panicking. Yeah, catches him, but great trade. It's Fiku to hold on to the success and convert it. OG will take 10.
Well, that's what I was talking about with the sledgehammer, right? They were so direct. You get the donut smoke, the top mid smoke, they get the mid control. Once they have it, they force the issue into red room, and then you see from red the type of utility they're throwing. They didn't set it up from deep. They just threw that, bounced it off the wall, smoke off towards the back lines of B, and do an A split. So really handy stuff. As OG will bring that lead back to 2 rounds. It will be Mouz opting in with a force. And they can get 3 rifles out of this, a scout and a deagle for good measure. But they lose this, they're going to find themselves in a hole.
Yeah, it feels like the same kind of start. See if it has a different end result. Look how much space they got. They've got full A main, sure, but they're losing Donut. Frozen's going to have to address this. Flames. Oh, he wins the duel again. That was with a Galil. Up against the M4. Frozen needs them both. He gets Nico low. Nade coming in. Oh, Frozen still contributing onto Dexter, and the damage converted on the scout. Good shot. Torji racks up another. Now he's under a lot of scrutiny. Neofrag, good presence of mind to finish that frag while he could. And Dexter, a quiet game from the leader. Finds himself tagged up down to 19 HP. Neofrag catching flag. Dexter still alive and kicking. He even finds the conversion. He finishes off Neofrag, and Fiku asked to come up clutch. Not gonna happen. It's another from Dexter. He gets a double despite the low HP.
It's all Frozen though, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, 100%.
How does he get 2 out of that? Actually, how does Flames kill JDC?
That's
first
also
and foremost
a valid question.
JDC just shaking here.
And the fact is, I mean, he knows he's getting wrapped from behind. He's running out of bullets. He gets the nade out.
Yeah, and then he's just sitting and waiting for his demise.
And Frozen, fortunately, I mean, he basically enabled Torji to find Nico.
Yeah, precisely.
It's 3. I'm calling that 3. There was no opportunity. Oh, there you go. You can even hear him.
Insane boys, good job.
Yeah, he's talking about himself right there. Insane Frozen, and JDC gets himself a quick 1200. They are heading A. The smoke will be enough to stop the passage of play from there, but there's Frozen. And should be able to stop if they do find the frag. Yeah, that bomb goes down. It's something again. That's twice OG have gotten away with, well, murder, 2 kills, and getting that bomb down. Extra cash for a round lost with the bomb down, $800 per player. That's going to really increase and inject some cash into the coffers.
I think it's very telling there that OG didn't force. I think Dexter had like 4K or something, so they could have had an AK, probably a couple Tech 9s. It tells me that they didn't want to get dragged down into the mud of Mouz, who had opted to come in with one of their own, right? So taking the conservative approach, getting the bomb planted, getting a big influx of cash, and is still in a position with 1 round win where they can make Mouz have to question that yet again. So it's going to be the first timeout call from Rugger. Good to see him back behind the boys.
Oof.
Oof.
Just reading a tweet from Maui Snake saying Liquid not only just misbought not 1 but 2 scouts.
Oh dear.
They call that one a cappuccino.
A Listerine face.
2 scouts accidentally.
Not 1, but 2.
Yeah. That's twice as bad. Quick maths. All right, let's get it.
10 plus 10 is 20.
Yeah.
So that means we're around 21.
Oh, wow. Okay. And we are at 1 minute 45, which does mean we have 105 seconds left. Oh, this one.
Oh, that was I don't know if you saw him. Did he just pre-fire?
Just a speculative spray. He actually finds significant damage, gets away without losing too much to the molly.
You gotta pick your poison right now. Do you want to sit retake? Do you want to try and reinitiate down the ramp?
It's not the fight for Dexter for sure. Xertion's backing away. They want answers mid before they stack B, but they know they've lost Jag. Oh, this is tough now. Flames, Nico, Neofrag on the warpath. In towards this B bomb site. Fiku and Dexter from the ramp side. Rotation through. Torji in support has the orb. Dexter trying to watch K from a forward position. If Torji can just hold him. Oh, lovely find from the Aussie. Now the smoke should obscure from the cave ramp. Good frag. Torji knows they've slipped through. He's been flashed off. Sprayed down. Nico delivers a must-win frag. That's his 2nd of the round. Not opting for the wallbang. Frozen hoping to play the fade, capture timing. Dexter's going to be posted on this. JDC from ramp side. Ooh. Hanging on. Investigating, seeing if anything comes their way. Here comes JDC's attempt. Could not have been better positioned for it. Dexter 1. And Forze in a response. The perfect hold. The crossfire is strong. And a potent conversion. That's triple from Nico.
Okay, well, that save with the plan into a buy paid off in a big way. They'll get the AWP back for Dexter here. And as I mentioned, if they took that eco and then went for this type of a play, they could have set themselves up to break Mouz. And now Mouz have the same conversation they had previously when they lost round. Do we force buy in again? Or do we have to take a bit of a save here? And it looks this time round they're not going to go for the force option. Last time round they could get out, I think it was 3 M4s, a scout and a deagle, I said. Well, this time it could have maybe been 1 or 2 if they had dropped across and prioritized a couple of members.
This is a
interesting stack.
Yeah, well, I was going to say interesting stack, but it's a very ballsy call to go straight for that A site. Potential that there's all 5 there without doing so a little bit more investigative around the map. But yeah, with good smokes, just like that, you got nothing to worry about. I say, it's fine. Everyone's dead. Look how clean that was. Not even a blemish on the record or a scab on the knee. OG will get themselves up to 12, and that's their 3rd on this T side. A reminder, a 9-6 half, and now halfway home are OG.
Well, I feel like we could maybe start having a similar conversation to that NIP ENCE game, where we were talking about you know, NIP struggling with the gun rounds. I think that's similar to be said for Mouz here, and that maybe sometimes they're having a hard time getting the guns in their hands, which is going to be the conversation that is being had right now with Cycrant behind the Mouz boys, because Torji only has 3.4. He's the AWPer. What do you do with 3.4 as an AWPer? Do you buy a scout? Buy an MP9?
Yeah. I'm so distracted.
No, it's all right, because that game over there is popping off.
I'm watching.
Saunders and Scrawny are going wild.
Exactly. I can hear them having fun, and I just saw from the player shots, like, all of Forze laughing. I'm watching the replay now. Oh, Zorti happened. Oh, wow, wow. Exciting stuff going on that stream. No more spoilers from me, but let's get into round 23.
Just to put a pin in my conversation, you know what you can do as an AWPer if you have 3.4?
You get one anyway.
Your in-game leader to drop you an AWP.
Actually, fair play. That was the answer.
That was the answer all along, and then your in-game leader uses a FAMAS, and then probably misses a kill.
Oh, he's done the smoke more ahead of time this time. God, Flames has got his routine set. Nico, unfortunately, get a bit of team flash on that. Frozen does spank 1 and nearly 2. Neofrag brought down to 5 HP. Good spray.
Big flank. Need to be quicker, though.
Oh, JDC's so locked out. Yeah, 2 from Donut. It is going to be interesting, but Flames is already going to be in prime position to check you. Good angle for this. Flames, so deadly, manages to spray. Oh, and snaps into Zertian as well. He's coming alive in this tail end of our final half. And I will remind you that there's a lot at stake for both of these teams. Like, both of these are strong contenders, and Mouz probably have the edge in many people's expectations in their pick'ems.
Well, especially if Liquid lose. Like that, well, either way, Forze or Liquid in a 0-2 match, drawing either of those would be really, really rough.
Yeah.
GamerLegion's down there from that loss to the MongolZ already in Fluxo. So we're just looking for the final 2 teams, and that's from these final 2 matches, which are both coming down to the wire here. I think the next, well, actually, I think the previous was already the turning point in this game because of like the financial situations that it put Mouz into. So I feel that OG have already done the heavy lifting. Mouz are the ones now who need to try and erect a bit of this blue wall, but they still don't even have a full buy. When was the last time we spoke about a full buy with all the util?
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I know.
Just have to see how this one goes.
This one is getting spicy. Well, I think we know which way this one goes, don't we?
Yeah.
Like, surely.
I think.
Like, he just extinguished that.
Oh, you're so smart. Shalfie Gaming.
Anyway, you talk about that. I'll talk about this.
Yeah. Oh, that was 0.2. Okay. Wow. Mouz 10. OG 13. I'm just so paranoid. I get angry tweets when I spoil the A stream games.
They might be able to hear Launders and Scrawny around, so maybe they have a decent idea of how that one went down.
Wow. It looks like a lot of action to continue to unfold here, as this is going to get very cutthroat. Neither of these teams can be condemned to that 0-2, but it is a truth for one of them.
Alright, well, Nico's removed that AWP from play, so nobody will be wielding that bad boy. We've just got Torji's and JDC's saved rifles along for the ride. Fiku up to the power position of Tree, just dropping all of his util over there to Flames. And they should be able to get in here. Kept the step, flashed forward.
I mean, it's just pistols for the majority. It's not going to be easy for Dexter's P250 to win this engagement, this head-to-head duel. And, well, at least Torji caught him while distracted, but, yeah, JDC pantsed. Fiku catches him on the disrespect of the smoke, so those rifles don't get them far. And 14 seems certain. But then from then on, it really is a question about Mouz's gun rounds. We have to come back to that conversation.
Such a shame that's the conversation we're having here. The pistols have been great.
Right.
Again, they got both pistols. From those pistols in total, 5 rounds. So at the moment, 14-10 will be the scoreline. With the spread that we've had, it will be 4 consecutive for OG. There's T-Hall, and it's just been some very odd scenarios for Mouz to find themselves in, right? This is one of the issues with coming back on the CT side. Because let's say that they even go on a spree of a couple of rounds here. I guess if the scoreline was a little bit less for OG, like we're talking 13, you think about on the CT side, as you're winning, your loss bonus is going down. And if the rounds are close, if OG keep pushing you to 2v2s, 1v1s, as soon as you lose a round, you're broken. Right. And you've lost bonuses now at the bottom of the barrel or towards the bottom of the barrel. And at that point, it's like, well, we're screwed. So that's the position that Mouz could find themselves in here, regardless if they can mount this or not.
Yeah, there's a much more direct approach. Look at this, Nico. He just wants to fight, and he gets what he asked for, but it's not the result they were hoping for. 3 in the feed. Mouz have a lovely start.
And this is where that conversation I was just having, Mouz need to be aware of that and keep as many players alive as possible right now. Ideally 5, right? Because this is still going to be an uphill battle. And that's a great start. Torji, make sure Fiku gets nothing done there. Now it's just Flames who wants to try and spoil the day.
But he has so much time, and he's one of those players that will use everything he's been given, including a full clock. Goes looking. JDC, nice advantage. So stops Flames from making it more costly. They will keep 5 alive, so that's a big tick in the Chad Birchall column.
First step in the right direction. Win 1 more of those, you should break OG's money. Okay. But apparently when OG are on full EQ, they have no issues running into sites and getting the plants. So
2 for 2 on those.
Yeah, which is crazy in itself.
I love the battle here. You can see Nico and Neofrag, they were knife out from spawn, but so was Frozen. And with his speed, I think he just caught him off guard. It was very, oh yeah, and there you go. Torji acknowledging he's well aware of what they've achieved.
Did he say he thinks they're low money?
He said, I think 1 more and we get them low money.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah. I missed the first part of that.
Yeah, I think he said 1 more and they're low money.
Because if he thinks they're low money right now, he might have an AWP in his face.
Yeah, that could be awkward.
Momentarily here, because we do have Dexter, 19 kills in total alongside of Flames. Neofrag also joining the party here, 19, 19, 18, then 12 for Fiku and 11 for Nico. On the other side, Frozen, 23 kills for him, 18 for Torji, 18 for Exertion, 12 for Dexter, and 11 for JDC as we get underway with round 26. And now we know 3 teams in that 0-2 bucket. Well, we're about to find our 4th.
Flames up to his usual antics mid-side. Standoff between Neofrag and Xerxen elsewhere as well in that cave. Neofrag gets away scot-free.
When they did all this pressure before, that's when they went with the A split.
Yeah.
So you can see that has to be respected here. It's actually forced the AWP of Torji over towards the A side, which is the right call. We can see the bomb in A main here. It is just Dexter outside of B.
Okay, interesting.
It is interesting, it's the AWP.
It's weird that the AWP is so detached from it.
Yes, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, very.
Okay.
And they have no util. He's the only one with util.
Oh, that is even more of an interesting tactic.
So maybe he's just going to... I'm completely... He's going to try and sell a fake. With a smoke and a flash.
Okay.
Or look, if he gets a pick...
If you're going to smoke Dexter off, imagine if, like... And then Torji rotates.
Flames a lot here.
Yeah. Oh, no!
They pushed donut. They completely left A.
Wide open. They
A's
set
open.
the fake. JDC will try and scamper back there, but Flames is in the back lines. OT are calling up a storm now. Safe plant. JDC helpless. And a tough decision to be made now on the way back in. Dexter's got your rotate back. Xerxen on the ledge, and great shot. Makes quick work of Xerxen on the way in. JDC empty-handed. It's a Frozen double. Would need a whole lot more of that. He's partnered up with Dexter for this one. Kit on the leader. And it's Dexter that's making this round a nice and clean close, a double from the AWP, and a successful fake as well. I mean, you know, it's avant-garde, it's unorthodox, but it works.
But I was saying it myself. This is the thing. In top mid, they're applying the pressure. They had the AWP rotate to the side, which means once they apply the pressure over towards B, well, Torji can't rotate back across, and you can see the issue he had trying to do that.
Right.
That kill for Flames means that, well, the donut players, the A players are now, they think there's more than just Flames. They don't know, and they think there's something going over towards B, so they completely evacuate the site, out-called, and what looked detached from Dexter was genius.
Yep.
Absolutely genius. And that should be it. Look, we were talking about the comeback needing to keep as many players alive as possible as part of this comeback. Sure, they have some residual cash to work with. Sure, they have a timeout to take and a chit to chat. But OG have just, I think, played so much better in the gun rounds in this game. It's not even a conversation to be had.
I mean, yeah, Mouz really empty-handed here. They've got, what, 5 rounds to boast, and 2 of those coming off of the CT pistol, and it's following.
So it is. Can they try the shutout again? It was with all that aggression towards B. It was a bit more assertive, right, when they won that last CT gun round.
Yeah, certainly. But I mean, they need that repeatedly.
Times 4.
Yeah, not an easy demand, especially considering the form OG are in, and it seems they've got plenty more in the cool department. There's plenty more different variations that we can throw at them and see what sticks.
But I do like the fact they went to something that worked earlier, that top mid pressure with that standard Yuto, and then used it to fake it out when they were lower on you. And hey, 4 go main, Dexter will try and sell something, and we hope that Flames can get away with the mid pressure.
Oh, that was a brutal flashbang right into Torji's pocket. Ooh, baits the shot. Dexter. Mild exchange, but yet to see first contact in this must-win round for Mouz.
They're starting to get aggressive here. Very aggressive in cave.
Yeah.
Audible as well.
They force Zersh into the fight. Oh, and into the spray. Neofrag, he's doing everything. Crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Zersh, though, hold on.
You'd like to just execute B here knowing that he's in cave. You could isolate him, you could smoke him off.
You want those donut players to start clearing middle. ASAP, they're on their way.
Well, they got bit in the ass last time they did this.
Yeah, they're going to be very cautious, caged for sure. Good use of their util to buy time.
25.
Torji's here. They've got 3 to defend this. Dexter holding that headshot angle. Last remnants of their util thrown out. Desertion has to be worried and acknowledge this ramp position. Fiku's bringing the bomb there, gets it on the floor, but immediate trade. OG, 1 more click away. 8 seconds. Make sure they get that bomb down. It is Flames to get it done safe, and Dexter secures it. OG survive and keep their head above water, sending Mouz into tailspin territory. 0-2, day 1 of the Paris Major. You can see how that feels.
Just shell shock. Look at that. I did not expect that response here, but it is day 1, as you mentioned. You're in the 0-2 bucket. Of course, you're feeling blown out of the water by that one. That game just got away from them, and very, very well done from OG. The interview that we had with Dexter before they got underway said, yeah, we got blown out in map number 1, but essentially that's not going to define us here, and it didn't. They came in, they played some great Counter-Strike, had the energy. Still haven't won a pistol. Doesn't matter. Still sitting 1-1. The palette cleanser. All the wrongs.
Yeah.
Written now.
But talking about those pistols, yeah, sure, great for OG, but on the contrast, Mouz feeling like we had everything we needed. Winning both pistols in a best of 1 on your first day of the major is like God tier.
Yeah,
God tier.
Likely why they look like they're in the absolute mud
precisely.
right now. And this is the thing. You get to prepare tonight, you come back in tomorrow, and it's best of 3s for your life. You cannot drop. You have to win 3 consecutive best of 3s right now if you want to make it through to the Legend stage.
Such a stacked tournament. And of course, if you've been keeping up with the day's play, there is a couple of names in that 0-2 column. I'm sure we'll be breaking it all down as we go through it. But yeah, it's a solemn mood in the Mouz camp, and quite the contrast for OG. That is a recovery. And convincing stuff. I mean, that unusual couple of setups, getting Flames through mid and seeing the positions that it put Mouz in, those are positions Mouz were very unfamiliar with. You could see Torji's options were minimal, and those rounds just kept on flowing. Big smile.
Like some of the details here as well of how OG, they didn't get brought into the Force by Wars, right? They didn't find themselves in the mud. They took those ecos, they got those plants, and they got those full gun rounds out. So it's some really tidy stuff here. Should be happy with how things have unfolded. Look, it's recovering the day. You think of how much worse it could be. They could be feeling what Mouz are feeling right now. This is where you go back to the hotel, you have a massive team talk, you try and recover everything in basically 12 hours time. But we have an interview with Dinko on the sidelines.
Yeah, I'm here with NeoFrag, a big win for OG. It must be such a relieving feeling to not be 0-2, to get that one in one game.
Yeah, it feels amazing that we are not 0-2 like on RMR. And yeah, I'm feeling happy about it.
Now, you guys definitely look better when it came to the gun rounds that was said throughout the cast, right? You guys definitely look better when you got the rifles out, but you guys are winning the big clutches too, right? We've seen Dexter win that 1v3. You also had that round with the hero rifle where you take control of the economy back. How important are those rounds at getting the team fired up?
I think this is I would say these clutches are the most important. But I don't know. I feel like the 1v3 what Ablu won, we shouldn't win because they fucked up. I think he had no time and they basically went free. Like they jumped out of the smoke free and he had like 10 seconds. And I think this round we shouldn't win, but I don't know, maybe like Starlines or something like happened. I don't know.
Now, Chad had a question on the cast about a certain smoke in Donut that you threw. I checked in with you just before we did this. So you're in Donut. It's round 10, I believe. You're in Donut. The Mouz are starting to come back into Donut and press you. You're there solo. Your teammates have stacked the B side out. Was that smoke intentional or was it a missed smoke?
No, I remember in my head, I was like, I want to block them, but I was like, fuck, I cannot. And then in the second, I throw the smoke and I miss it. But like suddenly I killed two. I don't know how.
Big round, big important round in that half, and now you guys are 1-1. Looking forward to the future here. You're feeling good now with that 1-1 that you can qualify into the Legend stage.
Sorry, can I say it again?
I'm feeling now you've got the 1-1 instead of going down 0-2. You feel like your chances are better now to get into that Legend stage.
Like I would say, even though we will be 0-2, I wouldn't feel like we have no chance. Like we need to still keep fighting.
We've got OG taking a win here at the 1-1 now. Mouz down to the 0-2. Back to Chad and Alex on the desk.
Thank you, Adam. Brilliant stuff. Yeah, NeoFrag, good to see a smile on his face, and he did miss the smoke, Chad. We got it.
Well, you know, next time, NeoFrag, just say no, it was on purpose, and
we can make
that's why I killed two people. But regardless, a great performance from him and the rest of the team. 24 for Dexter, 21 for Flames. That's the star power of this team firing. There were some nice clutches. Fiku ended up having a 1-on-1 on A. You had that Dexter 1v3 that he was holding there that even he acknowledges they definitely shouldn't have won.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Dexter pulling off some nonsense. Flames on that T side with impact. I think my biggest takeaways when I look at Mouz is that Frozen was the highest performance in the entire server. Yeah. Highest ADR. Xertion, by the way, 6-0 in opening duels, not giving up a single. And, you know, we watched the whole game. We saw there was plenty of risks being taken. The fact that he hasn't conceded a single opening death, getting 6 openings and still ending 5 rounds short of a competitive game. Mouz are going to be feeling pretty hard done by OG. They've got to be happy. With Flames on the roster, with Dexter hitting shots, it's been very, very convincing. And I think that they are set for success as time will continue. And of course, that's just the first day.
Yeah,
just
we've had so much Counter-Strike already here today. And good to see some smiles on the faces to end it here for at least one team. Contrasting those reactions. It's brutal. But that's what this is about. And people caught that at the RMRs as well. There were a couple weeks ago. Just the pure emotion once you get to this level of Counter-Strike and how much this means. And obviously the extra window dressing of, look, everyone knows how I feel about this, but it is technically and actually the last CSGO majors. So for these players, their future as individuals, the thing that they're working on every single day, it's unknown.
Oh yeah,
they're going into the darkness of what comes next, and right here, right now, this is an opportunity for a lot of players to make their mark.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I absolutely loved the RMRs. Just seeing not only those familiar faces, but also the new ones getting themselves immortalized in the game through stickers,
yes.
And of course, yeah, pretty good bang for your buck.
I remember talking to Flames a couple years ago before he had actually qualified for a major, asking about his stickers.